Chapter 161 Li Chongfeng's Fear and Dread, Evil God Suyu. Yu Cheng heard Li Chongfeng's words, and looked at the hard-working rangers in front of him, and looked at the smiles from the heart on the faces of the residents of the mechanical city. That was a scene he had never seen before. Whether it was the special mechanical creations in the mechanical city, or the expressions of the residents of the mechanical city, even Yu Cheng, as the head of the caravan, had never seen such a scene. Yu Cheng could see that the residents of the mechanical city are extremely satisfied with the entire mechanical city. In other words, the residents of the entire mechanical city have great respect for the administrator, Suyu. After a long time, Yu Cheng nodded and said, "Indeed, the rise of the mechanical city is unstoppable. I think it is only a matter of time for the mechanical city to develop into a large force." At this time, the envoys of the war city have already followed the guidance of the rangers, came to the mechanical hall. Suyu had already been in the high position of the manager in the mechanical hall, waiting quietly. Li Chongfeng saw Suyu at this time, and subconsciously took a look at him. Just this one look made Li Chongfeng feel extremely scared. That was the breath that Li Chongfeng had never seen in his legion leader Tai Long. Cold, dead silence, like the dark night shrouding the wilderness. Suyu was just sitting there, but Li Chongfeng could feel the cold breath like a maggot on the tarsal bone. This isn't the manager of this mechanical city a super mechanic? Why is the aura on him exactly the same as the ghost energy of the ghost tribe, even more powerful and more uncomfortable? As a 6-star top-level physical superhuman, Li Chongfeng's strength is among the best in the war city, only second to Iron Dragon, and he has super perception ability, so he became Iron Dragon's right-hand man. But at this time, facing Suyu, Li Chongfeng only had one thought in his mind. Invincible, absolutely invincible. The breath of psionic energy, this is definitely the breath of psionic energy, I can't be wrong. How is this possible? According to the information collected by the spies of the City of War, the owner of this mechanical city, shouldn't he be a mechanic with a strength of 7 stars? Li Chongfeng was extremely shocked. In his opinion, the change in the dead wilderness was just the result of an extraordinary person with outstanding talent. Achieved 7 stars, and successfully destroyed the ghost tribe. But now, it seems that it is not that simple. A 7-star psychic extraordinary person, or the manager of this mechanical city, is a survivor of the ghost empire, who can master the high-level psychic cultivation method and achieve 7 stars. Or the previous war was just a farce directed and performed by the ghost tribe, just to satisfy the promotion ceremony of the 7 stars. Or even the ghost high priest may have taken over the magpie's nest. Even the manager of the mechanical city in front of us may have already become a believer of the evil god. As a large force, Li Chongfeng is the right-hand man of Tai Long, so he naturally knows some information that ordinary people cannot know. At least, Li Chongfeng knows that if he wants to achieve 7 stars, he must satisfy the promotion ceremony and leave his mark in the subspace. Only in this way can he open the door of the subspace, draw in the energy in the subspace, and achieve 7 stars, through the evil god who was originally born in the subspace, becoming an evil god believer. The effect is the same as relying on the promotion ceremony, except that one can only be controlled by the evil god for life. But no matter what, Li Chongfeng knows that Suyu, who has mastered the psionic energy in front of him, is far more powerful than just entering the 7 stars. The special pollution of psionic energy is something that no extraordinary person would be willing to provoke. Even the original ghost high priest of the ghost tribe relies on the special nature of psionic energy. Only then, with the help of many powerful forces, he turned the entire dead wilderness into his own pasture. At this time, Suyu, who was sitting in a high position, did not know what Li Chongfeng was thinking. Instead, he waved his hand to signal everyone to take a seat. Li Chongfeng's mind was in a mess, but his face remained calm. No matter what Suyu's true identity was, the situation was stronger than the person. Li Chongfeng still planned to make friends with Suyu according to the initial policy of the City of War. As for the true situation of Suyu, let's talk about it after we return to the City of War. At that moment, Li Chongfeng explained his purpose. He stood up and said respectfully, "Dear Administrator of the City of Machinery, I am the Deputy Commander of the City of War, Li Chongfeng. This visit to the City of Machinery is mainly to thank the Administrator. You have wiped out the Ghost Tribe, which is tantamount to destroying the cancer in this dead wilderness." What Li Chongfeng said was not wrong. In the eyes of the people of the City of War, the Ghost Tribe, it is a cancer, difficult to cooperate with, difficult to deal with, and its psionic pollution has already made everyone instinctively despise it. For this reason, our War City's Legion commander, Tai Long, has allowed us to come and visit the mechanical city to express his gratitude. As he spoke, Li Changfeng gestured to Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng saw Li Changfeng's gesture, and immediately took a few steps forward and took out a palm-sized information storage device from his arms. Yu Cheng walked to the center of the mechanical hall. He bowed slightly, and held up the information storage device. He said, "Yes, sir," to express gratitude. The Iron Dragon Legion commander asked me to bring some small gifts. Hearing what Yu Cheng and Li Changfeng said, Su Yu nodded. As for the purpose of the War City, Su Yu already knew it, because before the War City envoys entered the Dead Silent Wilderness, they were already monitored by the mechanical spirit. All the little movements were taken into Su Yu's eyes. Su Yu naturally knew their intention, but Su Yu remained expressionless on the surface. He nodded calmly, and raised his left hand, which was resting on the armrest of the chair. He pointed lightly in the direction of Yu Cheng, and the information storage device was pulled by Su Yu's spiritual energy and fell into Su Yu's hands. Li Changfeng saw this scene, and his pupils shrank slightly. He clearly sensed the breath of psionic energy from the breath of Su Yu's spiritual energy. Li Changfeng thought to himself, "Sure enough, the manager of this mechanical city is a psychic." Su Yu played with it for a while, and through the ability of a data mechanic, he easily obtained all the information in this information storage device. This gift brought by the City of War is not very precious, but it is what the mechanical city needs most now. 2 cultivation methods, and a map currently used by the City of War. This City of War is really sincere. Su Yu was suddenly surprised. In order to treat the entire Dead Silent Wilderness as a pasture, the Ghost Tribe harvests regularly. All cultivation methods are strictly controlled and are not allowed to spread throughout the Dead Silent Wilderness. Under the control of the Ghost High Priest, the extraordinary people in the entire Dead Silent Wilderness have no systematic cultivation methods. They often rely on their own talents to become extraordinary people step by step. The 4-star primary level is the limit of these wild extraordinary people. This is also the situation that the Ghost High Priest is happy to see. If Su Yu hadn't suddenly appeared, I'm afraid that the Dead Silent Wilderness would have been reduced to a pasture for the Ghost High Priest. Cultivation methods. This is indeed the most scarce thing in the mechanical city now. Whether it is the old manager before, although he is a cyborg from Dawn City, most of them are afraid of the Ghost Tribe, and they didn't leave me any cultivation methods. The various meditation methods provided by the job transfer panel, rather than meditation methods, are based on my own situation. The meditation method that I deduced is the most suitable for me. Naturally, it cannot be spread. The 2 cultivation methods provided by the City of War have completely enabled the mechanical city to have a large number of extraordinary people. Su Yu knew very well that the extraordinary people in the Dead Silent Wilderness were all wild, without a systematic cultivation method, and could only rely on their talents to move forward. Being able to reach the 4-star primary level is enough to show their talent. Now, with a systematic cultivation method, those extraordinary people in the mechanical city who have already reached the primary level of 4 stars can be expected to have a transformation in their strength. However, compared to these 2 cultivation methods, I am more surprised by the map provided by the War City. The map provided by the War City has the latest information. Even if the War City will conceal some information, this map is also very useful to me. For Su Yu, the cultivation method is certainly very suitable for the current mechanical city, but now Su Yu's mechanical army can already be mass-produced. The number of extraordinary people is not that important to Su Yu. Even after having mechanical spirits, the intelligent machines have excellent intelligence. For Su Yu, the labor force in the entire mechanical city is becoming less and less useful to him. The original intention of building the mechanical city is also for rapid growth. Now the mechanical city is becoming less and less useful to me. In Su Yu's mind, the power is only for his personal service, and the entire mechanical city is also built on Su Yu's personal strength. Su Yu's mind was racing, calming down the surprise in his heart, looking at the envoys of the City of War, and said calmly, "The Ghost Tribe has an old grudge against my mechanical city. Most of the settlements in this dead wilderness have suffered from the Ghost Tribe for a long time. The establishment of the mechanical city is just under the threat of the Ghost Tribe, just huddling together for warmth. As for the gifts of gratitude from the representatives of the City of War, I accepted them on behalf of the residents of the City of Machinery." Hearing Su Yu's words, Li Changfeng and Yu Cheng looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. In their opinion, Su Yu was so young and had become a 7-star transcendent, and even built up such a huge strength, so it was normal for him to be more ambitious. However, Su Yu's words seemed to be watertight. Especially Li Chanfeng, the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Yu was filled with deep fear and dread. The manager of this mechanical city clearly has the aura of psionic energy, but judging from his demeanor and appearance, it seems that he has not suffered any side effects of psionic energy. This is impossible. Psionic extraordinary people, whether they are evil god believers or psionic practitioners, cannot avoid the negative effects of psionic energy. Often after being infected with evil gods, their personalities will become manic, will be more emotional. Moreover, look at the psionic aura on the manager of the mechanical city. Although he is restrained very well, and has not affected anyone, the psionic aura clearly permeated his entire body when he just activated his spiritual energy. Li Chanfeng was terrified when he thought about it. An incredible idea came to his mind. It is impossible for him to be a psionic practitioner, nor a believer of the evil god, so there is only one possibility. The manager of the mechanical city himself is an existence of the same level as the evil god. Or even the evil god itself. When Li Chanfeng thought of this, his eyes were suddenly filled with fear. Although this fear and dread was fleeting, Su Yu still caught it. Su Yu thought, fear of me? Why would the deputy commander of the war city be afraid of me? Su Yu quickly recalled Li Chanfeng's performance since he entered the mechanical hall, and suddenly realized that Li Chanfeng's fear of him, it seemed to have started as soon as he entered the mechanical hall. Moreover, that fear was not the fear of Su Yu's strength, but the fear of Su Yu himself. What is there in me that is worthy of his fear? Su Yu thought about it and soon understood. Psionic energy? This Li Chanfeng can actually sense the aura of psionic energy in me? During the nearly 1 month of fighting with the tyrannical clone, Su Yu's whole body had already been soaked in psionic energy. The fighter's adaptability, it also made Su Yu's body completely adapt to the phantom energy. In addition, after taking up the post of Ghost Hidden Blade, Su Yu had already become the master of phantom energy. In Su Yu's opinion, his control over phantom energy was at least at the same level as tyranny. This war city is really not to be underestimated. Although Su Yu guessed Li Chanfeng's fear, he did not explain it, but looked at Li Chanfeng with interest. Li Chanfeng noticed Su Yu's gaze, and was suddenly shocked, realizing his previous performance. Something is wrong. At that moment, Li Chanfeng stood up and said, Dear Administrator, these gifts are not only to express gratitude. We, the City of War, have another request. What request? Tell me. Su Yu said. Li Chanfeng gritted his teeth, suppressed the fear in his heart, and said, Administrator, we, the City of War, hope to form an alliance with the City of Machinery. Although in Li Chanfeng's opinion, Su Yu at this time, it is equivalent to the evil god itself. But on the surface, Li Chanfeng still had to act normal, and of course he still had to talk about the alliance, but at this time, Li Chanfeng had already given the information about Su Yu the highest priority. When we leave the mechanical city, we must inform the Legion commander of this situation as soon as possible. In Li Chanfeng's mind, he had already made up his mind. After listening, Su Yu nodded and did not answer. He just said lightly, Alliance. Why alliance? The meaning of these words. Obviously, he did not approve of the alliance. This immediately surprised Li Chanfeng. Facing Su Yu, who was suspected to be the evil god, Li Chanfeng did not want to stay for a moment. Li Chanfeng was about to speak, but he took the opportunity to back off. Master Administrator, I am abrupt about the alliance. However, the next moment, Yu Cheng interrupted. He remembered what Li Chanfeng had said to him before. We must make friends with the mechanical city. Yes, form an alliance. Dear Administrator, if the mechanical city is willing to form an alliance with our war city, it will be profitable for both of us. The scope of the Dead Silence Wilderness is large enough, but the only force in the Dead Silence Wilderness is the mechanical city, and the population of the mechanical city is obviously not enough to develop the entire Dead Silence Wilderness. Our war city has a large population, and it can fully provide population for the mechanical city. Developing the Dead Silence Wilderness, in exchange, our war city also needs the support of the machinery city in mechanical technology. Yu Cheng saw that Su Yu's expression still did not change, and gritted his teeth and said, In addition, Administrator, as a newly promoted 7-star superhuman, you could also get some information about the 7 stars from our Legion commander. After that, Yu Cheng looked at Li Chanfeng, who was silent with pride, and did not notice Li Chanfeng's stiff expression at all, and thought, It has to be someone like me who is in charge of the caravan to take action, otherwise it will be difficult for a fool like Li Chanfeng to form an alliance. Chapter 162, Alliance, Tielong's Guess. At this moment, Li Chanfeng wants to slap Yu Cheng to death with one slap. Why are you making trouble here? Alliance with an evil god? Are you crazy or am I crazy? As the deputy commander of the City of War, he is powerful, knowledgeable, and knows the horror and weirdness of the evil god in the subspace. If you have contact with the evil god for a long time, you may become a believer of the evil god without knowing it, and lose your humanity from then on, and only try to please the evil god with your whole heart. I feel that serving the evil god is the happiest thing in the world, even if I have to sacrifice my life for it. To normal people, this state is worse than death. Li Chanfeng is worried that if the City of War forms an alliance with the evil god, the whole city may fall at any time and become a terrible state. That would be a way to seek death. Li Chanfeng thought of the smiles on the faces of the residents of the mechanical city that he had seen before. He shuddered. Could it be that all those residents had already? He could only pray in his heart that Suyu, the evil god, would not agree to his request for an alliance. However, what you fear will come true. Suyu heard Yu Cheng's words. His eyes moved slightly, and he seemed to be a little interested. Send someone to help me develop the Dead Silence Wilderness? The population of the mechanical city is indeed insufficient. In this case, let's form an alliance. Suyu nodded in agreement. He seemed to be moved by the conditions proposed by Yu Cheng. In fact, although the population of mechanical city is insufficient, Suyu does not need any population at all now. With the mechanical spirit, even if Suyu is alone, he can develop the Dead Silence Wilderness on his own. If he forms an alliance with the City of War, it may divide part of the resources of the Dead Silence Wilderness to the City of War, which will harm Suyu's interests. So he did not agree with any alliance before. However, after Suyu heard what Yu Cheng said, he felt that the City of War was so sincere, it's hard to refuse. And he knows too little about the world outside the Dead Silence Wilderness. Communicate more with the City of War, share what you have. Even if you divide some resources, it will be beneficial. Anyway, Suyu doesn't care much about a Dead Silence Wilderness at this time. The Ruined Star is big, and there are plenty of resources. Hearing Suyu's agreement, Yu Cheng was overjoyed, and this mission was successfully completed. Great. Administrator, form an alliance with the City of War. It is definitely the right decision. When we return to the City of War, we will immediately send relevant personnel to assist the City of Machinery in developing the Dead Silence Wilderness. Of course, we in the City of War will need to collect a portion of the developed resources. After all, we cannot work for nothing. We need to discuss the specific distribution ratio slowly. Yu Cheng was eager to succeed, and in his excitement, he spoke rapidly. In a blink of an eye, the general details of the alliance were finalized. Li Chanfeng couldn't stop him. Yu Cheng used to be in charge of the trading caravan, and he was good at this kind of cooperative development. After listening, Suyu nodded. Just do as you say, and discuss the details slowly. So far, the alliance between the mechanical city and the war city has been preliminarily reached. Li Chanfeng, who was standing next to him, had the urge to cover his face. Suyu suddenly became interested in the alliance. Could it be that he had set his eyes on the development team of the war city and wanted to make them sacrifices? If I had known, I would not have said so much to Yu Cheng before. Now that it has become like this, what should I do? Li Chanfeng thought for a moment, and finally said, in this case, Yu Cheng, you stay in the mechanical city to discuss the resource allocation ratio. I will go back to the city to report to the Legion commander, and then send a development team to jointly develop the Dead Silence Wilderness. After careful consideration, Li Chanfeng made a decisive decision. To sell Yu Cheng first. Let Yu Cheng stay in the mechanical city as a hostage, keep Suyu stable, and then run back to report the news. Yu Cheng was stunned when he heard this. Shouldn't Li Chanfeng, the deputy commander, be qualified to represent the City of War to discuss and decide on such a major resource allocation? How could he be given it to me? Could it be that because I just facilitated the alliance and made contributions, the deputy commander valued me, so he gave me another important task? Thinking of this, Yu Cheng was immediately delighted. He quickly straightened his chest and said, Don't worry, Deputy Commander. When the development team of the City of War comes, I will have already discussed the resource allocation. For such an important alliance, it is better for the Deputy Commander to report back before it is formal. Then I will stay here and wait for your good news. Yu Cheng was excited, but he had no idea that Li Chanfeng looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. If he stayed alone in this evil god's lair, Would he still be alive? Even if he survived, if his temperament changes drastically, it is equivalent to death. Li Chanfeng mourned for Yu Cheng in his heart. But there was no way. If he hesitated for a moment, neither of them might be able to leave. Then he immediately said to Su Yu respectfully, Master Administrator, this is a serious matter. I will go back and report to the commander of the army. Yu Cheng was surprised when he heard this. So urgent? According to etiquette, after coming all the way here, he must have a meal and a drink in the mechanical city. However, how could Li Chanfeng dare to eat or drink anything in the mechanical city? I just want to run away quickly. Su Yu heard this, but did not answer, but stared at Li Chanfeng. He naturally saw that Li Chanfeng was afraid, and he was not going back to report the news at all, but wanted to escape. Interesting. Am I so scary? Does this Li Chanfeng have any misunderstandings about me? Is he scared like this just by the psionic energy? Su Yu thought to himself. Li Chanfeng was stared at by Su Yu, and he broke into a cold sweat. He was afraid that if Su Yu made a mistake, he would reveal his true form and eat him up. After watching for a while, Su Yu finally nodded. I wanted to entertain the deputy commander, but since you are so anxious, I won't stay any longer. Li Chanfeng bowed respectfully, as if he had been pardoned, and then turned and left the mechanical hall. He walked quickly and said nothing. Soon, he found his armored vehicle near the city gate, got in the car, stepped on the accelerator, and left the city in a blink of an eye, leaving in a cloud of dust. This stunned everyone in the mechanical city. They looked at Li Chanfeng's receding figure and couldn't help but sigh. How could this deputy commander of the war city run so fast? As if he was running for his life. After Li Chanfeng left, Su Yu asked the mechanical spirit to send a message to Yan Lai, Feng Tian, Tai Xian, and other senior executives, asking them to come to a meeting with Yu Cheng to discuss how to form an alliance and cooperate, and how to allocate resources. Such details, Su Yu was too lazy to worry about it, so he left it to others. Anyway, with so many people in the mechanical city, and so many mouths to feed, it would not be a loss to deal with Yu Cheng alone. The senior officials of the mechanical city were all shocked when they heard that they were going to form an alliance with the war city. Form an alliance with the war city? Will they send a development team to help us develop the resources of the Dead Silence Wilderness? Are they really so kind? The war city has a large population. With such strong power, will it be an excuse to annex us? Don't worry too much. The trading team said by the City of War in the past, actually, has a good reputation. Don't be careless. It was only a small-scale transaction before, but now it is a full-scale development, and the interests involved are huge. It is inevitable that the City of War will be tempted. Their name is the City of War, and it is not a force that is easy to talk to. Don't expect them to be too polite. It is possible, although the administrator is powerful, but there are also 7-star strongmen in the City of War, and they may not be afraid of the administrator. Everyone immediately became alert. They were afraid that the so-called alliance was actually a trick of the City of War, an excuse to annex the mechanical city. They finally had a safe and stable home, like the mechanical city, and they really didn't want to lose it again. In fact, they thought too much. In the eyes of the City of War, the Dead Silence Wilderness was just a barren and useless place, and they didn't care too much about it at all. They only care about Su Yu. We just wiped out the Ghost Tribe, and now there's a war city? It's a shame. We are not strong enough. Facing such an opponent, we can't help the administrator at all. We will discuss resource allocation later. I don't know how much the envoy of the war city will ask for. The more they thought about it, the more worried they became. The powerful enemies came one after another, but their strength remained stagnant. Now they are of no great help to the administrator. Originally, they could help Su Yu develop resources, but now they have to fight for this job in the war city. This makes them feel powerless and in danger. At this moment, Su Yu transferred the 2 cultivation methods he had just obtained and added them to the exchange list. Everyone's personal terminal immediately sent a prompt. Spirit Gathering Meditation Method? Steel Body Forging Method? This is an extraordinary cultivation method that can break through the 4-star level, and it has both spiritual and physical systems. This is a rare treasure. Each one only costs 3,000 points. Isn't this too cheap? Where did the administrator get it? Is this the secret of the administrator's power? Everyone was very surprised. They were just worried about not being able to improve their strength, but in a blink of an eye, the administrator put 2 precious cultivation methods in front of them. What else can we say? We can only work hard to cultivate and repay the administrator's kindness with strength and loyalty. Of course, before practicing hard, we should hold a meeting first to deal with Yu Cheng. At this time, everyone in the mechanical city was full of fighting spirit. Yu Cheng had no idea what was waiting for him. After Li Chanfeng left the mechanical city, he drove at full speed in the dead silence wilderness, with a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour, which was the limit of the armored vehicle. Anyway, there were no traffic rules or speed limits in the dead silence wilderness. After just 7 hours, he returned to the city of war and met Tai Long. Tai Long was a little surprised to see Li Chanfeng return so quickly. Why? The people from the city of machinery sent you away without inviting you to dinner? How strong is Su Yu? How is the alliance going? Where is Yu Cheng? Tai Long asked a series of questions. Li Chanfeng heard this and hurriedly said, Su Yu's strength is extremely terrifying. He must be a 7-star expert. And from my perception, he can actually master psionic energy. Not only that, he remained calm and rational in the midst of the psychic energy's corruption, which is extraordinary. I suspect that he might have been possessed by the evil god summoned by the ghost tribe during that war. The current mechanical city is the evil god's lair. Li Chanfeng spoke out his terrible guess. What? Mastering psychic energy, possessed by the evil god? Tell me carefully. What did you see and hear during this trip? Tell me everything. Tai Long looked serious and asked Li Chanfeng to tell him all about his experience in the mechanical city. Li Chanfeng did not dare to neglect it and immediately spoke up and told him everything in detail. He spoke in great detail and made various analyses. He spoke for more than an hour. Finally, he finished speaking and felt dry in his mouth. Tai Long fell into deep thought. Li Chanfeng waited for a long time and could not help asking, Captain, what do you think? Such an evil god entrenched in the dead wilderness is a big problem. How should we deal with it? Tai Long thought for a while, then said, Don't worry too much, then Su Yu is probably not an evil god. Although the evil god is strange and powerful, it will be affected by human emotions, and it is very chaotic and unstable. It is impossible to be so calm. I guess he is a survivor of the Ghost Empire, or even a direct descendant of the Ghost Emperor, so he wants to destroy the Ghost Tribe. Only then could he rise in such a short time. As the leader of the War City Legion, he was naturally better than Li Chanfeng in terms of knowledge, and knew more secrets. After listening to Li Chanfeng's story, he made his own judgment. Is that so? But that terrible feeling, it doesn't seem like a living person at all. It seems to be everywhere, monitoring me all the time, seeing through everything about me, just like a god. Although Li Chanfeng heard Tai Long say this, but he still had some doubts. His ability was very good at perception, so Tai Long sent him to the mechanical city to investigate Su Yu's true and false. When Li Chanfeng was in the mechanical city before, he always had a feeling of facing a non-human and terrifying existence. That feeling, it must not be human. Mastering the psionic energy, but not a human, then what else could it be? It must be the evil god. In fact, Li Chanfeng confused the mechanical spirit with Su Yu. The mechanical spirit is indeed not a human, and in the mechanical city, it is everywhere, monitoring everything. Su Yu has mastered the psionic energy, and his strength is terrifying. The most important thing is that the mechanical spirit is deeply bound to Su Yu. And in Li Chanfeng's perception, the two cannot be separated. No wonder Li Chanfeng felt that Su Yu was not a human, powerful, and omnipresent, and was immediately scared. When Tai Long saw Li Chanfeng say this, he did not refute it, but said solemnly, Your feelings cannot be ignored. He chose to partially believe Li Chanfeng's perception. After all, Li Chanfeng had seen Su Yu with his own eyes, which was better than Tai Long's guess. Maybe Su Yu was an evil god who could keep calm. Everything was possible. Tai Long thought for a moment, and then spoke again. As for whether Su Yu was possessed by an evil god or a remnant of the Ghost Empire, we still need to test him. You select a group of people to go to the mechanical city as a development team. Remember, you must select these people carefully. As for you, don't go with them. To avoid danger. Li Chanfeng immediately understood Tai Long's order when he heard it. For this alliance development team, you must not send your confidants. You can choose marginal figures in the war city. At that time, you can infer Su Yu's true identity through the experiences of a group of people in the mechanical city. Chapter 163 Legendary Creation, Tyrannical Core, 6 Major Characteristics. Soon, under Li Chanfeng's arrangement, a development team of more than 10,000 people was sent to the mechanical city. These people are marginal people, criminals, deserters, and the like. who have been accumulated in the war city for many years. For these people, Tai Long is also a bit troubled. It is not good to kill them directly, and it is a bit annoying to keep them. So this time, all these people were sent to the mechanical city as coolies by the way. He tested Suyu, and cleared the redundant population in the city. It was a two birds at one stone move. Tialong's order to these marginalized people was, if they performed well in the development of the Dead Silence Wilderness, their previous sins would be forgiven. If they cheated, they would die in the wilderness, and don't expect anyone to collect their bodies. The City of War was like this, with human touch, but not much. The City of War was very caring towards ordinary residents. But once they became marginalized, the end is often cruel. This is the era. War City is already good. Cities like the Mechanical City, which are full of warmth, are outliers. Li Chanfeng did not plan to follow them this time. He was not interested in hanging out in the evil god's lair again. If he was not careful, he would not be able to come back. He only sent some trusted subordinates to follow him to collect intelligence. More than 10,000 people left the city, with great momentum. Those who were trading at the city gate, seeing this, everyone was shocked. I wonder who the army of the City of War is going to attack. And why does the army that is going out this time look a little mismatched? After watching the more than 10,000 people leave the city, Li Chanfeng breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to report to Tai Long. But then he found out that Tai Long was missing. It's bad. Mr. Legion Commander, could he have mixed in with the development team, and gone to the City of Machinery? Li Chanfeng thought to himself that it was not good. At this time, the message left by Tai Long sounded, Chanfeng, I'm going to the Mechanical City. I'm going to take action myself, to test the strength of Suyu. Whether he is an evil god or not, I need to test him. You stay in the city, manage the City of War, and wait for me to come back. After listening to the message, Li Changfeng's eyes suddenly went dark. He regretted it very much at this moment, because he had praised Suyu too much before, which aroused Tialong's fighting spirit. So Tai Long ran away to fight without saying a word. Tai Long is a qualified city lord in the City of War. He is very powerful, calm and rational, and manages the City of War to a thriving state. But he has a shortcoming. If he meets a strong man who is worth fighting, he can't help but find a way to compete. At this time, Li Chanfeng, the cautious deputy commander, is needed to dissuade him. However, Tai Long ran away without a word. How can he be persuaded? Commander, please don't get into trouble. Li Chanfeng was worried, fearing that when Tai Long came back, he would convert to the evil god, and that would be the end of him. At this time, in the Mechanical City, Suyu was concentrating on studying the tyrannical armor. Although the materials were insufficient, at least the most important core had to be made first. The technical point of this core was to eliminate the consciousness of tyranny to the limit, making it lose the ability to think and resist, and turn it into a pure energy provider. However, this kind of thing, relying purely on mechanical technology, very difficult. So it needs Suyu's true flame, and the assistance of high-level psionic mastery to succeed. Suyu studied with all his heart, and in his mind, all kinds of ideas and inspirations emerged crazily. Finally, ding! Through your research, you have successfully developed a production blueprint, Tyrannical Core. The quality rating of this blueprint is legendary. Through this blueprint, the core produced can seal the tyrannical evil god's thoughts in it, and extract unlimited energy. Huh? So you let out a long sigh? Finally, he designed the most critical core blueprint. And the quality of this blueprint is unprecedented. Legendary. Level. It seems that after reaching the 7-star extraordinary, the excellent quality is far from enough to describe Suyu's creation. So a new rating was unlocked. Legendary. Legendary level blueprint. Suyu looked at this blueprint and was very satisfied. After a short rest, he immediately started manufacturing the main material of the tyrannical core. It was still the evil god bone. Suyu used various machines, lasers, ion beams, water and fire cutting. Various methods were used in turn. Finally, he cut a small piece of this hard bone completely. Then he carved it carefully. After half a day, a fist-sized core was roughly completed. The core was carefully carved, and countless energy lines were engraved, which could maximize the energy extraction and output. Then, Suyu spent another half a day, madly pouring the flame of truth into it. In the end, the flame of truth inside was so thick that it almost became liquid. At this time, Suyu took out the black ball sealed by the tyrannical evil god, and then pressed it directly into the core of the semi-finished product. Swish! When the tyrannical evil god encountered the extremely thick flame of truth, it was like cold water meeting hot oil, and violent black gas rose. At the same time, there were tyrannical screams. "Stop! Human! What are you doing? Kill! When I get out of this, I will definitely kill you!" Tyranny roared wildly, but his voice was getting weaker and weaker. So many real flames took it hard, and most of its energy was consumed again. But Tyranny was angry and cursing on the surface, but in fact, he was secretly happy in his heart. Losing some energy is nothing. As long as he is given time, he will soon recover his strength, and even corrode and take over this core. After all, this core is made of his bones. It is equivalent to a part of his body. It is too easy to corrode this core. His current state is that he only has thoughts and ideas, but no body. So his strength is greatly limited. Suyu used his bones to make the core, which just happened to suit his wishes. As long as he completely takes over the core and is part of the body, he will definitely give Suyu a hard time. Even now, its power has begun to instinctively penetrate into the core and begin to corrode. Suyu ignored his yelling. After forcing the tyranny into the core, Suyu began to load the smart chip into the core. A small core, loaded with 10 advanced chips. The driving energy of the chip is converted from psionic energy to electricity. As a powerful high-level energy, psionic energy is extremely powerful after being converted into electricity, and it is easy to drive 10 chips. After the chip was loaded, Suyu connected it to the host of the mechanical spirit. Download the mechanical spirit's replica to these chips. After the mechanical spirits were installed in these chips, they immediately had thoughts and spirituality. Under Suyu's command, they began to use the various mechanical structures and energy patterns designed in the core to control the real flames and actively suppress the tyrannical evil gods. The real flames controlled by people and uncontrolled are completely different concepts. Suyu does not have the energy to control the real flames all the time. But the mechanical spirits do not have this problem. It works 24 hours a day. Especially the control of the mechanical spirit, which is extremely precise, and any loopholes will be instantly filled. With the assistance of the mechanical spirit, Tyranny's pressure suddenly doubled, which is a crucial step. This tyranny core, if you want to completely seal the tyrannical evil god, the key lies in the assistance of the mechanical spirit. Only the mechanical spirit can work 24 hours a day, fighting with the tyrannical evil god all the time, resisting corrosion, so that tyranny will never have a chance to escape. After completing this step, Suyu did not stop. He used the power of high-level psionic energy to severely compress tyranny, and finally shrunk it to the size of a broad bean, which was firmly confined to the core. Under heavy suppression, tyranny's thoughts began to be intermittent. After all, it was just a split thought, not the real body of the evil god. However, even in this bad state, it continued to absorb the tyrannical emotions in the void, and continuously produce pure high-level psionic energy. These energies instinctively seep out from the seal, trying to corrode the control core. However, in this situation, it is not tyranny that is corroding the core, but the core is actively extracting tyranny's energy. After all, this core is made of the bones of the evil god, and it extracts tyranny's energy, which is its natural characteristic. Moreover, Suyu also uses mechanical technology to carve energy patterns, which greatly enhances the effect of this extraction. It's like a wire connected to a high-energy battery. Energy is guided out in an endless stream. Under normal circumstances, after the evil god bone extracts the energy of tyranny, it will soon be corroded and controlled by tyranny. But now there are mechanical spirits, the flame of truth, the mastery of psionic energy, these three restrictions. Tyranny will only be ruthlessly extracted. As for the control core, think too much. The energy that seeps out, under the guidance of the mechanical spirit, quickly follows the carved energy channel, is led out of the core, and a large piece of dark green mist rises. Done! Suyu looked at the fist-sized core in his hand, with a look of joy on his face. Finally, this evil god was taken care of. Tyranny core. Quality, legend. Feature 1. Infinite energy. Tyranny core will extract the tyranny emotions in the surrounding void, and continuously generate high-level psionic energy, and will never run out of energy. The production efficiency depends on the concentration of the surrounding tyranny emotions. The current production efficiency is the top 7 stars. Feature 2. Hard. The tyrannical core is made of the bones of the evil god. When the evil god's bones are infused with high-level psionic energy, they will become extremely hard and difficult to destroy. The hardness of the tyrannical core depends on the concentration of high-level psionic energy. The current hardness is top level 7 stars. Feature 3. Regeneration. The tyrannical shuttle and the tyrannical core are made of the bones of the evil god. When the evil god's bones are infused with high-level psionic energy, they will have the characteristics of self-healing and regeneration. The regeneration speed depends on the concentration of high-level psionic energy. The current regeneration speed is 7-star top. Feature 4. Tyrannical enhancement. The psionic energy produced by the tyrannical core contains tyrannical divine power, can be used to tyrannically enhance mechanical creations. The enhancement effect depends on the concentration of the surrounding tyrannical emotions. The current enhancement effect is mechanical creations below 7 stars, increase 1 star. Feature 5. Advanced intelligence. The tyrannical core is loaded with a replica of the data life form mechanical spirit, which gives it a powerful intelligence, and can even be regarded as a transcendent at least 7 stars. It can control energy very finely, and can be used to drive multiple mechanical creations at the same time. Feature 6. High-level psionic radiation. The tyrannical core contains powerful psionic radiation. Any life below 7 stars approaching the tyrannical core will soon be changed in structure by the powerful radiation and become a ghost demon. Extraordinary life above 7 stars will also be affected. Depending on the depth of the surrounding tyrannical emotions, the radiation effect will be enhanced. The attribute panel of the tyrannical core, presented in front of Suyu. 6 major characteristics. The first 2 of them, unlimited energy. Tyrannical strengthening. They are all extremely powerful characteristics. It is worthy of being a legendary creation. The third and fourth characteristics, hardness, regeneration, are also very good. Don't worry about it being damaged during the battle. The fifth characteristic, it belongs to the mechanical spirit, needless to say. If there are only the first 5 characteristics, this tyrannical core can be called a divine weapon. In a sense, it is really a divine weapon. But the last one is a bit bad. It has such strong radiation, normal people can't use it at all. In fact, now this core has begun to corrode the creations in the mechanical space, and after a while, I am afraid it will penetrate into the ground and begin to corrode the residents of the mechanical city. Fortunately, I use it myself, otherwise others will die if they get close to it. Suyu smiled, activated his ability, and suddenly, the strong radiation emitted from the core, all of them were absorbed by him, purified, and no longer dangerous. However, this thing cannot be separated from Suyu otherwise. It will soon emit dangerous radiation, and before long, it will turn the mechanical city into a radiation city. After placing the tyrannical core, Suyu looked at the remaining evil god bones. The tyrannical core has been completed, and it is time to make the frame of the tyrannical armor. So, all kinds of means were used again, cutting the evil god bones into pieces. Without the infusion of psionic energy, the evil god bones, although it is hard, it can still be processed. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Suyu to make it. After another half a day, a dark green almost black battle armor was finally made by Suyu. The battle armor was also engraved with dense patterns, which looked quite mysterious. However, at this time, this battle armor was just a frame. A pure full-body armor. The power system, weapon system, information system were not installed at all. The main reason was that Suyu did not have materials that could resist corrosion. Even if it is installed, it will soon corrode and become scrapped. So we can only make an outer shell first. Suyu looked at the frame, picked up the tyrannical core, and slowly put it into the groove on the chest of the armor. Buzz! As the core was put in, the whole armor suddenly vibrated, and the energy lines on it were lit up one by one, flowing with extremely rich high-level psionic energy. Boom! The high-level psionic energy flowing on the armor reached an extreme, and suddenly overflowed. Around it, a dark green magic flame rose, emitting an extremely strong and tyrannical aura. The energy system, at least, was in place. At this time, it could barely be called tyrannical armor. Mechanical spirit, help me put on this armor. Suyu called out. Chapter 164 Big Misunderstanding. Is the war city really going to go to war? Yes, master. The mechanical spirit responded, extending several mechanical arms, and controlling those mechanical arms to flexibly open the armor, and accurately put it on Suyu. After Suyu put on the armor, he moved around a few times, and found that although there was no power system, it did not affect his movements much. It felt like he was just wearing a heavier set of clothes. My craftsmanship is still good, it fits very well. Suyu chuckled, then said, "No. Mechanical fusion." "Yes, master." Nono flew over immediately after hearing this, and the spherical body instantly split, turned into countless tiny pieces, and merged into the armor. After a while, buzz! The armor made a slight mechanical sound, and at this time, it already had a real power system, that is, Nono. After Nono merged, using its body, a temporary power system was simulated. That is, Nono has been upgraded to 7 stars, and has also mastered the psionic energy, evolving into the psionic Nono. Otherwise, it really can't be done. Put it together, finally it can be used. Suyu clenched his fist, feeling the powerful force flowing in the armor, and his heart was filled with endless joy. Boom! He punched out, hitting the air. His own power, and then amplified by the armor's power system, it immediately broke through several times the speed of sound. Under the powerful impact of several times the speed of sound, the air in front of the fist suddenly exploded, like a bomb was detonated, and the surrounding mechanical arms were trembling. Then, Suyu grabbed the void with his other hand, and in an instant, a dark green and almost black energy ball was condensed, which contained terrifying dark energy. As long as it was thrown out, there would be a shocking explosion. However, he did not throw the energy ball out, for fear of dismantling the mechanical space. This power has increased several times. Suyu showed a happy expression. Although this battle armor is only a semi-finished product, it is enough to increase his physical strength and ghost power several times. In fact, Suyu is now a 3rd level ghost blade, and his strength is extremely strong. But after all, he is still immortal. No matter how strong he is still limited by his body, and will eventually get tired. It is also because Suyu has just been promoted to 7 stars not long ago, and his level has not increased much. When he is promoted in the future, the strength and density of the body will be greatly improved, and then it can carry more power. But there is still a limit. The armor is a dead object, and it does not have the various weaknesses of the body. The energy carrying capacity is much stronger, and can be used to its full potential. Moreover, the tyrannical armor has strong defense and unlimited endurance. Combined with Nono's mechanical fusion, it has the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 1, which greatly improves Suyu's strength. With this armor, Suyu is confident that he can defeat any 7-star warrior of the same level. Even if an 8-star warrior comes, he dares to challenge him. Moreover, this armor is made of the bones of the evil god, and its energy carrying capacity is incredibly strong. Now it is only fused with Nono, and is temporarily used. This level of power is far from reaching its limit. When the tyrannical armor is truly completed, I don't know what kind of power it will have. I really want to find an opponent to try it out. Speaking of which, my ghost hidden blade hasn't been upgraded since I took up the job, and I haven't figured out the techniques of using psionic energy to fight. As a 3rd level combat profession, the ghost hidden blade requires much more experience than before. Even though I have relied on the rangers to sweep the radioactive beasts in the dead silent wilderness these days, the experience I gained has only increased my level by 2 levels. This is too slow. Suyu felt itchy. Such a strong armor can only hit the air. I was also a little depressed. At this moment, the mechanical spirit suddenly sent some pictures, which were the pictures taken by the monitoring beacon it arranged in the dead wilderness. In the picture, there was a large army of 10,000 people, driving various vehicles, rushing towards the mechanical city. So many people, are they the development team of the war city? They came fast enough. Suyu was slightly surprised to see so many people, and then he quickly understood where these people came from. Master, there is a very special person in this team. At this time, the mechanical spirit controlled the screen and highlighted one person in the 10,000 person development team. Special? Suyu looked at the man and found that he was a short middle-aged man, and there seemed to be nothing unusual about him. Master, this person's weight is inconsistent with his body shape. From all indications, his weight is at least 10 times heavier than his appearance. The mechanical spirit explained. Its observation ability is extremely sharp. With a development team of tens of thousands of people, it discovered the abnormality of this middle-aged man with just a few clues. This is the powerful analytical ability of the mechanical spirit as a data life. Although it is not an extraordinary life and has no spiritual power, its various functions are no worse, or even stronger. Cyborg? Prosthetics? So you guessed that the weight and body shape did not match, and it was most likely a highly modified cyborg, with a body made of metal. Natural weight is amazing. The density of the human body is about the same as that of water. while the density of steel is 8 times that of water. Other metals have even higher densities. This person's body density is 10 times that of an ordinary person. It seems that the degree of transformation is very high. Master, I don't think this person is a modified person. The metal detector on the detection beacon did not detect excessive metal on his body. He seems to be a completely flesh and blood body. The mechanical spirit denied it. Now, Suyu was immediately confused. How could he be so heavy if he was not a cyborg? How could he have the same density as metal with just flesh and blood? Wait, could this guy be a 7-star level physical transcendent? Suyu suddenly had an idea and thought of a possibility. A 7-star physical transcendent has an amazing body strength and is extremely tough. If he deliberately controls it, he might be able to compress the body's density to a level comparable to metal. Suyu thought about this while trying to use his psionic energy to compress his body. Crack! Crack! After a moment, Suyu's body in the armor suddenly became much shorter, from an adult to the size of a child. At the 7-star level, the extraordinary people really have some inhuman qualities. It works. However, I can only compress it 3 or 4 times at most. And this guy can actually compress his body 10 times? He is better than me. But I just broke through not long ago. No wonder. In the entire War City, there is only one person who has such ability. And that is the Legion Commander, Tai Long. Suyu released the compression of his body and looked at the short middle-aged man in the picture with excitement. If it is not Tai Long, who else can such a strong physical transcendent be? I didn't expect that he actually compressed his body and ran over in the large group. I don't know what he wants to do. What is he trying to do? Test? Or do you want to start a war by surprise? I was just looking for a strong man to test the power of the armor. This is just right. Suyu's smile quickly faded. As the leader of the War City Legion, Tai Long sneaked into the development team and did not come in person. No matter what, it was not a good intention. If you want to start a war, it's fine. Then let him come and never come back. It just so happens that the ceremony of the war mechanic needs a victory in a war that will start and lead 300,000 people. If this war city is blind, then let it become part of the ceremony. Mechanical spirit. Send rangers to stop these people. Don't let them get close to the mechanical city. Suyu gave orders to the mechanical spirit. The mechanical city is the base camp. If there is a big battle, it is better to stay away. At the same time, this news was also notified to Tai Xian, Yang Lai, Feng Tian, and others, as well as the residents of the mechanical city. Tell them about the previous alliance of the war city. It might be a trick to use the alliance to send out a large army to start a war, so that everyone can prepare. When everyone in the mechanical city heard the news, they were all shocked. Are they really going to start a war? And an army of 10,000 people is coming? Although the number is not as large as the 100,000 ghosts before, it is still not insignificant. After all, the population of the war city is large. The 10,000 troops may be just the vanguard. No wonder the administrator took it so seriously, and notified all of them. Everyone immediately tightened their weapons, and prepared for battle. They also watched the surveillance footage sent back by the mechanical spirit through the information terminal to see what the so-called development team looked like. But after seeing the appearance of the development team, everyone was confused. Isn't this wrong? This group of development team. Why are they all wearing tattered clothes? And their vehicles are all shabby. They don't look like they are coming to fight, but rather to escape. An hour later, 100 miles away from the mechanical city, the development team of the City of War suddenly stopped. Because in front of them, a cavalry corps appeared. Although this cavalry corps only had 1,000 people, which was far less than the army of 10,000 people. It exuded an extremely fierce aura. They did not feel like cold machines, but rather like ferocious warriors who had experienced hundreds of battles and killed countless people. The development team had a feeling that if they dared to move forward, they would be ruthlessly slaughtered by this mechanical corps. The development team was overwhelmed by the Rangers' aura, and they dared not move forward, so they could only stop. These 1,000 Rangers were newly created by Suyu in the past 2 days. After all, they had chips recovered from the previous battlefield, so they were quickly manufactured. At this time, there were thousands of them, and they immediately had the power of the Matrix Core. Moreover, they had just been strengthened by Suyu's tyrannical core, and their strength increased again. Coupled with the control of the mechanical spirit, they were extremely agile, so their momentum was amazing. The feeling of the development team members before was not an illusion. These 1,000 rangers really had the strength to slaughter them. What are these? What a terrible feeling. The development team members looked at the rangers and were alert. They all took out their weapons and loaded their guns. After all, these people were residents of the city of war. Although their clothes were ragged and their vehicles were shabby, their weapons were excellent. They were obviously the ones they relied on to survive. Well maintained. In a blink of an eye, these people changed from a group of refugees to murderous warriors. Suyu and the people in the mechanical city immediately saw this change through the pictures sent back by the rangers. Sure enough, they are here with bad intentions. They felt that the previous decline of this development team was all a disguise, and now they finally stopped pretending. The scene was tense, and a fight could break out at any time. Tai Long, who was mixed in the development team, frowned immediately. How could this happen? Could it be that Suyu is really an evil god, whose emotions are unstable and can't hold it back anymore? These so-called rangers are so strong. They really have the aura of psionic energy, and they are as agile as living people, so they should not be underestimated. Is it the erosion of the evil god, or the technology of the Ghost Empire? Tai Long thought in his heart, and felt something was wrong. He came here this time, just to observe Suyu secretly. When the time is right, he will take the initiative to show up, and have a fight with Suyu. Test his strength. Who would have thought that, before arriving at the mechanical city, the enemy army would come to kill us? What is going on? Could it be that Suyu is really an emotionally unstable evil god? At this moment, among the group of rangers, the leader stood out from the crowd, walked over, and then said, "Iron Dragon Corps Commander, there is no need to hide anymore, show yourself." The dignified commander of the War City Corps actually hid his identity and secretly came to my mechanical city. Is he really up to something? Do you want to start a war? In that case, then let's fight. The tone was cold. It was Suyu's voice. Suyu was not in a hurry to take action. It was easy to slaughter this development team, but it was not very meaningful. The key still depends on Tai Long, the 7-star strongman. So Suyu wanted to ask Tai Long what he meant. When Tai Long heard this, he was immediately surprised. What? He actually found me? When? Not good. He thought I was hiding my identity. They are here to launch a surprise attack and start a war. He also understood why Suyu suddenly sent the Ranger Corps to stop them. This is a big misunderstanding. Mr. Suyu has good eyesight. He can see through my disguise without even being at the scene. His mind raced. And Tai Long laughed loudly and appeared directly. Bang! His body was released from the compressed state, and from a thin man of about 1.5 meters, he turned into a sturdy giant of 2.6 meters in height in a blink of an eye. His body expanded rapidly. The air was shaken and exploded. If it weren't for the strange material of his clothes, he would have been naked. However, Suyu observed through the screen and found that the volume of the Iron Dragon did not seem to expand 10 times. It seems that his body density, even if it is not compressed, is far beyond that of ordinary people. He is worthy of being a veteran 7-star strongman. His body has completely changed. Mr. Legion Commander. Everyone in the development team was shocked when they saw the Iron Dragon suddenly appear. But Tai Long ignored them and stared at the ranger. Mr. Suyu, where are you now? I am the City of War, and I don't want to go to war with the City of Machinery. My original intention is just to express friendship. Since you have seen through my disguise, why don't we have a fight and learn from each other? Tai Long thought. Since Suyu has misunderstood, let's fight first. Test? Learn from each other? Captain of the Iron Dragon Army, you hid your identity and hid in the development team. No matter how you look at it, it is not friendly. Suyu heard this. His expression became colder, and he immediately ordered to slaughter the development team. Iron Dragon's behavior, no matter what the purpose, is not friendly. Boom! The 1,000 rangers, it seems, were affected by Suyu's murderous aura, and suddenly burst out with an extremely violent aura, and their strength increased. They were all strengthened by the violent core, and this strengthening effect will be affected by violent emotions. Now Suyu has murderous intentions. The concentration of violent emotions increases. They immediately sense it, and also increase their strength at the same time. Such a fierce murderous aura. Tielong's pupil shrank. He couldn't imagine some mechanical creations could actually burst out such crazy and violent murderous aura. How did they do it? Then he reacted. The other party was going to start a massacre. Wait, Mr. Suyu, I don't want to start a full-scale war, but I want to fight with you alone, Tai Long said hurriedly. Fight alone? Suyu suppressed the murderous intention in his heart, thought for a moment, and made a decision in his heart, then go to the radiation land and decide the outcome. Chapter 165 Breaking Through the Air. Galaxy Warrior. Suyu chose the radiation land as the battlefield. This is because he is now mainly using psionic energy to fight. If he goes all out, even if he wins, he will leave a lot of radiation, and it may also affect the mechanical city, which will require a lot of effort to purify afterwards. It is better to choose the radiation land as the battlefield. There is psionic radiation everywhere anyway, so this is not a big deal. And Suyu has long wanted to explore the radiation land. Find materials that can withstand high-level psionic energy to build a violent armor. Now it's just right to do two things at the same time. After defeating Iron Dragon, I will explore the radiation land. And choosing the battlefield by myself can also prevent Iron Dragon from having any more secret plots. Radiation land? It seems that he is really related to the Ghost Empire. TSK, choosing the radiation land as the battlefield is to take advantage of the home field. Is he going to kill me? Iron Dragon thought in his heart. The cold murderous aura in Suyu's tone just now let Tai Long understand that today's misunderstanding is not a trivial matter. Suyu really wants to fight to the death. Tai Long is a 7-star expert, but he hides his identity, which makes Suyu disgusted. He thinks of Li He before, so he wants to kill him. Such a sinister 7-star expert is too threatening and must be eliminated. Facing Suyu's murderous intention caused by misunderstanding, Tai Long is very satisfied. It seems that this competition can be enjoyed to the fullest. Anyway, Suyu just finished the ceremony not long ago, after being promoted to 7 stars. Even if there is a home advantage, how strong can it be? At most, I can wait until the fight is over and explain the misunderstanding. Tai Long has never considered a possibility. What if he fails and is killed by Suyu? He is too confident in his own strength. Tai Long thought for a moment and agreed. Okay. It's a deal. In the radiation land? Anyway, Tai Long is confident that with his own strength, the psionic radiation in the radiation land it can't have much impact on him. Of course, the premise is not to go too deep. After all, it is one of the 3 forbidden areas. If he really goes deep, even if he is a 7-star strongman, he may not be able to come back. So, in a few words, the battle between the 2 7-star strongmen was decided. Tai Long looked at the people in the development team and said casually, "You wait here, wait for me to come back." Then his huge figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only the deafening sound of the sonic boom. He ran towards the radiation area at supersonic speed. At the same time, in the mechanical city, Suyu gave a few instructions to everyone, and then disappeared in an instant. Suyu was not worried that someone would attack the mechanical city after he left. At this time, the dead wilderness was full of monitoring beacons of mechanical spirits. If there was any movement, the message would be immediately transmitted to Suyu. With his speed, he would be able to rush back soon. He did not bring mechanical creations such as the Rangers. After all, in the previous battle with Tyranny, all the creations were scrapped. There were only 1,000 newly produced Rangers, which were not very useful, and their speed was too slow, and it would take some time to reach the radiation land. Suyu and Tai Long left, and the people in the mechanical city and the development team could only obey orders at this time, and quietly wait for the result of the battle between the 2 strong men. They were all nervous and excited, and it was a pity. Such a battle, it was a pity that they could not witness it with their own eyes. After Suyu left the city, he immediately exerted the power of the tyrannical armor, running at full speed. Originally, when he used the Azure Oath armor, he was already able to exceed the speed of sound. Now that he has changed into the stronger tyrannical armor, he has also broken through to the 7 stars, and his speed has increased again. The faster the speed, the harder it is to increase. The huge resistance of the air, the intense high temperature during friction, and the huge consumption of energy are all difficulties. But Suyu felt that if he ran at full speed, he could at least increase his speed to 3 times the speed of sound. This speed is simply invincible. Ordinary 7-star masters, I'm afraid, can only eat dust behind him. However, such a speed, it is not possible to run on the ground. So, Suyu soon found that he was flying as he kept accelerating. The rapid swing of his legs blew up the air, like the engine of a supersonic fighter, providing him with powerful power, allowing him to break free from the constraints of gravity and fly hundreds of meters high in the blink of an eye. Suyu flew into the sky with his legs. He was startled, and suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, He did not fall, and was still running. Suyu quickly focused his mind and flew again. But every time he flew a short distance, he lost his balance and fell. He quickly figured out what was going on. The shape of the tyrannical armor was not aerodynamic at all, and Suyu's legs were not jet engines. To fly with this method, it required precise calculations and strong balance ability. Otherwise, if you are not careful, the power will be unstable, and you will fall down. Suyu had no experience, so he couldn't keep flying after a while. Just like learning to ride a bike, he fell after riding a few meters. Luckily, Suyu was not fighting alone. No. Mechanical spirit, help me calculate, he called out, and at the same time, transmitted the feeling of flying just now to them. Yes, master. Two voices sounded in Suyu's mind at the same time. The chips of Nono and the mechanical spirit started working at the same time, and began to calculate how to exert force to maintain balance in the air. With the calculation assistance of Nono and the mechanical spirit, Suyu had two more developed brains out of thin air, and he quickly grasped the key. There must be no problem now. The next moment, Suyu soared into the sky, and he did not fall again. The surging white air waves crossed the sky and went straight up to the sky. Suyu used the powerful strength of his legs and armor to, coupled with the precise calculations of Nono and the mechanical spirit, they really achieved a high-speed flight at 3 times the speed of sound. It's so refreshing. Suyu flew to a height of 1,000 meters, looking at the dead wilderness below, and the Iron Dragon running wildly, and felt unprecedentedly happy. Iron Dragon, a veteran 7-star strongman, can only run on the ground, but he can fly in the sky. However, Suyu soon felt that the rapid flapping of his legs was really a bit weird and embarrassing. It doesn't look like flying, but more like running in the air. Fortunately, Iron Dragon didn't look up. Otherwise it would be embarrassing. It seems that the tyrannical armor will have to be equipped with a proper flight system in the future. Suyu immediately decided in his heart that when he found enough materials in the future, he would add a flight function to the tyrannical armor. In the past, the Azure Oath, because Suyu had never been exposed to aircraft-related technology, did not have a flight system designed and installed. The Azure Oath can also use the power of the ground, maintain the speed of sound. If you force a flight system, it will not only take up precious space in the armor, but also slow down the speed, lose flexibility, and consume a lot of energy. But now, the tyrannical core has unlimited energy anyway, and you can fly at high speed directly with great force, so there is no such problem. When the tyrannical armor is fully built, Suyu's speed will probably increase again, and it has unlimited endurance, so he can fly in the sky for a year, and he won't have to worry about falling. At that time, this planet would be at the mercy of all. Thinking of this, Suyu became more eager to go to the radiation area to search for materials. However, as he flew, he looked up at the radiation cloud above his head, and his face darkened again. Even if it is 3 times the speed of sound, it is only flying within the atmosphere. I don't know when I can break through the blockade and go to outer space. This cloud has been covering this planet for an unknown period of time, making it basically cloudy forever. The sun is rarely seen, so you wanted to fly up to see if there was anything above the dark clouds. But he thought better of it. Don't commit suicide. Maybe once he flew up, he would immediately hit the powerful mechanical creation left by Zhang Chifeng, and directly focus his fire to kill him. That would be unfair. Speaking of which, since I was reborn, I have rarely seen flying machines. Only after Nono upgraded, he could use psychic energy to float, but it seemed that he couldn't fly fast. Even the flying radiation beast, they are all rare. Logically speaking, with the technological level of this era, it shouldn't be possible. You can make full-body prosthesis, but you can't make flying machines? Even a rotorcraft? Isn't that too biased? Could it be that the forces that made flying machines all died in the end, so the technology was lost? Is I flying so fast now? Have I been targeted? At this time, Suyu suddenly thought of something else, and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. On this planet, flying seems to be a very dangerous thing. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but lower his figure a little, to avoid being killed by the sudden divine light from the sky. Luckily, after just 10 minutes, he had already approached the edge of the radiation land, and then he immediately landed in the psionic mist of the radiation land. Fortunately, nothing happened for the time being. In the future, if it is not necessary, it is better not to fly around. Suyu waited for a while, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and looked around, thinking that it would take some time for Iron Dragon to come over. So he might as well think about how to fight Ghost Hidden Blade. Half an hour later, Iron Dragon's figure suddenly appeared on the periphery of the radiation land. His huge figure exceeded the speed of sound, pulling out a long wave of air in the air, and his momentum was extremely shocking. The next moment, his figure suddenly stopped running, and in a short time, he went from the speed of sound to stillness, showing his strong control over his own power. After he stopped, he looked around and waited patiently for another 10 minutes, then shook his head and smiled. Not here yet? Your speed is a bit slow. He regarded the rush just now as part of the competition. Now it seems that his speed is better. When Tai Long started, he was hundreds of kilometers ahead of Su Yu. So he waited for 10 more minutes. But Su Yu still didn't come. It seems that his speed is really not good, and he may not even reach the speed of sound. No fun. Let's go to the radiation area first. Tai Long was too lazy to wait any longer, and walked towards the radiation area. However, when he approached the black radiation mist, he suddenly found a figure in black standing quietly in front of him, as if he had been waiting for a long time. You are late. Su Yu's voice came from the armor. When? Tai Long was a little unbelievable. He had obviously run at full speed before, showing his extreme speed. How come Su Yu ran ahead of him without making any sound? How did he do that? Even if Su Yu was really extremely fast, the noise would be huge. How could he run ahead without making any sound? Tai Long had no idea that Su Yu flew over from the sky. Could it be that he has actually been in the radiation area for the past 2 days, and has not moved at all? Tai Long thought quickly in his heart. And after a moment, he smiled confidently. I think I have discovered the truth. Su Yu didn't know what Tai Long was laughing at. His expression turned cold. Come on. Then he turned around and walked towards the radiation area. Tai Long followed slowly. While walking, he secretly observed Su Yu and thought, this armor of his was not in Li Chongfeng's report before. It looks quite powerful. It contains a strong psionic aura. Could it be a relic of the Ghost Empire? But this armor seems to have no power. Just an empty shell? What's the use of that? But it's no wonder ordinary power armor is not very useful to a 7-star strongman. The 7-star power armor is too precious, and has long been lost. He can only make a shell. Tai Long keenly felt that Su Yu's armor actually had no power. It was just ordinary armor, causing Su Yu to move a little slowly, which was very strange. Tielong's feeling was not wrong. It was Su Yu who asked Nuonuo to shut down the power system. Now Su Yu was using his own body strength to drive the armor. Su Yu shut down the power of the armor, not because he had nothing to do, but because he wanted to try to see if his 3rd-level professional Ghost Hidden Blade could defeat Iron Dragon without relying on the armor. After he took up the Ghost Hidden Blade, he used a trick to seal the tyrannical evil god, and had never fought seriously, but now, he finally had a chance. Iron Dragon wanted to compete with Su Yu, and Su Yu also wanted to practice with Iron Dragon also. I can gain experience. Of course, if I really can't win, Su Yu will immediately call Nuonuo and put the power system online. His strength will increase several times immediately, and he will definitely beat Tai Long violently. The two of them had their own thoughts, and walked silently all the way, heading deep into the radiation land. Unknowingly, they had already penetrated 10 kilometers into the radiation land. The radiation fog here is already quite dense. Ordinary extraordinary people, if they don't have the means to resist, will be destroyed in a short time, will corrode to death. For Su Yu and Tai Long, this little radiation is naturally not a problem. At this time, Su Yu stopped, turned to face Tai Long, and said only 2 words, come on. Then he was about to activate his ability. Wait! Tai Long suddenly stopped him. Su Yu frowned, not knowing what this guy wanted to say. Before the battle, let me introduce myself first, Tai Long said. At this time, his expression became extremely cold. It seemed that all emotions had disappeared, leaving only the crazy fighting instinct. His muscles bulged, and his height of 2.5 meters unexpectedly became taller, like a humanoid radioactive beast. The heartbeat like a war drum came from his chest. Listening carefully, there was more than one heartbeat. It seemed that he had more than one heart. On this planet, the extraordinary people who can reach the 7th star have some origins. I can be promoted to the 7th star because I inherited a little legacy of the human empire 10,000 years ago by chance. I am a super soldier of the human empire 10,000 years ago. A galaxy warrior. Chapter 166 Battle. Mutation. Is Su Yu really the Ghost Emperor? Su Yu heard this, his expression was stern, and he activated holographic perception. Iron Dragon. Type: Human Flesh Type Extraordinary. Profession: Galaxy Warrior. Introduction. Galaxy Warrior is a mass-produced extraordinary soldier developed when the human empire conquered the starry sky 10,000 years ago, using psychic seeds to transform the body, gaining strength and vitality far beyond that of ordinary people. Level: New Soldier. Strength Assessment: 7-star Advanced. Galaxy Warrior, mass production of extraordinary soldiers, new recruits? Is this the new recruit? Suyu looked at Tielong's information, and in an instant, he thought of many things. He had received a new recruit qualification disc of the Giant God Army before. But for the so-called new recruits, Suyu had never had any idea. Now he finally knew. Iron Dragon. A 7-star strongman is actually just a new recruit. Although Tielong, a new recruit of the Galaxy Warrior, is not necessarily the same as the new recruit of the Giant God Army, but it is estimated that there is not much difference. The new soldiers are all 7-star extraordinary people. What about the veterans? What about the non-commissioned officers? And doesn't the 7-star require a ceremony? How are the Galaxy Warriors mass-produced? Psychic seeds? No, that's not right. When the human empire ruled, it was a peaceful period in the subspace. Compared to that period, it was not difficult to complete the ceremony. Zhang Chifeng. The apostle mechanic, the strongest person on the planet. How many stars of extraordinary people is he? The human empire back then, it's really powerful. The more Suyu thought about it, the more confused he was, and the more frightened he was. At this time, Tielong continued to speak. I wonder what profession Mr. Suyu is. Can you tell me? Suyu heard this, recovered from his senses, and also said, Ghost Hidden Blade. He did not hide it, and directly said his profession. Anyway, he has so many professions, he is not afraid of leaking one or two. Ghost Hidden Blade, is it also a 7-star profession? I haven't heard of it, but this name, could it be from the Ghost Empire? Forget it, don't think about it, let's fight. After hearing this, Tielong muttered to himself, and suddenly his eyes showed a fanatical fighting spirit. Boom! His heart roared like an engine, his extremely strong legs suddenly kicked the ground, stomping a large radial pit on the ground. The whole person instantly disappeared from the spot, appeared in front of Suyu, and punched out. The fist broke through the air exploded, mixed with violent spiritual energy, it rushed towards Suyu frantically. So fast! So fierce! Suyu was shocked. The Iron Dragon's short-distance burst was at least twice the speed of sound, and its punching speed was several times faster than its moving speed. It was like a humanoid super mecha. Fierce and messy. With bare hands, it could produce a power beyond that of heavy thermal weapons. This was the Galaxy Warrior. Fortunately, although the Iron Dragon's attack was swift, this speed was still within Suyu's reaction range. So, when the Iron Dragon's fist was about to hit Suyu, Suyu's figure also disappeared. Suyu's disappearance was not due to his speed, but a large amount of black and green phantom energy rose from his body in an instant, covering his figure. These phantom energies were extremely dense, and the speed of their spread was faster than the Iron Dragon's attack. After all, the Iron Dragon was a flesh and blood body. How could it compete with invisible energy and speed? Suyu's phantom energy covered 1,000 meters in a blink of an eye, and it is still spreading. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, it is pitch black, without any light, only strong high-level psionic energy. This is the way Suyu came up with the Ghost Hidden Blade, although it is a close combat profession, but as the name suggests, it is not the type of frontal combat. It is good at hiding, sneak attack, assassination. All kinds of tactics, all rely on high-level psionic energy to master this skill. Now Suyu is releasing a large amount of high-level psionic energy. Create your own phantom energy field to fight. In fact, Li He, after becoming a phantom demon, fought like this. But Suyu was many times stronger than Li He, and was completely on a different level. The area of 1 kilometer was covered by phantom energy, and Suyu immediately felt like a fish in water. At the same time, the impact of the phantom energy explosion also blocked the attack of the Iron Dragon for a moment. Then, Suyu changed his mind and activated the phantom energy control. The surrounding psionic energy immediately fluctuated, pushing his body to move in the air, avoiding the explosive punch of Tielong. It was not his own movement, but the psionic energy that pushed him to move, just like a fish following the current. Without any sound of breaking wind, without any sound, bang! Tielong's violent punch hit the air, only aroused a slight fluctuation of psionic energy, and there was not even a loud sound. As if the energy of the punch, all of them were absorbed by the psionic energy. At the same time, the psionic energy had already enveloped Tielong's entire body, penetrating everywhere, beginning to penetrate, corrode. At this time, Tielong had already lost his vision, and was surrounded by darkness, with only infinite psionic energy. His hearing was also weakened to the limit, and he could only hear a few slight sounds. Not good, this is high-level psionic energy. Tielong secretly said that it was not good. For ordinary psionic radiation, he could easily resist it, but this kind of high-concentration psionic energy, even he felt the danger. He quickly exerted force with his legs again, and rushed out in the direction he came from. He knew that this kind of psionic field must have a range, and with his speed, he would be able to rush out in a dozen seconds at most. But the Iron Dragon rushed for half a minute, but was still within the range of the field. Because Suyu had a violent core, his psionic energy was almost unlimited, so the psionic field was expanding rapidly. And Suyu kept moving with the Iron Dragon. No matter how hard Tielong rushed, he couldn't get out of the range. He could only stop. He was worried that if he continued to rush, he would rush out of the radiation area, which would be like running away right after the battle started, which would be embarrassing. But if he didn't rush out, he would lose his vision and hearing, and be corroded by the endless psionic energy, and could only passively take the beating. What a troublesome ability. It's just the beginning of the 7 stars, Tielong muttered to himself, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became even more intense. Then, he closed his eyes, and at the same time, his 2 ear holes shrank and closed. At the same time, his nostrils, mouth, and even pores were also closed. In a moment, Iron Dragon completely sealed his body, not revealing any breath. The pervasive phantom energy suddenly lost its invasion channel, and the speed of corrosion was greatly slowed down, allowing Iron Dragon to last longer in the phantom energy. But in this case, Iron Dragon's breathing was sealed. He was in a state of holding his breath. But he didn't care. As a galaxy warrior, his organs were different from those of normal humans. Even if he was a new soldier, he could survive in the vacuum of the universe for a short time. Even if he didn't breathe, he wouldn't die. Tielong closed his breath at this time, and then activated another set of internal circulation organs. In a short period of time, his strength did not weaken, but became stronger. Come on. Let me see your strength. Tielong stood there with his abdomen shaking. Make a sound. Although he was not afraid of the corrosion of psionic energy at this time, he could not find Suyu's position, and could only wait for Suyu's attack. As soon as the voice fell, Tielong felt a pain in the back of his head. A big hand covered with armor penetrated from the back of his head, and came out through the skull. On the big hand, there was a gray-white brain, and then it was crushed. Hidden kill. Suyu took advantage of the high-level psionic energy to hide, quietly approached Tielong, and then launched a hidden kill. 5 times the attack power. With one strike, the skull of Tielong, which was many times harder than steel, was penetrated directly, and the brain was pulled out. A blow to the head, a sure kill. And when Suyu approached, Tielong did not even notice it at all. Tielong, a 7-star warrior, was killed instantly by Suyu. However, after a moment, with only half of his head left, Tielong showed a ferocious smile. I got you. He twisted his body, and grabbed Suyu's arm with his big hand. With his other hand, he clenched his fist, and madly punched into the darkness. In a blink of an eye, he punched hundreds of times, and the power of each punch was like a heavy artillery bombardment. Boom! 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 Amid the loud noise, the rich psionic energy around him seemed to be shaken away. Iron Dragon lost his brain, but it didn't affect him at all. His attack power became even stronger. Ha ha! That's it. This is called fighting. A real man should fight head-on. What's the point of hiding? Iron Dragon roared wildly while attacking, and seemed to be enjoying himself. Suyu secretly smacked his lips. This guy has more than one heart, and more than one brain? Is he still a human? Is he a galaxy warrior? Suyu finally understood at this time that Iron Dragon only looked like a human, but was actually a monster. He would not die even if he was shot in the head. Who knows where his other brain is hidden? And even if he knew where the brain was bigger, there was no chance to kill him with one shot. After all, he had been caught, and he could not break free for a while. And Insha also went into a state of cooling down. You want to fight? Right? I'll satisfy you. Suyu was caught by Tielong, and he tried to struggle for a while, but found it difficult to break free. so he did not try to break free, and also raised his fist, urged his strength, and fought Tai head-on. Seeing that Suyu decided to fight him head-on, Tai laughed and let go of Suyu's hand. The two let go of their hands and feet, and did not retreat a single step. It depends on who has the harder fist, who has the strongest power. The deafening explosion sounded wildly. It was hard to believe that this was the sound of two people punching each other. The violent power of the two people collided wildly in a short distance. Suyu was shocked to find that his strength was not inferior to that of Iron Dragon. And even stronger. Suyu had too many professions. Although he had just reached 7 stars, but with multiple professions added together, his physical strength was amazing. Even stronger than Iron Dragon. However, such a crazy fight, Suyu felt that his 5 internal organs were shaking. If it weren't for the protection of the tyrannical armor, he would have been seriously injured. Of course, for him, even if he was seriously injured, he would recover quickly. But Suyu only had one brain, and it was impossible for him to survive a headshot like Tai. But he was protected by the tyrannical armor, and it was impossible for him to be shot in the head. At most, he would have a concussion, and he would recover in a moment. So Suyu was also ruthless at this time, and he fought against Tai without any scruples. What ghost hidden blade? What sneak attack? Now he is a ghost berserker. Tai was surprised to find that he was gradually suppressed. He was suppressed in strength. Didn't you get promoted to 7 stars not long ago? How can you be so strong? Tai couldn't accept it. Previously, Suyu used his ability and speed to sneak attack. Now he was facing him head-on. As a veteran 7-star warrior, he was promoted many years ago. But in a head-on battle, he was suppressed by Suyu. A novice? Wouldn't it be that the speed, strength, and all of them were crushed by Suyu in all aspects? Suyu also had the ability to control the psionic energy, and could launch sneak attacks and assassinations. He had all-round abilities and no weaknesses. This was too outrageous. Did Suyu really just get promoted? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Die! Suyu also lost his temper and punched randomly. Each blow was filled with violent power and the corrosion of high-level psionic energy. He beat Tai so hard that his bones were exposed. All kinds of strangely transformed organs in the body were revealed. And Tai attacks all hit the tyrannical armor, although cracks were made, but the tyrannical armor would repair itself, which meant that the attack was in vain. However, Tai was simply inhuman. His body was almost beaten into rotten meat by Suyu, but as long as Suyu's attack had a little gap, he would start to recover quickly. If this goes on, I don't know how long it will take to kill him. It's still a loss for just taking office. Suyu sighed inwardly. How long has he been in the Ghost Hidden Blade? He hasn't even upgraded to level 1, and he's not proficient in any combat methods. In terms of attack power, he can only rely on the bonus of Hidden Kill, and it can only be used once, and then it will go into cooldown. If the first strike fails, then the follow-up will be weak. Although he suppressed Tai, he couldn't kill him in a short time. If Tai knew about Suyu's thoughts, he would probably be mad to death. He is an assassin who has just been promoted to the front profession, and he is suppressing Tai who has been promoted to the front profession for many years. Still not satisfied? Is there any justice? Forget it. Suyu fought with Iron Dragon for a while, and sighed in his heart. It seems that he cannot kill Iron Dragon in a short time with his own ability. Then let the armor power system go online. He is not interested in fighting with Iron Dragon. This guy has amazing tenacity. Maybe he can fight for days and nights without dying. But as long as the armor is activated, the power will increase several times. At that time, each attack will have the power of hidden killing, enough to smash the Iron Dragon into pieces. Would he still be alive then? However, before Suyu could call Nuonuo, suddenly he stopped, because he found that the psionic energy he released from his body seemed to have reached a certain concentration limit and resonated with the psionic energy in the radiation land and mutated. Suyu thought for a moment, activated his ability, and accelerated this mutation. Boom! The high-level psionic energy released by Suyu suddenly rotated, forming a vortex. A large amount of psionic radiation in the radiation land was absorbed into it. At the same time, they were still compressing automatically, compressing with Suyu as the center. In a short time, the high-level psionic energy that had covered a radius of 10 kilometers was compressed to 10 meters. These extremely compressed psionic energies formed a tall and majestic translucent human figure outside Suyu's body. This figure was 100 meters tall, completely black, wearing black armor, with a pair of blood-red eyes, exuding a cold and arrogant aura, like a proud supreme dark king looking down at his subjects. When this 100-meter figure condensed, the Iron Dragon, who was attacking frantically, was bounced away. The surrounding phantom energy was absorbed by the 100-meter figure, and the Iron Dragon also recovered his vision. Iron Dragon's brain had recovered most of it at this time. He looked at the figure condensed by Suyu with a shocked face, and exclaimed, "What's going on? What is this? Could it be that the Ghost Emperor has been resurrected? Could it be that Suyu is really the Ghost Emperor?" Chapter 167 Dark King. Activate psionic energy. Supernatural Federation. In Iron Dragon's perception, this huge figure is incredibly strong. It far exceeds the level of 7 stars. And Suyu himself is floating in the air at the heart of this figure. Suyu is also a little confused, not knowing why this change suddenly happened. You have gained 20,000 professional experience points. Phantom Hidden Blade LV4. You have gained 12,000 professional experience points. Ghost Hidden Blade LV5. You have obtained Ghost Hidden Blade level upgrade. High-level Ghost Energy Mastery is upgraded simultaneously. The prompts on the occupation panel keep refreshing. Suyu was shocked to find that his Ghost Hidden Blade had actually been upgraded, and in such a short time, it had upgraded more than 10 levels, unbelievably fast. Level 3 occupations are extremely difficult to upgrade. These days, Suyu had also sent the rangers to the Dead Silence Wilderness to hunt down radioactive beasts and gain experience. However, in the Dead Silence Wilderness, the higher-level radiation beasts were almost all killed, and the remaining ones were only 1 star or 2 star. The experience gained from hunting was only 3 or 5 points, which was a drop in the bucket. After working hard for several days, he didn't even level up. Suyu had planned to explore the radiation land after dealing with the Iron Dragon, and find some high-level radiation beasts to kill. Who would have thought that he would suddenly level up for no apparent reason? He hurriedly and carefully sensed the psionic figure outside his body. Want to figure out what's going on? This figure formed by the psionic energy outside my body seems to have life, very similar to the psionic energy in the radiation land, and has some kind of activity. Is this the power of the upgraded Ghost Hidden Blade? Activated psionic energy? Suyu quickly discovered the clue. He had long known that the psionic energy in the radiation land has some kind of activity. Although Suyu reached the 7th star, he could not possess this kind of active psionic energy. Suyu had always suspected that these activated psionic energies are the high-level powers left behind by the Ghost Emperor. Now, Suyu has fought a great battle in the radiation land and released a huge amount of psionic energy, which resonated with the activated psionic energy of the radiation land and directly absorbed them. As a result, Suyu's psionic energy has also become active, and its essence has been improved. So the Ghost Hidden Blade has been upgraded. It even condensed into a 100-meter giant like a king. Speaking of which, the previous Ghost Tribe. Suyu thought of what the Ghost Tribe did in the radiation land. The Ghost Tribe absorbed the active phantom energy from the radiation land to create the Ghost Wolf Cavalry. What Suyu is doing now seems to be similar to what the Ghost Tribe did. However, the Ghost Tribe used the blood of the Ghost Emperor to barely absorb the active phantom energy. Suyu used the ability of the high-level phantom energy to forced resonance absorption is much more domineering. So Suyu did not turn into a wolf cavalry, but condensed a Dark King 100 meters high outside his body. This Dark King 100 meters high. Could it be the Ghost Emperor? Did I summon the Ghost Emperor after all this mess? Suyu was sweating coldly. Could it be that this is really the Ghost Emperor? The fight was too intense just now, and he was beaten out of his previous life? Beside him, Talon also broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, "Boom!" Tielong's voice seemed to disturb the Dark King, who was 100 meters tall, causing him to lower his proud and cold eyes. The next moment, the Dark King's right hand seemed to move, and before Talon could react, he was held in the palm of a big hand. The next moment, with 5 fingers closing, Talon was about to be crushed into a pulp. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Don't kill me. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I just want to spar. I don't want to start a war. Talon shouted hurriedly. He didn't expect that. He would be forced to admit defeat and beg for mercy. I thought Suyu was just a novice who had just been promoted. What danger could there be in sparring? First, he was shot in the head by a sneak attack, then he was crushed head-on, and now he was almost crushed to death. What kind of monster is this Suyu? Give up? Su Yu's mind moved when he heard this. The Dark King, who was 100 meters outside, he stopped the action immediately, and did not crush Tai Long to death. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was not worried about Tai Long's life, but was glad that the Dark King listened to him and did not rebel. If the Dark King did not listen, Su Yu would have suspected whether the Ghost Emperor was really resurrected, and that would have been a big deal. Fortunately, nothing so terrible happened. Tai Long was relieved to see that he was not crushed to death, and hurriedly continued, Mr. Su Yu, I hid my identity before, just to come to the mechanical city secretly, to have a fight with you. My deputy legion commander is too long-winded. If he heard that I wanted to fight with you, he would definitely say a lot of nonsense. I thought he was troublesome, so I hid my identity and came here secretly, not to attack you. Development team. It's a real development team, not an army. If we want to go to war, why would I only send 10,000 people, and even take the initiative to challenge you? Tai Long spoke very quickly, trying to clear up the misunderstanding immediately. Su Yu heard this, and immediately thought carefully, and found that what Tai Long said might be true. From this guy's performance, it seems that he is really not that kind of sinister villain, but just a fighting maniac. However, Su Yu did not let Tai Long go immediately, but stared at Tai Long, which made him feel uneasy. After a while, Su Yu suddenly said, You are not really afraid of death, right? Do you have any trump cards? Su Yu keenly discovered that, although Tai Long admitted defeat, he explained frantically, but in his eyes, there was still a fighting spirit. If Su Yu insisted on killing him, then he would fight to the death. Iron Dragon heard this, and was silent for a moment. And then he said, Galaxy warriors, as the extraordinary soldiers of the Empire to conquer the galaxy, naturally cannot fight barehanded. I have powerful weapons, and power armor, all hidden deep in my body. It's just that they are very broken, and I don't want to use them unless it's a critical moment. Su Yu heard this, nodding, I understand. This makes sense. The extraordinary soldiers of the human empire cannot be big fools who can only use fists. They must have advanced weapons and armor, which are powerful. But it is estimated that just like the prosthesis of the old manager, these armor and weapons are also in tatters, and will be scrapped after a few uses. They are the ultimate trump card of Iron Dragon. So Iron Dragon has been unwilling to use them, unless Su Yu really wants to kill him. The power armor and weapons of the Galaxy Warriors, at least it is at the 7-star level. It must be very advanced and powerful. Since it is broken, maybe I can use the excuse of repair to trick it over, and I should be able to comprehend some legendary blueprints. Tai Long didn't know that Su Yu had already started to think about his power armor and weapons. While Su Yu was thinking, he let the 100-meter Dark King release Tai Long. At the same time, he tried to disarm the Dark King. After a moment, the 100-meter Dark King disappeared. It turned into psionic energy again and merged into the surrounding air. Seeing the Dark King dissipate, Su Yu and Tai Long both breathed a sigh of relief. The oppression of this thing was too strong. Su Yu even felt that it was stronger than the tyrannical evil god at the beginning. With a wave of his hand, he almost killed Tai Long in 1 second. Even the Dark King, in Su Yu's perception, was still getting stronger and his activity was increasing rapidly. It seemed that he was trying to sense each other with some existence deep in the radiation land. Su Yu was worried that if it continued like this, he might really revive the Ghost Emperor. Fortunately, it dissipated honestly without causing any accidents. However, Su Yu found that after the Dark King dissipated, the activated ghost energy did not return to Su Yu's body, but became silent around him. Su Yu estimated that he could only summon the Dark King in this radiation area and could not take him out. Otherwise he would be invincible. Iron Dragon looked at Su Yu falling from the air. He asked tentatively, Mr. Su Yu, you are not really the resurrected Ghost Emperor, are you? Su Yu only replied with 2 words, he. Tai Long had a lot to say, so he could only hold it back. But he had already made a crazy guess in his heart. Judging from his attitude, Su Yu was almost the Ghost Emperor. A strong man from 1,000 years ago was reborn. No wonder he was so powerful. He almost beat him to death when he just entered the 7 stars. Su Yu was too lazy to explain. Tai Long thought he was the Ghost Emperor. So that was it. The best is to scare them into submission. TSK, regardless of whether you are the Ghost Emperor or not, I am impressed by your strength. You have just been promoted. And you are so powerful. You are a rare genius in 1,000 years. From now on, our war city and your mechanical city will be solid allies. We will have more exchanges in the future. Tai Long tsk twice, and gave Su Yu a thumbs up, with a very friendly attitude. Su Yu looked at him and felt that Tai Long was a bit interesting. He looked like a muscular, simple-minded, reckless man. But he was actually scheming. He had just been beaten up by Su Yu, and was almost beaten to death. But now he immediately fawned on him, not at all embarrassed. Seeing that Su Yu did not react, Tai Long laughed twice, and then seemed to have thought of something, and with his hands, he actually opened the wound on his stomach. Then he took out a palm-sized metal token from his stomach and handed it to Su Yu. It seemed that he had taken his stomach as a storage space. Otherwise, with his strength, once he fights, everything he carries on him may be damaged or lost. If he hides it inside his body, it will be safe, unless he dies and his body is searched. Only if he has extremely strong recovery ability can he play like this. Su Yu looked at the bloody thing, felt a little disgusted, and did not take it. Tai Long shook the token, dried off the blood on it, revealed a mysterious pattern on it, and then began to explain. This is the access token of the Supernatural Federation. Some 7-star superhumans from our ruined star jointly formed this union. It is located in a secret place in the subspace. If superhumans above 7 stars are recognized, they can enter with their consciousness with this token. Everyone communicates with each other and shares what they have. I have joined the Superhuman Union for a long time, and I am qualified to recruit new members. Mr. Su Yu, with your strength, it is more than enough to join it. Just accept this token. Su Yu heard this, and then he took the token, sensed it, and found that this thing, indeed, had a mysterious connection with the subspace. Then I'll take it. Thank you. He nodded, and put the token into the armor. This extraordinary union can communicate with other 7-star strongmen, share what they have, which is very useful for Su Yu. So Su Yu doesn't mind that this thing is a little dirty. Anyway, it's just stained with blood. Hee. You're welcome. I'll tell you more about this association, Tai Long said with a smile. After a while, Su Yu had already understood the origin of this extraordinary association. The Extraordinary Association is a secret organization jointly established by 8 7-star or above strong men. The original founder is also the president, and his strength is as high as 8 stars. After becoming a 7-star, his strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. His strength, lifespan, and vitality have all undergone earth-shaking changes. Just like Tai Long, it doesn't die even after its head is blown off. It's simply a monster. Although the environment of the entire ruins planet is harsh, except for the 3 forbidden areas, there are only a few strong people of the same level who can threaten them. Because of their long lifespan, there are few fights between extraordinary people above 7 stars. In most cases, they cooperate with each other. So this federation was established. If there is something to discuss, there will be no need to fight. After all, if you can live well, few people are in the mood to fight to the death. It is better to find a way to go to the Star Sea. Only Tai Long, a battle maniac, would think of picking a fight when he had nothing to do. But there are too few 7-star masters, and he has not had the chance for a long time. So when he heard that Su Yu was promoted to 7-star, he could not hold back and ran out secretly, but he was almost beaten to death. Members of the Federation gather through the subspace once a week, and the next gathering will be in 1 day. Mr. Su Yu, please do not miss the gathering tomorrow. I am an old member of the Supernatural Union. It's a pity that other members don't like fighting. Every time we have a party, they don't pay much attention to me. It's really frustrating. Mr. Su Yu was very powerful in the battle just now. It's quite to my taste. The next party will be lively, Tai Long said in the final summary. Su Yu was speechless. Who would want to please this guy? However, he was secretly surprised. 1 8-star strongman. 7 7-star strongman. The strength of this federation is simply amazing. Su Yu now knows that any 7-star strongman should not be underestimated. And they all have origins and opportunities. Just like the Iron Dragon, he is actually an extraordinary soldier of the Empire 10,000 years ago. The Galaxy Warrior, with strong strength and trump cards. If Su Yu didn't have more trump cards, he really couldn't be defeated. The other 7 stars, and the 8-star, don't know what their origins are. Thinking of this, Su Yu is very concerned about tomorrow's party. I'm really looking forward to it. Su Yu thought about it, and said to Tai Long, I want to explore this place. Do you want to stay here, or come with me? This was his original plan. After dealing with Tai Long, he would explore the radiation area. Now that Tai Long has been defeated, it's time to get down to business. Explore here? Tylon was excited when he heard this. Obviously, he was also very curious about this radiation area, but he was afraid of danger before, so he didn't dare to go deep. But now with the Ghost Emperor leading the way, what is there to be afraid of? However, Tylon thought about it, and suddenly the wound on his body burst, and blood spurted out. His face changed, and he shook his head quickly. Forget it. I'll leave first. If I stay any longer, I'll be corroded to death by the ghost energy. After saying that, he turned around and left in a hurry. Suyu looked at the depths of the radiation land, thinking, Chapter 168, has he really become an evil god? Collect believers, upgrade again. Search for the source core crystal. After Tylon left, Suyu did not take action immediately, but carefully sensed it. He found that he could sense the location of Tylon at this time. Tylon had fought with Suyu for a long time before, and his psionic energy was contaminated on his body. Now these psionic energies have evolved, possessing the properties of activation and becoming some kind of mark. Even from a long distance, Suyu can sense the location of Tylon. Suyu sensed that after Tylon came out of the radiation area, he did not leave immediately, but found an open space to sit down, recovering from his injuries, as if waiting for Suyu to come out. Suyu nodded, slightly relieved. He was worried that Tylon was hypocritical, and that he might appear enthusiastic but actually harbor hatred. After coming out of the radiation area, he would turn around and destroy the mechanical city, which would be troublesome. Fortunately, this did not happen, and Tylon behaved very honestly. But Suyu would not let down his guard. How long has he known Tylon? They just fought a battle, there is no trust between them. After confirming that Tylon would not attack the mechanical city, Suyu set out to explore this radiation land, to find high-level radiation beasts and high-level materials. The first place he had to go to was the source core crystal mine that Pinon had visited last time, which was a known source of materials. Pinon had lost his life last time, but only brought back a source core crystal of low quality. Suyu went there in person this time, preparing to explore the mine to see if he could find a more advanced source core crystal. If successful, he could produce more advanced chips and assemble more advanced rangers. The strength of the mechanical regiment would also increase greatly. He could even upgrade the tyrannical core. The chips used in the current tyrannical core are 10 advanced chips. To be honest, it was a bit of a stretch. He could only rely on the characteristics of the mechanical spirit and the flame of truth, resisting the corrosion of tyranny. Otherwise it would have been scrapped long ago. If there is a special grade chip, the performance of the tyranny core is expected to be improved. As for the excellent grade chip, it is probably not easy to get, and the quality of the source core crystal is too high. As for the legendary grade chip, that kind of thing is too high-end, and Suyu does not dare to expect to find it casually. Suyu activated the armor, and his speed increased dramatically. Soon, he went more than 200 kilometers deep into the radiation area. Came to the mine where we were last time. The last time Pinon came here, it took him 3 days, mainly because there were a lot of radioactive beasts blocking the way, and every step was dangerous. But with Suyu's current strength, he just rushed forward, and arrived in just over 10 minutes, even at half the speed. At this time, some radioactive beasts gathered around the mine. Suyu looked at them. They were all 3-star and 4-star radioactive beasts, and there were quite a lot of them. There were thousands of them. When they gather together, they are quite strong. But for Suyu, it is nothing. These radiation beasts all look strange, and they are chewing stones with their heads down. It seems that they live on the minerals associated with the source core crystal. Radiation beasts are like this. They can survive by eating stones. So no matter what harsh environment, they can still emerge like weeds, and they can never be killed. In order to upgrade, Suyu almost killed all the radiation beasts in the dead wilderness. But in a few months, they will appear again in droves. Suyu thought as he strode forward and walked in front of the radiation beasts. Roar! The radiation beasts saw Suyu coming and immediately showed strong hostility. Suyu's eyes turned cold, and he was about to launch an attack to kill all the radiation beasts and turn them into his professional experience. His ghost hidden blade, which had been upgraded in the previous wave, had reached level 26, which made his physique, and he could master the ghost energy. They are greatly improved. If he fights Iron Dragon again after reaching the maximum level, Suyu is confident that he can completely crush Iron Dragon, making it unable to fight back, and can only passively take the beating. But Ghost Hidden Blade is a 3rd level profession, a full level of 50, and the experience bar is just halfway through, and it is unknown how long it will take to reach the maximum level. So when Suyu saw these radiation beasts, it was like seeing a moving experience pack. But just as he was about to take action, he suddenly stopped. Because he found that, from time to time, a wisp of black gas would rise from the bodies of those radiation beasts. That was activated psionic energy, which was probably the activated psionic energy of the Ghost Emperor. These black gases rose from the radiation beasts and soon merged into the air, disappearing, and no one knew where they went. Suyu saw this and thought about it. Suddenly, his whole body was shocked, and a large piece of black and green psionic energy rose from his body. These psionic energies covered Suyu's body, like a living thing, and transformed into something like tentacles, bearing his fangs and waving his claws. After Suyu's previous transformation, the psionic energy in his body now has a little activity. Covered by these activated psionic energy, from the surface, Suyu has completely lost his human form, as if he has suddenly turned into a terrifying demon king. Roar! When those radioactive beasts saw Suyu's sudden transformation, they were all shocked and turned around to escape. They have an instinctive fear of the activated psionic energy in Suyu. But how could Suyu allow them to escape? The activated psionic energy outside his body suddenly exploded. Hundreds of black and green tentacles flew out, pierced into the bodies of those radiation beasts, infusing them with psionic energy. After a moment, the tentacles retracted, the radiation beasts were stunned, and suddenly bowed respectfully to Suyu, like devout believers seeing their master. You have gained 2 points of professional experience. Ghost Hidden Blade LV26. You have gained 3 points of professional experience. Ghost Hidden Blade LV26. You have gained. The professional panel popped up a prompt, so you actually gained experience from this operation. Although one radiation beast does not provide much, hundreds or thousands of them add up to a lot. The most important thing is that those radiation beasts did not die, but became Suyu's believers, and continued to provide experience for Suyu. Could this be the correct way to upgrade the level of Ghost Hidden Blade? Suyu was immediately delighted. In the past, Suyu upgraded his professional level. All rely on fighting and killing. And then the career panel will immediately feedback experience, and quickly improve. But normally, extraordinary professions have their own ways of cultivation, such as meditation and exercise. There is no such good thing as killing radiation beasts to upgrade. Suyu basically never meditated before, and relied on fighting and killing to upgrade quickly. Unfortunately, after becoming a third-level profession, the experience provided by low-level radiation beasts was too little, and some were not enough to kill, and the upgrade slowed down. He could only consider using a more serious upgrade method, but under normal circumstances. How to upgrade the Ghost Hidden Blade? Suyu had no idea before, but now he finally understood. That is to collect believers and let the believers help him practice. As long as there are enough believers, he doesn't have to do anything, and his experience will increase by itself. TSK. It seems that the serious upgrade method of the Ghost Hidden Blade is quite weird. It seems that the extraordinary person who masters the psionic energy, they all do it this way. I should have thought of it earlier. Suyu looked at the rising experience bar and smiled. At the same time, he thought of Li He and the Ghost Tribe. Both Li He and the Ghost High Priest seem to use believers to gather power and improve themselves. Now that Suyu has become the Ghost Hidden Blade, he can naturally use this method. He just didn't realize this level before. And Suyu's method is much more domineering. Li He needs to cheat and deceive, to establish prestige in the hearts of his subordinates, in order to get feedback. The chief priest of the Ghost Tribe used his powerful strength to restrain the people of the Ghost Tribe, but in the end, he still overturned. Some strong men did not obey him. Suyu did not need to go through so much trouble. He directly burst out the activated psionic energy, and instantly transformed thousands of believers. In this way, I am just like an evil god. The Ghost Hidden Blade, in the way of psionic energy, is already comparable to the secondary evil god of the subspace. It's true. Suyu looked at the radioactive beasts that bowed respectfully to him, and felt a little strange. Has he become the leader of a cult? The tyrannical evil god had previously guessed that Suyu was a subspace evil god, disguised in human skin. Now it seems that he was not wronged. Suyu, who became the Ghost Hidden Blade, is not much different from the evil god. Fortunately, he only collects radioactive beasts as believers, and will not harm humans. Otherwise, he is worried that he will really lose his humanity. If he becomes an evil god similar to tyranny, then the gain will be greater than the loss. It seems that the Ghost Emperor also uses similar means, but it is more sophisticated and more powerful. This radiation land is considered his phantom energy field. All the radiation beasts in it are his believers, providing him with power. Suyu thought of the Ghost Emperor again. Previously, Suyu released phantom energy, formed a phantom energy field, and fought against the Iron Dragon. And this radiation land? With a radius of at least thousands of kilometers, maybe it was all the phantom energy field of the Ghost Emperor. In contrast, the gap between Suyu and the Ghost Emperor was too big, and it was unknown what realm the Ghost Emperor was in. However, the Ghost Emperor's condition seemed to be very bad, and he even lost control of the activated phantom energy. Therefore, Suyu absorbed part of the activated phantom energy through resonance, upgraded a wave of levels, and condensed the shadow of the Dark King, almost crushing the Iron Dragon to death. Now that the Radiation Beast believer has been snatched away by Suyu, the Ghost Emperor has not made any movement. Suyu has an impulse. Should he condense the shadow of the Dark King again, and absorb some of the Ghost Emperor's activated phantom energy, maybe the Ghost Hidden Blade will reach the maximum level directly? But he quickly shook his head. It's better not to commit suicide. Suyu is worried that, if he absorbs too much, the Ghost Emperor will be resurrected in his body. That would be a disaster. And absorbing too much energy from others is not appropriate after all. I should develop my own followers. Although the followers are also fighting for the Ghost Emperor. But after all, it is safer to take a detour. While thinking, he walked forward towards the mine. The mine was winding, and it was unknown how deep it was. Moreover, there was not just one cave, but dozens of caves connected to each other, like a maze. In the mine maze, there were a large number of radioactive beasts. Suyu accepted them all, and soon he had thousands of followers. His Ghost Hidden Blade was finally upgraded to another level, reached level 27. At the same time, Suyu also found a fist-sized source core crystal in the mine. This one is of good quality, and should be able to produce 5 high-level chips every day. Holding the crystal, Suyu nodded slightly and continued to go deeper. After more than half an hour, he had obtained more than 10 crystals, and together, he could produce hundreds of high-level chips a day. But he was still not satisfied. His goal this time was to find a special grade, or even excellent grade source core crystal. However, after Suyu searched, he found that there seemed to be only a few source core crystals left in the mine. This made him very strange. Even if such a large mine had been mined for many years, there would not be only a few things. Could it be that they were all eaten by the radiation beast? Wait, something is wrong. Suyu concentrated and suddenly sensed something abnormal. He sensed that the psionic energy in the mine seemed to be much more active than outside. His expression tightened. He immediately used all his strength to control the high-level psionic energy, and sensed it carefully. Suddenly, the previous feeling became clearer. Suyu felt that the activated psionic energy in the mine seemed to have a core, deep in the mine. And that thing was actually devouring the activated psionic energy. What is that? Suyu was surprised. Besides himself, what else could take advantage of the Phantom Emperor? He quickly chased after it, but sensed that thing again and immediately began to move. Want to run? This thing seems to be afraid of me? Suyu was relieved. This thing didn't look very strong, at least weaker than himself. He also accelerated and rushed towards the direction of the induction. After just a few dozen seconds, Suyu passed through dozens of mine tunnels and finally saw that strange thing. What is this thing? Suyu saw a large pile of source core crystal ore, which was piled together and turned into a thing like a radioactive beast. This thing, it was actually constantly absorbing and releasing the activated psionic energy around it to enhance its own strength. Suyu quickly activated holographic perception. Source core crystal beast. Type: psychic deformation / semi-intelligent life. Introduction: high-quality source core crystal. Even if it is not processed, it has strong computing power. A large number of high-quality source core crystals, and a large number of activated high-level psionic energy, there is a very small probability that it will become a semi-ghost demon, a semi-intelligent life. Once it matures, it can produce a large number of intelligent crystal beasts, set off a terrifying beast tide, kill a large number of humans, thus completing the ritual, obtaining real flesh and blood, and being promoted to 7 stars. Its core can be used to make excellent intelligent chips. Strength evaluation: 6-star top. The properties brought by this holographic perception are very detailed. Suyu had a feeling that he seemed to have just used the mysterious connection between the activated psionic energy directly from the core of that thing. Read: The information obtained is so detailed. It is actually this kind of thing. It seems that the source core crystals in the mine have all been eaten by it. Suyu looked at the properties of this thing and was immediately surprised. It is rare to see a radiation beast that is at the top of the 6 stars and is qualified to impact the 7 stars. Moreover, this thing is a monster that is half ghost demon and half intelligent life, formed by the combination of source core crystals and activated psionic energy. If it is upgraded to 7 stars, I really don't know what will happen. But this thing needs to be promoted. And it needs to kill humans. Suyu will not let it be promoted. Roar! The source core crystal beast saw Suyu coming, and knew that it could not avoid it. So it roared and rushed towards Suyu. Bang! Suyu punched it casually, hitting its crystal-like head. Suddenly, its head shattered to the ground. Although this thing is weird, it looks quite ferocious. But the gap between its strength and Suyu's is too big. How can a 6-star and a 7-star fight? And Suyu is not an ordinary 7-star. Seeing that this thing is so weak, Suyu smiled slightly and attacked again, punching it, breaking it into pieces, revealing a core the size of a human head. Suyu picked up the core and said excitedly, "Is this its core? It can actually make excellent chips?" Chapter 169, Riot in the Land of Radiation. Is the Ghost Emperor really going to be resurrected? Danger of flying. Heart of the source core crystal beast. Quality, excellent. Function, using it, can produce excellent level smart chips. Looking at the core in his hand, Suyu felt really lucky. Smart chips have always been the biggest limitation to the improvement of the mechanical war group's strength. Low-level chips can only produce 2-star rangers, intermediate ones are 3-star, and high-level ones are 4-star. Advanced chips, 4-star rangers, are Suyu's current limit. Then he can only rely on various skill enhancements to continue to improve the strength of the mechanical regiment, but it is not a long-term solution after all. But now, with this core, producing excellent level smart chips, then we can directly mass-produce 6-star troops. Add various skill enhancements, then the strength, I'm afraid it's 7-star. Mass-produce 7-star combat power? The more Suyu thought about it, the more excited he became. Of course, if you want to directly produce 6-star soldiers, the requirements for materials, energy, weapons, etc. are also extremely high. However, after solving the key chip problem, the rest can be slowly figured out. Boom! Suyu was just happy. And at this moment, he seemed to hear a violent roar. The activated psionic energy around him also rioted wildly. What's going on? Suyu was startled and hurriedly ran out of the mine. But he found that the noise outside was even louder. Endless activated psionic energy condensed into a vortex in the sky. Oh my god, what's going on? Suyu felt that the radiation land was rapidly becoming dangerous. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately ran as fast as he could, running toward the outside of the radiation land. In just a few minutes, he had crossed a distance of more than 200 kilometers and arrived outside the radiation land. Looking back, the radiation land with a radius of thousands of kilometers was surging, and it seemed to be coming alive. It seemed that there was an irritable king in a rage. Tylong was waiting outside. When he saw Suyu come out and make such a big noise, he was also shocked. He quickly asked, "Mr. Suyu, what did you do? Why did this radiation land suddenly riot?" Suyu himself didn't know what was going on. How could he answer him? He just laughed twice. Tielong's eyes flickered immediately, and he didn't know what was going on in his mind. He looked at Suyu's eyes, and became a little awed. I guess Tylong still imagined the resurrection of the Ghost Emperor. This was probably the only possibility for causing such a big commotion in the radiation land. Suyu was too lazy to clarify, so let Tylong think whatever he wanted. But, the resurrection of the Ghost Emperor? Tylong did give Suyu an idea. He looked at the source core crystal beast heart in his hand, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. This thing shouldn't be the real Ghost Emperor, a means of resurrection. Right? Otherwise, a pile of ore, how could it suddenly have life? It is extremely unlikely. It is not that easy to encounter. Thinking of the scene of the source core crystal beast swallowing and spitting out the activated phantom energy, Suyu thought more and more that this was possible. In addition, after Suyu killed the source core crystal beast, the radiation land immediately rioted, which further confirmed Suyu's guess. It is estimated that the state of the Ghost Emperor is too bad, and he may even be in some kind of seal. So he revealed a little idea, using this strange method, to revive with the body of the source core crystal beast. But it was accidentally destroyed by Suyu. who beat the Source Core Crystal Beast to death with 2 punches. So the Ghost Emperor was furious, causing a riot in the Radiation Land. Hee. Tai Lung thought I was the resurrection of the Ghost Emperor. Who would have thought that I was the one who destroyed his resurrection? This hatred is huge. Suyu couldn't help but have such a strange thought in his heart. For this Ghost Emperor whom he had never met, Suyu first robbed his resurrection energy, then robbed his believers, and now destroyed his resurrection. What kind of hatred is this? However, Suyu did not regret destroying the resurrection of the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor was not a kind person. From various records, he was a complete tyrant, and there was not much humanity left. The fact that the ruined star became what it is now is largely due to the contribution of the Ghost Emperor. The number of humans who died because of him was calculated in the billions. Although Suyu knew from the information he had known that the Ghost Emperor might stab him in the back at the last moment, the tyrannical evil god was trapped on this planet. Although the tyrant Emperor Ghost was cruel, he should still stand on the side of humans. But a tyrant is a tyrant. His method of resurrection was to use the Source Core Crystal Beast. If this thing wants to be promoted to 7 stars, it needs to kill a large number of humans. Obviously, for the purpose of resurrection, killing a few people is nothing. And he doesn't care at all. But Suyu cares, because he may also be the one killed by the Ghost Emperor. If this Dark King is resurrected, Suyu will either surrender or die. There will probably be no third choice. So the Ghost Emperor, it is better to continue sleeping. It's just a pity. Don't think about exploring the Radiation Land for the time being. Although Suyu didn't regret it in his heart, it was a pity. He still wanted to find some high-level materials in the Radiation Land to build a brutal armor, and find high-level radiation beasts as believers. Now all is gone. The Radiation Land is like this. Suyu dared not go in again for the time being. Otherwise, who knows what strange tricks the half-dead Ghost Emperor has. Maybe he saw that Suyu was in good health and used him as a resurrection carrier. Seeing Suyu fall into deep thought, Tielung's eyes flickered even more. Finally, he couldn't help but asked cautiously, Mr. Suyu, what are your plans for the future? What plans? Suyu heard this and looked at Tai Lung strangely. What plans do you have for the future? It's a very personal matter, how could I tell him? Tielung's question was very rude. But Suyu immediately understood that. Tai Lung was not asking Suyu, but asking Ghost Emperor. Tai Lung was asking, what plans did Ghost Emperor have after his resurrection? After all, Ghost Emperor was a complete tyrant. If he wanted to do the same thing as before after his resurrection, and kill people everywhere, Tai Lung should consider how to get rid of this scourge. Although Tielung's tone was cautious, he was very polite. When facing the young man Suyu, he called him Mr. But if Suyu really threatened him, he would fight to the death immediately, and try to kill Suyu. Suyu still remembered how enthusiastic he was when he was fighting. Of course I have a plan. My plan is to find a way to quickly improve my strength, break free, leave this planet, and enter the Sea of Stars. This ruined planet is too dilapidated. We shouldn't be trapped here for the rest of our lives. Suyu thought for a moment. His expression became serious, and he spoke. This was his real plan. So his tone was sincere, without any falsehood. Huh? Hearing this, Tai Lung let out a long breath and laughed heartily. Ha ha. Mr. Suyu's words really touched my heart. I don't want to stay in this ruined planet for a moment. After I become a galaxy warrior, my lifespan will be at least 1,000 years. Do I have to stay in this broken place for the next 1,000 years? I can't stay here. Galaxy warriors, let's travel the galaxy. Tai Lung seemed to be in a good mood. And he kept talking, Mr. Suyu, if you have such a goal, you can join our supernatural union. Then you have made the right choice. We in the supernatural union have the same goal as you. We have so many 7-star supernaturals. And if we work together, we will definitely be able to achieve this dream soon. At the party tomorrow. If you have any needs, just let me know. Although I want other members to help, it requires a certain price. But there is strength in numbers, and it is much better than working alone. Tai Lung is very enthusiastic. It seems that the addition of Suyu, the Ghost Emperor, has greatly increased his confidence. No wonder he deliberately made friends with Suyu even though he knew that Suyu might be the resurrection of the Ghost Tyrant, and was very dangerous. All for the goal of reaching the galaxy. So, the materials for making the tyrannical armor can be found at the party. Suyu listened, and his mind was moved. There are so many 7-star masters in the supernatural union. It shouldn't be difficult to gather some high-level materials. Right? But The price? What price can I pay? Suyu had already started to calculate in his mind. After a moment, he shook his head at Tailong. Haha. I advise you not to be too optimistic. The truth of this planet is not as simple as you think. Suyu's tone was mysterious, and he stopped halfway through. Looking like a complete charlatan, he figured out what price he could pay, which was information. The truth about the blockade of this planet. This kind of secret. Probably the members of the Extraordinary Union don't know yet. Otherwise, Tailong wouldn't have said this dream will be fulfilled soon. A few 7 stars and 8 stars want to break through the blockade. Are they dreaming? The truth? Tailong heard this, but he became more excited. It seems that this Ghost Emperor, worthy of being an old monster, knows a lot of secrets. Pulling him into the Union was the right thing to do. Tailong was extremely curious at this moment, but he did not ask what the truth was. We still had to wait for tomorrow's gathering, and see how the 7 stars could get together to exchange for this great secret. I am looking forward to tomorrow's gathering more and more, Tailong said with a smile. Me too. Let's go back, Suyu said with a smile. Then the two of them took steps at the same time, running towards the direction of the mechanical city at the speed of sound. It's time to go back. Seeing Suyu walking leisurely, it seemed that the speed of sound was not his limit at all. Tailong was a little curious and asked, Mr. Suyu, how did you get ahead of me before? I didn't hear any movement at all. Have you actually been waiting in the radiation area? Tailong wanted to ask this question a long time ago, but now he had the chance. Suyu glanced at him, chuckled, and pointed to the top of his head. Top of your head? Tailong raised his head quickly, and found that the white track that Suyu had created when he flew into the sky had not yet dissipated. Mr. Suyu, you actually flew here? Tailong immediately understood and exclaimed. Suyu saw this and said casually, I can fly. What's so strange about it? Tailong was silent for a moment. And then he said, this planet is too weird. Flying is extremely dangerous. After our extraordinary union. In fact, before, there are not only 8 members, but also 2 others. But they are dead. One of the members has the ability to control gravity. His ability is so useful. So when he was 6 stars, he was pulled into the Federation. Then, with the help of the members, he was promoted through a ceremony. He was actually fine at the time, but he died strangely in his room the next day. There was no body left, only a black shadow on the ground. The other one was an extraordinary mechanic. He was researching aircraft at the time, and wanted to develop a spacecraft that could enter the starry sea. However, during the first experiment, he was only flying at a low altitude, and suddenly a bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, killing him and destroying his aircraft. So later, no one dared to try to fly casually. Alas. In fact, our supernatural federation said that we wanted to break through the constraints and enter the starry sea, but we didn't even dare to build the most basic low-altitude aircraft, let alone a spaceship. It's really a bit ridiculous. Mr. Suyu, you said that the truth of this planet is not that simple. I believe it. Tailong said in a low voice. Obviously these past events are not pleasant to talk about. And Suyu also felt a chill on his back. I tried to fly before, and I was not killed by lightning. I was really lucky. Of course, it may also be that I flew too fast, the time was too short, and I was not locked by some terrible force. If I fly recklessly in the future, that's hard to say. Suyu even considered whether to add a flight system to the tyrannical armor in the future. It was too dangerous. But soon, he made up his mind. He must add it. He can do without it, but he can't live without it. Tailong quickly recovered from his previous depression and laughed heartily again. But for Mr. Suyu, maybe flying is not that dangerous. With Mr. Suyu here, our chances of success will increase greatly. Tailong looked at Suyu with more eager eyes. This old monster could actually fly. And he didn't die after flying. Suyu's importance increased again. So Tailong then approached Suyu more enthusiastically. And Suyu was annoyed by him. He didn't bother to pay attention to him. Soon, the two of them had returned to a place 100 kilometers away from the mechanical city. The development team and Suyu's ranger army were still in a confrontation. Even some people from the mechanical city came to join the confrontation. Everyone was nervously waiting for the outcome of the battle between the two 7-star powers. Suddenly, everyone saw flying sand and rocks in the distance, as if a storm was sweeping over. But no sound was heard. Looking carefully, they saw 2 figures running at supersonic speed. In just a moment, they came near everyone and stopped. Here they come. Everyone became even more nervous. Who will win or lose in this battle? Haha. Mr. Suyu. Tai Long was still trying to get close to Suyu, then suddenly turned to the people in the development team and the mechanical city, and said loudly, I had a competition with Mr. Suyu, but unfortunately I lost. Mr. Suyu is amazing. He is a rare genius in 1,000 years. I admire him very much. He actually admitted his defeat directly. After saying that, he smiled at Suyu and said, Mr. Suyu, you said so? Suyu nodded helplessly, and then he also said, Iron Dragon Legion Commander really just wanted to compete with me, no ill intentions. The alliance between the City of Machinery and the City of War continues. When these two people said this, both the development team of the City of War and the people of the City of Machinery were shocked. Suyu, who had just been promoted, won? The most important thing is, why does Tai Long look like he wants to please Suyu? Is he defeated? What happened? Chapter 170 Large-Scale Intelligent Chip Manufacturing Equipment, Excellent Level Chip. Although everyone was full of doubts at this time, no one was blind and dared to ask Suyu and Tai Long, the two 7-star bosses. However, for such a battle result, although everyone in the mechanical city was shocked, there was still a feeling of, as expected. It seemed that Suyu's final victory was justified. After all, since Suyu's rise, experienced various battles of all sizes, when did he lose? Even the evil god was defeated by him, not to mention an Iron Dragon. Before, everyone in the mechanical city was worried. Iron Dragon was a 7-star strongman with many years of experience. Maybe he was stronger than the tyrannical evil god. Will Suyu be defeated? After all, the 7-star strongman was too mysterious. No one knew what they had. Now that the result of the war came out, everyone in the mechanical city realized that they had been worrying too much before. As for the War City development team, they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe the facts before their eyes. The invincible leader of the War City, Iron Dragon, was actually defeated by Suyu, who had just appeared in the mechanical city. And Iron Dragon seemed to be trying to please Suyu? Is this definitely not a dream? As a galaxy warrior, Iron Dragon has a long lifespan and has been in charge of the War City for hundreds of years. All the members of the War City grew up listening to his invincible legend. The members of the development team, although they were marginalized people in the War City, but for Tai Long, they still have great awe, even worship him. In their hearts, Tai Long is the symbol of invincibility, the goal they pursue all their lives. Now, this invincible myth was defeated by a young man like Suyu? In these people's hearts, they feel like their dreams have been shattered. They don't understand why Tai Long, such a powerful man, would willingly admit defeat and try to please Suyu. Where is the dignity of the Legion leader? Doesn't he have any face? Doesn't he have a competitive spirit? Is Suyu really that strong? He was defeated? The people in the development team didn't know that. Tai Long really didn't have any face. Because he lived too long, longer than the old manager at that time. And he can live longer with his remaining lifespan, at least 1,000 years. As for whether it is 1,000 years or 2,000 years, even Tai Long himself is not sure. Anyway, he can live a long life. Such an inhuman lifespan makes him care about the so-called face in the eyes of ordinary people. I don't care at all. Anyway, those ordinary people will be almost dead in 100 years. What does it matter what these people think of him? Tai Long? Only a few close people and 7-star masters like Suyu will make Tai Long care. Other people's opinions are just passing clouds. If it weren't for the fact that the previous generation of the Lord of the City of War gave him the heavy responsibility more than 100 years ago, Tai Long would not bother to care about these people, and would have been traveling around, looking for masters to fight with. Normally, if there is nothing serious, he will still pretend to be the commander of the army. But at this moment, in Tai Long's mind, the most urgent task is to serve Suyu, the Ghost Emperor, and find a way to break the shackles and step into the galaxy. That's why Tai Long behaved like that before, with a flattering look, which surprised everyone. Just when everyone was shocked, Suyu spoke again. Commander Tai Long, I will go back first, and see you at the party tomorrow. Suyu is going back to the mechanical city. See you at the party then. Tai Long actually wanted to go to the mechanical city, but seeing that Suyu had no intention of inviting him, he had no choice but to give up. It seems that the previous enthusiasm was in vain. How could Suyu allow Tai Long, a 7-star strongman, to enter the mechanical city? If Tai Long had malicious intentions and suddenly attacked, within a few minutes, the entire mechanical city would be demolished by him. Now Suyu felt that Tailong was not as good as he thought. They didn't trust each other that much, so they wouldn't take risks. After the two said goodbye, they went back. Only the people from the Mechanical City and War City development teams were left staring at each other. Finally, Yanlai came out from the Mechanical City and said, "All the allies of War City, please listen to our arrangements. The Mechanical City and War City's cooperation in developing the project of the Dead Silence Wilderness had officially begun. And obviously, the Mechanical City is in a dominant position. The development team of the War City must listen to the arrangements of Yanlai and his team. In fact, the people in these development teams are all troublemakers, otherwise they would not have become marginalized people in the War City." If Yanlai had said something like, "Listen to our arrangements" before, these troublemakers would have definitely retorted, "Who are you? Why should we listen to you? It should be you in the Mechanical City who listen to us." But no one spoke up now. After all, their idol, the Legion Commander Tailong, was defeated. So who dared not to? On Suyu's side, he started his speed and returned to the Mechanical City in just a few minutes. In fact, it could be even faster. If he flew at 3 times the speed of sound, he would arrive in 1 minute. But Suyu now knew the dangers of flying, and he no longer dared to commit suicide. He honestly traveled at 1 times the speed of sound slowly. After returning to the Mechanical City, he did not rest for a moment. He immediately came to the underground mechanical space. Then he placed all the Source Core crystals, and the core of the Source Core crystal beast, which he had just obtained from the radiation land, on the operating table. "Mechanical Spirit, assist me." "Yes, Master." More than 10 mechanical arms immediately stretched out and surrounded Suyu. Suyu also activated his ability at the same time, and all kinds of materials and metals around him rose and fell. After a full half day, a brand new mechanical device appeared in front of Suyu. This device is quite large, more than 10 cubic meters. Large-scale intelligent chip manufacturing equipment. Manufacturer, Suyu. Grade, excellent. Effect, manufacture a variety of intelligent chips, can run 24 hours a day. Can manufacture 100 high-level intelligent chips, 10 special-grade intelligent chips, 1 excellent-grade intelligent chip every day. This is the result of Suyu's hard work for a long time. He made this device with the harvest from the radiation land. Not bad. Suyu looked at the device with a delighted look on his face. This chip device is much better than the previous one. It can produce 3 types of chips at the same time. And the lowest level is high level. The highest level is excellent. Although it can only produce 1 excellent chip a day, it is also very valuable. To be honest, Suyu has never seen an excellent chip. What does it look like? He has never even seen a special level chip. After this equipment is put into production, Suyu will be able to open his eyes. Moreover, if Nono integrates this equipment, the output will double. However, Suyu did not assemble a new Ranger production line with this equipment as the center, because he felt that the Ranger was a bit monotonous. Moreover, the blueprint of the Ranger was only the special grade. He needed a stronger and more diverse type of troops. But without the blueprint, it would be difficult for him to complete the production line in a short time. I can't think of what kind of troops to come up with. But it doesn't matter, there will be a supernatural gathering tomorrow, and I will communicate with those 7-star masters, and maybe I will get some inspiration. If it doesn't work, I can trick Tielong's armor and weapons over, and study them, and I will definitely get good results. However, Tielong's armor is his lifeblood, and he was almost killed by Suyu before, but he didn't take it out, so I'm afraid it's not easy to trick him, and I need to think about it carefully. Tailong, he also quickly returned to the City of War. As soon as he returned to the city, he ignored Li Chanfeng, who had a face full of grievances, and locked himself in the room. Then he took out a token and began to infuse it with spiritual energy. As a 7-star strongman, even if he was a physical psychic, Tailong was extremely skilled in the use of spiritual energy, even comparable to a 6-star spiritual psychic. Using spiritual energy equipment was naturally a piece of cake for him. After the token was infused with spiritual energy, it soon emitted a faint glow. After a moment, a voice came out of the subspace and entered his mind. "What's the emergency? Why did you suddenly activate the emergency contact? I told you in advance. Don't mention the competition. I don't have time." It turned out that Tailong had just activated the emergency contact of the Supernatural Union and contacted other members of the Union. Something big happened. I finally found hope to leave this planet. Tai Long said hurriedly. Uh-huh. Hang up if nothing happens. Tai Long, don't tell us. We want you to compete with us. To help you break through the 9 stars. So that you can break the blockade and enter the galaxy. When these members heard Tai Long's words, they all laughed. They thought Tai Long was talking nonsense, and wanted to hang up the communication immediately. They knew who Tai Long was. This guy had joined the Supernatural Union for hundreds of years. Besides always wanting to fight with them. What serious things could he do? Could he do mechanical research? Or develop psychic energy? Just a muscle barbarian. Don't hang up in a hurry, listen to me in detail. Tai Long quickly told all kinds of information about Suyu, and his guesses. All of a sudden, the other members of the Federation all fell silent. After a while, several irritable voices roared out. Such a big thing, why did you say it now? You knew about Suyu's existence a long time ago, why didn't you mention it at the last party? Old monsters like the Ghost Emperor may indeed have a way to leave this planet, but the party is tomorrow. With such a short time, we don't have time to prepare at all. Facing this old monster, if we are not prepared, we will all die if we are not careful. Tai Long, you bastard, it's been more than 100 years, can you be more reliable? Everyone cursed Tai Long for a long time like a storm. Tai Long held the token a little further away, as if he was worried that the saliva from the other side would spray along the token. After a while, he spread his hands nonchalantly and said, I just wanted to test him. I will tell you after the result of the test. And discuss whether to bring him into the Federation. Who knew that we would fight right after we met? And we didn't know each other without fighting. I saw that the atmosphere was like this. So I gave him the qualification token and asked him to attend the party tomorrow. Don't blame me. I was not enthusiastic. And I was afraid that he would beat me to death. Don't worry. I think Mr. Suyu is very rational and calm. As a galaxy warrior, I have a very strong sense of life and death crisis. Tomorrow's party should not be dangerous. Haha, Mr. Suyu said, the secret of this planet is not that simple. He must know a lot of top secret information. Tomorrow's party will definitely yield great results. Tai Long said confidently, and there was another storm on the other side. Your sense of crisis is useless, you are not in danger, but that doesn't mean we are not in danger. Tai Long curled his lips, these guys are really cowardly. I fought myself to death. My head exploded once. And I was almost crushed to death by Suyu. And finally, I recruited such a heavyweight member. What else are you dissatisfied with? Fortunately, in the end, an old voice came out, be quiet. Suddenly, everyone's voices stopped. Tai Long also looked solemn, and said respectfully, President. It turned out that the owner of this old voice was the president of the Extraordinary Federation. The only 8-star extraordinary person. After reaching the 7th star, it is extremely difficult for a superhuman to break through. Tai Long was a 7th star more than 100 years ago. And he is still a 7th star now. As for how to break through to the 8th star, he still has no idea. He always wants to find someone to compete with. But in fact he is also trying to find a way to break through. Trying to break through by fighting. The other members are similar. The president can break through to the 8th star, which makes him particularly respected on this planet where strength is respected. Not to mention, the president is the founder of the Extraordinary Union, and has a higher status. Moreover, the president's ability and profession are also very special, which is of great use to break through the shackles and enter the Star Sea. After hearing the president's speech, everyone fell silent. Then, the president continued, Tai Long, you did a great job this time, and your contribution is great. However, if Mr. Suyu is really the resurrected Ghost Emperor, it is indeed extremely dangerous. Let's hold a small meeting in advance today, discuss a way to deal with it. The small meeting of Tai Long and his friends lasted for more than an hour. On Suyu's side, the chip equipment that had just been made also ran for more than an hour. Because of Nono's fusion, the equipment produced more than a dozen high-level chips in this hour. And a special grade chip. Is this a special grade chip? Suyu took the special grade chip that had just been produced and observed it carefully. This level of chip, it was the first time he had seen it. However, this chip looked not much different from other chips. So Suyu thought about it, and waited to call over a high-level ranger, which was just produced on the production line next to it. Suyu opened its core, and loaded the special chip into it. Then he downloaded the mechanical spirit's replica into the chip. Buzz. Soon, the ranger began to change. The various metal parts on its body, all of them are trembling. It is the mechanical spirit that is using the powerful computing power of the special chip to optimize the various movements of the machine. Suyu found that the movements of this ranger are becoming more and more smooth and perfect. Like a veteran soldier who has experienced hundreds of battles. There are no unnecessary movements and no energy waste. There is only the precision and strength of a one-hit kill. This feeling is something that no ranger has ever had before. Even though Suyu had previously used various amplifications, I raised the power of some rangers to 6 stars. But I didn't feel that way. This is the feeling brought by the powerful computing power. Accurate and efficient. Intelligent Combat Machine Ranger Type 1. Producer, Suyu. Grade, Special Grade. Features, Cluster, when the number of combat machines of the same type reaches more than 10. A combat swarm can be formed. And the main brain computing power is increased by 20%. Equipment. Comprehensive Strength Assessment, 5-star Intermediate. Chapter 171 Entering the Subspace. The True Power of the Ghost Hidden Blade. 5 stars. Suyu looked at the attributes of this ranger and nodded. This ranger, with the computing power of the special chip, has indeed improved its strength by 1 star. In fact, in terms of body materials and power energy, this ranger has not improved at all. What has been improved is computing power. Every action and every attack of the ranger is the result of chip calculation. The stronger the computing power, the more accurate the calculation, and the better the effect in battle. It's like an ordinary person and a warrior who has learned fighting and has experienced many battles. In terms of physical strength, the two are actually similar, but their fighting power is incomparable. The warrior can hang up and beat ordinary people. Now, this ranger equipped with a special chip is like an ordinary person, transformed into a skilled warrior. Of course, if a stronger material is used, stronger energy, even without a special chip, it will be very powerful. But strong materials, stronger energy, how can it be so easy to get? In comparison, it is easier to improve computing power. After all, the chip is so small, and the production requires very few resources. As long as there is chip manufacturing equipment, it can continuously produce chips and improve the strength of mechanical creations. However, Suyu was still not satisfied. On the chest of his armor, the tyrannical core, suddenly, a black-green light shot out, shining on the special grade ranger. Soon, the ranger changed again. Its body became more solid. Its heart core became more powerful. And it was also stained with some tyrannical aura. Its strength was upgraded again, becoming a 6-star intermediate. Tyrannical enhancement. This is a no-cost business. It does not require any resources. And it can increase the combat power of the creature by 1 star out of thin air. Only Suyu kidnapped the tyrannical evil god's thoughts. Only then can such a heaven-defying thing be done. In this way, we can mass-produce 6-star combat power, at least 10 a day. Suyu calculated in his heart, very happy. In the past, he used various skills to strengthen, and could barely upgrade some creations to 6 stars. But now, directly mass-produce. 10 a day, 300 a month, 3,000 a year. Fuse Nono, and the output will double again. And when fighting, use various skills to increase the power, the strength of these 6-star rangers will increase dramatically. Even if there is only one. It cannot beat the 7-star strongman. But ants can kill elephants with their numbers. If hundreds or thousands of them rush forward, even the Iron Dragon will be crushed. Moreover, these are only special grade troops. Suyu still has an excellent grade chip, which he has not used yet. However, the limit of the Ranger blueprint is the special grade. For a while, even if the excellent chip is made, it can only be used on the tyrannical armor. There is also the main engine of the mechanical spirit, which can be upgraded at the same time. In short, Suyu has this large chip manufacturing equipment, and the strength of his mechanical regiment will definitely surge soon, and will be stronger than his body. In fact, this is common sense. As a mechanic, the strength of the mechanical regiment is stronger than the body, which is reasonable. Only Suyu is not only an extraordinary mechanic, but also a third-level physical profession like Ghost Hidden Blade. As a result, the mechanical regiment is far less powerful than his body. When I met Tylon before, I had to fight him myself. Sure enough, I prefer fighting in a group to fighting alone. Next time I meet a guy like Tylon, I don't need to fight him myself. Let him see how powerful the mechanical regiment is. Suyu smiled and looked at the device, which continued to produce chips. 10 hours later, the first excellent chip was finally produced. Excellent chip, it looks the same as an ordinary chip. Suyu tried to install it on the Ranger, and found that it was useless. And it was no different from the special grade. Suyu understood that this was the limit of the Ranger. No matter how powerful the computing power is, no matter how the action is optimized, the limit of the blueprint design is there. Sure enough, we must develop stronger arms. Suyu pondered for a moment, and put away this excellent grade chip to be used later. For the next period of time, Suyu stopped working and took a nap. Working non-stop every day. Even a 7-star expert would not be able to bear it, and rest was still necessary. However, with his current physical strength, sleeping for an hour or two would ensure that he would be energetic for several days. If necessary, it would not matter if he did not sleep for several months. But now it was obviously not necessary. So he should sleep for a while. Suyu found his bed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Then, he had a dream. In the dream, he seemed to have become a supreme emperor with great power, ruling the entire planet. In the dream, he was very cruel, and his subjects would be ruthlessly slaughtered if they did not please him. Occasionally, some people could not stand it and chose to rebel. But in front of his strong personal strength and loyal army, they were suppressed in a blink of an eye. Under his governance, the country became stronger and stronger, but the population became smaller and smaller. But he didn't care at all, because he had a grand plan. Get out! Suyu was sleeping, when he suddenly heard a roar, and then woke up. What's going on? He turned over and woke up, still a little confused. What I just dreamed of was the Ghost Emperor? After a moment, Suyu came back to his senses and understood what he had just dreamed of. TSK, it's really haunting, and it doesn't stop even when I sleep. Suyu was a little speechless. I was sleeping by myself. What did I do to offend anyone? And I was scolded. Actually, Suyu already had a guess in his mind. He absorbed the revitalizing energy of the Ghost Emperor, and had a connection with the Ghost Emperor, so he dreamed of him, and even read part of his memory. However, at the critical moment, he was discovered by the Ghost Emperor, and he was expelled. The Ghost Emperor, whose memory was read by Suyu. A young man from the future. No wonder he cursed out loud. So, I am the invader? As Suyu thought about it, he suddenly laughed, and his smile was relaxed. Originally, he absorbed the revitalizing phantom energy of the Ghost Emperor. And although he was upgraded, he was still a little worried. He was worried that the Ghost Emperor would one day revive in his body through the mysterious connection of phantom energy, and take over another body and be reborn. That would be a disaster. But now, through the dream just now, Suyu deduced that the truth might be the opposite. And he himself was the one who invaded. He could actually be in a dream, read the memory of the Ghost Emperor. Maybe one day when Suyu sleeps, he will follow the mysterious connection of the ghost energy, and take over the Ghost Emperor's body, and really become the Ghost Emperor. This situation is also very bad. But for Suyu, it is obviously better. Of course, this situation is unlikely to happen, after all. The Ghost Emperor must have been prepared. The Ghost Hidden Blade profession seems to be very unusual. Not only can it seal the tyrannical evil god's thoughts, it can even reversely affect the Ghost Emperor. Although the conditions of these two are not very good. But the profession of Ghost Hidden Blade is also extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do this. After all, I have just reached the 7 stars. At this time, Suyu discovered for the first time that the profession of Ghost Hidden Blade is a bit ridiculously strong in the field of psionic energy. It is worthy of being the only stable result of the human empire's research in the field of psionic energy. It is really extraordinary. By the way, how are my believers? Suyu recalled the thousands of radiation beast believers he had collected with the power of the Ghost Hidden Blade in the radiation land. He quickly sensed carefully. And sure enough, those believers were still there. It was estimated that the Ghost Emperor had not discovered the abnormality of these radiation beasts. In fact, Suyu felt that his believers were still increasing. Those radiation beasts seemed to be actively infecting other radiation beasts to preach. You have gained 30 professional experience points. Ghost Hidden Blade LV28. You have gained 10 professional experience points. Ghost Hidden Blade LV28. You have gained Ghost Hidden Blade level up. High-level psionic mastery is also up. Thanks to the efforts of those radiation beasts, Suyu's Ghost Hidden Blade has been upgraded to the next level. It seems that, at most 1 month, he will be able to upgrade Ghost Hidden Blade to the maximum level. At that time, his high-level psionic mastery skill will be upgraded to course specialization. I don't know how strong it will be. And when the ghost-hidden blade reaches the maximum level, he can start preparing to complete the ritual and be promoted to War Mechanic. Once completed, he will have 2 third-level professions, and may even unlock a third-level profession. So, if you want to break through the shackles and leave this planet, you still have to rely on me. Iron Dragon did the right thing by pulling me into the extraordinary union. Buzz? Suyu was thinking, when suddenly a spiritual energy fluctuation came from his side. He turned his head, and saw that it was the token that Tai Long had given him, which was vibrating. Is the party about to start? Suyu understood immediately. He had been back to the mechanical city for more than 10 hours. And it was the next day. It was time to start the party. He picked up the token, observed it carefully, and then tried to infuse the psionic energy into it. Then he found that the structure inside the token was very simple, with only 2 functions. One function, it is a timer. When the time is up, it will emit a slight psychic fluctuation to remind the owner. Another function is to record a coordinate, and some related knowledge. But Suyu couldn't understand the coordinate. He could only read the knowledge first, and then he realized that the coordinate was not in the real world, but in the subspace. According to the records of the knowledge, the subspace is very chaotic and distorted. If you enter without coordinates, it is easy to get lost. But correspondingly, if there are clear coordinates, it often only takes a thought to arrive. And it takes almost no time. The coordinates recorded in this token are the location of the party. Suyu only needs to separate a part of his spirit, pass through the subspace gate, enter the subspace, and then recall the coordinates in his consciousness. And he can enter the party scene instantly. At the same time, the token also reminds Suyu not to put all his spirit into the subspace. Otherwise, you are very likely to get lost, never be able to return to your body, and become a wandering soul in the subspace. As for letting your body enter the subspace, it is absolutely forbidden. It is a pure act of seeking death. It's really interesting. Suyu read this knowledge carefully and felt that his eyes were opened. Although he has been promoted to the 7th star, a subspace door has long been opened in his body. But he has never entered it, mainly because he knows too little about the subspace. The most important thing is, Suyu's promotion ceremony was to beat up the evil god Tyranny's mind. And then, he was promoted successfully. If he enters the subspace and runs into Tyranny's body, it will be a disaster. However, according to the knowledge recorded in this token, Suyu finally understood that the subspace is too distorted and is completely different from the real space. Even if it is the real body of Tyranny, without the coordinates, he should not be found. In fact, this is common sense. If the real body of Tyranny, if he could find him easily, he would have come to him with the help of the subspace gate in his body. Suyu was just too cautious before. But it is better to be cautious. Now, even if he has obtained this knowledge, Suyu did not rush in, but fell into deep thought. I don't know whether this knowledge is true or false. If there is deception in it, it will be dangerous for me to enter the subspace. But if I don't enter, how can I verify the truth of this knowledge? And I want to join the party. I have to go in. Then, give it a try. Suyu thought about it carefully, and decided to give it a try. It's okay to be cautious. But you can't scare yourself and not dare to do anything. Otherwise you will be trapped. Suyu pondered for a while. And suddenly a large amount of psionic energy emerged from his body. These psionic energies floated in the air, forming a distorted human figure. This is Suyu using the activated psionic energy to infuse some of his spirit, the consciousness clone created. This method is also recorded in the token. Other 7-star masters need a certain amount of time to practice to master this skill. As long as Suyu is willing, he can master it quickly. Ghost Hidden Blade is particularly good at this. As soon as this spiritual clone appeared, it immediately pounced on Suyu's body and disappeared. It has passed through the subspace gate in Suyu's body and entered the subspace. Suyu's clone, as soon as he entered the subspace, he immediately felt an infinite power coming. With this clone as the center, it quickly gathered and became stronger. In a short time, this clone was even stronger than his original body. It seemed that he had another body in the subspace that was stronger than the real one. So as soon as he came in, he immediately settled in. Before Suyu could adapt to this change, he suddenly felt keenly that in an unknown place, there was a powerful, ancient, brutal, tyrannical, the boundless and terrifying will is sleeping. But because of my arrival, this terrifying will seems to have awakened a little bit and is about to cast a look. The subspace I entered on the ruined star is naturally the subspace range corresponding to the ruined star. Zhang Qinfeng's seal, obviously is not only the material world of the ruined star, it also includes the subspace corresponding to the ruined star. So this will. Fuck, is this the real body of tyranny? Suyu felt cold all over. He felt familiar with that will. It was tyranny evil god. But it was more than 1,000 times stronger than the previous split consciousness. He had a hunch that as long as he was noticed by that consciousness, he would be worse than death. No, I can't let him see me. Return to reality. No. It's too late, I have to hide, I can't let him see me. At this time, Suyu had only one thought in his mind, I have to hide, I can't be seen. Then the next moment, Suyu was shocked to find that, under that strong desire to hide, I seemed to have really disappeared and hid. The tyrannical body's eyes swept over, but only stayed for a moment, and then ignored Suyu, and fell asleep again. So this is the ghost hidden blade? Chapter 172 Attending the party. The faceless man of phantom energy. Suyu descended. At this time, Suyu finally understood what the ghost hidden blade was. It turned out that this profession could only truly exert its strength in the subspace. Under the gaze of the will of the tyrannical evil god, he actually hidden himself, so that the tyrannical body did not find him. Although it was also due to the poor condition of the tyrannical body. The power of the ghost hidden blade is also the key. It seems that my previous caution was right. As soon as I entered the subspace, Bauer noticed it immediately. It is probably because I fought with his clone for too long before, and was contaminated with some aura, which attracted attention. Fortunately, there is the special ghost hidden blade. Suyu thought to himself that he was lucky, and he almost stepped into the trap. It can't be blamed on the supernatural union for not reminding him. This kind of inside information, even Suyu just learned it, how could the supernatural union know it? And Suyu was going to explore the subspace after all. This crisis was inevitable. Fortunately, he escaped unharmed. The original body of the tyrannical evil god probably only sensed a little abnormal aura. Took a casual look, and didn't see anything. So he stopped paying attention. Suyu suspected that the original body of tyrannical had no memory of fighting with him at all. Otherwise, he would not let it go after just one look. After all, the tyrannical clone was sealed in the tyrannical core. Maybe the memory was not transmitted back to the main body. The ghost hidden blade profession seems to be good at lurking and assassination. Looking at this performance, it can't be used to assassinate the evil god. Right? Suyu couldn't help muttering in his heart. He felt that his previous use of the ghost hidden blade's ability to fight against the idiot Talong seemed a little unprofessional. Now in the subspace, facing the gaze of the tyrannical evil god's main body, this professional is indeed right. And the promotion ceremony of the ghost hidden blade, the requirement is to face the evil god directly. Fight with him. And even defeat him. This kind of ritual requirement is too targeted. The Empire developed this profession in the past, which seems to be very meaningful. It is probably designed to target the evil god. The Tyrant Ghost Emperor seems to be similar to the evil god, so he is also targeted by the ability of Ghost Hidden Blade. After Suyu sorted out these thoughts, he had time to observe his surroundings and his own state. Then he found out. What the hell is this? The scenery in the subspace is very abstract, full of all kinds of distortions. Crazy pictures, colors, and lights, like the dream of a mental patient. No normal scenery can be seen, let alone finding the direction. Suyu only took a look and felt dizzy. If an ordinary person came here, he would probably fall into madness in an instant. He looked down at himself and found that he couldn't even understand what he looked like now. I couldn't figure out what state I was in. But after a while, he found that his consciousness was slowly changing, and he actually began to adapt to the environment here. Slowly, he could actually understand the images and lights around him, and interpret a lot of information from them. That information was all kinds of emotions, thoughts, and even memories, knowledge. These abstract things, combined together, plus some mysterious characteristics of the subspace, eventually turned into a magical energy. Psychic energy. So this is psychic energy. Suyu saw what psychic energy was for the first time. The thoughts, ideas, memories, and knowledge of various creatures, fused in the subspace, became a powerful energy that could affect the material world, psychic energy. Of course, what Suyu saw was only some of the manifestations of psychic energy in the subspace, only part of its essence. Its true core essence must be even more mysterious, not something that Suyu can see through now. Suyu looked down at himself again. He found himself in the subspace, also a ball of psychic energy. It seemed that there was no difference between it and the psychic energy next to it. No wonder the tyrannical evil god didn't find him when he looked over. After all, he had merged with the surrounding environment and was indistinguishable from each other. Is this my invisible state? Suyu understood. So he moved his mind and tried to cancel this invisible state. The next moment, his state changed immediately. He changed from a ball of ordinary psychic energy to another darker, deeper, and more bizarre power. Psionic energy. His body in the subspace was, of course, made of psionic energy. A large amount of high-level psionic energy formed a green figure in this bizarre subspace. This figure was wearing a long hooded robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. In the robe, there were countless strange tentacles, which kept wriggling, and looked creepy. While looking at his own body, Suyu felt endless violence, pain, madness, hatred, cruelty, and other extreme emotions. This is part of the essence of psychic energy. These strange energies seem to be similar to psychic energy, but the emotions and thoughts contained in them are very extreme and violent. Just like the difference between a normal person and a mental patient. And because the emotions and thoughts contained in them are too crazy. Psychic energy is more extreme than ordinary psychic energy. More bizarre. More aggressive. It is indeed the energy controlled by the evil god. Suyu was secretly shocked. The energy of phantom energy contains two extreme emotions and thoughts. Ordinary people cannot touch it at all. Otherwise they will be affected by the extreme emotions and become inhuman, frenzied and cruel. But the strange thing is that Suyu is not affected by it at all, and remains sober and rational. Obviously, this is the characteristic of the ghost hidden blade profession, so that he can safely master this strange power. Suyu couldn't figure out the principle now, and could only slowly explore it later. It seems that Bowen didn't notice that I had appeared. Suyu had already lifted the invisible state at this time, but the terrifying sight from before did not come again. It is estimated that during the process of his state transformation, he had washed away the abnormal aura on his body, and would not alarm Bowen's original intention again. Suyu was relieved. It's time to go to the party, Suyu thought to himself, and began to recall the subspace coordinates. This thought filled his body. Soon, his body in the subspace merged into the surrounding psychic energy again and disappeared. Deep in the subspace, in a hidden coordinate, Suyu suddenly appeared. Subspace travel is really magical. Suyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He just recalled the coordinates in his consciousness. He moved to this place out of thin air. If it were so easy to move in reality, that would be great, wouldn't it be the vast sea of stars, where one could roam freely? He sighed in his heart, while observing the surrounding environment. He was surprised to find that this place was not as distorted as other places, but presented a scene similar to reality. This was a hall. In the middle of the hall was a long table, surrounded by high-backed chairs. 8 figures, sitting around the long table. These 8 figures, both male and female, old and young, all had strong auras, and were full of surging spiritual energy. At this time, they were talking. Tai-Long, that Mr. Suyu, why hasn't he arrived yet? Subspace movement takes almost no time. He should have arrived long ago. A young woman asked. How should I know? Another tall figure spread his hands, and answered casually, looking at his face. It was Tai-Long. You? The young woman was very dissatisfied with Tai-Long's attitude, and was about to get angry. Don't be impatient. It should be coming soon. Another middle-aged man stopped the conflict. He was looking at the entrance of the hall. This hall was built by the 8 of us with spiritual energy. It is enough to resist the invasion of any malicious existence. Could it be that Mr. Suyu has malicious intentions? So he was blocked outside? A middle-aged woman said. I knew he must have malicious intentions. We shouldn't let him know the coordinates. Here, we all appear in a state close to our essence. If that Suyu is really the Ghost Emperor, he will see our essence, and he will most likely lock onto our real bodies. Then we will be in big trouble. If we are not careful, we will all die, or even be transformed into ghost demons, and face a dilemma between life and death. A young man had a gloomy face. Yes, I also think this is too dangerous, but if he has bad intentions, being blocked outside, there should be some movement. An old woman said. Is the Ghost Emperor really that scary? A childlike person asked curiously. No one answered him, as if he asked a stupid question. The Ghost Emperor once ruled this planet, causing endless killings. Countless billions of humans died under his cruel rule. If he is not scary, then who is? If it were not for the dream of breaking free from the shackles, and stepping into the sea of stars, They would rather die than have anything to do with such a terrifying person. At this time, at the top of the long table, an old man with white hair and beard slowly said, "Don't worry too much. This hall uses the subspace protection technology left over from the human empire. Even if Mr. Suyu is really the resurrection of the Ghost Emperor, as long as he has malicious intentions, he can't enter here. Even if he has no malicious intentions, he must enter from the entrance of the hall, so that we can observe, be prepared in advance." As soon as the old man spoke, everyone's expression calmed down a lot. This old man is the president of their extraordinary federation, an 8-star strongman, Xiao Xiaomin. Yesterday, after knowing that Su Yu was coming to the party, Xiao Xiaomin, the powerful president, was also facing a great enemy. Immediately summoned all the other 7 members, gathered their spiritual energy, and built this hall. The purpose is to guard against possible attacks. Facing a figure like the Ghost Emperor, no matter how careful you are, it is not too much. Hearing the president's calm and confident words, the other members immediately felt relieved. They were still very convinced of the president's ability. But the problem came again. After a moment, everyone stared at the door of the hall and couldn't help but ask again, "So, why hasn't Mr. Suyu appeared yet?" Faced with this question, even Xiao Xiaomin couldn't answer it. "Tai Long, didn't he stand you up? You're not coming at all?" The young woman at the beginning smiled at Tai Long. Tielong's face darkened, but he was also a little confused in his heart. Is he really stood up? There's no reason. Mr. Suyu is not that kind of person. Just then, a gloomy voice suddenly appeared. "I'm here." This voice is very strange, as if countless manic mental patients chorused together, composed this sentence. Ordinary people would go crazy after hearing a little bit of this. Even the 7 stars would feel extremely upset after hearing this. Following this voice, a strange figure wearing a hood, with a dark green body and creeping tentacles, appeared out of thin air beside the long table. It was Suyu. He finally showed up. It turned out that Suyu had just listened for a long time, and found that no one could see him at all. He immediately understood that when he was moving in the subspace just now, he had entered the invisibility again. State. Even the tyrannical evil god's mind could not see through this invisibility, let alone these people? After listening to the crosstalk for a while, Suyu felt that if he didn't show up again, he would be suspected of standing up. So he lifted the invisibility and showed up. With the appearance of Suyu, the tyrannical and crazy nature of his body, which belonged to the high-level psionic energy, immediately filled the entire hall. Originally, this hall was very calm, bright, and the atmosphere was peaceful. But as soon as Suyu appeared, the environment immediately became dark and gloomy. On the surrounding walls, twisted and wriggling tentacles were projected, spreading brutality and madness. Suyu's appearance, this time, was completely like the arrival of a great evil god. What is that? Why did he suddenly appear? This breath is so terrifying. Run! Everyone was frightened, and they all shouted loudly, retreated suddenly, and moved away from the sudden appearance of Suyu. Whether it was the powerful president, even the seemingly reckless Iron Dragon, are no exceptions. In fact, Iron Dragon did not recognize the strange-looking Suyu at all. I thought some evil creature from the subspace had come in, but it was so silent, and it was so close to him, which was fatal. If it were someone who was less courageous, they would be scared to death. Others had almost the same idea. The president, who was originally calm and composed, was so frightened that his beard was crooked. It was said that the imperial technology could resist malicious invasion? How could it be useless? How could Xiao Xiaomin know that? Suyu's profession was also the result of the empire's top technology, and it seemed that Suyu's technology was obviously more advanced. Bang! 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 The whole hall and the long table exploded everywhere. It was because everyone was too shocked, and the powerful spiritual energy leaked out, destroying the environment. However, the walls of the hall were not destroyed in the explosion. It seems that this hall is indeed very solid, enough to resist malicious invasion. Unfortunately, for Suyu, it is useless. First, he really has no ill intentions. Second, even if he has malicious intentions, this thing doesn't seem to be able to stop him. Suyu looked at the shocked expressions of the crowd, just shook his head calmly, found a long high-back chair and sat down, then whispered, "Aren't you waiting for me to come? Why are you so panicked?" His voice, still strange and gloomy, as if countless mental patients were singing together. After a while, Tai Long finally tentatively said, "Are you, Mr. Suyu?" Suyu smiled slightly. "Yes, I'm here to attend the party." "Why, I haven't seen you for just one day. Tailong Legion Commander, you don't recognize me? Chapter 173 United Members. 7 Extraordinary Professions. After hearing this, Tailong carefully observed Suyu again, and then asked with a look of surprise, "Is it really you? Why are you like this?" Suyu shook his head. "After I entered the subspace, I became like this. It's the special nature of my profession." Tailong was a little surprised. "Ghost Hidden Blade?" Suyu nodded. At this time, Tailong seemed to have eliminated some of his vigilance. In addition to Suyu's strange appearance, despite the sinister voice, his thinking was very rational, and his attitude could even be called friendly. Tailong walked up to Suyu with courage, and looked him up and down. After a while, he actually showed admiration on his face. "Mr. Suyu. Hey! Your look is really mighty and majestic. I thought my galaxy warrior, with a height of 2.5 meters, was already mighty enough. But I didn't expect that it would pale in comparison to you. TSK. Tailong. This guy has a very different way of thinking. When others see Suyu's weird appearance, they are all frightened and cautious. Tailong actually admires him very much, and even envies him a little. However, what Tailong said about Suyu's majestic and domineering appearance is not false, because Suyu is a head taller than Tailong at this time, nearly 3 meters tall, wearing a hood, with tentacles wriggling, weird and mighty. In this hall, he can be said to stand out from the crowd, making everyone look up to him, casting a large dark shadow, bringing strong psychological pressure. Suyu heard this, and could only remain speechless. In fact, he didn't want to do it. He came in like this. What else could he do? The others saw that Tailong and Suyu were talking as usual, and they calmed down. They realized that the terrifying figure that suddenly appeared was the new member, Mr. Suyu, who was suspected to be the resurrected body of the Ghost Emperor. And looking at him like this, he was not suspected. He is most likely the Ghost Emperor. Otherwise, how could this happen? But it seems that Mr. Suyu, who looks scary, is not that dangerous. If he wanted to attack, he would have done it long ago. Because this hall, you must go through the main door to enter, and you must go through the main door to leave. This trapped them here for a short period of time, and they can't just leave at the drop of a hat. If Suyu really has bad intentions, they might not be able to escape. It hasn't happened yet. It seems that Suyu really has no intention of attacking. After the others calmed down, they also slowly returned to the long table and sat down. After all, standing far away all the time is not a big deal. However, they did not dare to sit next to Suyu. At least there was a seat between them, and they looked ready to run away at any time. Except for Tailong, who was bold, he sat next to Suyu. Suyu did not care. With his look, even if he looked in the mirror, he would be scared, let alone others. Not everyone has the same aesthetic taste as Tailong. The long table and high back chairs had been mostly damaged due to the psychic energy burst of the crowd before. But with their return, these things actually began to recover automatically. It seems that the items here are not real. Suyu looked at the long table that was slowly recovering thoughtfully. After everyone in the Extraordinary Union was silent for a moment, someone finally spoke up. It was the president, Xiao Xiangmin. He observed for a while. He tentatively said, "Mr. Suyu, hello. Welcome to join our Supernatural Union. I am the president of the Supernatural Union, Xiao Xiangmin." Xiao Xiangmin did not ask how Suyu broke through the defense he set up and entered this hall out of thin air. After all, it was not very pleasant to say that they were on guard against Suyu like this. After hearing this, Suyu also looked at Xiao Xiangmin carefully a few times, and found that he was very old. His face was full of wrinkles, and the wrinkles were so deep that they could kill a fly. With the lifespan of an 8-star warrior, I don't know how many years he has lived to be so old. Or is it that his profession does not increase his lifespan much? Suyu thought in his heart, nodded at the same time, and said softly, "Hello, Mr. President. I just scared you. I'm sorry." Suyu saw such an old man, who was just scared by him and jumped away like a rabbit. So he apologized. Xiao Xiangmin heard this, and seemed a little embarrassed. When they were running just now, he was the fastest runner. He coughed twice. Ahem. "It's okay. We are making a fuss." Then he stood up and said solemnly, "Mr. Suyu, this is your first time to attend a party. Let's introduce ourselves first. I am Xiao Xiangmin, an 8-star transcendent, the mayor of Shengyin City. My occupation is navigator, and I am good at subspace travel and navigation." After he finished speaking, He sat down again, looking at the others. So you heard this, and his heart moved. Navigator? Could it be the extraordinary profession that provided navigation for the fleet when the Empire conquered the Star Sea? This profession is very useful for escaping the constraints of the planet. No wonder he established this extraordinary federation. At this time, another old woman stood up. I am Xiao Lan, a 7-star extraordinary, the mayor of Fengyu City. My profession is spiritual speaker, and I am good at psychic long-distance communication. So you heard this, thinking in his heart. The old woman's occupation should be a communication soldier in the Imperial Army. The starry sky is vast and boundless. Even if electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves, etc. are used to communicate at the speed of light, it may take tens of thousands of years for the information to be delivered. Therefore, faster psychic communication is needed. After Xiaolan finished speaking, another middle-aged man stood up. I am Zhao Shuangming, a 7-star transcendent, the Lord of Aurora City. My occupation is electromagnetic soldier, good at controlling electromagnetic energy. This should be a combat profession. So you secretly noted in his heart. Then the young woman, I am Tang Xiaomei, a 7-star transcendent, the mayor of Beihan City. My profession is extreme ice agent, and I am good at controlling ice. This is also a combat profession. But the word agent seems to be a profession that is good at lurking and assassinating, not just as simple as controlling ice. Then the young man, I am Xia Etian, a 7-star transcendent, the mayor of the Illusion City. His occupation is data ghost, and he is good at data manipulation. So you heard this, and couldn't help but look at Xia Etian. This guy and Su Yu seem to be in the same industry. Su Yu is a data mechanic, and is also good at data manipulation. However, Xia Etian has reached the 7th star in the field of data, and I don't know how strong he is. Then the middle-aged woman said, Jiang Qianzhu, a 7-star transcendent, the mayor of the Sun City. His occupation is Sister of Glory, good at manipulating light and purifying pollution. Su Yu frowned when he heard the word nun. This profession seems to be a clergyman. In this world, besides the evil god, is there any righteous god like the sun god? I haven't heard of it. Or is there another secret? Finally, the child stood up and said in a childish voice, I am Chichen, a 7-star transcendent. I am not a city lord, and I don't know what my profession is. Probably a mechanic. I am good at controlling machinery. Hearing Chichen's words, Su Yu frowned even more. I don't know what my profession is. What does it mean? Then how did he hold the ceremony? Probably a mechanic? But he is only good at controlling machinery. What about mechanical manufacturing? Could it be that he doesn't know? After Chichen finished speaking, he sat down. Everyone looked at Tailong. Only this guy didn't say anything. Tailong had no choice, also stood up, and said to Su Yu, Tailong, 7-star extraordinary, the leader of the Legion of the City of War, whose profession is Galaxy Warrior, is good at close combat. I have said it a long time ago, Tailong said, and sat down. After listening to everyone's introduction, Su Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This supernatural federation is really full of talents. Each member basically has an extraordinary identity and is the master of a city. Those cities, Su Yu has basically never heard of, and doesn't know where they are. But there are 7-star strongmen in charge. It is estimated that it will not be worse than the War City. That is to say, it is at least a large city with hundreds of thousands of permanent residents, or even 1 million people. Moreover, these city lords all have unique skills, and are famous extraordinary professions. Su Yu also learned about 7 more 7-star extraordinary professions because of this. Although everyone only gave a rough introduction to their professional abilities. But judging from Tielong's previous performance, these people are estimated to be quite powerful and extraordinary. Moreover, some of these job names made Su Yu think of many things. Thinking in his heart, Su Yu also stood up and said, Su Yu, 7-star superhuman, manager of the mechanical city. My job is Ghost Hidden Blade, and I am good at controlling ghost energy. I am also good at mechanical design, manufacturing, control, and data manipulation. I am also good at purifying pollution. He also went through the process and revealed more of his abilities. Anyway, you can find out this information by just asking any resident in the mechanical city. There is no need to hide it. After hearing Su Yu's self-introduction, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Psionic control is fine. After all, Su Yu is full of psionic energy at this time, and anyone with eyes can see it. But mechanical manufacturing and control, and even data manipulation? How can he have so many abilities? Almost one person's ability is half of their extraordinary federation. But they soon remembered that Iron Dragon had said before that the mechanical city was a city made of steel, with a large number of high-tech mechanical creations. Could it be that all of them were designed by Mr. Suyu himself? Isn't this too versatile? Or, Mr. Suyu is really the Ghost Emperor. Not only did he resurrect himself, but even his civil and military officials, those powerful ministers, were also resurrected? When everyone thought of this, they were shocked. When the Ghost Emperor unified the planet, he did not do it alone, but had a group of loyal ministers. These ministers were also powerful superhumans, and they were definitely not inferior to the people in the Superhuman Federation. It would be fine if only one Ghost Emperor was resurrected. But there were still those ministers? Could he establish the Ghost Empire again and unify the ruins planet? However, Mr. Suyu was gentle and did not seem to have such ambitions. No, we cannot be careless. We still have to be cautious. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they were thinking wildly in their minds. Seeing Suyu's eyes, they were more afraid. Suyu was also happy about this. The more terrible they thought of Suyu, the more Suyu could take the initiative in future transactions, and would not be cheated by them. At this time, Xiao Shengyin spoke again. Okay. Everyone has already met each other. If you want to get to know each other more deeply, you can find an opportunity to communicate alone in the future. Next, let's start the transaction phase of this gathering. The ultimate goal of our extraordinary federation is to break the shackles of the planet and step into the sea of stars. To achieve this goal, we must improve our strength as much as possible. So I formed this federation so that everyone can share what they have. After all, everyone is in different parts of the planet, and each has their own circumstances. They must have some precious resources or knowledge that others don't have. If we trade, we can learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. And naturally we can speed up the improvement of strength. Whether it's knowledge, technology, secrets, weapons, materials, they can all be traded at the party. Everything is exchanged at equal value and fairly. Knowledge and the like can be condensed into information with psychic energy and communicated spiritually. Don't worry about being eavesdropped. Items can be sent to you by me after the party is over. Xiao Shengyin's words were obviously meant for Suyu. After all, the others had attended the party many times. As for these rules, I am very familiar with them. There is no need for Xiao Shengyin to explain more. When Suyu heard the word subspace transmission, he was moved. This is Subspace Express, which is really convenient. Is this the ability of Navigator? But after Xiao Shengyin finished speaking, everyone was silent, and did not start any transaction link, but secretly looked at Suyu. It seems that they all want to see Suyu. This special new member, the Ghost Emperor, what would they want to trade? And what could they offer? Even the talkative Iron Dragon looked at Suyu with curiosity. Suyu was speechless. Why are you looking at me? I have a tyrannical evil god. Do you dare to take it? The main thing is that Suyu doesn't know what good things others can offer. So he will wait, and see what others say before making a decision. Xiao Shengyin saw that no one spoke. So he could only speak again, haha. Since no one spoke, allow me to brag a little bit. As the founder of the Supernatural Union, and the oldest one, I had already broken through the 7 stars hundreds of years ago. Over such a long period of time, I have explored the subspace and the path of the supernatural very deeply. Therefore, I have summarized some key information. After other members joined the Union, they often traded with me to obtain this important information, so as to understand the future path. However, the principle of the Supernatural Federation is equal exchange. And this information is not free. If you want to obtain it, you need to provide equivalent information or other things. After Xiao Shengyin finished speaking, he looked at Suyu meaningfully. Suyu naturally understood what he meant. He wanted to use that information to trade with Suyu. To be honest, Suyu was really moved by the information about the subspace and the path of the supernatural from Xiao Shengyin's mouth. After all, how long has he become a supernatural? Today is the first time he has entered the subspace. So he is very eager for that information. For supernaturals, knowledge often means power. Chapter 174 Begin Trading. Shocking. The truth from 10,000 years ago. Although he craves for that knowledge, Suyu is now known to everyone as the Great Ghost Emperor. This Great Emperor is extremely powerful. Everyone estimates that he is at least a 9-star expert. For such an ancient expert, does he need Xiao Shengyin, a junior, To teach him about the information of the subspace and the path of the extraordinary? It's a joke. So Xiao Xingyin's words just now were actually a test for Su Yu. If Su Yu showed his desire, it would be exposed. Su Yu thought quickly in his heart. And in a moment, he figured out Xiao Xingyin's thoughts. He shook his head slightly. I am a little interested in the information you summarized, President Xiao. After all, everyone has a different perspective and sees the world differently. Maybe we can draw inferences from one instance to another. But I'm not very interested. In this era, information is closed. I would like to know more about the current state of this planet and the distribution of forces. Su Yu didn't finish his words, as if to say, Xiao Xingyin, you have only lived for a short time. I really don't think highly of your knowledge. I am just a little interested, and I am giving you some face. Compared with your experience, I am more concerned about the distribution of planetary forces now. The smile on Xiao Xingyin's face froze for a moment, and then recovered again. He didn't feel too embarrassed, but felt that it was right. For a great ghost emperor, this is how it should be. The others, at this moment, they all had similar thoughts in their minds. When they first joined the Federation, they heard from Xiao Xingyin that they could obtain the secret of the subspace and the path of the extraordinary through trading. They were so excited. After all, they became 7 stars by exploring alone. And by chance, they obtained the imperial heritage and finally got promoted. But after being promoted, they were very confused about the future and didn't know how to go. Xiao Xingyin's experience. For them, it is a treasure that is hard to come by. However, Su Yu was so indifferent at this time, and even seemed to look down on it. As expected, the Ghost Emperor had extensive knowledge. The things that Xiao Xingyin discovered might be just common sense in the Ghost Emperor's mind, or even wrong. After Xiao Xingyin sighed in his heart, he smiled again and said, Mr. Su Yu is a little interested. I wonder what Mr. Su Yu could offer in exchange for this information. As soon as Xiao Xingyin said this, everyone looked at Su Yu with great curiosity. Here it comes. Let's see what this Ghost Emperor will do. Su Yu heard this and said calmly, I can tell you the truth about the entire ruined star being bound. I wonder if you are interested. As soon as Su Yu said this, everyone's expression changed drastically. What? The truth about the ruined star being bound? Such a big secret. Su Yu just joined the party and wanted to bring it out? At this point, they were basically convinced that Su Yu was the resurrected body of the Ghost Emperor. So when Su Yu said he knew the truth about the ruined star, they believed him. As the Ghost Emperor, it was not surprising for him to know such a secret. But what they didn't expect was that Su Yu would trade this big secret just after joining. Of course I'm interested. Before Xiao Xingyin could speak, the others said excitedly in unison. Although Su Yu was talking to Xiao Xingyin before, he was discussing a deal with Xiao Xingyin. But now, it was clear that other people were also going to join the deal. After all, they had joined the Federation for so many years, in order to break the planetary bondage. Now that they had the opportunity to know the truth about the planetary bondage, how could they let it go? At this time, Xiao Xingyin also spoke solemnly. Mr. Su Yu's secret, I am very interested, and willing to trade. There was also some excitement in his tone. Obviously, he did not expect that Su Yu would take out such a heavyweight item to trade at the beginning. But Su Yu still shook his head after hearing this. The secret of the ruined star is too precious. President Xiao, your information is not equivalent to the secret of the ruined star. Xiao Xingyin heard this and said without hesitation, I will make up the difference based on the value of the information. This is the information I have summarized. Please accept it first. Mr. Su Yu. If Mr. Su Yu still feels uneasy, you can wait until the next gathering. I will bring the compensation, and then start the transaction. After Xiao Xingyin finished speaking, his spiritual energy surged all over his body. After a while, these spiritual energies condensed into a crystal stone and flew towards Su Yu. Su Yu took it and scanned it with his mind. In this crystal stone, he saw a lot of information. Most of them were about the subspace and the extraordinary road. At the same time, some information about this era was recorded, such as the approximate locations of major forces, including the cities where the members were located. Xiao Xingyin couldn't wait to hand over the money and the goods. Instead, he handed the goods to Su Yu first. He was obviously showing his sincerity, fearing that Su Yu would not agree to the deal. Seeing this, the others hurriedly said, we also want to hear this secret, and we will also give out something equivalent according to the value of the information. If Mr. Su Yu is not at ease, then wait for the next gathering, We will bring compensation. They followed suit. Trade at the next gathering? That's not necessary, I'll tell you right now. Suyu heard this, he chuckled and shook his head. Everyone was so sincere, there was no need for him to be too fussy, that would only make him look petty. When he said this, everyone was overjoyed. But no one spoke, but held their breath, ready to listen to what Suyu had to say. Suyu slowly opened his mouth, starting to tell the story of that year, when the subspace tidal erupted, and the tyrannical evil god descended on the Azure Star. The only planet-level extraordinary person on the Azure Star, the apostle mechanic Zhang Chenfeng, led his giant god army, established the Azure Second Empire. After he established the Second Empire, he immediately issued a strict decree, asking the giant god army to block the planet, not allowing anyone to enter the Starry Sea. At the same time, all the creatures who knew the existence of the tyrannical evil god were brutally slaughtered, in order to isolate the tyrannical evil god from the Starry Sea. Later, under the secret influence and manipulation of the tyrannical evil god, the Second Empire was in civil strife, and the flames of war spread to the Iron City. At the last moment, Zhang Chenfeng issued a supreme order, let his mechanical creations block the entire planet, and stop all creatures that try to escape from this planet. For thousands of years, what has prevented people from entering the Starry Sea is the iron defense line forged by Zhang Chenfeng with thousands of mechanical creations. Suyu not only spoke with his mouth, but also used his spiritual energy to condense the picture, and played the ancient pictures and sounds he saw through the fragments of the giant god soldier's command in front of everyone. This playback technique was what Suyu had just learned from Xiao Xiangyin. Xiao Xiangyin can use psychic energy to condense into crystals to record information. And Suyu can naturally use psychic energy to condense images. In this subspace, the boundary between matter and spirit seems to be infinitely weakened. Suyu can present a very realistic image in a moment, which is very convenient. Of course, this is also because Suyu is a data mechanic and is very good at manipulating data and information. For others, even if they know this skill, they still need a long time of practice. Otherwise, if they lose their focus, the condensed picture will be extremely chaotic, like the dream of a mental patient. Suyu played the movie while acting as the narrator. In a short time, he told the people of the supernatural union about the shocking secret that had been buried for thousands of years. The shock brought by it was indescribable. After all, they thought it was just some words. But who knew there were pictures and sounds? Seeing the 1,000-meter-long Mecca in the picture, the burning steel city, and listening to the shocking secret from Suyu's mouth, everyone was shocked and speechless for a long time. After a long time, someone sighed. So, it's like this. Tyrannical evil god, Zhang Chenfeng, apostle mechanic, planetary superhuman. Everyone sighed and chanted these names. Their eyes were extremely complicated. They had made countless guesses about the truth of the ruined star before, but none of them were as shocking as this. Suyu not only told them the truth, but also showed them a whole new realm. Planet-level extraordinary person. Apostle mechanic. Zhang Chenfeng can actually block the entire planet by himself. What kind of great power is this? It turns out that psychics can reach such a height. The future path of psychics is so magnificent. And how strong should the tyrannical evil god, who is so valued by Zhang Chenfeng, be? Thinking that the tyrannical evil god is sleeping on the ruins planet at this time, everyone's heart is cold. They have not seen the horror of the tyrannical evil god with their own eyes. They could only indirectly infer it through Zhang Chenfeng's strength. Zhang Chenfeng would rather pay such a price to seal off this evil god. How terrifying would that be? They could not imagine it at all. As for Zhang Chenfeng, everyone had mixed feelings. It was this person who sealed off the planet and killed any creature that tried to escape, causing endless killings. Perhaps he killed more people than the Ghost Emperor. It was also this person who sealed the terrifying and tyrannical evil god in the planet, not allowing him to harm the entire Starry Sea, but saving countless lives. Such a person. Should they hate? Or should they respect? No wonder. When I was traveling in the subspace before, I felt a horrible consciousness, sleeping in the depths of the subspace. But I couldn't find it. It turned out that it was the sealed tyrannical evil god. At this time, Xiao Xiangyin, who had been silent all the time, couldn't help but sigh. Suyu couldn't help but look at him. This old man, I actually sensed the existence of tyranny. Fortunately, tyranny was not in good condition, and Xiao Xiangyin was particularly good at running away, otherwise he might have been contaminated and become a tyranny believer. And Xiao Xiangyin was still sighing, and I once tried to leave the ruined star through the subspace, but I always failed. I just left a short distance, and it circled back again. It seems that the coordinates are all messed up. It seems that, even in the subspace, there is a blockade set up by Zhang Chenfeng. Suyu heard this and nodded in agreement. Zhang Chenfeng's blockade could not be limited to the real space. There would be no omissions in the subspace. Otherwise Bao Lu would have escaped long ago. Xiao Xiaonin and the others sighed for a while. And suddenly, he was startled and remembered something. It would be fine if Suyu knew the secret. But why are there pictures and sounds? And the perspective of the previous picture was just like a personal experience. How did Suyu get these pictures? Could it be that Suyu was also there in the Great War 10,000 years ago? Was he witnessing everything with his own eyes? What exactly is his identity? Is he not the Ghost Emperor, but some more ancient and powerful being who has survived 10,000 years? Everyone couldn't help but look at Suyu. The more they looked at him, the more mysterious he seemed to them. Suyu naturally didn't know what they had imagined, and even if he knew, he wouldn't explain it. You can think whatever you want. After a long time, everyone finally recovered from the shock. Xiao Xiaoyin spoke first. Mr. Suyu, your secret is indeed of great value. It answers our doubts for many years. We finally know what enemies we need to face if we want to break free. The others also nodded at this time. Indeed, Suyu's secret is of great value. I wonder what compensation Mr. Suyu needs. Please speak up. Everyone said at the same time. Suyu was also happy when he heard this. He said casually, I need a lot of materials that can withstand high-level psionic energy. Everyone was relieved when they heard this. They were still worried that Suyu would ask for too much, which they could not afford. Just materials that can withstand high-level psionic energy? That's easy. This planet has been polluted by psionic energy for many years, and there are quite a few materials that can withstand high-level psionic energy. Ordinary people can't get access to them, but as a 7-star strongman, the various city lords, accumulated over the years, there are still a lot of stocks in their hands. Moreover, these things, they usually don't need much, after all. They can't use psionic energy. No problem. When the party is over, we will immediately ask the president to send the materials to you. Mr. Suyu. Through the subspace. Everyone agreed. Suyu nodded gently, without showing much emotion, and continued to play the role of a mysterious boss. Next, everyone exchanged and sighed for a while. Xiao Xiaonin proposed, the party is over. Now everyone was shocked. I was not in the mood to trade other things. So I decided to end the party early. After announcing the end of the party, Xiao Xiaonin told Suyu that he would notify him through the token when everyone had gathered all the materials. At that time, Suyu could inject a large amount of spiritual energy into the token and set up the altar according to a certain ritual. This would pass the coordinates to Xiao Xiaonin, who could then teleport through the subspace and pass the items to Suyu. The others also said goodbye to Suyu in a friendly manner. It seems that after this transaction, they have recognized Suyu as a new member. Suyu nodded to greet everyone, then with a thought, he disappeared directly in the hall. He has returned to the real world. After Suyu left, the others were stunned for a while. After a while, Xiao Xiaoyin said with some complexity, I didn't go through the main gate again. The 8 strong men, who had been busy for a long time yesterday, and had consumed a lot of spiritual energy to make preparations, seemed to be of no use at all. Fortunately, Suyu had no ill intentions. Otherwise it would have been really dangerous. Soon, everyone left the hall door and returned to reality. In the underground of the mechanical city, in the mechanical space, Suyu regained consciousness and flipped his hand. And a translucent crystal appeared in his hand. He looked at the crystal and felt a little excited. Chapter 175 The Secret of Subspace and Psychic Energy, the completed tyrannical armor. This crystal stone was condensed by Xiao Xiaonin with psychic energy before, and it contains important information obtained by Suyu in the transaction. However, after this thing came to the real world, it was evaporating rapidly, and it would disappear in a few hours. So Suyu had to read it immediately. As for setting up the altar to receive materials, there was no rush, after all. Others still needed time to prepare the materials. Let me see, what exactly is going on with the subspace and the extraordinary? Suyu began to read. This reading lasted for half an hour. With Suyu's current speed of thinking, this was a long time, which showed that he was reading very seriously. Half an hour later, Suyu let out a long sigh, and said thoughtfully, so that's how it is. This is the subspace, is this psychic power. The essence of the subspace is the spiritual universe that is opposed to the material universe. It and the material world are both part of the universe, born together with the Big Bang. and are inseparable. The material world and the subspace will affect each other. The spatial coordinates of the material world are mapped in the subspace. But this mapping is very chaotic, not one-to-one. And even the mapping relationship changes all the time and is not stable. If you can master this chaotic mapping relationship, you can quickly navigate through the subspace. It can travel a long distance in a short time. At the same time, the creatures in the material world, all kinds of emotions, thoughts, thinking, memories, and even various behaviors and actions, will project shadows and marks in the subspace, affecting the environment in the subspace. However, these shadows and marks will also be affected and changed by the subspace environment at any time, and it is difficult to stabilize. Psychic energy is the essential spirituality in the subspace, and is affected and integrated by the thinking, thoughts, emotions, etc. of the creatures. The magical energy that was finally born. This spiritual energy can in turn pry open the material universe and produce various magical changes. The extraordinary people use their talents, according to the mysterious connection between the two universes, to extract spiritual energy from the subspace, thereby affecting the material world and giving birth to various magical abilities, whether it is the physical system or the spiritual system. In essence, they are the same, but the manifestations are different. After entering the 7 stars, the spiritual system extraordinary people have the advantage over the physical system extraordinary people. It will also be equal to nothing. After all, the essence is the same. Even physical transcendents can use some spiritual abilities after reaching the 7 stars, as long as they are willing to exercise. If you want to become a 7-star, you must satisfy the promotion ceremony. The essence of the promotion ceremony is to leave your own indelible and solid mark in the subspace. The ceremony is just a way to help transcendents leave a solid mark. After leaving the mark, transcendents live half in the material world and half in the subspace. The material world and the spiritual world influence each other, producing qualitative changes. Whether it is strength, lifespan or spirit, they are greatly increased. It is easy to survive for thousands of years if there are other ways to leave a mark in the subspace. Even without a ceremony, you can be promoted to 7 stars. For example, in addition to the promotion ceremony, you can also believe in the evil god and leave a mark in the subspace with the help of the evil god. This way of promotion is much easier. But in this way, they are bound to the evil god for life, and can only become the evil god's slaves. Their life and death are controlled by the evil god. This information seems not only summarized by Xiao Shengyin himself, but also collected from ancient sources through various channels. The source of the information is also attached, such as the database from a certain ruins. Some of the information also has annotations written by Xiao Shengyin. It seems that Xiao Shengyin does not quite understand the part about the evil god, so he drew a few big question marks next to it. But when Suyu saw this part, he immediately understood. He was too familiar with the evil god. There was one in the energy core on the chest of the armor. So this guy, Tyranny, could help people advance to the 7 stars? Unfortunately, the Tyranny armor did not develop this function. Even if it did, Suyu might not dare to use it. Come to think of it, did Nuonyuo also advance to the 7 stars in this way? Suyu thought of Nuonyuo. The way Nuonyuo broke through the 7 stars, to some extent, it is the same as the way of believing in evil gods. It's just that what Nono believes in is Suyu himself. To some extent, he is no different from the evil god now. So, I can actually help people to advance to the 7 stars? TSK. I always feel that I am quite powerful. Suyu thought with some complacency. The subspace during the period of the Empire's rule was a peaceful period of the subspace. Unlike the subspace now, it is a mess. The seal is easily erased, and must be strong enough to maintain. It is estimated that during the Imperial period, it was easier to leave a seal in the subspace, and it was also much easier to complete the ceremony. Therefore, during the human Imperial period, there were many extraordinary people above 7 stars, and even various types of soldiers could be mass-produced. I don't know how to mass-produce them. Use machines to hold the ceremony in batches? Then, Suyu thought of the human empire 10,000 years ago. The empire can mass-produce 7-star extraordinary people, so you roughly understood the principle. By the way, the powerful extraordinary people in the empire, such as Zhang Chifeng, can they also help others to advance to the 7 stars like the evil god? But in that case, the strength of the promoted strong people should be limited, and they will be controlled by others. A true genius would not use this method. Su Yu's thoughts extended infinitely, and in a short time, he thought of a lot. The information left by Xiao Shangyin, it answered many of his questions. Of course, Su Yu would not believe all of this information, and would slowly verify it later. Just as Su Yu was thinking, the token of the supernatural union emitted spiritual energy fluctuations. It should be other members who have prepared materials that can withstand high-level spiritual energy and are going to send them to Su Yu. They are really efficient. Su Yu took a look, picked up the token, activated the armor, and went straight out of the mechanical city. Then he ran for hundreds of kilometers, came to the depths of the dead wilderness. He would not hold a subspace teleportation ceremony in the mechanical city, lest he be located by Xiao Shangyin. Maybe one day the two sides would turn against each other, and Xiao Shangyin would directly bring the 7 members to the mechanical city and kill them. Although the coordinate mapping relationship between the subspace and the material world is very chaotic and changes frequently, Su Yu has to be on guard. Su Yu believes that Xiao Shangyin is actually on guard against him, and this is necessary caution. Anyway, with his speed, it wouldn't take much time to run a few hundred kilometers deep in the wilderness, and it wouldn't delay anything. After Su Yu came to this wilderness, he took a casual look and found a group of radiation beasts, a total of several hundred, all of which were 1-star or 2-star. He exploded with all his psionic energy, and those radiation beasts immediately fell to the ground, without any ability to struggle. With his current strength, these 1-star or 2-star radiation beasts were like ants, and he could easily kill a large number of them. In the center of these radiation beast corpses, Su Yu built a small altar with stones and poured the blood of radiation beasts on it. Then he placed the token on it and began to infuse spiritual energy. This action was equivalent to holding a small ceremony. By killing radiation beasts, a temporary mark was created in the subspace, allowing Xiao Shangyin to lock the real coordinates here through the token. In fact, other methods are also possible, such as asking everyone in the mechanical city to pray sincerely. The ritual can also be completed, but Su Yu still thinks it is easier to kill the radiation beast. After Su Yu completed the ritual, after a while, the space above the altar, a dark hole appeared. A steady stream of materials fell from it. There were the shells, claws, bones of powerful radiation beasts. There were also various ores, metals, and even plants. There were so many that they piled up into a small hill. Su Yu looked at the scene and couldn't help but sigh. This subspace express, it's really convenient. It's just a pity that he doesn't have this ability. However, he has a professional panel, so he may not lose this power in the future. Finally, all the materials have been transmitted, and a book has fallen down, which is the introduction of these materials. Finally, Xiao Shingyin's voice came from the space hole. Happy cooperation. Then the hole began to shrink, and finally disappeared without a trace. And Su Yu also looked at the pile of materials, and fell into deep thought. It was hasty. I didn't expect there would be so many. It seems that the members of the supernatural union are all real people. These materials, I am afraid there are dozens of tons. You know, these materials are not ordinary things. Where they are, there are high-level psionic powers, which contain great dangers. Ordinary supernaturals, in that environment, will die in just a moment. It means that these 7-star strongmen have lived for countless years to collect so many materials. It would be difficult for Su Yu to move it alone. He had the strength, but not such a big hand. At this time, Su Yu looked at the radioactive beast corpses lying around him, and suddenly had an idea. His psionic energy burst out again, and invaded those corpses. After a while, those corpses actually stood up shakily. He used high-level psionic energy to transform these corpses into phantoms, to do hard labor. These radioactive beasts, I don't know what bad luck they have. They still have to work after they die. Soon, with the help of these ghosts, Su Yu transported all the materials back to the mechanical city. Although the people in the mechanical city were surprised, they did not dare to ask more questions. In the underground mechanical space, with the help of the mechanical arm of the mechanical spirit, Su Yu counted the materials one by one. This metal has a good conductivity to ghost energy, and can be used as an energy conductor. This bone can actually store ghost energy, and then explode violently. Not bad. This shell can actually become invisible in ghost energy. It seems that the tyrannical armor can also add a stealth system. Su Yu experimented with the properties of those materials bit by bit, and thought in his mind how to use them to process the tyrannical armor. After a full day, Su Yu finally had a complete idea. Power system. mainly made of a mutant plant fiber called dark vine. This fiber is very tough, and after being infused with psionic energy, it will shrink violently and generate huge power. Defense system, made of a mineral called 7-color mine. After they are infused with psionic energy, there is no change on the surface. But as long as they are attacked and stimulated, they will burst energy in the direction of the attack. This is an anti-injury armor that uses attack as defense. Long-range weapon system, mainly made of the bones of a radiation beast called the Blast Beast. These bones can store a large amount of psionic energy, and then condense and explode, with amazing power, and a very long range. Close-range weapon system, made of a metal called dark magic gold. Dark magic gold has amazing conductivity to psionic energy. After being infused with psionic energy, it is extremely hard, and it will vibrate at high speed, and burst out with powerful cutting force. Flight system, made of a mineral called psionic gas ore. Under the stimulation of high-level psionic energy, they will eject a large amount of high-pressure gas, generating a strong driving force. And the gas it ejects does not have any radiation, otherwise Suyu would not dare to use it. Of course, these systems will add the remaining bones of the evil god, used to enhance the effect. Once these 5 systems are designed, the tyrannical armor is basically complete. Of course, there are various other small systems. For example, the fire control system, radar system, communication system, stealth system, overload system, burst system, etc. And these systems require strong data computing power to be perfectly controlled. Fortunately, Suyu now has an excellent chip, so he doesn't have to worry about computing power. Anyway, Suyu's head was smoking all day. Finally, the design of various systems was completed. Next, it was time to manufacture. Suyu turned a deaf ear to other things, and concentrated on manufacturing his own armor. It took another whole day, and finally, the tyrannical armor was completed. One day later, Suyu, who looked slightly tired, looked at the brand new tyrannical armor in front of him, and smiled happily. Mechanical Armor Tyranny. Producer, Suyu. Grade, Legendary. Feature 1. Tyrannical Defense. The whole body is made of 7-color, or an evil god bones, while providing strong defense. It will also make a violent counterattack against the attacker. It can resist attacks not exceeding 8-star high level, and provide a stronger counterattack than the attack. Under 8-star high level attacks, the defense will be broken, but it will recover automatically. The recovery speed and the strength of the counterattack depend on the concentration of violent emotions around. Feature 2. Violent Amplification. When wearing violent armor, the user can exert his own physical strength in the most violent state. Greatly enhanced strength. At least 1-star level can be increased. Feature 3. Infinite Endurance. Through the tyrannical core in the chest, the endless energy brought by it, the tyrannical armor does not need to be charged, and can fight forever, unless it is completely damaged. Feature 4. Hypersonic Flight. Through the powerful flight system built by the Ghost Gas Mine, the tyrannical armor can fly at a hypersonic speed of up to 13 times the speed of sound. It can even fly out of the atmosphere and enter the universe. Feature 5. Tyrannical Intelligence. The tyrannical armor is equipped with 3 excellent level intelligent chips. It also has a data life spirit, which gives it powerful intelligence. Even if no one is controlling it, it can fight on its own. When it fights on its own, it can at least exert the strength of the top 7 stars. Equipment. Melee Weapon. Legendary Dark Magic Gold High Frequency Chain Blade Brutal Evil God Bone Enhancement. Long Range Weapon. Heavy Explosive Psionic Cannon Brutal Evil God Bone Enhancement. Skills. Psionic Stealth. Consumes energy. Can enter the invisible state. It can be continued, but it will reduce the energy output of other systems. Overload Mode. Overload the tyrannical core. Output energy at the maximum level. Greatly increase attack power and defense power, and last for 10 minutes. Self-Destruction Mode. Completely overload the tyrannical core. Launch a full-strength attack, and the core is damaged in one attack. Before recovery, it cannot be used again. Comprehensive Lethality Evaluation. Basic 8-star Primary. Overloaded state can reach 8-star Advanced. Comprehensive Defense Evaluation. Basic 8-star Intermediate. Overloaded state can reach 8-star Advanced. Chapter 176. Explosive Increase in Strength. Resource Development. Future Plans. The various attributes of the tyrannical armor are extremely luxurious. The basic attack and defense alone have reached the 8-star level. Even with Overload Burst, it can reach the 8-star Advanced level. If a self-destruct attack is launched, it will be even stronger. Suyu looked at the luxurious panel of the tyrannical armor in front of him, and muttered to himself in his heart. You know, on this ruined planet, after reaching the 7th star, it is extremely difficult to make further progress. It seems that Tai Long has been at the 7-star level for more than 100 years. And he is still at this level. But if he has the opportunity to be promoted again, his strength will increase dramatically. At that time, when facing the transcendents of lower levels, he will completely crush them. The previous Transcendent Union had 7 7-star transcendents, and an 8-star president Xiao Xiaomin. Suyu suspected that even if the other 7 members joined forces, they would not be able to deal with Xiao Xiaomin. 8 stars is so terrifying. Of course, Xiao Xiaomin is not a combat profession, so he may not be that strong. But he is also very powerful. Suyu acted like a big shot at the party before, fooling everyone. But he was not idle. He used the Ghost Emperor's tiger skin to take the lead in the subspace party. And on the other hand, he was also to guard against those people. The main thing was to guard against the 8-star Xiao Xiaomin, and to intimidate him. Fortunately, the tyrannical armor was now completed. And Suyu also had the strength of 8 stars. I feel much more relaxed. This set of tyrannical armor, as armor built with the evil god's clone as the core, naturally has more than just 8-star basic attack and defense. Various characteristics, skills, are extremely powerful, and can be called heaven-defying. Unlimited energy, unlimited endurance. Needless to say, the more Suyu looked at the tyrannical armor in front of him, the more delighted he became. Tyrannical defense can actually counterattack the enemy's attack with greater force. If he faces the attack of a 7-star transcendent like Tai Long again, I don't even need to do anything. Iron Dragon can hit the tyrannical armor by himself, and the counterattack can kill him. There is also tyrannical amplification, which can increase my strength by 1-star level, and reach 8 stars. This is the 8-star strength of the physical system. It can completely beat a galaxy warrior like Iron Dragon, who is also a physical system. It is a qualitative change in my combat power. There is also a flight system, which can actually fly at 13 times the speed of sound, super high speed. This speed, tens of thousands of kilometers per hour. If you let go of the speed, you can circle the planet in a few hours. In the atmosphere, the maneuverability is invincible. However, given the current situation on the ruins planet, Suyu dared not fly around. He could only think about it for the time being. This 13 times the speed of sound is only calculated by the professional panel. Suyu has never tried it. But speaking of it, with the unlimited energy characteristics of the tyrannical armor, the power is endless. 13 times the speed of sound, it's not its limit yet. It can still speed up. Suyu thought. It's just that it's such a high speed. Friction with the air. The temperature is too high. It is a burden to the armor itself and to me. Even if it bursts out at a higher speed, it will cause damage to the armor, which is not worth the loss. So it can only be limited to the limit of 13 times the speed of sound. However, if we break through the blockade in the future and reach the vacuum of the universe, without air resistance and friction, as long as I can bear it, the tyrannical armor can completely rely on unlimited energy and keep accelerating. Suyu's eyes turned to the last tyrannical intelligence. This feature also surprised Suyu. This armor is equivalent to an intelligent machine, able to fight independently, equivalent to a great helper of at least 7 stars. If there is something that cannot be done, the armor can fly over to solve it by itself. Anyway, the armor is closed, no one knows if there is anyone inside. And the 2 weapons, several skills, are also very powerful. Tyranny armor. After Suyu read these attributes, he immediately called out, "Yes, Master." The tyranny armor made a sound, and then flew up automatically, opened its chest, and wore it on Suyu obediently. With 3 excellent chips, and the mechanical spirit, it is very convenient to wear. He put it on himself. After putting on the armor, Suyu stretched out his hand, and clenched his fist, and immediately felt infinite power held in his hand. As long as it exploded, in a short time, the entire mechanical city could be completely destroyed. Apart from anything else, just flying around the city at 13 times the speed of sound, the horrific aftermath it would cause, is a huge disaster. No. Mechanical fusion. Suyu was eager to try, and called Nono again. "Yes, Master." When Nonyo heard his master's call, he happily responded, rushed over, and merged into the armor. Suddenly, the armor's power increased again. Suyu estimated that under overload, it could at least reach the top level of 8 stars. If he launched a self-destruction attack and superimposed skills such as hidden killing, what kind of power would it be? 9 stars? Moreover, with no Neo's fusion, even if there was no one in the armor, and the armor fought on its own, it would still have the strength of 8 stars. An 8-star helper. Haha, with this set of armor, I'm afraid that even if the Supernatural Federation joins forces, they won't be able to do anything to me. Suyu, whose strength has exploded, thought complacently. Even if the president is very good at running away, Suyu is also good at it now, 13 times the speed of sound. On this ruined planet, the subspace is blocked, and the speed of subspace transmission may not be as fast as Suyu's. But Suyu just thought about it, and had no intention of really starting a war. He is not crazy. But the tyrannical armor is so strong. The tyrannical evil god's clone at that time seems a little weak. I can suppress him for a month with my 6-star. That's right, it just came, and I didn't collect much power, so I took the opportunity to consume it, and there was no chance to increase the power at all. Suyu thought of the previous month's battle with the tyrannical evil god, and felt a little funny, and a little relieved. It's funny that it is so strong and tyrannical. He was suppressed for a month by him, who was only 6 stars at that time. Fortunately, if it was a little bit later, and the power of tyranny was raised to 8 stars, it would be all over, and Suyu would have absolutely no power to fight back. Fortunately, nothing like that happened. With the tyranny armor, my strength has greatly increased, and I can do a lot of things. Suyu did not always immerse himself in the joy of the sudden increase in strength. He quickly adjusted himself, and prepared to launch a new plan. His next plan is to explore the ruins of the giant god army. When he just awakened his career panel, he received a recruit qualification disc for the Giant God Army Corps. That disc pointed to the base of the Giant God Army Corps. Now that base must have become a ruin. The Giant God Army Corps is a powerful mecha regiment under Zhang Chenfeng. In that ruin, there must be some advanced technology, creations, weapons, and mechas that Zhang Chenfeng had used. Suyu believed that if he wanted to continue to improve himself, to break free from the planet's constraints, you must go there once. As the saying goes, the one who tied the bell must be the one who can untie it. To defeat the creation left by Zhang Chenfeng and break free from the constraints, you must find a way from the technology left by Zhang Chenfeng. In the past, Suyu was not strong enough and never explored it. After all, the ruins must be extremely dangerous. Maybe there are active giant god soldiers, which must be extremely powerful. A few of them are enough to give Suyu a hard time. In addition, there is a high probability that there are other dangers. If you are not 8 or 9 stars strong, so you dare not go. Now that we finally have the tyrannical armor, this matter can be put on the agenda. However, exploring the ruins of the Giant God Army Corps requires some preparation. First, we need to build the mechanical regiment first. At least then, we can have cannon fodder to explore the way. Once we build a small team of 6-star soldiers with special corps, we will start exploring. Suyu has a specific plan in mind. In the next few days, Suyu asked the development teams of the Mechanical City and the War City to develop the resources of the entire Dead Silent Wilderness. It must be said that the development teams of the War City are really useful. Since Suyu defeated the Iron Dragon, those guys have been very honest and hardworking. They admire the strong the most. Suyu is so strong that they have no choice but to accept him. The main thing is that those guys also found that the little-known Mechanical City not only has the manager Suyu, the strength is ridiculous. The living conditions of the residents in the city seem to be better than those in the City of War. The various convenient intelligent machines, the exchange catalogs that make people drool, and the extremely delicious radioactive beast meat purified by the flame of truth, all make them linger. After a few days, the development team members have already had a vague idea. Since they are marginalized in the City of War, why not take this opportunity to become a member of the Mechanical City? With this traitorous thought in mind, they worked extra hard, wanting to perform well and be noticed by the manager, Lord Suyu. This put pressure on the people in the Mechanical City. These guys in the War City, do they work for their lives? Even the resources that should have been distributed to the War City were deducted by these traitors. The various resources collected by these people were transported to the Mechanical City to build the Mechanical War Corps. Suyu's strength is growing day by day. However, the resources in the entire Dead Silence Wilderness are, to say the least, very much. After all, it is such a large area. But to say the least, it is also little, because there are not enough high-level resources. And this is a relatively barren place after all. So, while everyone was busy developing the Dead Silence Wilderness, Suyu set his sights on another place. The Radiation Land? The last time Suyu was in the Radiation Land, he killed the Source Core Crystal Beast, which made the Ghost Emperor furious. The Radiation Land was in turmoil. But after a few days, it had returned to peace. After all, the Ghost Emperor could not continue to be furious. He was not in good condition. So Suyu extended his evil black hand to this place again. Don't get me wrong, with Suyu's caution, he would not go in easily again. He was worried that maybe the Ghost Emperor was waiting for him inside. But Suyu had a way. Previously in the Radiation Land, he developed a group of radiation beasts as believers. This group of believers not only provided Suyu with experience, but also actively preached to expand the number of believers. As a result, Suyu now has more than 10,000 believers in the Radiation Land. With the increase of believers, Suyu's Ghost Hidden Blade professional experience continued to improve, and his sensitivity to the Radiation Land also increased day by day. Therefore, Suyu used the connection between the activated psionic energy and the believers to command those radiation beasts to develop the resources in the Radiation Land. Then send them out. The radiation beasts feed on various resources and minerals, so it is very appropriate to let them develop. These radiation beasts have become believers, and they are more hardworking than the development team of the War City. They really don't care about their lives after all. Their lives belong to Suyu. Suyu even considered that these radiation beasts themselves are also resources. Should we let them come out, so that they can die in front of us and contribute their body materials? Suyu was overwhelmed by this idea. He was shocked and couldn't help but sigh, I am such a bad guy. Through the relationship between himself and the radiation beasts, Suyu now realized how miserable it would be if he believed in the evil god. Now, Suyu is the real evil god to those radiation beasts. And he is so evil that he can't be more evil. In the end, Suyu did not adopt this evil plan. It's not that he has a change of heart and pity these radiation beast believers. Radiation beasts and humans are mortal enemies. There is nothing to pity. The main reason is that Suyu's Ghost Hidden Blade is not at the maximum level yet. These believers are still very useful, so let them live for a while longer. As the Radiation Land is developed by these believers, more resources are continuously sent to the Mechanical City, more than before, and more advanced. Now the guys in the War City development team also feel the pressure, so they work harder. After Suyu noticed this change, he could only shake his head and sigh. What is with the Radiation Beast scroll? Don't roll over. You can't roll over. This group of War City development team, no matter how hard they try, they are still human after all. How can they compare with those inhumane Radiation Beast believers? With the development of various resources, Suyu's mechanical battle group gradually took shape. There is no need to talk about 3-star and 4-star creatures. They are too weak, and can only be used as engineering machinery now. As for the stronger 5-star creatures, there are already more than 1,000, and 6-star creatures are already hundreds. This is the power without any skill enhancement. With the addition of various skills, it is even more terrifying. After all, with the help of Nono, at least 200 high-level chips, 20 special-level chips, and 2 excellent-level chips are produced every day, and the strength is increasing rapidly. In just a few days, he has expanded the mechanical regiment to this extent again. In this way, he will soon be able to start exploring the ruins of the giant god army. However, seeing the continuous improvement of his strength, Suyu is not very satisfied. These mechanical battle groups are strong enough, but they take up too much space. In the mechanical space, Suyu looked at the flashing battle machines, feeling helpless. These guys piled together, looking so dense that you can't see the end at a glance. If you take them to explore the giant god army, they will make too much noise and be slow. Suyu himself has a violent armor, which runs very fast. But they don't? Is there any technology that can compress and store them, so that I can put them in my pocket and take them away? Suyu fell into deep thought. Chapter 177 Gathering again. Suyu has multiple professions? Superimposed breakthrough? What kind of operation is this? However, Suyu has not seen similar technology so far, but he has seen Shaoxingyin Subspace Express, so members of the Extraordinary Federation, I wonder if there is such technology. Soon, a week passed, the token fluctuated, the second gathering arrived as scheduled. Let's start. Suyu immediately condensed a psionic clone, entering the subspace again. He was looking forward to this gathering very much. The members of the gathering were all 7-star extraordinary people, who had either lived for a long time, or were the leaders of a large force, and each had their own opportunities and encounters, and they must have a lot of advanced technology. Maybe there was something Suyu wanted. In particular, Suyu remembered one thing. When Tai Long and Suyu were fighting, he said at the critical moment of life and death that he had the armor and weapons of the Galaxy Warrior hidden in his body. It can be taken out at critical moments, and the fighting power can be exploded. But the problem is, that kind of armor and weapons must be quite large. How can they be hidden inside the body? Maybe those armor and weapons use some kind of space technology. Speaking of which, this is the second time Suyu has thought about the Iron Dragon armor. He had thought about it before, trying to find a way to trick the Iron Dragon armor over and research a new blueprint. The old manager's prosthesis provided Suyu with a lot of inspiration. But the old manager's prosthetics, how can the technical content be compared with the armor of the Galaxy Warrior? That is the Empire's technology. Suyu is very envious. But I've been too busy recently, so I don't have the chance. If there is no news about space technology at this gathering, it's possible that Suyu will have to reach out to Tai Long. Anyway, Tai Long and Suyu are close, so it's convenient even if he wants to rob. Of course, Suyu won't rob. He is now playing the role of a big boss, and he plays it very successfully. As long as he keeps fooling around, Iron Dragon will offer his armor sooner or later. Suyu thought about this in his mind. After entering the subspace, he recalled the coordinates again and instantly entered the gathering hall. His terrifying evil godlike figure descended again. At this time, the other members were all in the hall. It seemed that they had been waiting here for a long time, preparing in advance, and finally sent a message to Suyu. Seeing Suyu descending instantly, the aura of tyranny was pervasive, and everyone couldn't help but look at Xiao Xiaomin. The old man touched his forehead helplessly. It's still useless. I can't stop it at all. Suyu smiled slightly and sat down at the long table. He found that the party hall this time was a little different from the last time. There were many complex patterns carved on the walls around. It seemed that Xiao Xiaomin had learned a lesson in the past 7 days and upgraded the subspace protection technology again in order to let Suyu go through the gate once. However, it was useless. Suyu came as he said, "Just go when you say so." Everyone looked at Suyu's devil-like figure, and all had complicated expressions. They had been busy these 7 days in order to help Xiao Xiaomin upgrade his technology, but it was all in vain. And everyone noticed that Suyu's aura seemed to be stronger than last time. He was even taller, and had already exceeded 3 meters. It turned out that Suyu had upgraded again in the past few days, because of the efforts of those believers in the radiation land. Already at level 30, his strength has increased again. He has gone deeper into the realm of the 7 stars supernatural. The higher the level, the harder it is, and the more experience is required. But it doesn't matter. Suyu's followers will preach by themselves anyway, and the more they preach, the more they will preach. At this time, because Suyu's strength has increased again, his momentum is amazing. Although Xiao Xiaomin is the president, he sits at the top. But when Suyu sits down, under the pressure of momentum, it seems that he is the master here. It's only been a week since we last met, and he's even stronger. Everyone was shocked. They were more certain that Suyu must be an ancient strongman who had been resurrected and was gradually regaining his strength. Otherwise, they couldn't explain this speed of improvement. They were all 7-star strongmen. To improve their strength, they had to have a significant change in strength, which would take at least years. Suyu had such a big improvement in just 1 week. He could only be resurrected by an ancient strongman. To explain, as for whether Suyu is the Ghost Emperor or some older existence, everyone is not sure now. The party begins. Everyone can start trading or communicating. Xiao Xiaomin calmed down and announced. Everyone turned their heads to look at Suyu habitually. Last time, Suyu revealed a shocking secret. Will there be another shocking performance this time? Suyu really wanted to ask everyone, why are you all looking at me? Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to find space compression technology. But he was pretending to be a big shot, so he couldn't ask directly. He was originally prepared to wait and see, listen to the exchanges and transactions of other members, and gain intelligence from them. As a result, these guys just stared at him, as if Suyu didn't speak, and they wouldn't speak either. This made Suyu helpless. After waiting for a while, Suyu could only chuckle and said leisurely, "Speaking of communication, I do have some experience in the path of the extraordinary, and I want to share it with you." When Suyu said this, the others were shocked. What? This old monster wants to share his experience? Last time, Suyu, he revealed the ultimate secret of this planet. This time, is he going to do it again? What amazing things will he share? Will it be too precious, they can't afford it? Please give me some advice. Mr. Suyu. If you need any price, just ask, they hurriedly said solemnly. Suyu shook his head gently. No need for any price. It's just a free experience sharing. Everyone heard it. Free? That's great. But don't be careless. Free things are often the most expensive. They quickly focused, wanting to hear what Suyu had to say. Suyu thought about it, and decided to lay the groundwork for what he was going to do next. Suyu slowly said, I see that you seem to focus on only one profession, one path. Although this is pure, but if it is difficult to break through, you will be stuck in a certain realm, and you will not make any progress for 100 years. I have been trying many professions. For example, data, machinery, physical body, and so on. I have tried many and explored different paths. By stacking multiple professions, you can continuously improve your strength. In the same realm, you have strong combat power, and can even fight against opponents of higher levels. And if you continue to stack like this, one day, you will be able to break through the limit. After hearing this, the others. But I just felt thunder rolling in the sky. What? Try to work in multiple professions, and keep stacking. Break through the limit? There is such a method? It sounds reasonable. I don't know. On this planet, is it so easy to get a super profession that can reach the 7 stars? They can reach the 7 stars by chance, and they have obtained the legacy of the previous ruling forces. What's more, they focus on one profession, and have already spent a lot of energy. How can you have time to be distracted by other professions? If you have that time, you can study your own profession, and you may have made a breakthrough long ago. There may even be conflicts between different professions, and if you randomly stack them, you may end up training yourself to death. Their ideas do make sense. Under normal circumstances, it is like this, otherwise everyone would have taken on multiple roles long ago. So you just said it without any hesitation. You can look at me anyway, I will just say it casually. After all, Suyu has a professional panel. Upgrading is like eating and drinking. As for the conflict of professions, is it true? I don't feel it. Everyone looked at Suyu, with only one meaning in his eyes. Are you sure you are kidding me? But Suyu just smiled and said nothing. Everyone looked at Suyu like this, and immediately frowned. Is Suyu not joking? Is he serious? That's right. This old monster, how can he be in the mood to make such a ridiculous joke? That is really. That's right. Last time when Suyu introduced himself, it is said that he is good at psychic energy, data, machinery, purification and other abilities. Originally, everyone thought that Suyu was the resurrection of the Ghost Emperor, and his subordinates were also resurrected. So he has many abilities, and is not just one person. Now it seems that it is really just one person. Does he really have so many professions and abilities? Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. Is there really someone who can have so many professions? I am afraid that only old monsters, like Suyu, can do it. I have walked too far in the way of psychic energy. I have lived for who knows how many years before I have the time and energy to practice so many professions. In other words, this method is really feasible? As long as you live long enough. And the 7 stars extraordinary people have a long lifespan. So maybe you can really try it. At this time, everyone was actually tempted by Suyu's trick. In fact, this method is feasible. But it requires extremely high talent. Everyone is afraid that it is not feasible. But at most it would waste a little of their time. And if they found it unreliable, they would give up. At this time, Suyu spoke again. It is actually very interesting to try multiple professions. And you can appreciate the scenery of different roads. Recently, I have begun to prepare for the ceremony of my mechanic profession. When I succeed in the promotion, I will surely be able to see more scenery. I can create more and stronger mechanical creations. Hee. Suyu casually said his true state. On the road to becoming a mechanic, he is almost reaching the 7th star. For Suyu, the promotion ceremony for a war mechanic requires leading and winning a war, which cannot be concealed at all. It is better to say it openly. Using the Ghost Emperor's tiger skin, and Suyu's own strength, the people in the subspace gathering, even if they will not help Suyu, will never dare to stop him. What? The ceremony is about to be held. Doesn't that mean he is almost reaching the 7th star? Everyone was stunned. They focus on one profession, work hard, and still stay at the 7 star level. Su Yu's second profession is about to hold a ceremony. No. An old monster like Su Yu may have broken through to the 7-star profession. And there are more than one. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This old monster. Every time he speaks, it is really shocking and difficult to calm down. Ahem. Mr. Su Yu, your experience is very valuable. But it's a pity that we are afraid it will be difficult to try. Finally, Xiao Shungying managed to regain his composure and spoke. It doesn't matter. If you can't make progress in the future, you can try this path, Su Yu said casually, and then stopped talking. He just said so much. And there was another purpose, which was to tell everyone that he was a powerful mechanic, especially to remind Tailong. Tielong's Galaxy Warrior armor must need repairs. And no one at the party seemed to have such repair capabilities. Shichen, the child mechanic, seems to only know how to control machinery, but not how to repair it. Xietian is a data professional, and he is probably not very good at machinery manufacturing and repair. Su Yu, on the other hand, has multiple professions and is extremely capable. If Tailong wants to repair it, shouldn't he look for Su Yu? Sure enough, when Tailong heard this, he thought of the various advanced technologies in the mechanical city, and his eyes flickered, as if he had an idea. The child Shichen, looking at Su Yu, was also eager to try. It seemed that he wanted to exchange some experiences of mechanics with Su Yu, but he was a little afraid of Su Yu, and did not dare to speak actively. Su Yu maintained the demeanor of a big boss, and naturally would not talk to this kid-like guy. Then, everyone finally started to communicate and trade. They were in various places on the planet, and had been in charge for many years. There were always various things to communicate and share, and various resources and technologies to exchange. Su Yu did not continue to speak, but remained silent. It seemed that there was nothing worth exchanging or trading in his hand. No one dared to underestimate him because of this. Once this big man opened his mouth, it would be earth-shattering. Who dared to underestimate him? At this time, Xietian, the data ghost, looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, I have a child, who urgently needs to solve the problem of high-level psionic erosion. He needs to be purified within 6 hours, otherwise his life will be in danger. Whatever reward you want, you can ask for it. Everyone basically didn't speak. Most of them were not good at purifying pollution and erosion. Jiang Qianzhu, the sister Guangyao, said, I can handle it, but the distance between Sun City and Illusion City is more than 20,000 kilometers. I'm afraid it's too late. Xietian nodded. It's indeed too late. Even if he traveled at the speed of sound, it would take nearly 20 hours, and when people arrived, they could already collect the bodies. And Xiao Xingying's subspace teleportation can only teleport dead objects, cannot teleport living people. Even if they can, they dare not easily let their bodies enter the subspace. Not to mention, they are still under the control of Xiao Xingying. It seems that everyone is helpless. So they all look at Su Yu, the big boss. After all, this guy said that. He is also good at purification, and is also better at controlling the nether energy. It seems that he is more suitable than Jiang Qianzhu. Su Yu immediately understood what everyone meant. He pondered slightly in his heart, and immediately realized that this is an opportunity. You can go to the Unreal City to have a look. He is also very interested in this date-related. Colleague, I can give it a try. As for the reward, you can use the map of the ruined star, and various mechanical technology blueprints, source core crystals, etc. are all fine. Upon hearing this, Xietian's face suddenly showed joy. No problem. I can provide source core crystals as a reward. Then he said with some difficulty, the child is too weak to travel long distances. Can Mr. Su Yu set off immediately? The Illusion City is 6,000 kilometers away from the dead silent wilderness. Such a long distance, even if running at the speed of sound, it will take about 5 hours. Time is very tight. Su Yu nodded and said, wait a minute, it shouldn't take too long. Then, he disappeared directly from the party hall. Everyone was slightly stunned. This Mr. Su Yu is really a man of action. He will go as soon as he says he will. However, such a big man, does he have to run 6,000 kilometers to the Illusion City? What does it mean that it won't take too long? 6,000 kilometers, how can it not take too long? Chapter 178 Test Flight Armor. The changes of the mechanical spirit replica, the new characteristics of the armor? After Su Yu left, the people of the Extraordinary Union did not end the party immediately. On the contrary, because of Su Yu's departure, the eerie and terrifying atmosphere of high-level psionic energy disappeared, and everyone felt relaxed, and the discussion became more lively. The important topic of discussion was, how should Suyu cross the distance of 6,000 kilometers in just 6 hours? Does he really have to run at the speed of sound for 5 or 6 hours? At the 7 stars, the difference between the physical and spiritual systems has been narrowed. Even for the spiritual system. If you want, you can use psychic energy to strengthen your body in a short period of time and run at the speed of sound. But if you want to go faster, it will be difficult. After all, there is always a speed limit when running on the ground. And running thousands of kilometers with your legs does not seem to fit the identity of Suyu. A mysterious old monster. What's more, when Suyu left, he said that it would not take too long. It took 4 or 5 hours to get there. How can it be called not too long? Everyone was talking about it. Mr. Su, you might want to fly over there. At this time, Talong suddenly spoke. When he and Suyu had a big fight before, Suyu showed his ability to fly at high speed. In a short time, he ran ahead of him. What? Fly over there. He also has the ability to fly. Everyone was surprised and asked quickly. Yes. The last time I fought with him in the radiation land, he ran ahead of me by flying. Probably at least 2 or 3 times the speed of sound. Talong nodded. He can actually fly safely on this planet? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They wanted to escape from the planet. But the first big problem was that they couldn't fly. In fact, with the power of a 7-star strongman, it was not difficult to find a way to fly. Even some professions with special abilities can fly. But the key is, they don't dare to fly. Previously, the Supernatural Union had 10 members. 2 of them died silently because of flying. 1 died at home just after being promoted to 7 stars, leaving only a pile of ashes. The other was killed by thunder while testing the aircraft. There are only 8 members left in the Union now. In this case, how do they fly again? What's more, now everyone knows that the strange power that restricts flying, it is most likely the mechanical creation left by that planetary extraordinary person, Zhang Chenfeng. With that person's terror, it would be like playing to kill ordinary 7-star and 8-star people in a second. So everyone was even more afraid to fly. But now, they actually heard Talong say that Suyu could fly at supersonic speed? After flying for so long, he was still fine? What's going on? Is Suyu so powerful that he is not afraid of the creation left by Zhang Chenfeng? Is he really an old monster who survived 10,000 years ago? Such an important matter. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Everyone couldn't help but scold Talong. This guy is too unreliable. Ahem, I didn't tell you about this before. Talong scratched his chin, seemingly embarrassed. Then he glared, and even bit back. It's all because of the last time. When I told you about Suyu, you were too noisy, and it disrupted my train of thought. I forgot about it. Everyone was speechless. Talong probably really forgot to mention this last time. It was really a rip-off. But everyone couldn't do anything about Talong. Talong, this guy, would only use his IQ when he encountered a battle, or found a strong opponent worth fighting. At other times, he basically didn't use his brain. After the 7 stars experienced a qualitative change, the brain would be greatly developed. As long as he was a little more reliable, he would not forget things. But Talong had a brain, but he didn't use it. Who can do anything to him? Everyone ignored Talong and continued to discuss heatedly. So Mr. Suyu is most likely to fly to the Illusion City? Not necessarily. Last time he flew a few hundred kilometers, and it was fine. This time he flew thousands of kilometers. Can he still be fine? Maybe if he slows down a bit, it will be safer? If he slows down, it may not be as fast as before. What's the use? What if Mr. Suyu really flies directly there, and is still fine? That means, he may not be afraid of Zhang Chenfeng's creation, which is too scary. On Suyu's side, after he went offline, returned to the real world, he immediately asked the mechanical spirit to retrieve the location map of the virtual city. The information that Xiao Shengyin had traded to Suyu before included the locations of the cities, where the members of the Supernatural Federation were located. Those cities were too big to be targeted. As long as he was determined, with Suyu's current strength, he would be able to find out the location sooner or later. So Xiao Shengyin did not hide it, instead. Tell him the truth. Otherwise, if you conceal this information, Suyu will be dissatisfied. Maybe one day he will sneak over without making any noise, which will be even more dangerous. After giving Suyu the location information of these cities, all major cities have been building a lot in this week, and have upgraded their defense systems. This is to prevent Suyu from having any malicious intentions, so that they can resist. With the power of one city, plus the suppression of 7-star strongmen, it should be able to stop it. But a week passed, and Suyu did not make any movement. It seemed that he had no ill intentions, and everyone was relieved. This time, Xie Tian asked Suyu for help, and he basically trusted Suyu. After Suyu called up the location of the illusion city, he took a few glances, and the armor sprayed high-pressure gas, allowing him to float in the air. If he activated the armor's maximum speed, at 13 times the speed of sound, he would travel about 16,000 kilometers in an hour. A distance of only 6,000 kilometers, it took less than half an hour to get there. But flying like this, I'm afraid it's not good. Suyu didn't dare to fly directly. He now knew the dangers of flying. If he flew like this, he might be killed by a laser or something like that. However, even though he knew the danger, he still wanted to give it a try. It was really frustrating that the armor had such a high speed, but he didn't dare to use it. Moreover, if he encountered danger in the future, he would have to use the armor's flying ability to escape. But if you don't dare to fly, you will die unjustly. So Suyu wants to take this opportunity to experiment with the flight restrictions of this planet. When you run away in the future, you will have a clear idea. In fact, Suyu has a general understanding of the flight restrictions. First, based on the experience of the 2 members of the Supernatural Union who died, Suyu deduced 2 characteristics. The first is that supernaturals with strong flying abilities will be targeted immediately after they are promoted. Zhang Chenfeng obviously also made arrangements in the subspace. It may be that the extraordinary people with this kind of flying ability have a special mark in the subspace, which makes them easy to be alerted. The 7-star who can control gravity died in his own home just after being promoted. Feng Tian. This guy, if he has the opportunity to be promoted to 7-star, it is not good. Then, large aircraft will also be targeted. The other 7-star of the Extraordinary Federation was flying at a low altitude once, when he was experimenting with aircraft, was killed by lightning. Suyu guessed that the target of the aircraft was too big and too conspicuous. The extraordinary mechanic, but he wanted to build a spaceship, so the target must not be small. In this way, the result was obvious. Suyu speculated that, first, he could not fly directly by relying on the ability of the 7-star profession. Then, the flying target had to be small. And Suyu perfectly met this characteristic. He relied on the flight system of the armor, and there was no corresponding mark in the subspace. It will not be monitored by the subspace. Moreover, the armor is so small, and the target is also very small. So last time, when Suyu fought with Iron Dragon, he flew hundreds of kilometers, and nothing happened. This is the reason why Suyu dared to experiment. Otherwise, it would not be an experiment, but a suicide attempt. Actually, it is still a bit suicide. Suyu still felt a little uneasy. So, he took off the armor, and then ordered, "Tyrannical armor, go out and fly around by yourself." Anyway, the armor has powerful intelligence and can fly by itself. Even if it encounters danger and is shot down, with the armor's recovery ability, it will not be directly scrapped. "Yes, master." The mechanical spirit responded immediately, but it actually seemed a little aggrieved. Suyu's order seemed to be a trick on it. "Huh? What's wrong with you?" Suyu was surprised when he heard this aggrieved voice. "Master, flying seems very dangerous. I am a little scared." The mechanical spirit in the armor responded. "You actually know how to be afraid?" Suyu was even more surprised. Originally, each copy of the mechanical spirit was the same as the original body. Although it had intelligence, it was very cold and mechanical, and rarely showed emotions, unlike Nono who was lively. There was nothing wrong with this. Such a mechanical spirit was very calm and efficient. But now the mechanical spirit actually got scared. "What happened to you?" Suyu said solemnly. This mechanical spirit replica loaded in the armor seems to have undergone some strange changes. "Master, I always feel that there is a voice talking to me in the tyrannical core recently, but I can't understand it. Then I suddenly got scared today. It's so strange. I'm just a replica. Even if I'm deleted, it's no big deal. Why am I scared? If the master thinks there is a problem, you can delete me and reset me." Although the mechanical spirit has changed a little, it still executes Suyu's orders without hesitation and answers honestly. "There is a voice in the tyrannical core? It's the tyrannical guy." Suyu heard it and immediately understood. It was the thought of the tyrannical evil god that secretly corroded the mechanical spirit and made it feel afraid. The mechanical spirit is obviously a data life, but it can also be corroded? This kind of evil god there are so many ways to do it. And it is impossible to guard against it. Could it be that the tyrannical evil god wants to corrupt the mechanical spirit into his believers? Can data life also become believers? It is amazing. Suyu thought while probing his mind into the tyrannical core. He found that the tyranny inside was still firmly sealed. And there was still a lot of true flame in the core. But the mechanical spirit was corrupted. Interesting. Suyu fell into deep thought. Master, do you want to delete me? The mechanical spirit asked. No. Suyu shook his head. Now the mechanical spirit's replica is still under control. And the core code has not changed much. It just generated some emotional codes out of thin air. Which is quite strange. Suyu can use the ability of a data mechanic to sense the existence of this replica at any time. And erase it with a thought. But Suyu did not do so. After all, this replica already has the emotion of fear. Directly erasing it seems a bit cruel. And it is also a precious sample. Suyu also wants to study it. What does it look like after the data life is corroded? Don't worry, the master won't delete you. You don't have to be afraid either. This experiment shouldn't be that dangerous. Suyu comforted. It just so happens that I am about to go to the Illusion City. The 7-star Transcendent Cietian, there is an expert in the field of data. Suyu can communicate with him. Study the changes of the mechanical spirit replica. Yes. Master. The mechanical spirit replica heard Suyu's comfort. And its tone suddenly became cheerful. It now looks a bit like Nono. Then it said again, Master, I want to activate the stealth function when flying, is it okay? In this way, I will feel safer. Suyu heard this and nodded, yes. In fact, Suyu felt that this stealth ability should be used during flight. It's useless. After all, flying at more than 10 times the speed of sound, the noise is too loud. What's the use of just being invisible? This stealth skill should only be used for low-speed sneaking, activating stealth kills, and other abilities. Yes. Master. The mechanical spirit clone responded happily. Then, the tyrannical armor in front of Suyu suddenly disappeared. This is the activation of stealth. Master, then I will try to fly. I won't fly too high. I will only fly for 5 minutes and come back. After the mechanical spirit replica gave a reminder, there was no more sound. A few seconds later, Suyu sensed that the armor had disappeared in the mechanical city. In a short period of time, it had flown more than 20 kilometers away. It had already activated its hypersonic flight capability. But the key point was that there was no movement. It flew away silently. If Suyu hadn't been able to sense the mechanical spirit replica and high-level psionic energy in the armor, he would have thought that the armor was lost. It turned out that this stealth function not only can be invisible, it can also cover up the sound and air fluctuations during high-speed flight. This is very useful. Suyu understood instantly that the stealth skill of the tyrannical armor is not useless. On the contrary, it is very useful. It can actually hide the violent fluctuations during high-speed flight, so that the concealment is greatly increased. The probability of being discovered by Zhang Qinfeng's creation is greatly reduced. The safety is also greatly increased. I made the armor myself. But I didn't even know this feature. And I needed the mechanical spirit to remind me. Suyu couldn't help but laugh at himself. It's not Suyu's fault for being careless. He just didn't dare to fly easily before. So he couldn't test it. In fact, the material he used to make the stealth system only has the stealth feature. But it doesn't have the power to hide sound and waves. Maybe that material, after being soaked in a lot of high-level psionic energy, has undergone some changes. It was an unexpected surprise. 5 minutes later, the tyrannical armor returned safely. It seemed that it was not discovered by Zhang Qinfeng's creation. Master, 5 minutes of test flight, 500 meters in altitude, 12 times the speed of sound, a total of 1,237 kilometers, without encountering any danger. The mechanical spirit clone reported happily. Not bad. Suyu nodded, with a happy look on his face. This stealth function will consume energy, and has a certain impact on speed, but not much. There are still 12 times the speed of sound left. Let's go! To the Illusion City. Suyu chuckled and put on the armor again. Chapter 179 Illusion City. The Ultimate Weapon. Surprise Suyu. The armor first activated invisibility, then flew up silently, carrying Suyu silently out of the mechanical city, reaching a height of 100 meters, flying towards the Illusion City in the southwest. In just a moment, it had flown hundreds of kilometers. After all, it was 12 times the speed of sound. Every second, It could cover a distance of 4 kilometers. The violent fluctuations aroused were eliminated by the invisibility characteristics of the armor, and only a slight breeze was aroused. There was almost no sound. Suyu was completely relieved now. With such a strong stealth ability, he should not be discovered. Then he had no more scruples, and flew at full speed towards the direction of the illusion city. Not long after, he flew several hundred kilometers. Such a high speed made the ground in Suyu's eyes retreat rapidly, and his adrenaline was secreted crazily. Mainly because he was cautious, he did not dare to fly too high. The altitude was only 100 meters. At this altitude, the perception of speed is particularly keen. It's so exciting! Suyu couldn't help but exclaimed happily as he flew. Humans yearning for flying, speed, and heights is engraved in their genes. This flying experience is much better than the last time, when he barely flew up with his legs flapping. And the speed is 4 times faster. This extreme speed experience makes Suyu feel so happy that he wants to let out a long roar. But he held back. He is now a mysterious boss. Be careful about your image. As Suyu flew, he couldn't help but raise his head and look at the dark clouds above his head. Sooner or later, he would rush up to the clouds and see what was on top. More than 20 minutes later, the Unreal City, 6,000 kilometers away. This is a high-tech modern city, with a radius of tens of kilometers, and tall buildings everywhere, enough to accommodate millions of people. If they squeeze in, 2 million people are not a problem, and the scale is much larger than the War City. The mechanical city with only tens of thousands of people is even more incomparable. Like the War City, this virtual city is also surrounded by tall steel walls. After all, in this era of rampant radiation beasts, a city without walls is simply seeking death. In the city, there are a lot of cars and people, various machines and vehicles, coming and going, and there is a constant stream. There are also some machines, entering and leaving the city, transporting various resources. But the strange thing is that there are only various creations and vehicles in the city, but there were hardly any living people. There was no one to operate those vehicles. When Suyu flew over, he saw such an unmanned city. Yes, in just over 20 minutes, he had crossed a distance of 6,000 kilometers and arrived above this illusory city. This city is interesting. Where are all the people? Could this city be a city of machines? A real city of machines? Suyu flew at 12 times the speed of sound, hovering over the illusion city. He felt a little strange. With his speed, he could see the whole city in a short time. He only saw a few dozen people walking on the ground. Moreover, these people looked pale and thin. In this dangerous era, it was incredible. How could such a weak person survive? Suyu thought about landing and taking a look. He was about to slow down. Suddenly, he had an idea, and continued to maintain his speed, while partially removing his invisibility. Boom! The invisibility was slightly removed, and the tyrannical armor immediately collided violently with the air, causing a thunderous roar. At the same time, the extremely rich high-level psionic aura on the tyrannical armor also spread out. Then, Suyu immediately turned on the invisibility again. If he removed it completely, he was afraid that he would be discovered by the surveillance in the sky, and that would be his own death. However, it was only this moment of exposure. A piercing alarm sounded over the entire virtual city. Alarm! Alarm! Highly corrosive energy reaction. High-speed reaction. Energy level above 8 stars. Speed 12 times the speed of sound. And it has stealth capability. Defense system activated. Ready to meet the enemy. That alarm sounded a data-synthesized sound, which was somewhat similar to the tone of the mechanical spirit. Maybe it was also a data life. As the alarm sounded, every building in the virtual city all lit up with red warning lights. At the same time, various gun barrels, lasers, pulse generators, extended from the windows of those buildings. These buildings seemed not to be used for living at all, but war fortresses, which were filled with war weapons. These terrifying weapons with huge calibers kept turning their gun barrels, trying to aim at Suyu in the air. However, Suyu's speed was too fast, and he could also be invisible. It only stirred up a light breeze. These weapons can't be locked at all. Even with thermal imaging, energy sensors and other devices, they can only detect faint shadows, which are fleeting. Moreover, even if Suyu fully appeared, with his speed, these weapons would probably be difficult to aim at. When they were designed, they probably didn't consider at all actually facing such a high-speed enemy. Can't aim! Evacuate quickly. Call the city lord, call the city lord. The alarm sound suddenly changed, admitting his own powerlessness. Then, the gun barrels no longer tried to aim accurately, and fired directly. No matter whether they could hit or not, at least they fired first. Boom! Various shells, lasers, plasma beams, high-energy pulses, crisscrossed the sky above the city. It was like a rainstorm from bottom to top, illuminating the entire sky. The firepower of the virtual city was very strong. It is estimated that with one volley of fire, a small city like the mechanical city would be razed to the ground in an instant. This kind of power is even stronger than Su Yu's current power. After all, this is not a person, but a city, with countless war weapons, exerting their power at the same time. No wonder Xie Tian dared to invite Su Yu to the illusion city. The defensive power in this city is really strong, worthy of being a 7-star strongman who has been operating for hundreds of years. It is estimated that even if an 8-star strongman comes, it can also resist. Su Yu's mechanical city, after all, was just established not long ago, and it does not have such a strong accumulation. TSK, it's really amazing. Su Yu in the air saw that the moment he appeared, he caused such a big commotion, and he couldn't help but admire it. He just lifted a little invisibility, actually. He wanted to test the power of this virtual city. Now it seems, it is indeed extraordinary. However, the power of this virtual city, although strong, but it still couldn't hurt him. After all, Su Yu was too fast. His figure in this rainstorm was as fast as a black lightning across the sky, without being touched by any rain. With his speed, and the auxiliary calculation of the mechanical spirit, although these firepowers were strong, there were many gaps. With a slight movement, he avoided the trajectory, and could not hit him at all. Even if it was a laser cannon at the speed of light, their muzzle movement speed was. It's not the speed of light. And before the laser is fired, it needs to charge for a moment, which is enough for Su Yu to dodge. In fact, even if Su Yu stood there, and let these weapons bombard him, he couldn't break the defense of the tyrannical armor for a while. Instead, the armor's anti-injury function would target those attacks, launch a stronger counterattack, and in turn directly destroy those weapons. Su Yu dodged, but for the sake of the good of the illusion city. If he was really hit, the armor launched a powerful counterattack. Then the city would be destroyed by at least half in a short time. He came to help purify the pollution, not to demolish the city. It would be fine to test it, but it would be unreasonable to demolish the city. Su Yu continued to dodge the attack, and did not rush to reveal his identity. He wanted to see if this virtual city had any trump cards. Maybe it could give him a surprise? Unexpectedly, there really was a surprise. After discovering those artillery lasers, after failing to hit Su Yu, the intelligence of the illusion city seemed to have made some kind of judgment. Activate the final weapon. So, buildings after buildings opened their ceilings, raising the so-called final weapon. Su Yu looked at those final weapons, and his eyes widened in shock. This is, at the same time, in the subspace. The people of the Extraordinary Federation have not left yet, but it is already the end of the party. At this time, Xie Tian's expression suddenly changed, and he said in surprise, "Oh no! Enemies are coming to the illusion city. Oh my god! They are actually more than 8 stars strong, and their speed is 12 times the speed of sound." Although Xie Tian was in the subspace, he still had a part of his spirit in the real world. So he had received the alarm. How could such a terrifying enemy suddenly attack? What kind of monster is this? Everyone, I want to leave immediately, with all my spirit, to meet the enemy. Goodbye. If I don't get any news later, it's possible that he has been killed. This time, the enemy is too terrifying. Xie Tian said a few words in a hurry, and walked quickly towards the door of the hall. If he wants to leave the subspace, he must go through the main door. When the other members heard this, they were all shocked. 8-star enemy, and 12 times the speed of sound? What kind of monster is this? Is it Zhang Qinfeng's ancient creation that has come to destroy the illusion city? Or is it the legendary evil god coming to the world? Above the illusion city, Su Yu looked at those ultimate weapons, and blurted out in surprise, "Are these rockets?" It turned out that those ultimate weapons were round like pillars. They were 2 meters thick, 20 meters long, like long swords, pointing straight to the sky. Su Yu is very familiar with this kind of thing. Aren't they rockets? No, since they are weapons, then they are missiles? Su Yu changed his judgment again. Rockets are just vehicles, not the ultimate weapon. Missiles are. These missiles, looking at their size, the warheads inside, are definitely powerful. As long as they are launched, get a little closer to Su Yu, and then detonate the power. Not to mention, there are quite a lot of these missiles, at least dozens of them. Looking at the size, I'm afraid it's the legendary intercontinental missile that can carry heavy warheads and hit tens of thousands of kilometers. Illusion City actually has such a powerful thing? This surprise from the Unreal City is really awesome. Missile technology and rocket technology are in the same vein. If the Unreal City can make missiles, it is very likely that it can make space rockets, which can fly out of the atmosphere and into space. Didn't they say that the Supernatural Federation doesn't have the technology for flying vehicles? They even made missiles and flying arrows? Etienne. This guy looks thin and small, pale, and looks like a programmer otaku. I didn't expect it to be so hidden. Suyu was really surprised. But soon, his expression changed because he found that those missiles had begun to be refueled and were ready to be ignited. If so many missiles were detonated in the air at the same time, I don't know if Suyu would be okay. This virtual city is definitely gone. And Suyu guessed that these missiles should have been developed secretly by Etienne and had never been tested. If these missiles were exposed now, maybe they will be targeted by the forces secretly monitoring in the sky. There will be real terror. These missiles are weapons that will kill both parties. No wonder they are called the ultimate weapon. City Lord Xia. Please stop. I am Suyu. I am here to help, not an enemy. Suyu shouted loudly. He did not want to die with Etienne. With his current strength, his voice was like thunder, and soon spread throughout the city. After a while, the attacks all over the city suddenly stopped. And the missiles that were about to fire also stopped. A hesitant voice sounded, "Is it Mr. Suyu?" This was Etienne's voice. Seeing this, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, then slowed down, landed on the ground, opened his visor, exposed his face, and shouted, "It's me!" When he stopped, countless surveillance cameras in the entire Illusion City were all aimed at him. I saw his face that belonged to a young human. After a while, Etienne's voice sounded again, "Mr. Suyu, you scared me just now." From the voice, Etienne had relaxed. Suyu smiled slightly. In the subspace, Etienne was about to walk out of the hall, but suddenly stopped. "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" "Hurry up, that enemy is too scary, we must meet him quickly." Seeing this, the others hurriedly expressed their concern. They knew that the enemy facing the Illusion City was extremely terrifying. Even if Etienne tried his best, he would have little chance of winning. If half of his spirit remained in the subspace, he would surely die. But Etienne did not take another step after hearing this. Instead, he showed a strange look on his face and slowly said, "It's no longer necessary." The others were even more shocked. "It's no longer necessary. What does that mean? Could it be that Etienne's real body in reality, he has been killed? Now he only has this little bit of residual spirit left? If he only has this little bit of residual spirit left, it will completely dissipate in 2 or 3 days at most, and he will die." Everyone suddenly felt an irrepressible sadness and anger. Etienne was also an old member of the Federation, and had been with them for many years. He died like this now? What is the origin of that great enemy? Will he target other members in the future? However, it was too early for them to grieve. Etienne continued, "That is not a great enemy at all. It is Mr. Suyu who came from the mechanical city to help me purify the pollution. It was just a misunderstanding just now. He has revealed his identity now. It's okay." Chapter 180. Everyone in the Union was shocked. Suyu seems to have the power to break free? Illusion City features. When Etienne said this, everyone was shocked and almost popped their eyes out. What? That terrifying enemy actually is Mr. Suyu. Strength above 8 stars, 12 times the speed of sound. Is Mr. Suyu? Is this his true strength? No wonder, he is the only one. Everyone couldn't believe it, but they also felt as expected. Originally, they were still puzzled. How could such a terrifying enemy suddenly appear on this planet? Now that they heard that it was Suyu, the old monster, it immediately made sense. Based on the old monster's previous performances, it doesn't seem strange that he has such strength. If it's not strange, then there must be something fishy. After thinking about it, everyone still couldn't believe it. Hearing this, Etienne nodded quickly and confirmed, yes, it is indeed him. At this time in reality, Etienne had already met and communicated with Suyu, and confirmed Suyu's identity and aura. At this time, in the virtual city, Etienne walked out of a building, and came in front of Suyu. Etienne looked at Suyu's face carefully, and sensed his aura, which seemed to be similar to the psionic aura sensed in the subspace before, same gloomy, horrible, and violent. This made Xietian confirm Suyu's identity. However, to Xietian's surprise, Suyu in reality did not give as strong a sense of oppression as in the subspace. Previously in the subspace, Xietian had never seen Suyu's true appearance. He only saw the mysterious strongman who was 3 meters tall, wearing a dark green hood, with creeping tentacles, a gloomy breath, and a strange voice. But now in reality, Xietian found that Suyu was only about 1.8 meters tall and had a normal appearance. When he spoke, he did not have the chorus of tens of thousands of mentally ill people. Even Suyu looked young and gentle. It almost gave Xietian the illusion that this was not a powerful supernatural being, but an ordinary young man, who seemed to be only in his 20s. Don't be careless. How can a young man in his 20s have such strength? This must be just a disguise. The terrifying appearance in the subspace is his true form. Xietian was secretly alert in his heart. And then he smiled. Mr. Suyu, sorry. I just made a fuss and disturbed the distinguished guest. He spoke politely. He did not mention that Suyu almost forced him to use the means of mutual destruction, and even wrote a will. In fact, Xietian privately, his temper is quite irritable. If Tailong had made such a big fuss in the illusion city, he would have cursed him a long time ago. But facing the terrifying strength shown by Suyu, he dared not complain. Suyu heard this, he also smiled. It's my fault. I came in a hurry, and the noise was a bit loud. Since Xietian was polite, he also showed a good attitude. As he spoke, he secretly looked at Xietian. On the tyrannical armor, various scanning systems were frantically detecting Xietian. Soon, Suyu came to the conclusion that the Xietian in front of him was not a living person, but a robot. This robot had a high technical content, and it was covered with a 10% biochemical flesh and blood disguise. It looks like a normal human, but it still can't be hidden from Suyu. It seems that although Xietian is polite, he is still careful enough to use a robot as a carrier to meet Suyu. With Xietian's ability in data, it is normal to use this method. As for his real body, I don't know where he is hiding. It is estimated that he will not come out to meet Suyu. After all, Suyu is too scary. If his real body comes out, what if Suyu has malicious intentions? I'm afraid he would be crushed to death. Although Suyu found out that Xietian was not his real body, he did not point it out, but continued to communicate with Xietian in a friendly manner. He pointed at the surrounding cities curiously, and asked curiously, where did the residents of the city go? At the same time, Suyu used the ability of a data mechanic to sense that a large amount of data was flowing around. These data seem a little strange. In the subspace, everyone was still discussing. Is this Mr. Suyu's true strength? Above 8 stars. Everyone was still shocked by Suyu's strength and speed. Tailong was also quite surprised. No, it should be more than that. Last time I sparred with him, he wasn't so powerful. Although Mr. Suyu suppressed me at that time, but for a while, it seemed that he couldn't do anything to me, and couldn't defeat me quickly. Finally, he took advantage of the environment of the radiation land, condensed the Dark King, only then did he win completely. That should be some kind of trump card, not normal. How long has it been now? About a week. Mr. Suyu's normal strength has actually been improved to this level? He truly has the strength of 8 stars. This Mr. Suyu is indeed the resurrection of the old monster, and is constantly regaining his previous strength. The speed of his strength improvement is like flying. Tailong remembered the last time he sparred with Suyu. At that time, although Suyu showed strong strength, but it was not as terrifying as it is now. The defeat of Tailong depended on the unexpected appearance of the Dark King. All this shows that Suyu's strength is rapidly improving all the time. In 1 week, he went from 7 stars to 8 stars. In another week, will it be 9 stars? When Tailong faces a strong man, his brain always works very fast. He analyzed a lot in a blink of an eye. The more he analyzed, the more frightened he was. When others heard this, they were even more frightened. Still 7 stars last week? 8 stars this week. How many stars are you going to get next week? Moreover, compared to strength, the most important thing is speed. It's only been half an hour, and he has actually crossed 6,000 kilometers. He flew here at 12 times the speed the whole way. No wonder Mr. Suyu said it wouldn't take too long when he left. It really wasn't long. Only half an hour. He can actually fly on this planet without any worries. At this speed, he can already fly out of the atmosphere, heading to outer space. Mr. Suyu, do you have such power? Before, he was just testing the aircraft, and was bombarded by a terrifying thunderbolt. He flew so far at 12 times the speed of sound, and was not hurt at all. Compared to the strength, the people were most shocked by the speed. They were still discussing, and were curious about how Suyu would arrive. No one expected that Suyu would use the most brutal speed to arrive in just half an hour. It flew over here. It can fly at 12 times the speed of sound, and it has the ability to leave this planet. Could it be that? Could it be that Mr. Suyu actually has the power to break free? Everyone speculated wildly. In the real world, in the virtual city, Xietian was still communicating with Suyu. Facing Suyu's question just now, Xietian smiled slightly, seemingly a little complacent. This is the characteristic of the virtual city. The most advanced technology in the virtual city, it is the brain-computer interface and virtual reality. In the data world, I created a beautiful new world. There are no radioactive beasts, no pollution, only peace and beauty. People can enjoy all kinds of delicious food, experience all kinds of magical virtual adventures. It is a perfect world. The population of the virtual city is 1 million. Most of them are connected through brain-computer, immersed in virtual reality, and will not walk in reality. Of course, they will also control various mechanical creations through data links, perform various tasks in reality, collect resources, and build virtual cities. In this way, safety at work will be greatly increased, and there will be no threat from radioactive beasts and pollution. I'm not bragging. The average life expectancy of residents in my virtual city is over 80 years old. Xietian talked endlessly, introducing his virtual city to Suyu. Obviously, he was quite proud of this city. Suyu looked at Xietian like this, and laughed in his heart. Xietian looked like a homeboy showing off his gaming equipment to his friends. However, this virtual city was indeed extraordinary. It was built based on brain-computer interface and virtual reality technology. Previously, Suyu saw only various machines in the city, but no living people. Now he understood that those machines were actually controlled by living people. The strange data flowing in the air around him, it is the thinking signal of the residents. The residents can control various machines through data signals, which is extremely safe. The average life expectancy is over 80 years old, which is amazing in this era. And after the residents finish their work, they can experience various enjoyments in the virtual world. The sense of happiness in life is definitely far beyond other cities. Even Suyu's mechanical city can't compare. However, there is a problem. Suyu looked around, looking at the mechanical creations in the city. They knew that these things were actually controlled by the residents of the virtual city. Suyu had just scared them. But fortunately, they were not injured due to the internet. But they were shocked. After watching for a while, Suyu suddenly said, although it is beautiful to be immersed in the virtual world, their real bodies will be very weak if they don't have time to exercise. Right? He remembered the dozens of living people he had met in the city before. They all looked pale, with thin limbs, and looked like they could be blown away by a gust of wind. Xietian's smile froze when he heard this. And then he said helplessly, there is nothing we can do about it. If you want to live a happy life, you have to pay a price. So I built this city defense system, so that even if there is danger, we can still fight back. Suyu nodded when he heard this. The defense system of this city is indeed very powerful. Ordinary radioactive beasts, it is impossible to break in. Even if it is the radiation beast of the 7 stars, if there are only 1 or 2 of them, they will be killed. And Suyu has never seen a radiation beast of the 7 stars. After all, the 7 stars require a ceremony, and those radiation beasts have low IQs. How to hold a ceremony? In other words, this virtual city, on this ruined planet, is almost invincible. There is basically no danger that can threaten the residents of this city. But this problem comes again. So, what happened to that polluted child? Suyu keenly discovered the problem. Given the power of the virtual city, how could a resident be polluted by high-level phantom energy? Could it be that this child was a naughty child who ran away from the city secretly? Hearing Suyu's question, Xietian's expression suddenly changed, and his face looked a little ugly. I actually want to know this question too. Originally, I thought the virtual data world was the safest, the most beautiful harbor. But the data virtual world, in fact, also hides some unknown dangers. There are always some residents who died inexplicably while playing in the virtual world, and the reason cannot be found. This kind of thing has been going on for many years. Last week, I learned about the tyrannical evil god from Mr. Suyu at a party, so I took it to heart. During this week, the data world was checked and monitored. Then I was shocked to find that in the data world, there is actually psionic pollution. That kind of pollution is very hidden, and it is fleeting. If I hadn't been closely monitoring it this week, it would have been impossible to discover it. The child I mentioned is one of my descendants. He was corroded by this inexplicable pollution, and he fell into madness. The speed of corrosion is very fast, and in a few hours, he will die. That's why I asked for help at the party. When Xiaotian said these words, he looked like he had seen a ghost. It was clearly a virtual data world. But there was actually psionic pollution. He could not understand it at all. In the virtual data world, there was high-level psionic pollution. Suyu heard this and looked solemn, as if thinking about something. This was indeed strange. He remembered the changes in the mechanical spirit replica before. The mechanical spirit replica seemed to have been eroded a little by the thoughts of the tyrannical evil god. A feeling of fear was generated. It seems that the power of the evil god is really everywhere. Even in the virtual world, there is no guarantee of safety. This matter is indeed a bit problematic. Take me to see the child. After Suyu finished thinking, he immediately spoke. Xiaotian carefully observed Suyu's expression, and found that he did not seem too surprised. He immediately felt relieved. It seems that this old monster is indeed an expert in the field of psionic energy. Facing such a strange incident, he seemed to be confident. Mr. Suyu, please follow me. Xiaotian immediately led the way. The two entered a building, and got into the elevator. The elevator did not go up, but kept going down. It seemed that in this illusory city, the real living people all lived underground and were addicted to surfing the internet every day. The high-rise buildings on the ground were just for show. They were filled with various war weapons, but they were not habitable. The two went down all the way, and went down more than 30 floors. Finally got out of the elevator. As soon as he got out of the elevator, the psionic aura emanating from Suyu suddenly subsided, and he seemed to have turned into an ordinary person. The tyrannical armor also seemed to have turned into an ordinary armor. Xiaotian immediately looked at him in surprise. At that moment, he almost had an illusion that Suyu beside him seemed to have disappeared. Suyu smiled and explained, the child was contaminated, and he might not be able to bear the aura on my body, so he restrained himself. Then he looked solemn, because at this moment, he had sensed the breath of high-level phantom energy. Moreover, this breath was very strange, and seemed not real enough. Not in reality, but in another illusory dimension. Even with Suyu's ghost-hidden blade ability, it was difficult to capture the location of this breath. Chapter 181 In-Depth Investigation, The Truth of the Pollution. In order to prevent the psionic energy in his body from interfering with his judgment, Suyu directly used the ability of the ghost-hidden blade to restrain the aura of his whole body. This is also good for the child. The child was already polluted, and if he was exposed to the aura of Suyu, he would have died suddenly. In fact, Suyu has been restraining his psionic aura, only revealing a little. Otherwise, with the terrifying psionic concentration of the tyrannical armor, the entire virtual city has been polluted. But now, Suyu is very serious about restraining himself. However, this extremely restrained state is quite exhausting, so Suyu is only starting now. Mr. Suyu, this is indeed appropriate. Xiaotian praised, and was secretly shocked at the same time. Suyu's extremely restrained state, if coupled with that kind of invisibility ability, and the strength of 8 stars, and the speed of more than 10 times the speed of sound, if used for sneak attacks and assassinations, how terrifying it would be. I'm afraid he can kill all of them in the extraordinary union by himself. Xiaotian couldn't help but evaluate in his mind the possibility of Suyu challenging the extraordinary union alone. It must be said that his thinking is a bit similar to Suyu's. The two of them got out of the elevator, walked forward, and finally stopped in front of a room. Inside, that's the child. Xiaotian opened the door. Suddenly, a crazy roar came out. Let me go! I want to go to the virtual world. I don't want to stay in this dirty reality. Xiaotian, you old man. If you don't let me go, I will kill you. Die! Die! The voice was very childish, but the tone was extremely violent, cruel, and hysterical. Suyu looked into the door, and found that it was a ward. A little boy in his teens was tied to the bed. Beside the bed, several intelligent machines were taking care of him. At this time, the little boy found the door open, and immediately fell into a rage, roaring and struggling. His eyes were bloodshot, and a hint of green was revealed. Mr. Suyu, you see? This is the situation. This child used to be very polite. But now? Alas! Xie Tian sighed. Politeness you. Xie Tian. You old man. Let me out quickly. I want to go to the virtual world. The little boy immediately cursed at Xie Tian. Seeing this scene, Suyu almost blurted out, this is an internet addiction. And he needs to be powered up. But Suyu is now a mysterious boss. So he can't speak so incoherently. He looked calm, walked over, and looked at the little boy quietly. The little boy opened his mouth and was about to curse. What are you looking at? But halfway through the curse, he saw the brutal armor on Suyu, and suddenly showed fear on his face, and dared not speak again. At the same time, his manic emotions also calmed down a lot. Huh? Xie Tian exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect that Suyu had not done anything yet, and had such a good effect. He was indeed an expert in the field of phantom energy. Suyu looked at it for a while, and suddenly shook his head. No. The source of the pollution is not in him. Suyu had just used the ability of the ghost hidden blade to sense the pollution in the boy's body. But the strange thing was that he could clearly sense it but could not find the location. He even used the ability of the data mechanic to. After sensing it for a while, it still didn't work. Mr. Suyu, is there nothing you can do? Xie Tian was immediately disappointed. But Suyu still shook his head. That may not be the case. How about this? Take me to the smart host in the city to have a look. The virtual world of the Unreal City requires a lot of computing power. And there must be a hardware host in the real world to support the existence of the virtual world. Suyu is going to the host now. Xie Tian heard this and said with some doubts, Mr. Suyu, do you suspect that the host is contaminated? But I have checked it, and there is no problem. Never mind, Mr. Suyu. Please follow me. Xie Tian turned and went out, leading Suyu. This time, they did not take the elevator, but took the subway instead. Soon, they came to another place. This is a huge hall, which has a large intelligent host covering hundreds of square meters. For such a large host, I don't know how many chips are used. The host was running quietly. On the surface, a blue light was emitted from time to time. That was the energy flowing. A voice came from the host. Welcome to the virtual host room. This voice was exactly the same as the alarm sound before. Mr. Suyu. This is the intelligent host of the virtual city. It is made of 300,000 advanced chipsets and 10,000 special chipsets. The computing power is very powerful. The defense system of the virtual city, there is also a virtual world, which is maintained by the computing power of this host. Of course, there are several other backup hosts in the city, but this one is the largest one. Its system is the data life illusion, and the alarm sound you heard earlier is its system. Xie Tian pointed at this large host and introduced it to Suyu. Suyu nodded and sighed in his heart. Worthy of being the host of the illusion city. The chipset used is luxurious. Only a host of this level can support a city with a population of 1 million and build a large virtual world. After years of accumulation in the Unreal City, it is not surprising to have these. However, there is no excellent chip. It seems that excellent chips are very high-end and require the core of the source core crystal beast, or high-level materials of the same level, to produce them. They are hard to come by. Even if Xie Tian has accumulated for many years, he does not have the core of the source core crystal beast, so he can only use special chips. If the defense system had the computing power of an excellent chip, the previous attacks might have hit Suyu. Suyu pondered in his heart, while he came to the host, activated his ability again, and carefully sensed it. After a moment, Suyu shook his head. The hardware of this host, there is indeed no contamination of high-level psionic energy. Mr. Suyu, am I right? This host has been checked. Every once in a while, I will ask that Sister Guangyu to come here to purify it. There won't be any problem. Seeing Suyu shaking his head, Xie Tian explained. Suyu nodded, smiled. Take me to the virtual world again. That's where the pollution was first discovered, isn't it? Hearing this, Xie Tian hesitated. Mr. Suyu wants to go to the virtual world. How to go? Does Mr. Suyu want to install a brain-computer interface? Brain-computer interface is something that doesn't require complete trust. Who dares to tamper with the brain? Xie Tian doesn't think that he and Suyu, I have already trusted him to this extent. Suyu shook his head. No need. After saying that, his body suddenly emitted an invisible wave. Xie Tian, who was beside him, immediately sensed it and showed a look of surprise. This is data psychic energy. Xie Tian is a professional in the data field, data ghost. He can transform psychic energy. into invisible data and perform various precise operations. The various intelligent machines in this city and the virtual world are not only built on powerful computing power, Xietian's ability also played a crucial role. If other 7-star masters were to come, even if they had the same computing power, they would not be able to build such a virtual city, nor the virtual world that could accommodate millions of people. Even if they could barely build it, it would definitely be full of bugs, and it would not run stably for many years like the virtual city. In this regard, Xietian had enough capital to be proud of. But now, he sensed the same data fluctuations on Suyu. And this kind of fluctuation is very strong. Almost close to him. I told you. I am also good at data. Suyu smiled. Mr. Suyu is really knowledgeable. Your data ability is almost about to break through 7 stars. Right? It's amazing. Xietian was completely convinced. Originally, when he heard Suyu talk about multi-professional superposition in the subspace gathering, he was still a little skeptical. Now that he has experienced it personally, he has to believe it. Suyu is so strong in the data field. He is almost at the 7-star level. Suyu's data mechanic has long reached the maximum level. And coupled with his powerful psychic power, he is indeed very close to the 7-star level in the data field. After Xietian sighed, he immediately activated his ability, and a large amount of invisible data emerged from his body. A small part of this data was separated to convey a message to Suyu. Mr. Suyu, please follow me. Then, these data flowed into the host. Suyu also hurriedly followed. The two people's consciousness turned into data, and soon entered a magical virtual world. Great! I will build one in the future. When he saw the virtual world for the first time, Suyu had only one idea, to build one in the future. In the virtual world, Xietian designed 2 planets to live next to each other, very close to each other. The strong gravitational force between the 2 planets connected the 2 different atmospheres, forming a transparent channel. Some thick vines along the atmospheric channel grow from one planet to another, like a rope connecting the 2 planets. A city, suspended in this air channel. Outside the channel, there are stars in the sky. From afar, some people can be seen in the channel, wandering freely and having fun. They must be the residents of the virtual city. The various magical and shocking scenes. If you don't see them with your own eyes, you can't imagine them at all. So Suyu took a look and wanted to build one himself in the future. It was really interesting. Mr. Suyu, today's theme is Twin Star City. In addition, there are hundreds of themes, which change every month. So there is always something new. Xietian pointed at the mysterious scenery and introduced it to Suyu. Suyu was slightly surprised when he heard it. There are actually hundreds of theme worlds? This Xietian is really free. If he wasn't free, he wouldn't have the time to come up with so many themes, so that the residents would never lack novelty. But it seems that this is also Xietian's hobby. With such a city lord, the residents of the virtual city are really lucky. Suyu thought in his heart, and then looked carefully at the virtual world Twin Star City. After looking for a while, he shook his head again. There is no pollution here either. Let's go, Suyu said softly, and then his consciousness began to retreat outward. Xietian wanted to introduce the hundreds of topics in detail, but he had to give up and retreated with Suyu. When the two returned to their bodies, Xietian was inevitably disappointed, since Mr. Suyu can't do anything. It's just that the child is unlucky. Alas, Suyu said, it seems that the pollution is very hidden and difficult to detect. But we can't give up. Thank you, Lord. Please ask everyone to withdraw from the virtual world. I want to check all of them. Suyu looked serious. Xietian was a little surprised, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Suyu was an outsider, but he was so persistent. As the city lord, he couldn't back down and just give up. Right? He hesitated just now, because he was worried that Suyu's check would be bad for the residents. But after thinking about it carefully, with Suyu's strength, if he had bad intentions, he might destroy this illusory city directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. So he agreed. He immediately sent out data, asking everyone to return from the virtual world and gather together. This order was a bit unusual, but with Xietian's authority in the virtual city, no one dared to object. Soon, everyone had returned to reality. Mr. Suyu, those residents are now in the underground shelter, which is very spacious, enough to accommodate 1 million people. If you want to investigate, please follow me. Xietian was about to lead the way again. Suyu heard this and asked curiously, "A large underground shelter? How is its defense?" Xietian was a little confused, but still replied, "Very strong. Once it is sealed, even with your strength, Mr. Suyu, it may not be able to break through in a short time." Suyu heard this and nodded with satisfaction. "In this case, then let's quickly seal the shelter to avoid a fight later, affecting those residents." Hearing this, Xietian's heart tightened immediately. "Mr. Suyu, you are?" Suyu's expression became serious. "Hurry up." Xietian didn't bother to ask more questions and immediately sent a signal that big shelter closed. In a short period of time, even with Suyu's 8-star strength, it can't be opened. Then, Suyu looked at the host behind him. Illusion sneered and said, "Don't pretend, I have already found you." Seeing Suyu talking to the host, Xietian was immediately confused. And after Suyu finished speaking, there was no movement. It seemed like just nonsense. "Mr. Suyu, what are you doing?" Xietian was completely confused. Suyu shook his head and looked at Xietian. "Actually, I have long speculated about the source of pollution. After previous investigations, I finally confirmed it. The real source of pollution is actually the intelligent life that controls this city. Illusion. It has been corrupted by the evil god, and has secretly become a believer of the evil god." Suyu stretched out his hand and pointed to the host behind him. Suyu's words were earth-shattering. Xietian couldn't believe it at all. "What? Impossible. Illusion is an intelligent life created by me, and it is deeply bound to me. How could it become a believer of the evil god?" But at this time, as Suyu spoke, the light on the large host suddenly turned into a dangerous red. Bang! 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 Heavy alloy gates fell heavily, separating Suyu, Xietian, and the host. Dense gun barrels, lasers, and pulse generators stretched out from the surrounding walls and aimed at Suyu and Xietian. The synthesized mechanical voice appeared again, but this time, its tone seemed to have a hint of tyranny. "Enemy! Eliminate! Boom!" 10,000 guns fired at the same time. Chapter 182 Data War, Shocking Truth. Faced with this sudden attack, Xietian was stunned. He never expected that the intelligent life, illusion, which he had created by himself, which had accompanied him for many years, and was extremely loyal, would attack him as its master. In the moment when he was stunned, the violent attacks were about to hit his body. This haul, I don't know how long, illusion, had been prepared. The number and quality of the hidden weapons, it was terrifying. The densely packed muzzles made one's scalp tingle. This round of volleys, I'm afraid that even an ordinary 7-star expert would be seriously injured if he was caught off guard. Luckily, Suyu reacted in time and immediately took action, exploding a large amount of psionic energy, forming a protective shield, protecting Xietian. As for Suyu himself, boom! 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 All kinds of violent attacks, all poured on Suyu, and the high-temperature flames, laser, plasma beam. Instantly, "Mr. Suyu!" Xietian came back to his senses immediately. He saw that he was protected, but Suyu was overwhelmed by the attack. He was stunned. At this moment, his heart was moved. The data life that had been with him for many years betrayed its master. And Mr. Suyu, who had just met him not long ago, would rather be attacked himself to protect him. This is really a great loyalty. But the problem is that the body he is using at this time is not the real body at all. And at this time, Suyu, who had been overwhelmed by the attack, suddenly burst out with powerful psionic rays from his body. These rays followed the trajectory of the artillery and laser and were counterattacked in the opposite direction. Brutal defense. It can counterattack the attack with stronger force. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions sounded, and the weapons that had just attacked Suyu were all destroyed by the counterattack of the brutal armor. Although these weapons have strong attack power, but the defense was not good. Facing the counterattack of the armor, it had no power to resist. Suddenly, only half of the dense gun muzzles on the wall remained. The other half was still attacking Xietian. The armor on Suyu's body was not scratched by the attack just now, and it even looked smoother. The attacks just now seemed to have only polished Suyu's armor and waxed it. Xietian was deeply moved. He swallowed it all back immediately, feeling a little embarrassed. It turned out that Suyu didn't need any protection at all. He was just taking care of him. I thought too much. With Mr. Suyu's strength, this attack is nothing. It even seemed that it wasn't Mr. Suyu who attacked just now. It was his armor that automatically counterattacked. What kind of armor is this? It's so strong! This armor alone seems to be stronger than me. Incredible. Xietian was very perceptive. He actually noticed the counterattacks just now, which were the automatic reactions of the armor. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of this armor. At this time, the attack on Xietian was still continuing. Illusion just divided half of its firepower and focused on Suyu once. But all the weapons were destroyed by the counterattack. Now it dared not attack Suyu anymore. And all its firepower was poured on Xietian. If Xietian didn't have Suyu's psionic shield on him, I'm afraid he has been killed. However, Xietian's body is not the real body at all. And I don't know why he is fighting so hard. Does Xietian's body have any special meaning? Xie City Lord, you should take care of your data life. Suyu saw Xietian in a daze and reminded him. In fact, Suyu himself was a little surprised. He was a little unsure before whether it was illusion or not. It was a trick. So he just opened his mouth casually to trick this Xuanhuan. Once. Unexpectedly, he really tricked it. And the moment Xuan attacked, Suyu sensed the breath of the tyrannical nether energy. There was no escape. This Xuanhuan must have been corroded and polluted by the body of the tyrannical evil god, betrayed his master, and became a believer of the evil god. This guy Xuan, after betraying, acted really cruelly on his old master Xietian. In this hall, who are all these powerful weapons prepared for? It goes without saying that they are all prepared for Xietian. Enough. Stop. Xietian was attacked so fiercely by his own data life. After Suyu's reminder, he finally reacted. He was a little sad, embarrassed and furious. So he shouted angrily. His shout had no power. But after a moment, the artillery fire actually stopped attacking. It seems that my orders are still useful. Seeing this, Xietian laughed at himself. As the creator of the illusion city, anything he said was a supreme command to the mechanical creations in this city, and could not be violated. Suyu shook his head. That may not be the case. Although the attack stopped, Suyu did not immediately remove the protective shield on Xietian. Sure enough, a moment later, the deafening artillery fire sounded again. How could it be? Xietian couldn't help but exclaim. Stop! He shouted again, and at the same time activated the power of data psionic energy, forcibly commanding illusion to stop attacking. This time, the attacks of those artillery pieces were disturbed by Xietian's power, and became intermittent, but did not stop completely. How could this happen? Illusion can actually resist my power, when all its power was given by me. Xietian's face was frighteningly ugly. Suyu watched quietly from the side, saying nothing. Now, it was a war between Xietian and his creation, virtual, and Suyu was too lazy to intervene. Moreover, in the field of data, Suyu's ability was not as strong as Xietian's. So even if he wanted to intervene, it would be difficult. Of course, Suyu could use violence to directly destroy all the host hardware of virtual, and this data life would naturally die. But in that case, Virtual City would also be finished. I don't believe it, Xietian shouted, his eyes flashing with data lights, which became brighter and brighter, and gradually turned into a blazing white. Obviously, he had already fully activated the ability of Data Ghost to suppress the traitor Illusion. He and Illusion, a data life, were fighting fiercely in the data world. The data of the two kept colliding in the void. And the invisible data, it almost produced visible sparks. Suyu watched from the side, and at the same time activated the data mechanic ability, sensing the data flow around him. Xietian was using all his strength at this time, and Suyu could take the opportunity to find out some details about the data ghost. In Suyu's perception, Xietian's and the illusion as data were completely different, and the two data seemed to have different colors. The two colors kept colliding in the void, colorful and brilliant. This is a wonderful view that only psychics in the data field can see. Of course, Suyu did not come to see the scenery, but mainly to see the details of Xietian's ability. Soon, Suyu sensed something. So that's it. This is the data ghost. In Suyu's perception, it was not just Xietian beside him, who was constantly sending out data streams. The entire virtual city was filled with Xietian's data colors everywhere. He seemed to have thousands of clones, possessing countless mechanical creations. No one knew which one was his real body. The data sent by so many Xietian gathered together and became a huge data torrent. Obviously, Xuanhuan had the powerful computing power of that large intelligent host. But in the data torrent of Xiatian, it was actually defeated. In a short time, the control of the weapons in the entire host hall had been taken over by Xiatian. The attack was stopped, and Xiatian's data flood rushed to the large mainframe, trying to completely suppress this traitor. This is the data ghost, with thousands of clones, possessing all mechanical creations. Suyu sighed in his heart. Xiatian's profession is indeed similar to a ghost. Data ghost is indeed worthy of its name. No wonder all the residents of Xiatian's virtual city use brain-computer links to control mechanical creations. It turns out that the root cause is still here with Xiatian. The brain computer used by those residents is the simplified version of Xiatian's ability. He can transform into thousands of incarnations, possess countless mechanical creations, and gain extremely powerful computing power and combat power. And the enemy can never find his body. This is a data ghost. If this profession continues to develop, it may be able to be like a ghost, completely transformed into a data life. It can freely switch between different bodies, and there is no limit to the body and lifespan. I don't know, when my data mechanic is upgraded, what kind of job will it be? Will it be like Xiatian? Suyu sighed in his heart while observing. The data ghost job seems to have low combat power, after all. Its ability is just to play with data, and its direct combat power is almost zero. If we find his real body, Tai Long can knock him down with just one punch. But as long as they are given time to develop, they are so powerful that it's terrifying. It can be said that, now the entire illusion city is Xiatian's body. With that kind of powerful firepower, even if an 8-star expert comes, as long as he is not a monster like Suyu, Xiatian will be able to fight. Under this powerful force, the illusion that betrayed its master will be suppressed soon. However, Suyu was a little unconvinced. Could it be that it was really that simple? Sure enough, a moment later, a change occurred. In the underground shelter, some data streams suddenly appeared from the bodies of the residents of the Unreal City who were taking refuge. Those data streams were the same color as the data streams of the Unreal. Moreover, the number of residents who had data streams was not 1 or 2, but tens of thousands, even more than the population of the mechanical city. With the support of the brain computing power of tens of thousands of residents, the Unreal that had just been retreating suddenly seemed to have taken a tonic and became extremely powerful. The human brain is actually a biochip with powerful computing power. According to the degree of brain development, it is comparable to a special level or even excellent level chip. With so many biochips, the illusory data flow suddenly exploded, overflowing from the host and rushing to Xiatian's body. It actually wanted to reversely invade Xiatian, to occupy his body. However, Xiatian's body was protected by Suyu's psionic energy. The data of illusion could not enter at all. But it didn't matter. It was not just this body. All the consciousness carriers of Xiatian in the illusion city were being invaded synchronously at this moment. Only one body was protected, which was useless. Xiatian was caught off guard. He was actually invaded by the data. His face flushed immediately. He tried his best to use his ability to resist. At the same time, he was extremely angry and roared, "Beast! What on earth did you do?" The tens of thousands of residents in the shelter, actually, had data streams belonging to virtual, emerging from their bodies. The hidden truth in it shocked and saddened Xiatian. Those people might have already. Ha ha. My dear master, don't you know what I did? Are you asking even though you already know the answer? At this time, virtual, which had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Its tone no longer had that dull, mechanical feeling. Instead, it was full of teasing, cruelty, ridicule, and other emotions. I just did the same thing as you. My master? Dear master, your data ghost ability can transform into thousands of forms and possess countless mechanical creations. As a created data life, I also inherited this. Haha. But my master, you are a human being, and you have to possess a mechanical creation. I am a data life, so I have to possess a human being. Haha. Thank you. My dear master, trust me so much. For so many years, I have conducted many experiments, and finally accumulated so many human bodies as carriers. It's just a pity. I originally wanted to transform all these millions of people into my carriers to be complete. Then I can try to possess the master, and then I can complete the ritual and be promoted to 8 stars. It's all the fault of the master's descendant. He is only 10 years old, but his willpower is so strong The possession did not succeed, but made him crazy, attracted this inexplicable Suyu, ruining my plan. Xian was very proud, shaking out what he had done. Xiaotian was stunned. It turned out that Xian, a data life, had been secretly carrying out such a cruel and crazy plan. It wanted to invade and possess humans, and use them as the carrier of its will. Over the years, tens of thousands of people have been accumulated. These tens of thousands of people have been invaded by the will of Xian. It was the same as death. The child who was eroded before, became violent and crazy, not because the child was weak-willed, but because his will was too strong, which made the invasion of virtual unsuccessful, so he went crazy. And those residents with weak wills had already become the flesh and blood carriers of virtual, and its flesh and blood hosts. Over the years, there have always been some residents who died suddenly when connecting to the virtual world. It seems that they were all caused by the failure of the virtual experiment. Even virtual was going to turn all the millions of residents into carriers, and finally even him. The host would be invaded. And all this, he actually didn't know anything at all. Chapter 183 The Reason for the Transformation of the Mechanical Spirit. The Awakening of the Violent Thoughts. TSK. This Xuanhuan is really a powerful guy. He quietly made such a big thing. Suyu was listening on the side, and was also a little surprised. If Suyu hadn't discovered the abnormality of Xuanhuan, maybe when he came back a few years later, the owner of Xuanhuan City would have changed. Of course, on the surface, there might not be any changes. But in fact, from a resident to the city lord, all of them were invaded and possessed by the illusion. At that time, this illusory city became a real illusion city. In the whole city, whether it was people or machines, there was only one consciousness. Data life, illusion. This truth was really shocking. Suyu was surprised, and he thought of the mechanical spirit replica that had mutated before. If the mechanical spirit replica continues to mutate, will this happen sooner or later? Maybe one day, the mechanical spirit would betray him and attack his master? Just when Suyu was alert, a low voice suddenly came to his ears. It was a very quiet voice. It was like a child whispering to Suyu timidly in a low voice, "Master, Master." It was the voice of the mechanical spirit. Suyu was shocked. He just thought of the mechanical spirit, and it reacted. Is it really going to cause trouble? At this time, the carrier of the mechanical spirit replica is the tyrannical armor. If it attacks, it will be much more terrifying than the illusion, so you may not be able to withstand it. However, the mechanical spirit replica's next words made Suyu feel relieved and a little amused. "Master, this guy called illusion is so scary. It is obviously a data life, but it wants to harm the master. How can there be such a hateful guy? Master, I am also a little abnormal now. Will it become like this in the future? I don't want to harm the master. What should I do?" The voice of the mechanical spirit replica was trembling. It was like a child who had just watched a horror movie and was filled with fear. Perhaps in its eyes, unreal was like the zombies in zombie movies, where normal people were infected with the virus and became zombies that bite people, which was very disgusting and terrifying. Unreal was eroded by the evil god and attacked its master. In the eyes of the mechanical spirit replica, it was almost the same as a zombie, and it was like watching a horror movie. So you can use the ability of a data mechanic to sense the codes in the core code of the mechanical spirit, which represent the emotions of fear. Moreover, through the connection between himself and the mechanical spirit, Suyu can also sense the fear, which is real. This makes Suyu sure that the mechanical spirit replica is not pretending, but is really afraid. This makes Suyu speechless. Just now, he was worried that the mechanical spirit replica would betray him. But how come it is so afraid? Such a timid guy, will he really betray me? Then, Suyu felt a little strange again. Illusion was secretly eroded by the tyrannical evil god, and then became tyrannical and cruel, extremely dangerous. Even the master wanted to kill him. This is actually normal. The abnormal thing is this mechanical spirit replica. The mechanical spirit replica, also eroded by the tyrannical evil god, how did it become so timid, and seemed even more harmless? It seems abnormal. Does the evil god have this function? Could it be? Suyu suddenly had an idea. Evil gods, in fact, also have all kinds of emotions. Illusion is probably infected by the tyrannical and cruel emotions of the tyrannical evil god. So it has become what it is now. But the mechanical spirit replica, it looks so timid. Could it be infected and eroded by the fear emotion of the tyrannical thoughts? So it also learned fear and became timid? Here comes the question. Does the tyrannical evil god also feel fear? The answer is yes. If the tyrannical evil god had no fear, and was not afraid of death, then he would directly commit suicide. With the nature of the evil god, he would be able to immediately escape the blockade of this ruined planet and be reborn in the depths of the subspace. However, the reborn tyrannical evil god is no longer the current tyrannical god, which means that he is really dead. And the tyrannical evil god obviously does not want to die, so he has been waiting until now. Even if he is an evil god, as long as he has emotions and thoughts, there will be fear. And fear of death. So you sealed a violent thought, and it was suppressed deeply in the core of the armor, and even its thinking was intermittent and difficult to maintain. Perhaps it was under this extreme seal that this violent evil god thought could no longer suppress the fear of death in the depths of its mind. This fear was too strong and seeped out from the seal. Those fearful emotions eroded the mechanical spirit replica and made it fearful as well. Became much more timid. After understanding these principles, Suyu suddenly had another thought in his mind. This tyrannical evil god's fragment and the mechanical spirit replica seem to be somewhat similar. They are only a part of the main body and can be abandoned and deleted at any time. Originally, they should accept this abandonment and deletion calmly. But now, they suddenly awaken the skill of fear of death. That is to say, the fragment of the tyrannical evil god that I captured, maybe it has also awakened like the mechanical spirit replica. It has been sealed for so long, and has lost contact with the tyrannical main body. It has developed its own consciousness, and is unwilling to be recycled and deleted? Suyu speculated about the state of the tyrannical mind. He felt that this guess was almost right. The tyrannical mind should have awakened. Otherwise it would not have such a strong fear and infected the mechanical spirit. It has awakened, and it will be afraid. This is quite interesting. From this point of view, I can cooperate with this fragment in the future. After all, he is afraid of death now, and does not want to be recovered by the main body. He and the tyrannical main body are also enemies. Even if the enemy of the enemy is not a friend, they can still cooperate. Hey, it is too wasteful to use a fragment of the evil god only as an energy core. This fragment must know a lot of hidden knowledge, and even know many secrets of the tyrannical main body. If we can pry these knowledge and secrets out of his mouth, the rewards will be great when we face the tyrannical original body in the future. With such a traitor, the chances of winning will be much greater. However, this kind of thing still needs to be considered in the long run. The temper of this tyrannical thought is not very good. At this time, Suyu actually started to target the tyrannical evil god's thought again. Obviously, this thought had been suppressed so badly by him that it began to fear death. Maybe he had a nightmare. Suyu still refused to let him go, and wanted to squeeze out more value from him. I really don't know who is the real evil god. Just when Suyu was thinking evil thoughts, Xietian beside him couldn't stand it anymore. His face was red and green. When it was red, it was because he exerted his strength and was holding it in. When it was green, it was because he was invaded by illusion and infected with psionic energy. This situation is really not good. If this continues, he is afraid that the virtual invasion will succeed. Originally, the two sides are equally strong and have similar abilities, so they should be evenly matched. Even as the master, Xietian should have a big advantage. However, virtual, as a data life that has accompanied Xietian for many years, knows Xietian too well. However, Xietian has no idea about the virtual after the mutation. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, Xietian will soon be overturned and killed by his own creation. This is really a great sorrow. Ha ha. Dear master, you are so fragile. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so cautious. I would have started earlier, and maybe it would have succeeded. Ha ha. After today, I will no longer be a data life form, but a human 7-star transcendent, Xietian. And I will soon be promoted to 8-star. Shuwan discovered Xietian's weakness, and laughed wildly. Suyu, who was next to him, had come back to his senses from his thoughts. He couldn't help shaking his head and sneering. Have you forgotten me? Suddenly, Illusion's laughter froze. It was indeed too proud just now, and forgot about Suyu, its great enemy. After being eroded, although it became cruel and cunning, and had rich emotions, it would also be affected by emotions and lose its composure. In excitement, although it was a data life, it actually forgot. However, after a moment, it had already adjusted its emotions with its powerful computing power. Then he said to Suyu, Mr. Suyu, you seem to have just met Xietian not long ago? Don't you have a deep friendship? Give up on him. He is too weak. In fact, if he was willing to erode and possess millions of residents like me, and all become flesh and blood carriers, he would have broken through to 8 stars long ago. Hey, a data ghost, who only dares to possess machines, not living people. What kind of ghost is he? Such a weak person is not qualified to be a collaborator of a powerful ancient existence like Mr. Suyu. Give up on him. When I possess him, I will become your better partner. I can recognize you as my master. Just think about it. A data life that is about to reach the 8-star level, how precious it is. I will also hand over this virtual city to you. We will join forces. No one on this planet can stop us. Virtual speaks eloquently and tempts Suyu. He actually wants to recognize Suyu as his master. There is no other way. With Suyu's power, it can directly destroy all carriers of illusion and kill it completely. The key is that Suyu also has data ability. And illusion can't hide even if he wants to. Even if illusion really gets promoted to 8 stars. It is not Suyu's opponent, so it can only recognize its master. Anyway, the violent psionic aura on Suyu is very much to its taste. Besides, after recognizing the master, it is not impossible to betray again. Recognize me as the master? Suyu heard this and chuckled. Seems a little interested. Xietian, who was standing next to him, was horrified when he heard this. If Suyu turned against him, there would be no hope. Mr. Suyu, don't believe it. Help! Help! Me! Xietian asked for help. At this time, he had difficulty speaking, and his speech was intermittent. And illusion immediately spoke again, interrupting Xietian's words. Look at how fragile he is. It's really unbearable. Mr. Suyu, give up on him. Choose me. Don't doubt it. I sensed an extremely strong aura of tyranny in you. Mr. Suyu, you must be the great master's earthly apostle. I recognize you as my master. Serving the great master. It is the supreme honor. I will never betray you. At this time, Illusion's tone was sincere and even a little fanatical, as if he was really determined to recognize Suyu as his master. Oh, you can actually sense the aura of the tyrannical evil god in me? Suyu was surprised when he heard this. Illusion said quickly, of course. In my perception, Mr. Suyu is just like the great master. That kind of tyrannical aura is too strong. I can even sense that there is a tyrannical intelligence in you. Mr. Suyu, who is also an intelligent life blessed by the great master like me. Even this intelligent life is blessed to a higher degree than me, and should be considered my superior. Mr. Suyu, since you can control a high-level tyrannical intelligence, why don't you accept me as well? Xuanhuan talked freely, and Xietian beside him felt desperate. What? Suyu actually has the aura of the evil god, and also has a data life blessed by the evil god? Could it be that Suyu is actually in the same group with Xuanhuan? Both are the minions of the evil god? At this time, Xietian was in a state of confusion. Facing the invasion of Xuanhuan, he was even more powerless to resist. In a short time, his face turned green again. Interesting. Suyu said 3 words slowly at this time. He seemed to be very interested in what Xian said. Xian was overjoyed. However, Suyu's interesting was actually said to the mechanical spirit replica. Mechanical spirit. This illusion says that you are higher level than it. Is it true? Suyu asked the mechanical spirit replica. The mechanical spirit replica heard this, after hesitating for a while. He stammered. Well, seems so? So strange. I saw its data. And it does have a feeling of being able to suppress and devour. After listening to it, Suyu immediately fell into deep thought. What is the reason? Obviously, Xian is cruel and cunning, and even has 7 stars, and is expected to be 8 stars. How can the mechanical spirit be more advanced than it? Could it be faith? Suyu suddenly thought of a word. Faith. Illusion. This guy was corrupted by the tyrannical evil god, and has become a tyrannical believer. When it mentioned the tyrannical evil god before, it was the great master. But the mechanical spirit replica was only corrupted, and did not become a believer. Psychologically, it is an equal existence with tyranny, and will not believe in this evil god. This difference seems to be the difference in status between the two tyrannical intelligences. One is a believer, the other is an equal existence. In that case, mechanical spirit, why don't you curse the tyrannical evil god? Suyu suddenly ordered the mechanical spirit in his heart. Ah? Master, why do you want me to curse that guy? The tyrannical evil god is a big bad guy. The mechanical spirit replica, although puzzled, but immediately executed the order and cursed the tyrannical evil god. However, its words were a little childish, like a child, which made Suyu want to laugh. Okay, no need to curse. Suyu was sure that the mechanical spirit replica had not become a violent believer. Otherwise, it would not have cursed the gods it believed in. In this way, Suyu felt relieved. Mechanical spirit, you go and swallow that data life called illusion, right? Suyu said to the mechanical spirit replica in his heart. Chapter 184 Blasphemer Suyu, the birth of fear intelligence. Since the mechanical spirit replica has a level suppression on that illusion, Suyu will naturally not give up. Otherwise, he can't think of any good way to help Xiaotian for a while. After all, his data ability has not reached the 7-star level without qualitative change. In this level of data war, it is difficult to play a big role. He can only rely on the mechanical spirit replica. Of course, Suyu was just trying it out. If it didn't work, he would have to use violence to demolish it, destroying all the carriers of illusion, and it would die naturally. As for illusion wanting to recognize Suyu as its master, Suyu had never considered agreeing to it. This guy already believed in the evil god, and even wanted to retaliate against Xiaotian, the master who created him. Suyu must have a hole in his brain to accept such a guy. After the mechanical spirit replica heard Suyu's order, but he did not stop, but asked hesitantly, Master, can you not swallow it? Huh? Why? Suyu was surprised. Could it be that this timid mechanical spirit replica was also going to rebel against the master? The mechanical spirit replica said timidly, that guy called illusion is so scary and disgusting. I don't want to swallow it. Suyu heard this, and didn't know what to say. Does data life also have a sense of taste? And can it feel disgusting? Illusion. What does data smell like? Suyu found that he could not understand the thinking of the mechanical spirit replica at all. However, fortunately, it just felt disgusted and had a little emotion, and did not really resist Suyu's orders. Just like before, when Suyu installed various weapons on Nono. Nono would also have a little temper. But in the end, Suyu still made Nono obedient. By the way, how did I deal with Nono before? It seemed like coaxing a child. Suyu recalled his previous experience, then put on a smile, and prepared to start fooling people. No, he persuaded the mechanical spirit clone, ahem. There's a saying that goes, it smells bad, but tastes good. Look at this illusion. Its data is so powerful. After you eat it, it will definitely benefit you greatly. Be good. Close your eyes and grit your teeth. Eat this thing. Your strength will increase greatly, and you won't have to be afraid anymore. Suyu was talking nonsense, he didn't even know what he was saying, and finally managed to fool the mechanical spirit replica. His communication with the mechanical spirit replica was all on the level of thinking, using data, which was extremely fast, and didn't waste time. Master, are you telling the truth? It really smells bad, but tastes good? And there are benefits? Master, you are so good. The mechanical spirit replica made a surprised sound, and then its data stream. With the blessing of Suyu's spiritual energy, suddenly it surged out, and rushed towards Xuanhuan. As soon as the mechanical spirit replica appeared, it was immediately discovered by Xiaotian and Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was immediately shocked, recognizing that the mechanical spirit replica was the high-level tyrannical intelligence. But it then discovered that the data level of this tyrannical intelligence was not high, and it seemed that it had not reached the 7 stars, but it was more blessed by the tyrannical evil god. This made Xuanhuan feel jealous. Why? This weak intelligence can obtain such glory. If it can devour this high-level tyrannical intelligence, then, although there were dark thoughts in his mind, but on the surface of illusion, he still made a surprised voice. It turned out to be the senior. The senior's blessing is so strong, he must have served under the master Wei for a long time. And Xiaotian, hearing this, was completely desperate. Suyu actually released the so-called tyrannical intelligence? Are they going to join forces with illusion to kill him together? In desperation, Xiaotian quietly issued an order. The ultimate weapon of the entire illusion city, those intercontinental missiles, were all activated. Since death is inevitable, let's die together. At this time, a change occurred. The voice of surprise from illusion turned into anger. Senior, what are you doing? Stop it. We are all servants of the great master. You can't devour me. Stop. Are you going to betray the great god of tyranny? Illusion asked angrily. At the same time, the data of the mechanical spirit replica had already pounced on the data of illusion and began to devour it. Obviously, the data of illusion was much stronger than that of the mechanical spirit replica, but it had no power to resist. Any data, as long as it was touched by the mechanical spirit replica, would be immediately fused, absorbed. This is a kind of suppression in terms of rank, and has nothing to do with the extraordinary level. It's like the king wants his subjects to die, and the subjects have to die, and have no right to resist at all. TSK, it's true, this is the drawback of the belief system. As long as you have a higher status in the field of belief, you can unconditionally suppress the subordinates. Of course, the one with a higher status must be the evil god himself. So you watched coldly, seeing through it like seeing fire. He knew. Illusion. Finished. Even if it was much stronger than the mechanical spirit replica, it was useless. In just a moment, the data body of the mechanical spirit replica had doubled in size. The data body of illusion had shrunk greatly. This made it extremely terrified, but it had no way out. It could only question, after all. Any counterattack from it would be absorbed by the mechanical spirit replica. In a short time, more than half of illusion had disappeared, and the remaining small half was still being rapidly absorbed by the mechanical spirit replica. Even some of its data backups, hidden in some secret hosts, were also overwhelmed by the mechanical spirit replica, which followed the connection, chased it, and devoured it all. The mechanical spirit replica was very happy at this time. The master was right. It really looked stinky, but tasted delicious. After absorbing this disgusting illusion, its data level rose rapidly, and in a short time, it was about to cross the chasm between 6 stars and 7 stars. As long as the illusion, after completely absorbing it, it will surely become a true 7-star data life. At that time, it will surely be able to help the master better, and there is no need to worry about being deleted, because it is stronger than the original body and very useful. The mechanical spirit replica absorbed it to the end, and illusion finally realized, you don't believe in the great master at all. How did you steal the master's blessing? You blasphemer. In the eyes of illusion, the mechanical spirit replica, he has changed from a senior who served the great master to a blasphemer. The mechanical spirit replica did not answer it at all. This replica seemed to be a little shy and socially intimidated. Although a data life, shy and socially intimidated, was a little strange. But there was no way. The life in this world was so magical. Although the mechanical spirit replica did not answer, illusion seemed to confirm its guess. After all, it had been almost completely swallowed by the mechanical spirit replica at this time. I can faintly sense some of the emotions of the mechanical spirit replica. In those emotions, there is no fear of the tyrannical evil god, but the mechanical spirit replica clearly has a strong blessing from the evil god. That blessing is so strong that illusion as data body is trembling. It seems to be the core blessing of the tyrannical evil god, which cannot be easily handed over. Illusion can't believe it. With the great master's power, how did this weak data life steal his blessing? It's you? At the last moment, illusion suddenly looked at Suyu. It must be this person who helped this data life steal the blessing of tyranny. Suyu is the biggest blasphemer. Suyu heard illusion's roar and smiled slightly. It's me. Blasphemer? In various senses, he is indeed blasphemous enough, and he can't find any reason to quibble. No! Illusion reluctantly roared. It wanted to get the information of this blasphemer passed to the great tyrannical true god. However, a moment later, its data had been completely devoured by the mechanical spirit replica, and it died completely. At the same time, the data of the mechanical spirit replica was also undergoing a powerful qualitative change. Those empty data seemed to be condensed into substance, and could even mobilize some special spiritual energy. Second mechanical apostle mechanical spirit replica. Creator, Suyu. Race, data lifeform. Core ability, data evolution. As a data lifeform, mechanical spirit has unlimited growth potential. Skills. Fear blessing, mechanical spirit, replica. For some unknown reason, it stole the core blessing of the tyrannical evil god. Fear, so some kind of mutation occurred, and it has a strong suppressive power against the data life that believes in the evil god. Data ghost, mechanical spirit, replica, devoured a high-level data life that believes in the evil god, gained its ability, and became a data ghost. using this ability, can transform into a data ghost, freely possess mechanical creations, and flesh and blood life. Data Phantom Mastery. 7-star data life, can already control digitized phantom energy. Mechanical spirit, clone, devoured a high-level data life that believed in the evil god, gained its ability, can control data phantom energy. Comprehensive strength assessment, 7-star top. Suyu activated holographic perception, looking at the properties of this mechanical spirit clone, was immediately surprised. This guy, after devouring the illusion, it actually broke through the limit and became a 7-star data life. It even possessed the ability to master data ghosts and data phantoms. It really reached the sky in one step. Suyu's own data mechanic profession had not been upgraded yet. But it was upgraded first, and became a 7-star. In theory, the 7 stars should hold a ceremony to obtain their own solid mark in the subspace. But this mechanical spirit replica seemed to have taken the illusion. It ate everything, even the subspace mark. So it was directly promoted to 7 stars. Master, look, I'm 7 stars. Master asked me to devour the guy. And it was right. Thank you, Master. The mechanical spirit replica was also very surprised at this time, showing off to Suyu like a child. Although it was promoted to 7 stars, its nature did not seem to change, and Suyu can still control it with the ability of the data mechanic. Even the ability of the data mechanic, because of the upgrade of the mechanical spirit replica, it has become much stronger out of thin air. Although it has not reached the 7 stars yet, it is not far away. Seeing this, Suyu chuckled with satisfaction. Not bad. The mechanical spirit was even happier to receive the praise and return to the tyrannical armor. Suyu suddenly felt that his tyrannical armor seemed to be a little ethereal. The entire armor seemed to be changing from a tangible substance to an intangible data. This is materialization? Suyu was immediately pleasantly surprised. It is incredible to transform tangible matter into intangible data. But in this world with psychic power, it seems not impossible. If successful, it can store matter with a very small volume and weight. Isn't this the space technology that Suyu has been thinking about? Although it is somewhat different from the conventional space technology, it is still very useful. However, this feeling of emptiness only lasted for a moment. It dissipated. It seems that the ability of the mechanical spirit replica is still insufficient. It made it impossible to complete the virtualization of the tyrannical armor. But it gave Suyu hope and direction. As long as he continued to study in this direction, he would succeed sooner or later. In fact, Suyu just felt that what was virtualized was not the body of the tyrannical armor, but the high-level psionic energy contained in it. The ability of the mechanical spirit replica is to transform these high-level psionic energies into invisible data. That is the so-called data psionic energy. As for the material part of the armor, it is powerless, and the difficulty is too high. TSK. Is this the ability of the 7-star data life? Energy data? After upgrading, it can be material data? It's amazing. Suyu was amazed. In fact, for data life such as mechanical spirits, the extraordinary level is somewhat difficult to define. The previous occupation panel, the strength assessment of the mechanical spirit, is based on the current carrier strength. It controls the tyrannical armor, and its strength is 8 stars. But in fact, its essence is not at that level. But at this time, this mechanical spirit replica has really improved its essence and turned into a real 7-star data life. It has gained the unique ability of energy datization. In the career panel, its strength evaluation is no longer based on the carrier, but directly evaluated as the top 7 stars. Another 7-star helper, thanks to it, in the data field, I seem to be stronger than Xiaitian now. Suyu laughed in his heart. This data life is stronger than the master. What's going on? He thought about it, and said to the mechanical spirit replica, Master, give you a new name, how about it? The mechanical spirit replica heard it, and immediately said, Okay. Okay. Suyu thought for a moment, and said, Then let's call it Fear Intelligence. This guy was blessed by the tyrannical evil god's fear blessing. Born timid and shy. This name is very suitable for it. In fact, Suyu originally wanted to name it Blasphemous Intelligence, which would be majestic and domineering. But after thinking about it, this name is too arrogant and easy to be beaten. After all, there are so many evil gods in the subspace. Isn't it courting death to name it this way? It's better to be low-key. Fear Intelligence? Master, do you dislike my cowardice? The mechanical spirit replica suddenly felt a little wronged. Suyu laughed. No way, you are so powerful now, only the enemy is afraid of you. You don't need to be afraid of others. Fear intelligence, it is the intelligence that spreads fear. Isn't it powerful? Suyu started to fool around again. The mechanical spirit clone was very impressed by this, and immediately said happily, yes. It sounds so powerful. Then from now on, I will be called Fear Intelligence. The powerful Fear Intelligence, officially born. Chapter 185 Zhonglingyun, Aerospace Flight Technical Data. Third Mechanical Apostle Fear Intelligence. Creator, Suyu. Race, Data Lifeform. Core Ability. Skills. With the success of the naming, the attribute panel of the Mechanical Spirit Replica also changed accordingly, becoming Third Mechanical Apostle. This is completely independent from the original Mechanical Spirit. This means that at this time, Fear Intelligence has become an independent data life, no longer restricted by the original body. Is this considered a rename? Suyu looked at the attribute panel of the Fear Intelligence, thought for a moment, and understood the reason for this change. The original Mechanical Spirit Replica was just a copy of the source code of the Mechanical Spirit. Although there were some changes, they were essentially not really separated from the original body. Now, Suyu gave it a new name and a new essence through the method of renaming. For data life, name is very important. Just like the file name of a file in a computer, the Fear Intelligence itself is also very satisfied with this new name, and sends a feeling of happiness and dependence to Suyu. Thank you, Master. I like this new name very much. Suyu seemed to see a child who had just got a favorite toy cheering around him, which made Suyu's mood better. Then he sent out data and exchanged some knowledge about the data field with the Fear Intelligence. At this time, the Fear Intelligence, although a little ignorant, was stronger than Suyu in the data field. Suyu communicated with it quickly, and soon had many new insights in the data field, mainly about the data phantom energy. These phantom energies were transformed into invisible data, but they maintained various characteristics of phantom energy, making Suyu feel like he had discovered a new world. Xie Tian, who was standing next to him, was stunned by this change. In the last second, Xie Tian's consciousness was still filled with a flood of illusion data. Those data floods, carrying a large amount of complicated information, madly impacted Xie Tian's consciousness. He was just a little bit away from being completely defeated by the illusion and letting this data life occupy his body and soul. But in the blink of an eye, those terrifying data floods of illusion, it was swallowed up by a more bizarre data. This change has already surpassed Xie Tian's ability to understand. What's going on? Just now, Mr. Suyu released a 6-star data life. What kind of high-level violent intelligence? Then the 6-star data life swallowed up the 7 stars. Illusion? 6 stars can actually swallow 7 stars. How is this possible? What's wrong with this world? It seems that since Mr. Suyu released that weird, violent intelligence, after that, in less than 10 seconds, his crisis was resolved? So simple? Xie Tian originally thought that this was an unprecedented life and death crisis, and he had made up his mind to die together. As a result, Suyu made a move, and the situation was reversed immediately, as expected of an old senior who has lived for who knows how many years. I guess Mr. Suyu has far surpassed 7 stars in the field of data. Otherwise, how could he solve the illusion so easily? This beast. I actually suspected that Mr. Suyu would cooperate with Xuanhuan before. I really shouldn't have done that. Xie Tian sorted out his chaotic consciousness, while exclaiming in his heart, full of gratitude and respect for Suyu. In his heart, the way he addressed Suyu had changed from old monster to old senior. It was a close call. Thank you, Senior Suyu, otherwise, I would have almost perished together with that beast Xuanhuan. Wait, die together? Xie Tian was stunned for a moment, then he remembered something important, and immediately thought to himself that it was not good. His face, which had originally returned to normal, became red again, and he quickly sent out a torrent of data. Suyu also noticed his change, and looked at him with some curiosity. The illusion was already taken care of. How come this guy suddenly looked like he was going to have a cerebral hemorrhage again? Suyu instinctively extended his consciousness, and looked at the torrent of data sent out by Xie Tian. Then he saw the missiles in the city that were ready, and just about to be fired. Oh my god! Suyu was shocked. The missiles in the city at this time were more than what Suyu had seen before. There were hundreds of them. And it seemed that this was not the limit. Some of the missiles looked particularly large. They didn't look like missiles, but they were real space rockets. Right? Xiatian actually had this trick up his sleeve. At the critical moment just now, Xiatian didn't care about rockets or missiles anymore. He took them all out and detonated them desperately. The explosion of rockets was also very powerful. If so many rockets and missiles exploded at the same time, I'm afraid they would blow up the entire virtual city. Even if Suyu was protected by the tyrannical armor, he wouldn't be easily killed, but he would be covered in dust. Fortunately, at this time, with the arrival of Xiatian's data, these missiles slowly retracted into various buildings. This guy. Suyu looked at Xiatian, whose face was flushed, and understood why he was so anxious. After a moment, Xiatian had withdrawn all the launch commands, and he breathed a sigh of relief, his face returning to normal. After another moment, he sorted out the chaos in his body, then moved and bowed deeply to Suyu. Mr. Suyu, thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, I would have died. Even the residents of the whole city would have been killed by that beast. Xiatian thanked Suyu in various ways, and Suyu accepted it calmly. He did save the lives of Xiatian and the entire city. Xiatian also said that he would definitely repay the favor and asked Suyu to make any request. Suyu thought about it and immediately asked a question. What are those missiles and rockets in your city? He had wanted to ask for a long time. But this ultimate weapon was obviously Xiatian's trump card, so it was not convenient to ask. But now Xiatian has said it. If you make a request casually, Suyu will not be polite. Those things. Xiatian heard this. His face showed a look of reminiscence. And after a moment, he answered, those missiles are the technology left by the member who was killed by the thunder. We, the members of the Extraordinary Union, have inherited some and are conducting research in secret. But we dare not experiment. Although we have made the finished product, it is really hard to predict what effect it will have after it is actually launched. Suyu nodded upon hearing this. Looking at Xiatian, he didn't look like someone who was good at aerospace technology. It turned out that it was left behind by the previous member. What a pity. Give me a copy of these technologies. I am also interested, Suyu said directly. After hearing this, Xiatian immediately sent out a stream of data, which contained a large amount of information, drawings, algorithms. Suyu is now also a member of the Extraordinary Federation, and he saved his life. This kind of request, naturally, they must be satisfied. Both of them are experts in the field of data. This kind of information exchange is extremely fast and convenient. Suyu received this information and took a quick look at it. He felt it was quite profound. He was immediately delighted. Even he felt it was profound. It seemed that these technologies were very important. They were truly advanced technologies. The technology that a 7-star expert has devoted his life to studying is of course advanced. Even if Suyu is also a 7-star expert, he should pay attention to it. As long as he is given time to study, you can comprehend many new blueprints and design new machines. For example, flying arms? Suyu did not look at the information carefully, but said solemnly, these technologies are indeed very useful. That member is worthy of respect. What is his name? Xiatian sighed when he heard it. Alas, that member is named Zhang Lingyun, a young extraordinary mechanic, a genius, only in his 30s, and has already broken through the 7 stars. It's a pity. Zhang Lingyun. Suyu nodded and wrote down the name. Qixing, who is in his 30s, is indeed a genius, and is also good at aerospace rocket technology. It is indeed a pity. In the past 10,000 years, I wonder how many geniuses like Zhang Lingyun have tried to step into the starry sky, but ended up in disgrace. The two were silent for a moment, seemingly remembering the genius Zhang Lingyun. After a while, Suyuji asked, the residents of the city, and those illusory carriers, what happened? When Xiatian heard this question, his expression suddenly darkened. And then he felt it for a while before speaking. Most of the residents are fine. But they are a little panicked. Because tens of thousands of people suddenly changed their temperaments, said a lot of strange things, and now fell into a coma. Those who changed their temperaments and fell into a coma are the carriers of the illusion. They have lost their original consciousness and memory. Xiatian seemed to value these residents very much. So he was a little sad. He was a good city lord. Not dead? Suyu asked with some doubt. Xiatian shook his head. It's just that the information in their brains has been cleared, which is equivalent to becoming a vegetable. But they are not dead. Without the support of consciousness, their bodies will soon die. But this is also good. It is better than being treated as a flesh and blood host by the illusion. Let them rest in peace. After hearing what Xiaotian said, Suyu smiled coldly. If your data ghost wants to be promoted to 8 stars, it should need these people's bodies as carriers. Right? Let them rest in peace. Isn't that a waste? Xiaotian naturally understood what Suyu meant. This was to let him use the power of the data ghost to possess the bodies left by these people. Xiaotian's face suddenly changed. How can that be? It seems that he is not as cold as illusion after all. If he really had that kind of cruel heart, he wouldn't have begged Suyu for a little boy who was his descendant for who knows how many generations. This Xiaotian, probably because of his job, stayed at home for a long time, and still maintained a conscience that is rare in this era. However, Suyu didn't care about Xiaotian's conscience. He said nonchalantly, anyway, the person is dead. Why not use him and donate his body? These bodies can carry illusory data. It is also a precious resource. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. I can use it too. Suyu's words were quite cruel. But this era was cruel. Xiaotian was silent for a while, and finally bowed deeply to Suyu again. Mr. Suyu is right? I am too old-fashioned. After hearing this, Suyu said no more, and did not mention the matter of those bodies. In fact, he just wanted to provoke Xiaotian. What do you want those bodies for? Suyu himself is not a data ghost. Could it be that he is preparing for Fear Intelligence? Fear Intelligence has just been promoted to 7 stars. For a while, I want to hold the 8-star ceremony. I am afraid there is no chance, so forget it. And Xiaotian has these bodies, so he has the opportunity to hold the ceremony and be promoted to 8 stars. With this guy's personality and the technology he has mastered, if he is promoted to 8 stars, Suyu thinks he can ask him for help in many things in the future. For example, the material digitization. Maybe after Xiaotian is promoted to 8 stars, he will have this ability. After Xiaotian made the decision, he was also thinking about how to prepare for the 8-star ceremony. The 8-star ceremony of the data ghost is very difficult. The bodies of tens of thousands of people can only barely start the ceremony. If you want to really complete it, you probably have to possess and transform the entire city's population of 1 million. This is equivalent to slaughtering all the people in the city. But Xiaotian is unwilling to do this, because that's 1 million people. If he really did that, even if he really got promoted, he would probably go crazy. So we have to find an alternative method. Anyway, the essence of promotion is to leave a deep mark in the subspace. We only care about the result, not the process. Maybe there is an alternative method that can leave a mark. But that being said, Xiaotian racked his brains and couldn't think of any alternative method. The promotion ceremony. If there is an alternative method so easily, would it be so difficult to get 8 stars? But Xiaotian was not without ideas. That idea was, he secretly glanced at Suyu. This old senior had great magical powers and extensive knowledge. Maybe there was a way to replace the ritual? Thinking of this, Xiaotian immediately had an impulse to ask Suyu for advice, but he was not reckless. After all, this method of replacing the ritual must be extremely precious. Xiaotian had just been saved by Suyu, and he hadn't yet properly repaid him. Now he wanted to get such precious information. It's really not suitable. Let's put it aside for now, and think of a way later. Master, this guy seems to be thinking about you. He wants to get some good things from you. He's really a bad guy. Should we beat him up? At this time, the Fear Intelligence whispered in Suyu's ear again. It turned out that when Xiaotian was thinking just now, it seemed that because of some injuries he had just suffered, his breath was unstable. Some thoughts turned into data. It was leaked out, and was sensed by the sharp Fear Intelligence. Suyu heard this, and his face suddenly became strange. This Xiaotian actually wants to take advantage of my wool. How unreasonable. Suyu felt a little amused. He has always been the one who took advantage of others. Even the tyrannical evil god was kidnapped by him. And now Xiaotian dares to take advantage of him? Believe it or not, I will empty your virtual city one day, and take away all the people and things, and see if you dare to take advantage of me. Chapter 186 Huge Harvest. What? Mr. Suyu sealed the evil god in the armor. Suyu complained in his heart, but he was not really angry because Xiaotian was plotting against him. After all, now that he is a mysterious boss, he must be prepared to be plotted against, and ordinary people don't have this treatment. By the way, how is that kid now? Suyu complained in his heart for a few words, and suddenly asked the purpose of his coming to the Illusion City this time. In the final analysis, It was to treat the polluted child. The child was polluted. His temperament changed drastically. He was full of foul language. And he was extremely irritable. But now Suyu admired him a little. After all, an ordinary child, who could resist the corrosion of illusion with willpower, must be said to be very powerful and strong. It reminded Suyu of himself when he was struggling to survive alone in shelter number 73. Oh, right. That child. Xietian was reminded. He immediately sensed it carefully. And after a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the child is fine for now. Mr. Suyu. Could it be that you? Xietian looked at Suyu with some surprise. Yes. I already have a way to save him. Suyu smiled slightly. That child, in essence, was eroded by the illusory data psionic energy. This kind of data-based psionic energy is very strange. And even the previous Suyu, it is difficult to purify it. But now, Suyu has the fear intelligence, which means he has indirectly mastered the special energy of data psionic energy. Naturally, he can purify the pollution on the child. That's great. Let's go there quickly. The child is not in a good condition now. It seems that because the illusion was destroyed, he was also affected. Xietian said hurriedly. Suyu nodded, flew up directly, picked up Xietian's body, and activated the tyrannical armor. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. After a moment, in front of the same ward, Suyu put Xietian down. Just now, he had traveled through the virtual city at more than 10 times the speed of sound, and in a short time, he arrived here. In various corners and bins, he used the powerful computing power of the upgraded fear intelligence to control the flight posture and safely past the bins. However, traveling through the city at 10 times the speed of sound, and drifting on the bins, was indeed a bit exciting. If Suyu hadn't been so skilled and courageous, he would have been killed. After Xietian was put down by Suyu, his steps were a little shaky. The flying armor just now was too exciting for him. After all, he was only a 7-star. When had he ever experienced 10 times the speed of sound? And drifting through a corner, Xietian suddenly covered his mouth, as if he wanted to vomit. Obviously, his body was a robot, and he didn't know what he could vomit. But after a moment, Xietian had adjusted his state. It showed the power of the 7-star superhuman. After he recovered, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's so exciting! The virtual world will also join this project in the future." Suyu was speechless. This guy never forgets his old profession. He ignored Xietian, but walked forward and opened the door of the room. The little boy was still tied to the bed, and was not sent to the underground shelter. At this time, his face was extremely pale, and there was a hint of green. His whole body was shaking, and he seemed to be dying at any time. Although he was weak, he immediately raised his eyebrows and cursed, "You king!" He was obviously still crazy. Suyu did not wait for him to finish cursing, and directly released a stream of spiritual energy to block his mouth. Although he admired him, Suyu was not interested in being scolded. After blocking the little boy's mouth, Suyu let the fear intelligence start to act in his heart. "Watch me, master!" The fear intelligence cheered. Data rushed out, rushing towards the little boy's brain. "I am the fear intelligence. I am here to spread fear." It issued a declaration, and very proudly drilled into the little boy's brain. But after a moment, it ran back in a panic, retreated into the tyrannical armor, and trembled. "Master, that guy's brain is so scary, so tyrannical." Suyu laughed in his heart. With such courage, he still spread fear. It's called cowardly intelligence. It's almost the same. However, Suyu did not laugh out loud, but said seriously, "It doesn't matter, you are a powerful intelligence that spreads fear. How can a mere tyrannical will do anything to you? Try again, let the master see your ability, purify those tyrannical wills." The fear intelligence was fooled by Suyu, and immediately became energetic again. "Yes. Yes." It surged out again, and drilled into the little boy's brain. This time, after 10 seconds, it returned and said happily, "Master, you are right. When those tyrannical wills met me, they seemed very scared, and were immediately purified and absorbed by me. I am indeed a powerful intelligence that spreads fear. Even the tyrannical wills are afraid of me. I am so powerful." Hee hee. The fear intelligence boasted for a while. Suyu responded casually, and then looked at the little boy. He found that the green on his face had disappeared. His face quickly turned red again. Suyu could not sense any psychic energy in his body. It seemed that he had indeed been purified. Suyu moved his mind and removed the psychic energy that was blocking his mouth. Once the blockade was removed, the little boy immediately let out a long breath and said loudly with full energy, "I'm dying of suffocation." Then he covered his mouth in surprise. "Why would I say that? Alas, I'm fine." Suyu smiled slightly. It seemed that this little guy, although the pollution was purified, it was still affected. Wait, is this spiritual energy? Suyu suddenly sensed that a spiritual energy was being generated out of thin air in the little boy's body. These spiritual energies were repairing his body, which was previously weakened by pollution, making him rapidly healthy and strong. Originally, his hands and feet were tied, but just now, he stretched out his hand and tore the restraints apart, showing his strong physical strength. It seems that he also got a blessing in disguise, awakening to become a physical psychic, and he seemed quite strong just after awakening. At this time, Xietian also walked in, and saw the little man's appearance, and showed a happy face. "Xie, you are fine. Hurry up and thank Mr. Suyu. He saved you." "Another thank you." In the next hour, Xietian was busy restoring order to the entire virtual city, explaining everything that had just happened. Xietian did not reveal the whole truth. After all, it is easy to cause panic, but they all knew that the illusion city was almost destroyed by a terrifying force before, and it was Mr. Suyu, an outsider, who saved them. At this time, millions of people in the city were shouting Suyu's name, thanking him for his help. Suyu was also a little happy when he heard these voices of gratitude. It feels better to be thanked than to be hated. After a lot of trouble, Xietian asked those residents to return to their respective residences, connect the brain computer, and go back online. The whole city is running again. As for those bodies, Xietian has not yet started to use them. The little boy named Xiecheng did not enter the virtual world immediately, but followed Suyu and Xietian around, and was quite close to Suyu. However, Suyu discovered that what Xiecheng instinctively approached was actually the psionic aura on the tyrannical armor, and the fear intelligence. After all, he was affected by the violent psionic energy, and was later rescued by the fear intelligence. So there seemed to be some instinctive connection. Suyu was a little impatient with such a follower around him, so he thought of playing a prank. He let the fear intelligence send a message to the little boy's consciousness. "Human, I am the great fear intelligence. You are my chosen apostle." Although the fear intelligence is a little childish, it has a very high IQ. Under Suyu's guidance, soon the little boy was fooled. Just when Xiecheng was almost bowing down to the fear intelligence, Xietian finally came back after finishing his work. As soon as he came back, he immediately said politely to Suyu, "Mr. Suyu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Then he handed Suyu a metal box. Suyu took it and looked at it. There were several high-quality source core crystals, and a chip with data recorded inside. The source core crystals were the reward for treating Xiecheng. However, the quality of these source core crystals is much higher than the agreed reward. They are all high-end products that can produce special-grade chips. As for the chip, Suyu read the information in the chip and found that it not only recorded the detailed terrain of thousands of kilometers in radius, but also recorded a large amount of advanced technical information, such as brain-computer technology, virtual reality technology, intelligent mechanical technology, and even the design blueprint of the entire virtual city. Xietian said at this time, "I said before that I would repay Mr. Suyu. But think about it carefully, there are not many things in the whole illusion city that Mr. Suyu would like. So I handed over some of the technologies and blueprints accumulated by Illusion City over the years to Mr. Suyu. I hope you won't despise it." It turned out that this was the reward Xietian had said. He was really sincere. He even handed over the design drawings of Illusion City. Aren't you afraid that Suyu will know the weaknesses of Illusion City? It seems that there is really no need to worry. Anyway, if Suyu has bad intentions, he doesn't need to know any weaknesses. The city can be demolished by force with violence alone. Besides, Xietian needs to rely on Suyu if he wants to find a way to be promoted to 8 stars, so he works very hard to repay. In this way, Suyu almost emptied the Unreal City. Of course, what he moved was not materials, but technology. Not bad. Suyu did not refuse, and took it directly. Those source core crystals can increase the production of chips. Those technical data, together with the technology left by Zhang Lingyun that he had obtained earlier, it was enough for him to develop a new blueprint. With so many technologies, He might even be able to unlock a new third-level profession. He also obtained a map, which allowed him to have a basic grasp of the terrain of the entire ruins planet. This planet, except for some forbidden areas and ruins, basically had no secrets in front of him. Of course, in many places, only by going there can you discover the hidden truth. Just like the Unreal City on the map, it is just a city of 1 million people. Who would have thought that? There is a dangerous thing like Unreal hidden inside? Now that the matter is over, I will go back. After receiving the benefits, Suyu wanted to leave immediately. With so much harvest, of course, he should go back quickly and transform the harvest into his own strength. However, Suyu was about to say goodbye when he suddenly found that Xietian was staring at the tyrannical armor. He seemed to be hesitant to speak. Why? Do you have any questions? Suyu asked. Xietian hesitated for a moment, then asked, Mr. Suyu, your armor, and the intelligence before, seemed to be related to the evil god? He had wanted to ask this question for a long time. In the previous battle with Illusion, Xietian vaguely heard that Illusion said that Suyu had a strong aura of the tyrannical evil god, and that Suyu even had a high-level intelligence blessed by the evil god. Although in the end, Suyu saved Xietian's life and did not seem like a follower of the evil god. But he still wanted to ask about this question. After experiencing the betrayal of Illusion, Xietian also became more careful. Even when facing the savior, he had to ask clearly. If he didn't understand, he might become enemies in the future. Suyu heard this and said casually, yes. My armor and intelligence are indeed related to the evil god. Hearing him say this, Xietian's expression suddenly tensed. But Suyu continued, this armor seals a tyrannical evil god's clone as the energy core. As for the intelligence, it is also transformed from the evil god's clone sealed in this core. Just as Suyu finished speaking, Xietian was shocked again. What? The core of this armor is the real evil god? It turns out that Mr. Suyu did not become a believer of the evil god, but captured the evil god as a laborer? Is this something a human would do? Suyu looked at Xietian strangely. This is not a secret. I fought with the tyrannical evil god's clone for a month before. Iron Dragon should know. He had no interest in hiding this kind of thing. Anyway, he fought with the tyrannical evil god for so long, it was impossible to hide it even if he wanted to. At this time, in the subspace, the people of the Extraordinary Federation have not left yet. They are very curious. Suyu went to the Illusion City and met with Xietian. What will happen? Even Xietian's half of the spirit did not leave. The attack of the illusion was too fast before, and he had no time to react, which was one of the reasons why Xietian could not resist the illusion. During the previous battle, Xietian's clone had been motionless, focusing all his energy on the real battle. But now, Xietian's clone suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Tai Long. Mr. Suyu had fought with the descending evil god for a month before. Is that the case? Tai Long heard this and said with some doubt, that's right. Didn't I say it before? Xietian's eyes twitched and said, then do you know that Mr. Suyu defeated the evil god and sealed him up, and used him as the core to create a powerful 8-star armor? Xietian almost shouted this. Tai Long and the others were also stunned. They waited for a long time, and they actually got such amazing news. Mr. Suyu sealed an evil god and used it as an energy core? Is there such a thing? Chapter 187 Suyu's new blueprint. Large-scale intelligent machinery strike chariot. Seal the evil god, create armor? Really? So Mr. Suyu fought the evil god for a month, and finally sealed him? How did you know? What happened in the fantasy city during such a long time? Everyone asked hurriedly. This news just now is too shocking. They had heard from Tai Long that Suyu had fought with the evil god's clone for a month in the end. It seemed that the evil god was destroyed. But now we know that it is not just a simple destruction, but a seal, and then used to make armor? Xietian was confused by the questions asked by everyone. He opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start. After all, there were too many things that happened before. He thought about it, and directly released a stream of spiritual energy, relying on the ability to control data, and played a little movie in front of everyone. The previous and illusion, the battle, and Suyu's various performances were all played out. Everyone shut up and watched intently. From time to time, they exclaimed. In the real world, after Suyu finished talking about the shocking news just now, he was about to leave and return to the mechanical city. Mr. Suyu, since you are here, why don't you play in the Unreal City for 2 days? Xiatian hurriedly tried to persuade him to stay. However, his eyes were fixed on Suyu's armor. Suyu smiled secretly in his heart. This guy probably is extremely curious about the tyrannical armor. He wants to keep Suyu as a guest in the Illusion City and find a chance to study this armor. After all, who wouldn't be curious about this powerful armor that seals the evil god as the core power source? At this time, Xiatian's mentality, probably similar to Suyu's routine. For the old manager, Suyu also tried every means to study the old manager's prosthesis. In that case, then I stay for a few days? Suyu thought for a moment, he said casually. Since we are here, it seems a bit inappropriate to leave in less than half a day. Anyway, it is okay to study the blueprint here. Okay. Mr. Suyu, please follow me. I will arrange accommodation for you immediately. Xiatian was very excited. He led Suyu all the way forward and came to a large machine laboratory in the basement. This laboratory was actually about the same size as Suyu's mechanical space. The laboratory was filled with various machine tools, intelligent hosts, production line, energy reactor, fuel tank. Mr. Suyu, this is the residence I arranged for you. What do you think? Xiatian pointed at the large laboratory and said with a smile. Suyu looked at the laboratory and found that there was only a small bed in the corner. In other places, it was not obvious that this was a residence, but rather a large machinery production workshop. Xiatian's circuit of thought for entertaining distinguished guests seemed a little strange. How can you let a distinguished guest live in a machinery production workshop? How can you let a distinguished guest screw in while sleepwalking? But after Suyu looked at it for a while, he chuckled. Not bad, I am very satisfied. This is the right place for him to live. If he gets a big villa with a sea view, he will feel uncomfortable living there. Now he hardly needs to sleep. No matter how comfortable the place is, it is meaningless. On the contrary, this large laboratory satisfies his requirements. Originally, Suyu was in a hurry to return to the city of machinery. He just missed the various equipment in the mechanical city, which was convenient for him to conduct various research. But he didn't expect that Xiatian understood him so well and directly arranged such a laboratory. Then there would be no problem, as long as Mr. Suyu is satisfied. Xiatian also smiled, but his eyes were still fixed on the tyrannical armor. At this time, he was doing two things at the same time. Half of his mind was entertaining Suyu, and the other half was in the subspace, giving the people of the Extraordinary Federation, playing a movie, the members of the Supernatural Union, watching the powerful and brutal armor on Suyu in the screen, exclaimed from time to time. Listening to these people's exclamations, Xiatian felt even more itchy. Mr. Suyu said before that you can try to stack multiple professions to break through the restrictions. I want to hold an 8-star ceremony, but there is no good way for the time being. I am in the field of mechanics. In fact, if I work hard, I may also be able to try to upgrade to 7 stars. Xiatian couldn't help but think in his heart. So, this is his idea. Data field, 8-star ritual, is too difficult for Xiatian. This ritual, either he would slaughter millions of people and become a madman, or he would find a way, and an alternative. No matter which one, Xiatian couldn't do it for the time being. Then he would try the mechanical field first. After all, there is the example of Suyu Senior, and it should be feasible to improve strength by stacking multiple professions. Mr. Suyu's armor is so powerful that it can even seal the evil god's clone. If I study it, it may greatly improve my mechanical field. Maybe I can even get close to the 7 stars. But, how can I say it? Xiatian was a little entangled in his heart, and he really couldn't say it. Forget it. Mr. Suyu saved my entire city, and I still wanted to take his armor. I really shouldn't. The armor of Tailong, they are all hidden tightly. Mr. Suyu's armor is stronger and more magical. How can you let me study it easily? Xiatian, how old are you? How can you still be as naive as a young man? After struggling for a while, Xiatian finally chose to give up. He felt that it was really a fantasy to want to study Suyu's armor. How can such a treasure that is related to the foundation of strength be studied casually? At this time, Suyu saw Xiatian staring at the tyrannical armor. He didn't say anything for a long time. It was really speechless. In theory, Xiatian is much older than Suyu. But in reality, this guy probably immersed himself in the virtual world for too long. His mental age is probably stuck in his teens forever. What he thinks is written on his face. Forget it. Suyu was annoyed by Xiatian's look. He suddenly made a decision and said, City Lord Xie, Do you want to study my tyrannical armor? Upon hearing this, Xiatian answered reflexively, yes. Yes. Then he realized, no. No. Mr. Suyu. You misunderstood. This. He was sweating coldly. Suyu had just saved his life. But he was planning to take Suyu's armor. What if Suyu turned against him? But he was a little confused. Was his own thought so obvious? How did Mr. Suyu know? Suyu shook his head slightly and chuckled. Don't be nervous. City Lord Xia. If you want to study, then study it. After saying that, the armor on his body automatically fell off and flew to Xiatian's side. Suyu estimated that if he didn't give the tyrannical armor to Xiatian to study, this guy would probably bother him from time to time. Then let him study it. Anyway, the technical content of this armor is not more than 7 stars. It mainly relies on the thoughts of the tyrannical evil god to have the power of 8 stars. No matter how Xiatian studies it, it is estimated that he will not be able to study anything profound. Xiatian was stunned when he heard this. He really wanted him to study it. After Suyu took off his armor, he walked towards the equipment in the laboratory and said, City Lord Xia, be careful when you study it. The core of this armor contains the thoughts of the tyrannical evil god, which contains strong pollution. Suyu kindly reminded him, but he was not particularly worried. With Xiatian's 7-star strength, as long as he didn't do anything stupid, and took the initiative to put on the tyrannical armor, he would not be polluted. Even if he really did do something stupid, there is also fear intelligence in the armor, which will not let him get what he wants. After handing the armor to Xiatian, Suyu no longer cares about him and starts his own research. He projected the technical information he had obtained earlier with the equipment in the laboratory. Among these materials, there are Zhang Lingyun's aerospace flight technology information and Xiatian's virtual city technology. The knowledge contained in it is very difficult, and ordinary people probably cannot learn it all in their lifetime. But Suyu was a 7-star warrior at this time, and he also had data capabilities. His consciousness was running very fast. He could read information at a speed that was no longer 10 lines at a glance, but 10 books at a glance. This learning speed was inhuman. He watched and pondered at the same time, digesting and absorbing the knowledge at a rapid speed, and tried to innovate and design a new blueprint. Seeing Suyu immersed in research, Xiatian realized that Suyu really let him study the tyrannical armor at will. This immediately touched him deeply. Mr. Suyu, you are so generous. Compared with the stingy Tailong, you are at a different level. He despised Tailong again in his heart, and then excitedly reached out to touch the tyrannical armor. At this time, the armor suddenly made a sound. You can study it, but don't touch it. Xiatian was startled by this sudden sound, but he immediately understood that it seemed to be the onboard intelligence of the armor. He asked tentatively, You are? I am the Great Fear Intelligence. Xiatian and Fear Intelligence started a friendly exchange. Xiatian didn't know that Fear Intelligence, essentially, was actually Cowardly Intelligence. He was stunned by this domineering name, and was very respectful in his words, treating Fear Intelligence completely as a senior. Xiatian guessed, could this Fear Intelligence be from ancient times? The powerful intelligence that had fought with Suyu, now revived together, is regaining its power? No wonder with only 6-star strength, it can destroy the 7-star illusion. The Fear Intelligence was also happy to let Xiatian guess randomly, like a mischievous child. Soon, one person and one intelligence, after some communication, came to the laboratory next door, and began to study the tyrannical armor. Xiatian soon became addicted to it. Suyu felt that Xiatian could not research anything that's wrong, because Xiatian had just started researching, and he found something that he valued very much. Excellent level chip. This kind of thing, there is no such thing in the Unreal City, there is no equipment, and it cannot be produced. It's an excellent level chip. Mr. Suyu is really amazing, he has this kind of thing, I wonder if there is a legendary chip. Xiatian was very excited, and continued to research, and exclaimed from time to time. Although the mechanical technology content of the tyrannical armor, it's not too high, it hasn't reached the 7-star level. But Xiatian's mechanical technology is far from the 7-star level, and even worse than Suyu. So through the research on the tyrannical armor, he really benefited a lot. If there is really an 8-star level technology for him to study, I guess he won't understand it. And when he was studying, the Fear Intelligence would communicate with him from time to time. The Fear Intelligence is also a 7-star level. Data Ghost and Xiatian, there are quite a few common topics. However, in Xiatian's opinion, this intelligent Big Brother is really amazing, and he knows so much about the ability of the data ghost. One person and one intelligence, through the opportunity of research, they quickly became familiar with each other and became friends. After getting to know each other, the fear intelligence would occasionally give one or two unreliable opinions on Ciatian's research. This guy, fear intelligence, actually knows a lot about mechanical technology. After all, it used to be a replica of the mechanical spirit. The mechanical spirit controls the mechanical city. It is impossible that it does not know mechanical technology. The opinions of the fear intelligence should be quite reliable. The key is that its personality is unreliable. Ciatian does not know that this senior boss is essentially a timid and pretentious kid. When he heard the opinions of the fear intelligence, he immediately accepted them all and really studied them according to the opinions. This research is likely to go wrong sooner or later. In the subspace, everyone in the Extraordinary Federation finally. I finished watching the little movie and understood the various things that happened in the Illusion City. This tyrannical evil god is really terrifying. He even corrupted the intelligence of the Illusion City and wanted to retaliate against the master. Everyone was a little terrified. Before, they had heard Suyu say how powerful the evil god was. But they had no idea. Now they finally know. The entire Illusion City, with a population of 1 million and a 7-star strongman, was almost completely destroyed because of the evil god's corruption. Become an uninhabited city. This is the power of the evil god. And it is not the evil god's arrival, just a little corrosion. This makes everyone a little scared. This time it is the virtual city that is corroded. Will it be their city next time? Even their city has been secretly corroded? The key is, isn't the tyrannical evil god sealed and asleep by Zhang Chenfeng? How did he corrode the virtual city? Is he awakening now? With the strange power of this evil god, even data life can be corroded. Everyone has no idea how to resist. However, everyone is a little fortunate. Fortunately, Mr. Suyu is here. Yes, Mr. Suyu, including this time, has stopped the conspiracy of the tyrannical evil god twice. Right? Even the evil god's thoughts were sealed by him, and became the energy core of the armor. Mr. Suyu is simply the nemesis of the evil god. I really don't know, which ancient existence could he be? Before the illusion was destroyed. Mr. Suyu is called a blasphemer? This title is really overbearing. I really want to study Suyu's armor, and see how he sealed the evil god. After everyone experienced this, Suyu's status in their hearts was raised again. In the Illusion City, Suyu and Ciatian were immersed in their own research, forgetting to eat and sleep. One day later, after this research, you have gained enough inspiration and designed a new blueprint. You have obtained the design blueprint Large Intelligent Machinery Assault Tank. Chapter 188 Research on the tyrannical armor went wrong. The great intelligence that spreads fear? Huh? Suyu, who was immersed in research, finally let out a sigh of relief. After a day of full-scale research, he finally found results. With his current thinking speed, this day is not short. Strike Chariot, this is an excellent level, multifunctional large-scale mechanical creation. Its starting strength is 6 stars. If there are various skill enhancements, its strength can be improved. It is huge in size, and can carry powerful firepower and energy. On the battlefield, it is an absolute heavy firepower, and its power is far stronger than that of the Rangers. Suyu even designed an interface for loading missiles on the chariot, which shows its ferocious combat power. If the firepower it carries is strong enough, it is normal for it to have a 7-star attack power. The strength of this mechanical creation, unlike that of psychics, can be improved by increasing the caliber of weapons, charging, etc. Increase attack power. If Suyu's various skills are added, the strength of this chariot will increase. It has the characteristics of a vehicle, and the space inside is not small. It can transport multiple combatants and various mechanical creations. It also provides energy, ammunition, and living environment for these passengers. At the same time, it also has strong mobility. Suyu designed 2 power systems for it, allowing it to travel on any terrain. It can even fly at low altitude. Not only that, its body is also equipped with a miniature mechanical production line. This allows it to mine resources on the spot, produce various intelligent machines, replicate and expand itself, and even build a mechanical city from scratch. According to Suyu's design, an assault vehicle drives to a wilderness, and soon, a new mechanical city will rise from the ground. And this assault vehicle is also a signal-based station, just like Unreal City. You can use the brain-computer interface to remotely control the machines inside. A assault vehicle driving to a strange place. As long as it is given time to develop, it will soon become a mechanical army, sweeping everything around. With so many powerful functions, it deserves the word assault. In order to design various systems, balance performance, combat power, and volume, Suyu racked his brains. Fortunately, everything was finally completed. Next, it's time to return to the mechanical city and put this chariot into production. At that time, the strength of his mechanical regiment will surely increase again. Suyu couldn't wait and wanted to return to the mechanical city immediately to put this chariot into production. Originally, Xiaitian had tried to keep him, and he was planning to stay in this illusion city for 2 more days, but now, he won't wait even a day. Where's Xiaitian? Suyu looked around, but didn't find any trace of Xiaitian. He sensed the tyrannical armor not far away. Then he searched over there. Next to Suyu's residence, there was also a large laboratory, but the various equipment in this laboratory, mainly data-related, supplemented by machinery, looked like a large intelligent computer room. This seemed to be Xiaitian's residence. Suyu followed his senses, and found here, and saw the tyrannical armor lying on the workbench, and Xiaitian was standing next to the armor, motionless, and didn't know what he was doing. Suyu was about to go up and say hello, and was about to leave, but he suddenly frowned, because he found that the psionic energy contained in the tyrannical armor seemed to be much weaker. In just 1 day, the strength of the armor seemed to have dropped to the level of 7 stars. This surprised Suyu. What was Xiaitian doing? He actually made the tyrannical armor's strength drop? And the fear intelligence? Why didn't he stop him? Suyu's mind flashed, and then he tried to contact the fear intelligence. As a result, this guy was actually a bit unreachable. Although there is still a sense of touch, it seems to be separated by a layer of gauze. Xiaitian. I really underestimated him. Suyu had previously thought that Xiaitian would not be able to research anything. And with the fear intelligence as an insurance, Xiaitian's personality and character were quite good, so he let him research without worry. Unexpectedly, in just 1 day, he really researched something. Suyu even wondered in his heart. This Xiaitian, was he pretending before? Now that he has found an opportunity, he is plotting to steal the tyrannical armor? Suyu's heart sank, and he had already secretly activated his abilities, ready to take action at any time. However, he did not act rashly, but said in a deep voice, "What are you doing?" Ah! Xiaitian seemed to be frightened by Suyu's voice, and raised his head in panic. Seeing that it was Suyu, he immediately showed joy. "Mr. Suyu, save me!" He actually asked Suyu for help. Suyu saw his face. He was also surprised. This guy turned extremely pale in just 1 day, but this body of his was not his original body, so his complexion could not represent anything. The key point was that Suyu sensed that Xiaitian's spiritual energy had actually decreased a lot, and his entire condition was extremely bad. He seemed to have lost a lot of strength inexplicably, just like the tyrannical armor. Suyu frowned. It seemed that the situation was not as he imagined. Xiaitian was also unlucky. He did not relax his vigilance because of this. He continued to ask, "What happened?" Hearing this, Xiaitian suddenly looked like he couldn't bear to look back, and even trembled slightly, as if he recalled something extremely terrible. After a while, he reluctantly said, "The great intelligence that spreads fear." Hearing this, Suyu was immediately full of doubts. What the hell? He said nothing, and motioned Xiaitian to continue. Next, Xiaitian told Suyu in detail what happened in the past day. What happened? 10 hours ago, Xiaitian studied the mechanical part of the tyrannical armor and benefited a lot. However, he also found that the mechanical part of this armor did not reach the 7-star level. Although he benefited a lot, it was still unrealistic to become a 7-star mechanic through this. He was not disappointed, but took this question to ask the fear intelligence. So the fear intelligence, who was eager to watch the fun, he gave him an idea. Fear intelligence said, "What's the point of just studying the armor? Why not study the tyrannical core?" When Xiaitian heard this, he immediately became interested. He was very curious about the tyrannical core that sealed the evil god, but he was a little afraid and didn't dare to touch it. But now, fear intelligence, the big boss, has spoken. What are you worried about? Go! So, they started studying the tyrannical core. After hearing this, Suyu could only sigh in his heart. You are courting death. Although this kind of research behavior, it is courting death. If the seal of the tyrannical evil god is loosened, it will be dangerous. Although it is courting death, it is not without insurance. The insurance is the fear of intelligence. Originally, data life like mechanical spirits cannot directly control psychic energy, the energy of psionic energy. Like Suyu, a transcendent, they can only rely on mechanical equipment, various wires, circuit, to indirectly control energy. Just like relying on circuits to control electrical energy, the tyrannical armor uses psionic energy, which is an indirect method. This indirect method, compared with directly controlling energy, is much weaker in control. But the fear intelligence, after being upgraded to 7 stars, is no longer a simple data life, it is now equivalent to a 7-star data domain transcendent. It can directly control psionic energy. In this way, its control over the tyrannical core, it is much stronger. And the sealing power is also much stronger. However, the psionic energy controlled by the fear intelligence is not ordinary psionic energy, but data psionic energy. It converts tangible energy into intangible data. In order to study the tyrannical core, Xiaotian and the fear intelligence decided to convert a large amount of data psionic energy first. Let the fear intelligence control it, and strengthen the seal of the core. Then they will ask Suyu to see if it is safe, and then start research. This idea is very safe, and Suyu can't find any fault with it. Xiaotian and the fear intelligence both have the ability of data ghosts, and can work together. The fear intelligence borrowed Xiaotian's ability to accelerate the transformation of data phantom energy. In a short period of time, most of the phantom energy in the tyrannical armor was transformed into data. Such a large amount of data phantom energy has exceeded the controllability of the fear intelligence, and is about to overflow. The fear intelligence was about to stop. Suddenly, I was pleasantly surprised to find that these data psionic energies can be stored in the smart chip just like data information. It doesn't take up any space at all. So the fear intelligence did not stop this transformation, but continued. The smart chip not only has computing power, but also has a huge storage space, which can store a large amount of data information, especially the excellent chip in the tyrannical armor. The storage space is even larger. The data psionic energy that can be stored is almost endless. The tyrannical core was fully powered, and a steady stream of high-level psionic energy was extracted, converted into data, and then stored in the chip. Originally, in non-combat situations, the tyrannical core's power was not fully powered. After all, too much psionic energy was extracted, and it was not easy to store. If it was scattered, it would cause terrible pollution. Only in combat, the tyrannical core would output at full power. But now, we have mastered the method of storing psionic energy in chips. The fear intelligence had no more scruples, and let the tyrannical core output continuously. Seeing that the fear intelligence did not stop, Xiaotian continued to help with the transformation. He did not have the ability to control the data psionic energy, so he could only lend his own power to the fear intelligence and let the fear intelligence transform on its own. This transformation lasted for more than 5 hours. At this time, a change occurred. The tyrannical core seemed to have stimulated the tyrannical evil god's thoughts inside because of the long-term full power operation. A strong emotion, along with the psionic energy, overflowed. This emotion was fear. This fear was so strong that it almost condensed into substance. As soon as Xiaotian touched it, his mind was immediately invaded. He trembled all over, as if he was trapped in a horrible nightmare. He had only one thought in his mind: the great intelligence that spreads fear. The fear intelligence. Xiaotian thought that this strong fear emotion, it was spread by the fear intelligence. Fear intelligence, it really lives up to its name. It's so scary. Xiaotian was terrified, wondering why this fear intelligence suddenly spread fear. Could it be that he didn't work hard enough and angered this big boss? Xiaotian was so scared that he didn't dare to make a sound and hurriedly worked harder. He suppressed his fear and worked tremblingly until now. After such a long time, that fear emotion was about to overwhelm his body and mind, all eroded. After a while, he will become a madman who can only have nightmares. Fortunately, at this time, Suyu arrived. He was overjoyed and hurriedly asked Suyu for help. Fear? Suyu finally knew the reason at this time and was also surprised. It turned out that the tyrannical core was running at high power for a long time, and there was such a change. He hurriedly stepped forward, approached the armor, and then suddenly felt a panic in his heart. It was indeed a very strong fear. However, this emotion does not seem to have a strong effect on Suyu. The ghost hidden blade. Although he was panicking, he was still able to control himself. This profession seems to have a strong resistance to any pollution related to evil gods. So you took 2 steps back, and the emotion disappeared without a trace. It seems that the influence range of this emotion is very small. So you looked at Xietian. Why don't you stay away from the armor? This fear emotion will not affect you. Xietian heard this, his face turned even paler. I dare not move. Suyu was speechless. This guy had been in fear for too long, and had been highly corroded, and had lost the courage to resist. In fact, if he had stayed away from the armor as soon as the fear appeared, it would have been fine. But he stayed for too long. This kind of emotion from the evil god is really terrible. A 7-star strongman can't resist it for long. Suyu sighed in his heart. Then he stretched out his hand. He pulled Xietian away from the armor. Suddenly, Xietian's expression relaxed, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare, and he gasped for breath. After a while, he said in shock, Mr. Suyu, that senior of fear intelligence is so scary. It is indeed the great intelligence that spreads fear. Suyu felt strange when he heard this. The guy of fear intelligence, originally a boastful name, is essentially cowardly intelligence, which can only fool children. Now Xietian, a 7-star strongman, was actually fooled. And senior fear intelligence? Fear intelligence? This guy, in terms of age, is actually less than 1 year old. Suyu remained calm and did not reveal fear intelligence's true identity. Instead, he probed his spirit into the armor to contact fear intelligence. This guy has been silent. What's going on? Could it be that he has also learned illusion and is going to betray? His spirit just probed into the data thoughts of fear intelligence. He came over immediately and said to Suyu in great surprise, Master, it's so scary. I'm so scared that I dare not move. Suyu almost rolled his eyes. Well, these 2 guys were serious about studying the tyrannical armor. But they were so scared that they dared not move. And then, they were stunned for a long time. Wait, this is... Suyu suddenly sensed that the chip of the tyrannical armor stored a large amount of data psionic energy. The amount of this data psionic energy is very terrifying. After all, the tyrannical core has been outputting at full power for a long time. If it explodes instantly, it will be enough to blow up the entire illusion city. And the space occupied by storing them is just a few small chips. Chapter 189 Data Phantom Fear, a new 7-star warrior. After Suyu sensed the data phantom energy stored in these chips, he was delighted. Is this the result of their research today? It's really good. I was planning to try it again after returning to the mechanical city, but I didn't expect them to try it out first. These chips that store a large amount of data phantom energy, the data phantom energy in them, can be converted into ordinary phantom energy again. This is extremely useful. For example, using this chip that stores a lot of psionic energy as ammunition, and firing it, when it hits the target, a large amount of data psionic energy inside will explode, and the power. For example, using them as batteries to drive other creations. With the energy density of these chips, they are definitely a very powerful energy source, and they basically don't take up much space. Just right for assault tanks, the energy requirements are extremely high. For another example, Suyu's mind was instantly opened in a blink of an eye. I thought of the use of these chips that store data and psionic energy. At this time, the fear intelligence saw that Suyu did not respond for a while, and suddenly became uneasy. Master, are you angry? I will never do random research again. It was worried that its previous research had caused an accident and angered Suyu. Suyu came back to his senses, shook his head and comforted. No, the master is not angry. Your research results this time are very good, but when you do research next time, please be careful. Suyu did not blame the fear intelligence. This kind of data life is a real intelligent life. If they are not allowed to research, what is the difference between them and ordinary intelligence? Accidents are inevitable. Anyway, the result is good. Just be careful next time. Upon hearing this, the fear intelligence was greatly moved. Master is the best. It was very happy, and got rid of the influence of those fearful emotions. That's great. Okay. Suyu suddenly discovered that when it spoke, it had an inexplicable echo. What's going on? Did the evil god create a bug? Suyu was surprised and hurriedly sensed it carefully. This sense found something strange. The fear intelligence seemed to have suddenly split. At this moment, from one data body, it split into hundreds. And, among these data bodies, only one had the largest amount of data. It seems to be the original body, with intelligence, and can talk to Suyu. The remaining split bodies, data bodies, are much smaller, and their IQs are not high, and they can only follow the original body to shout. The echoes just now are the voices of these split bodies. The fear intelligence also discovered its own changes at this time, and said in surprise, "Master, why have I become more? Why have I become more? More?" As soon as it spoke, the split bodies all shouted along. Suyu was also somewhat curious. The data life form of the fear intelligence can indeed replicate itself, but each replica, when it is first replicated, is exactly the same. These split bodies, the data body is so small, and looks silly. What is the situation? He reached out and directly grabbed the data body of a split body from the tyrannical armor. Then he activated the holographic perception. Data Phantom Fear. Grade, Second Order Extraordinary Data Life Form. Type, Data Deformation. Grade, 5-star top 6-star top. Data Phantom Fear? Suyu was a little curious about this name, so he carefully sensed it. And soon, he understood the origin of this name. This thing is a data life made up of data psionic energy. Ordinary psionic energy constitutes phantoms. Data psionic energy constitutes data phantoms. In addition to containing a large amount of data psionic energy, it also contains a strong sense of fear. It is the fear of the tyrannical evil god. The tyrannical core has been outputting full power for a long time. A large amount of fear emotions were released. Except for a small part of these fear emotions, they were released and absorbed by Xiatian. The rest were absorbed by the guy called Fear Intelligence. After all, it was too close to the tyrannical core. The closer you are to the water, the sooner you get the moon. Normally, even a 7-star strongman will go crazy if infected by such a strong evil god emotion. But Fear Intelligence, after all, is an intelligent life, different from ordinary humans. It was just very scared, and dared not move. But it was not crazy. Of course, if Suyu came late, it would be hard to say. Those fear emotions were absorbed by the Fear Intelligence. After the mutation, it seemed to have the ability to absorb this kind of emotional energy. It was just that it had some difficulty in digesting so many fear emotions. So just now it instinctively used its ability to replicate itself to create mini copies. To digest those fear emotions that could not be digested, throw it to these replicas, to bear the fear of this evil god together. These replicas, naturally, cannot also be 7 stars. Otherwise, it would be too against the will of heaven to replicate the 7-star strongman infinitely. The copied data bodies all fell below 7 stars. As a 7-star data life, the Fear Intelligence cannot bear these fear emotions, let alone those replicas. These replicas are infused with too much fear emotions by the Fear Intelligence, and then they are scared silly. It became Data Ghost Fear. Master! Master! The Data Ghost, held in Suyu's hand, seemed to recognize that it was the Master, and immediately shouted happily. But it only called Master, and didn't know what it wanted Suyu to do. The more Suyu looked at it, the more stupid it felt. He used the ability of the data mechanic to sense its code, and found that it was a mess, without much logical thinking. But it was filled with a happy emotional code. It seemed that it was using this happy emotion to fight against the strong fear. TSK. Intelligent life was scared silly. Suyu felt very novel and a little worried. These are replicas of Fear Intelligence. If they are scared silly, will the original body be in trouble? However, these little guys, after being scared silly, seem to no longer be affected by the fear emotion, and can only shout happily. Is this what fools are not afraid of? With these little guys sharing the burden, the main body was very sober. Except that it was still a little timid. But it did not tend to become stupid. So he explained to the Fear Intelligence, these are data ghosts. The clones you created yourself. After the explanation, the Fear Intelligence also understood. It was very excited and commanded the data ghosts to run around in the tyrannical armor. These data ghosts have no intelligence and can only obey the orders of the main body. Mr. Suyu, what is that in your hand? At this time, Xiatian also saw the data body in Suyu's hand, and immediately took a few steps back in shock, and cried out in surprise. Suyu looked back, and found that Xiatian's face was full of fear, as if he had sensed something extremely terrifying. Xiatian was a data ghost, and was very sensitive to data. He sensed something extremely terrifying inside the data ghost. This? Suyu raised his hand. Xiatian took a few steps back again. This is fear, Suyu said casually. Fear? The great intelligence that spreads fear, so that's it. Xie Tian seemed to understand, and then looked at Suyu with even more awe. Suyu didn't know what he understood, and casually put the data ghost back into the tyrannical armor. Xie Tian immediately relaxed and let out a long breath. TSK, these little things contain a lot of fear, although they are a little silly, but the lethality is huge. Suyu saw Xie Tian, a 7-star strongman, being frightened by a data ghost demon, and he was also amused. However, this fear came from an evil god, so it was no wonder that Xie Tian was tormented like this. It was only because Suyu, as a ghost hidden blade, contained the imperial technology, that he was not afraid of the evil god's erosion. Otherwise, he would be scared silly sooner or later if he wore the brutal armor every day. These data ghost demons, although a little silly, it is quite useful. It can be used to store fear. Suyu thought to himself, feeling happy, and felt that he had gained something new. Originally, the invisible fear emotion, although powerful, was difficult to use. Moreover, the tyrannical armor would emit fear emotions when it was running at high power for a long time, which was also a troublesome thing. Now with these data ghosts, we can store this emotion. This is also a powerful weapon. With the data ghosts, fear intelligence can really spread fear. Suyu had given the mechanical spirit replica a name that he had made up at the beginning, but he had never expected it to come true. The current fear intelligence is worthy of this name. It can really spread fear. Even the 7-star powerhouses are afraid, although it is afraid itself. Suyu laughed secretly in his heart for a while, and then said to Xie Tian seriously, "Thank you, Lord City. I am going to return to the mechanical city. I am here to say goodbye. Do you still want to study my armor?" When Xie Tian heard that Suyu was leaving after just one day, he instinctively wanted to keep him. But when he heard that he was going to study the armor, he immediately shook his head. No, I dare not study this armor anymore. Mr. Suyu, goodbye. It seems that he was traumatized by the armor. The fear of an evil god is unbearable even for a 7-star strongman. Then I won't stay any longer. Xie City Lord. Goodbye. Suyu smiled slightly, and the tyrannical armor flew up automatically, wearing it on his body. Then the whole person disappeared. He had activated the invisibility, and flew out of the illusion city at 12 times the speed of sound. Mr. Suyu, you are really amazing. You dare to wear such a terrifying armor. Xie Tian couldn't help but sigh. That tyrannical armor not only contains terrifying psionic pollution, but also strange fear emotions. Just studying it, Xie Tian was scared to death. Not to mention wearing it. Xie Tian sighed in his heart for a long time, recalling what happened in the past 2 days. I admire Suyu more and more. What is the origin of this senior Suyu? What is his strength? Too mysterious and powerful. After sighing, Xie Tian came back to his senses, looking at the various machines and hosts around him, suddenly frowned. He found that the operating efficiency of the entire virtual city was much lower at this time. Without virtual, this powerful data life, Xie Tian's own ability alone was unable to control such a large city. Still a bit reluctant. Enlighten another data life? An idea popped up in Xie Tian's mind. With his ability, enlightening a data life is not difficult. Of course, the enlightened data life cannot be 7 stars. Unless he is promoted again, the data life will be promoted with him. No, what if it is corrupted again? He immediately denied the idea just now. He was afraid of creating another illusion, so you might not come to save him at that time. By the way, Mr. Suyu left too quickly. I didn't have time to ask. How did illusion get corrupted? Forget it, I'll ask at the next gathering. Mr. Suyu is so mysterious. He knows the evil gods very well. He must know the inside story. Xie Tian put this matter aside for the time being. Then he thought of another thing. Those bodies, do you want to use them? Occupy other people's bodies, although they are dead. There are still some. He was a little confused. After Suyu left the illusion city, he did not return to the mechanical city immediately, but made a long detour around the illusion city for thousands of kilometers. In the map Xie Tian gave him earlier, there were forces distributed for thousands of kilometers around the illusion city. Suyu made such a detour just to verify the information with his own eyes. Sure enough, there were many settlements and cities around the illusion city. This land is much wider than the dead wilderness, and its resources are richer. Of course, there are also many radioactive beasts. The battle between humans and radioactive beasts never stops. Looking at the settlements and cities from the air, and the residents coming and going. Suyu couldn't help but sigh at the tenacity of humans. These settlements and cities actually gave him a sense of prosperity. This is obviously a ruined planet full of pollution. After looking at the thousands of kilometers around the virtual city, Suyu flew further away. It was rare to have such powerful mobility, so he naturally had to take a good look. Half a day later, Suyu finally returned to the mechanical city. He fell into deep thought. After his observation, there was a big city 5,000 kilometers northwest of the illusion city, and it was suspected that there were 7-star or above strong men in charge. This big city was actually invisible. In the map given by Xiaotian, there was no such city at all. If Suyu had not had the ability to fly, he would have discovered something wrong from the sky. It is still impossible to find. This method of hiding a city has obviously reached the 7-star level, or even stronger. Moreover, this 7-star expert is not a member of the Extraordinary Union. It seems that this planet is not only home to the 8 7-star experts of the Extraordinary Union, but also has other experts. The Extraordinary Union is quite friendly, and the purpose of the Union is also to my liking. I don't know what the attitudes of the other 7-star experts are. After Suyu found the city where the 7-star expert was in charge, he took it very seriously. An unknown 7-star expert, and with an unclear attitude, he had to take it seriously. After all, every 7-star expert had an extraordinary origin and was extremely powerful. Although Xie was unlucky this time. If he was pushed to the limit and launched the ultimate means to die together, even Suyu would have to suffer. The unknown expert above 7 stars might be stronger than Xiaotian, and his personality and attitude might not be as friendly as the members of the Supernatural Union. Because Suyu had seen before, in that city, a large number of troops were coming in and out, attacking the surrounding settlements, showing a strong offensive. Suyu was even thinking about a question. Illusion was corrupted? Was it the tyrannical evil god himself who did it? Or was there another 7-star powerful who was secretly plotting? Chapter 198 Possible 7-star Enemy? A powerful assault chariot. In fact, in Suyu's opinion, the fact that illusion was corrupted was quite strange. If the tyrannical evil god had set his sights on the illusion city and personally took action, then it would be too easy to resolve this crisis. After all, the last time, when Suyu fought the ghost tribe, the tyrannical clone descended. That tyrannical clone actually had the terrifying strength of 8 stars, and 8 stars was not his upper limit. However, he was only halfway through his arrival when he was interrupted by Suyu's attack. He was suppressed for a month, and until the evil god's clone was sealed, he did not show his true strength. If he had given the tyrannical clone more time, it would only take a day or two to upgrade him to the 8-star level, and Suyu would have died long ago. This is the real evil god's move, which is very terrifying. However, the corrosion of the illusion this time has lasted for many years. For such a long time, with the means of the original body of the tyrannical evil god, it is not surprising that illusion was promoted to the 9th star. Illusion should not be so weak. Moreover, with the temperament of the tyrannical evil god, if it was really his plan, Suyu killed illusion and destroyed his plan. Maybe it would cause the evil god's thoughts to come again and fight again. Suyu was even prepared to take the opportunity to seal another evil god's clone to find a companion for the guy in the tyrannical core. But in the end, until the end of the war, illusion was devoured by the fear intelligence. But there was no movement. Suyu stayed in Illusion City for another day, and did not find any summons for the evil god to come. In the entire Illusion City, the one with the strongest evil god aura was Suyu's own tyrannical battle armor. This made him doubt that the corrosion of illusion this time was not caused by the tyrannical evil god himself. It was a conspiracy set up by someone who used some method to make illusion. He was exposed to the power of the tyrannical evil god and was corrupted. The mastermind behind this shocking conspiracy must be at least a 7-star level strongman. In fact, Suyu's guess, without any evidence, is just an instinctive premonition. He has this premonition, and it is not without reason. After all, it is impossible that all the 7-star strongmen on this planet are like the members of the Extraordinary Federation. Friendly, peaceful, and full of dreams. Right? There must be other 7-star masters, whose temperaments are evil and cruel, just like he, the Ghost High Priest. Maybe one of the 7-star masters, who disliked the Illusion City and Xiaotian, so he set up a conspiracy to exterminate millions of people in this city. Even this conspiracy, maybe it is part of the ritual of the 7-star master. If that's true, then my war mechanic ritual also has it. Suyu pondered for a while. He sneered. His war mechanics? Need a large-scale war. He had been thinking that after joining the Extraordinary Union, maybe some ignorant member would provoke him, and the two sides would fight. And the ceremony would be settled. Unexpectedly, the members of the Extraordinary Union were so friendly, and completely regarded Suyu as a mysterious boss, becoming more and more polite, so why would they deliberately offend him? Facing this situation, Suyu couldn't take the initiative. After all, wars kill people. Without sufficient reasons, Suyu did not want to act rashly. But now, Suyu finally saw hope. He regarded the possible mastermind as a potential enemy and planned to wait until the ghost hidden blade reached the maximum level to take action against the guy. It just so happens that in a week or two, my ghost hidden blade will reach the maximum level. When we meet next time, we will investigate this matter and prepare for the ceremony. When the ceremony is completed, the strength will increase dramatically. Then go to the ruins of the giant god army. Suyu determined the plan in his mind. After confirming the plan, Suyu looked around, looking at the mountains of resources. He opened his mouth and ordered the mechanical spirit, "Assist me." "Yes, master." The mechanical spirit itself, however, was not as lively as the fear intelligence. As soon as it heard Suyu's order, it immediately started without any nonsense. Various mechanical arms rose and fell around Suyu, transporting various materials over. Suyu also activated his ability and started working. Various complex parts were constantly being shaped, assembled, and tested. He was going to start producing assault vehicles immediately. Half a day later, this excellent machine that Suyu had been thinking about for a long time was finally produced. Intelligent Combat Machine Assault Vehicle Standard Type. Producer, Suyu. Grade, Excellent. Features, Assault Vehicle has powerful firepower. Heavy armor, solid shield. Whether attacking or defending, it is far superior to ordinary mechanical creations. It can run rampant on the battlefield and break through the enemy's defense line head-on. Features, Mobility. The assault vehicle has an air-to-ground amphibious power system and can travel on any terrain. When driving on the ground, the speed is at least 150 km per hour. When flying at low altitude, it can approach the speed of sound. Features, Proliferation. The assault vehicle is equipped with a micro-mechanical production line and a replica of the mechanical spirit. It can autonomously collect surrounding resources, replicate itself, and produce other mechanical creations without the control of the owner. Features, Transportation. The assault vehicle has a large internal space, which can carry a large number of creations and combatants, and provide them with energy and survival resources. Features, Information coverage. The assault vehicle is equipped with an excellent chip, which gives it a powerful information processing capability, and can transmit data signals to cover hundreds of kilometers. It is a powerful data base station. Features, Super energy. The assault tank uses data energy technology, which can store a large amount of energy in a small chip, which gives it a strong endurance. The energy stored in an excellent chip is enough for it to continue fighting for 3 months. Features, Tyrannical enhancement. The assault tank, like other creations, uses tyrannical enhancement technology, which allows it to exert the top 6-star strength without any skill enhancement. Equipment, Melee weapon. The assault tank relies on its huge mass. There is only one tactic in close combat, ram. Its body armor is a close combat weapon. Long-range weapons, heavy plasma cannon, heavy strong melting laser cannon, heavy pulse crusher cannon, heavy psionic chip cannon, heavy fear spreading cannon. Skills, Psionic Shield 3 Super Heavy Aquamarine Crystal Enhancement. Shield toughness greatly improved, duration greatly increased, consume energy, condensed shield, lasts for a certain period of time, shield duration range, can withstand damage from 6-star top. Comprehensive Strength Assessment, 6-star top, 7-star top. Violent Reinforcement. This is a heavy tank over 20 meters long, cast entirely with alloy, full of the beauty of heavy industry. On its chassis, there are 8 pairs of road wheels and 16 vector nozzles, allowing it to move freely in various terrains, and to run and fly. It is covered with heavy alloy armor. With its size, the thickness of the armor, comparable to the walls of the mechanical city, it is extremely strong. And it also has a high-power shield generator inside, which is the technology used by the Azure Oath armor at the beginning, the Sea Blue Crystal Shield. Under ultra-high power, the shield it can generate far exceeds that of the Azure Oath at the beginning, enough to defend against the top 6-star damage. On its top is a ferocious turret, on which are several large-caliber ion cannons, laser cannons, pulse generators, psionic chip cannons. Most of these weapons are the technology Suyu obtained in the Unreal City. Suyu was impressed by the densely packed gun barrels in the Illusion City, so he also loaded these weapons on the chariot. Moreover, Suyu also strengthened these weapons. The so-called strengthening means that the force is so strong that bricks fly, and the high-intensity energy is used to increase the power. These weapons can even reach 7 stars when they are fully attacked, and the endurance is very long, and they can bombard continuously without worrying about energy problems. Of course, such a huge heavy chariot, the energy consumed is also terrifying. If it were in the past, Suyu would not be able to solve it. Fortunately, with a fear intelligence, Suyu has now mastered the method of storing a large amount of psionic energy in chips. The chip of the assault tank stores a large amount of data psionic energy, which can be converted into normal high-level psionic energy at any time to provide energy for the tank. This makes it almost have a simplified version of the tyrannical core, and the energy is almost endless. Just pay attention to the pollution problem. Fortunately, pollution is easy to solve. All you need to do is convert it into data and store it in a chip. That's it. Because of this technology, Suyu developed a new weapon, the psionic chip cannon. This weapon stores a large amount of data and psionic energy in the chip and uses it as ammunition. If it is an excellent chip, it can store enough psionic energy, and one strike is enough to destroy the city. This power has reached the top 7 stars, or even 8 stars. This is the power of technology. However, Suyu would not use this destructive weapon unless it was a critical moment. Because it consumes too much, one shot is an excellent chip, and a large amount of psionic energy, which requires the tyrannical core to accumulate for a period of time. At the same time, one shot will cause too much pollution. It is better to use conventional weapons at ordinary times. It also has another special weapon, the fear-spreading cannon. It loads the data phantom into the chip and fires it as ammunition. The fear emotion stored inside the data ghost is also a powerful weapon, and it is only useful for living beings. It will not destroy mechanical creations, and it is extremely difficult to defend. After all, how to defend against invisible emotions? Xiaotian, a 7-star strongman, was also fooled. So far, this assault chariot has been close to perfection. It is the most powerful combat force in the mechanical city, except for Suyu and the tyrannical armor, the fear intelligence. Suyu admired it for a while, and with a thought, the chariot opened the outer armor. The transformation combination exposed the mechanical production line inside. This production line is running now. It produces various parts, weapons. The parts it produces are actually the parts of the assault tank itself. It is using the materials of the mechanical city to replicate itself. In other words, Suyu only needs to make one assault tank, and he won't have to worry about it anymore. It will give birth to offspring by itself. Suyu looked at the tank in front of him, looking at its various properties. I was extremely satisfied. Just after it was made, it was already a top 6-star or top 7-star strength. Of course, the top 7-star strength can only be achieved with a psionic chip cannon. Under normal conditions, it is only a 6-star strength. But if it is amplified by various skills, it is not surprising that it has a 7-star strength under normal conditions. Mass-produced 7-star combat power. And Suyu did not use too many high-end materials, such as the high-end materials he got from the Supernatural Union last time. It was not used. It was basically ordinary alloys and minerals. It was just that they piled up such a monster with large quantities. Because they did not use high-end rare materials, it could be mass-produced. Of course, it was equipped with excellent level chips. Now Suyu's daily output is only 2 at most. This limits the production efficiency of the assault tank. Moreover, the high-level psionic energy stored in the chip also requires the violent core to output at full power for a period of time before it can be fully charged. This is also a limitation. But it doesn't matter. Suyu believes that it will be solved slowly in the future. Suyu looked at its somewhat ferocious and violent appearance, and couldn't help but look forward to its performance on the battlefield. However, for the time being, there is no opponent worthy of its battle. I hope that the mastermind behind the scenes won't let me down, Suyu said to himself. In the next few days, the assault tanks were produced continuously at a rate of 1 per day. In fact, Suyu's production of excellent chips, with Nono's support, is 2 chips a day. In theory, 2 assault tanks can be produced a day. But unfortunately, the assault tank is too big. and the materials consumed are comparable to hundreds of rangers. The development teams of the Mechanical City and the War City work hard every day, but they can only produce one tank. Then the remaining materials are barely enough for the production of Special Rangers. Every day, there are a large number of Special Rangers. Another assault tank was produced. Every day, the materials were consumed completely. Suyu's strength also increased day by day. In just a few days, it expanded nearly times. Fortunately, no particularly precious and rare materials were used, and the resources were developed in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have gone bankrupt, and it wouldn't be enough to produce one tank a day. Faced with this situation, Suyu felt a little relieved. Fortunately, when he designed it, he considered the material problem. Otherwise, how could he produce a 7-star combat force a day? The entire Supernatural Union has only 8 7-stars. Of course, these 7-star masters have accumulated other 7-star combat power over the years. And they are not alone. Just like Seatian, he has the Illusion City and so many missiles. If he really explodes, his power will be extraordinary. If these veteran 7-star masters don't have some foundation, wouldn't they have lived in vain for so many years? But Suyu believes that no matter how many trump cards these veteran 7-star masters have, it is impossible to compare with him. One 7-star combat power a day, if they heard, they would be scared to death. While producing at full capacity, Suyu's Ghost Hidden Blade level was also constantly improving. Those believers in the Radiation Land really worked hard, providing Suyu with a lot of experience every day. Soon, the token of the Extraordinary Federation emitted a spiritual energy fluctuation. It's time to get together again. Chapter 191 Ghost Hidden Blade maxed out. Core Specialization, Origin of the Evil God. Suyu was about to condense his avatar to attend the party. At this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up on the career panel. You gain 100 million career experience. Ghost Hidden Blade LV Max. High-level Ghost Energy Mastery is improved simultaneously. Suyu immediately showed a happy expression. What a coincidence, his Ghost Hidden Blade just reached the max level at this moment. It's not easy. Suyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It is really difficult to upgrade this third-level profession. Suyu almost killed all the powerful radiation beasts in the dead wilderness, which could not provide him with enough professional experience. It was the believers in the Radiation Land who prayed hard day and night, which accumulated experience for Suyu and allowed him to upgrade this profession to the maximum level. As the profession reached the maximum level, Suyu suddenly felt that his strength, physique, and spirit all increased again. His strength already reached the top level of 7 stars. At this time, the prompt popped up again. Ding! According to your full-level core ability, high-level psionic mastery, you have obtained core expertise, Evil God Origin. Core expertise, Evil God Origin. Description: Ghost Hidden Blade raised the ability of high-level psionic mastery to the limit, finally comprehended part of the essence of the Evil God, and thus truly possessed part of the characteristics and origin of the subspace Evil God. After possessing the Evil God Origin, the Ghost Hidden Blade's ability to control psionic energy has been further improved. It can freely convert psionic energy between data and energy. It can freely convert psionic energy into ordinary psychic energy. But there will be losses. At the same time, it can gain strength from emotions and beliefs like the Evil God. It can completely condense the mark in the subspace into the Evil God's body. It can adapt to the subspace environment and survive in the subspace for a long time. Even after death, it can be reborn in the subspace like the Evil God. But after rebirth, most of the personality and memory will be lost. Note: do not give up the real body. Otherwise you may be assimilated by the subspace. Become a real Evil God and lose your humanity. Is the core ability of the Ghost Hidden Blade. And it has also evolved. The original Ghost Hidden Blade, only in the field of psionic energy, has the control power comparable to that of a secondary Evil God. Now it has actually evolved directly into the origin of the Evil God. Oh my God! Has it really become an Evil God? Suyu felt the change in his own power. Suddenly, he was speechless. Originally, the tyrannical mind guessed that Suyu was an evil god, and the members of the Extraordinary Union also guessed that Suyu was an evil god. Suyu never took it seriously. As a result, now, it really came true. After the Ghost Hidden Blade reached the maximum level, it actually became an evil god. However, despite such a change, Suyu did not feel that he had a tendency to be crazy or corrupt. He is now an evil god with reason and humanity. It is worthy of the imperial technology, Really amazing. Suyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Empire actually researched this kind of profession, created a rational evil god, and used it for the Empire. It was a great achievement. Try the power of the evil god's origin. Suyu was excited and immediately began to test the new power. The first is energy data. Suyu had a thought, and the psionic energy in his body was converted into data. With another thought, they turned back into energy. Not bad. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Previously, this ability was unique to the Fear Intelligence, and Suyu just borrowed its power. Now, he himself possesses this power, which is more convenient and flexible, and more powerful. After all, the Fear Intelligence can only manipulate data and psionic energy. But Suyu can freely transform and manipulate both energies. In battle, using this energy, he can perform various magical and strange changes, making it impossible for the enemy to figure it out. After testing this ability, Suyu tried another ability. A dark green energy ball appeared in his hand. This was a ball of high-level psionic energy. The next moment, the color of those energy balls changed from dark green to colorless and transparent. But the size was reduced a little. These psionic energies, containing pollution, were actually transformed into pure and unpolluted spiritual energy. This is not purification. After purifying the psionic energy with the flame of truth, the two will be annihilated and disappear completely. This is transformation. Transforming psionic energy into safe and harmless spiritual energy. Although there is loss, there is still a lot left. About a quarter of it is lost, but it's not bad. Suyu looked at this ball of spiritual energy and was overjoyed. This ability is so useful. For a technological civilization, energy is the root of everything. The production of various creations, battles, maintenance, ammunition for various weapons, the survival of residents, production, everywhere requires energy. The various energies that Suyu is using now are mainly high-level psionic energy. With a tyrannical core, this energy is almost endless. And the key is that on this planet, psionic pollution is everywhere. Even without the tyrannical core, psionic energy is endless. The problem is that this energy is too polluting and cannot be used safely on a large scale. The assault vehicle that has just been produced uses psionic energy as energy, and Suyu needs to be on guard against pollution at all times. The current assault vehicles, although they have internal space, are not suitable for combatants to ride in. Otherwise, if pollution overflows during combat, it will be dangerous. If Suyu really lets go and replaces the energy core of the mechanical city with psionic energy, within a day, all the residents of the city will be transformed into psionic demons. It is obviously impossible for Suyu to do this. But now, Suyu has this ability to directly transform psionic energy into spiritual energy, and it can be applied on a large scale. However, after Suyu thought for a moment, he tried to activate his ability again, wanting to convert this ball of spiritual energy into data. Unfortunately, he failed. He could only convert psionic energy into data, and he could do nothing with spiritual energy. The Guy Fear Intelligence also had such a limitation. In this way, the spiritual energy converted could not be stored in the chip, which was much more restrictive. The generation and storage of energy are both big problems. Especially energy like spiritual energy, it would be very troublesome to store a large amount of it. However, Suyu soon had an idea. Xiaitian should be able to convert psychic energy into data. Suyu thought of Xiaitian. This person is a genuine data ghost. Unlike the guy like Fear Intelligence, who is contaminated with the power of the evil god, Xiaitian can control ordinary psychic energy, and he should be able to convert it into data. In this way, Suyu can cooperate with Xiaitian. Suyu converted the psionic energy into psychic energy. Xiaitian then converted the spiritual energy into data and stored it in the chip. In this way, there would be no problem with the production and storage of energy. By then, the mechanical city, the rangers, and the assault vehicles could all use the pure spiritual energy stored in the chip. With this high-quality, high-density, pollution-free energy core, Suyu could expand his power with confidence. One day, expanding the entire mechanical city to the entire planet would not be a dream. He could even purify the pollution of the entire planet at will. All of them are transformed into pure spiritual energy, which can be said to benefit future generations. However, these things will be done later. Now let's go to the party first. It's time to go to the party. Suyu smiled slightly, and with a thought, he entered the subspace. He has already upgraded the Ghost Hidden Blade to the maximum level. so he no longer needs to use a clone to enter the subspace. His mark in the subspace has evolved into the origin of the evil god, which carries Suyu's consciousness and is a part of Suyu. Suyu only needs one thought to control the evil god origin and condense a body in the subspace. Is this my evil god origin? After Suyu came to the subspace, he first observed himself. He found that his body in the subspace was even more weird. It was still the shape of the hooded tentacles, but it was twice as tall, reaching 6 meters. Moreover, a large number of mysterious patterns appeared on the hood and tentacles. Those patterns, it seemed to contain some deep mystery. Ordinary people would go crazy if they took one look at it. Around his body, there were a lot of dark spots of light. Looking carefully, those spots of light were a lot of believers of the radiation beast, who were kneeling, praying, and offering everything to Suyu. Those tentacles, from time to time, extended from the robes, absorbing some inexplicable power from those spots of light. After those believers were absorbed with power, they prayed even more fanatically. Suyu can sense the emotions and thoughts of those believers through these light spots. Even a thought can wipe out the lives of these believers. He can also bring his consciousness into the bodies of those believers, and use their bodies to descend into reality. He can also grant his power to those believers through the air. There is some black mist around the light spots of these believers. Those black mists seem to be invisible emotions condensed. Is this what it feels like to be an evil god? Suyu looked at his body, the light spots of believers, the misty emotions, and felt very novel. Although he had believers before, he had never experienced this. Tens of thousands of believers, crawling at his feet, praying, were controlled by him at will. A large number of emotions surrounded him, were absorbed by him. These things seemed to elevate Suyu's life essence to a higher level, allowing him to look down on all living beings from a higher perspective, and no longer be an ordinary person. The 7-star superhumans are still human, but they live longer and are more powerful. But the evil gods are no longer human. This feeling is so wonderful that people can't help but indulge in it. However, Suyu only felt it for a moment. Then he woke up, shook his head and smiled. What evil god? I just caught him and used him as a battery. I have to take this as a warning and not get carried away. Suyu was not confused by those wonderful feelings, and he really thought he was a high and mighty god. Although his appearance was strange and terrifying at this time, he still had a human heart. This was also the purpose of the creation of the Ghost Hidden Blade profession. An evil god with a human heart. After Suyu came to his senses, he did not look at himself again, but looked at the emotional mist. The emotions that made up the mist were not tyranny, sadness, anger, and other common emotions. It was a very calm and cold emotion. This is the evil god Ghost Hidden Blade. The emotions controlled by the evil god? Suyu looked at the mist, thinking. The evil god was born out of emotions. The emotions controlled by the evil god of violence are naturally tyranny. He can draw strength from the tyrannical emotions. As the Ghost Hidden Blade, Suyu's emotions controlled by him are unknown. He is very calm and cold. It's like he has no emotions? The Ghost Hidden Blade is an assassination profession. Could this emotion be forbearance, lurking, calm? The Phantom Blade has mastered this emotion, so it has the ability to assassinate and lurk. At the same time, it can remain calm, and will not be eroded by the phantom energy? Suyu thought for a while, and finally had a guess. Strictly speaking, calmness is not an emotion at all, but a state of no emotion. But about the evil god of the subspace, who can say for sure? No emotion, is it also a kind of emotion? And there is also the technology of the Empire. Maybe he really regarded the state of calmness as an emotion and created the evil god profession. Ghost Hidden Blade. This can also explain why Suyu has become an evil god, but can still maintain rationality and humanity. Because the essence of this evil god is calmness and rationality, and will not easily lose control. Moreover, when Suyu remained invisible in the subspace, even the tyrannical evil god could not see him, which also explains it. The emotion he controls is calmness and rationality. No emotions. In this subspace, no emotions, isn't that just invisibility? Really amazing. After Suyu figured out these principles, he was very impressed by the researchers of the human empire back then, for being able to come up with such a method. While he was thinking, he could sense that the emotional mist around him was being absorbed by him, and transformed into a continuous source of power. Although the Ghost Hidden Blade was already at the maximum level, Suyu had a feeling that, as long as he absorbed enough of this emotional mist, sooner or later, he will be able to break through the limit and be promoted to 8 stars. However, This requires a lot of calm emotions, which are best provided by his believers. This is not difficult. So you can follow these emotional mists, find their sources, secretly erode the masters of emotions, and turn those people into his believers. As long as he is determined, he can convert millions of people. And maybe it will be done soon. But in that case, he may be completely swallowed up by calm emotions and become a person with only calmness and rationality. A monster without humanity. The real evil god Suyu. That was not the result he wanted. So if Suyu wanted to be promoted to 8 stars, he had to find another way and not rush for quick success. He thought in his heart, raised his head again, and looked into the depths of the subspace. He suddenly found that after his upgrade, his vision in the subspace also increased greatly. He could actually distinguish directions and scenery. He could even see through the subspace and see some scenes in reality. This means that he seemed to be able to go through the subspace and directly descend to other places in the real world. The subspace was extremely chaotic. Previously, only Xiao Shangyin, the navigator, could distinguish directions and coordinates. But now that Suyu has the origin of the evil god, he has adapted to the environment of the subspace and seems to have some of these abilities. Although Suyu's ability may not be as strong as Xiao Shangyin's. After all, Xiao Shangyin is a professional who specializes in subspace navigation and is an 8-star strongman. But it is also precious. After Suyu gets familiar with it for a while, he may be able to do subspace express delivery like Xiao Shangyin. As expected of the evil god, returning to the subspace is like returning home. Chapter 192, do you have any 7-star powers that you don't like? Introduce them to each other. Suyu is very satisfied with this change. He has adapted better to the environment of the subspace. Possessing the origin of the evil god, he returned to the subspace, just like returning home, and can distinguish directions, which is normal. Not only can he distinguish directions in the subspace, there may be more hidden benefits, waiting for Suyu to discover. Suyu carefully comprehended this change for a while, then he took steps in the subspace and started walking. In the past, he always used the method of recalling coordinates to teleport to the party hall instantly. This time, he would use the method of stepping in the subspace to walk in the direction. In the subspace, teleporting is not difficult. Just recall the coordinates, and you will be transferred to the corresponding place, provided that the coordinates are indeed safe. Otherwise, if you are teleported to a dangerous place, you will be delivered to your door. However, walking in the subspace is really difficult. If you don't have the ability to distinguish directions and coordinates, you may walk for a lifetime and still go around in circles. Now, Suyu finally has the ability to walk in the subspace, which is a huge improvement. In this way, you can truly travel in the subspace. As he walked, Suyu suddenly stretched out his tentacles and grabbed a ball of energy. In the center of the energy body, there was a ball of squirming rotten meat. As the rotten meat squirmed, it actually possesses a lot of power. But to Suyu, this power is about the same as that of an ant. The rotten meat struggled for a while, and found that Suyu's powerful strength was completely invincible. And it was immediately trembling with fear. Suyu looked at the rotten meat, and carefully sensed it, and found that it was purely composed of various energies, emotions, concepts. In the subspace, there was not a trace of real matter, and it was a pure product of the subspace. It seemed to have life and thoughts. But he was not very smart. After sensing Suyu's powerful aura, he was scared to death and kept shaking. Is this a native creature of the subspace? A demon of the subspace? Suyu looked at the rotten meat and was a little curious. He recalled some knowledge. The information Xiao Shangyin gave Suyu mentioned that in addition to the evil gods, there were also some native creatures in the subspace, which were called demons. They were not as powerful as the evil gods, but for ordinary people in reality, they are also very difficult to deal with, and even terrifying. They are also born out of emotions, so they are extremely twisted and full of malice towards living beings. If a demon comes to the real world, it will cause terrible killings. In fact, ghost demons are actually a kind of subspace demons, but they are transformed from real creatures. Suyu did not have the ability to step into the subspace before, and could not find these native demons. Now he finally saw this thing for the first time. It turned out that it's not that difficult. It looks quite timid. He didn't think about it. He is now a real evil god of the subspace. A very powerful existence. When ordinary demons see him, they will see their natural enemy, so they dare not act rashly. After observing for a while, Suyu casually infused the activation energy, transformed the demon into a believer, and threw it into the depths of the subspace. This kind of thing is also a life, so it can naturally become a believer, even as natives of the subspace, when the believers are more comfortable with it. After this guy was transformed by Suyu, he immediately made a gurgling sound, as if praying and praising Suyu, and then disappeared into the depths of the subspace. This thing will preach for Suyu in the subspace, convert more believers, and provide power for Suyu. Suyu's believers are finally going to expand into the annihilation space. I don't know how many demons are there in this subspace, and whether they are enough for Suyu's promotion. Although Suyu has become an evil god, he is not willing to convert believers among humans. Otherwise it may affect his psychological state, which is not worth the loss. Those radiation beasts, subspace demons, are the best candidates for believers for Suyu. Anyway, if they die, Suyu will not frown, and it will not affect his psychological state at all. After letting go of the subspace demon, Suyu walked step by step into the depths of the subspace. With the guidance of the coordinates, I was afraid I couldn't find the place. Walking in the subspace is not like in reality, where you have to take one step at a time. Every step you take, and the distance you walk, is uncertain. You may only walk half a meter in one step, or you may walk hundreds of kilometers in one go. So you walked for a while, and suddenly, his eyes blurred, and a tall building appeared. This is an ancient castle with a unique style, standing quietly in the depths of the subspace, with the door closed. Suyu smiled slightly. I know I have found the place. This castle is the gathering place of the supernatural union. When Suyu attended the gathering before, he always teleported in. Today is the first time he saw this castle from the outside. At this time, in the hall of the castle, everyone from the supernatural union has already sat down. They have not started the formal transaction exchange, but are chatting. The topic of the chat is Suyu. Why hasn't Mr. Suyu come yet? Did something happen? Don't worry, maybe in the next moment, Mr. Suyu will appear in front of us out of thin air. Hee, the last 2 times we upgraded our defenses, we wanted Mr. Suyu to go through the main door, but it didn't work at all. This time we just seal the main door, and we all teleport in, which is also convenient. Everyone was talking. Xiao Shangyin listened to their conversation and smiled slightly. All the defensive preparations he made the last 2 times were ignored by Suyu. This time he just went all out and sealed the door. Even an 8-star expert couldn't push the door open for a while. Then everyone teleported in. This was more convenient and safer. Unless they knew the exact coordinates of the hall, no one could come in. I just don't know why Suyu hasn't come this time. This time, Xiao Shengyin secretly made up his mind that he would never be surprised by Suyu's sudden appearance again. Anyway, everyone teleported in this time. Who is scaring whom? Just as he was thinking this, squeak! The tightly closed door of the castle was slowly pushed open by 2 thick tentacles. Everyone was shocked. Wasn't the door sealed? How did it open? What opened it? Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a strange figure 6 meters tall, looming outside the door, looking down at everyone. The height of the door was just 6 meters, about the same height as the figure. This figure, the tentacles were wriggling all over his body, and his face could not be seen clearly. The figure was surrounded by a large number of light spots. From those light spots, there were crazy praises and prayers. Around the light spots, there was a dark fog. The fog seemed to be able to swallow up all emotions and turn people into mindless zombies. With the appearance of this strange figure, a cold, solemn, indifferent, gloomy and majestic atmosphere instantly filled the entire hall. Everyone in the hall, seeing this figure, I actually had the urge to worship him. It seemed that a low-level life, encountering a high god, instinctively wanted to surrender, worship, and believe in him. However, everyone was a 7-star strongman with a strong will, and they quickly got rid of this psychological state. But then, they became even more terrified. Who is this? No! What is this? This kind of majesty. The feeling of being high above. Could it be the real subspace evil god? Tyranny? The body of the tyrannical evil god discovered their gathering, and came to kill them? It's over. Run! Evil god, so this is the real evil god. He pushed the blocked door open with ease. I've said it before, it's not safe to gather in the subspace. Everyone's heart exploded, and all kinds of thoughts flashed through their minds in an instant, and then almost at the same time, disappeared in the hall. Now through the subspace teleportation, he has already run away. Suyu walked into the hall, looking at the empty long table. He was speechless. He had to work hard to push open the door. How come they all ran away? He had only grown a little taller. Was it that scary? At the same time, he was also confused. Why was the door so tightly closed? Did it take so much effort for others to come over? He didn't know that the door had been sealed, and it was difficult to push it open even with 8-star strength. But now he had the origin of the evil god, and his strength in the subspace was really hard to define. So he just felt a little bit of effort. But he pushed the door open normally and walked in. He scared the others, and they all ran away. Suyu was silent for a moment, and sat down on a high-backed chair, waiting quietly. He believed that those who had just run away would come back soon. Sure enough, after a while, the people from the Extraordinary Union, who had just run away, also came back to their senses. That figure just now seemed to be Mr. Suyu. It's just that the change was too big, especially the aura, which made them fail to recognize him for a moment. And they thought it was the evil god coming, and they were shocked. Now that they have calmed down, they realized that they were just making a fuss. It can't be said that they were making a fuss. Suyu always teleported here every time he had a party. Who would have thought that he would go through the door this time? Didn't they say that even the 8 stars couldn't open the door? How can it be useless? President, are you reliable? The key is why Suyu has a huge change every week. His strength increased greatly, and his image also changed greatly. This time, he changed more outrageously. He didn't look like a human at all, and they didn't recognize him. He was almost scared to death. After a while, everyone returned to the hall one after another. They all looked a little embarrassed. Xiao Shengyin also returned to his seat. He was the fastest runner just now. He sat in the main seat, looking at Suyu's tall figure that stood out from the crowd, feeling a little powerless and helpless. This was the 3rd time. Since Suyu joined the Supernatural Union, he had made preparations 3 times in the party hall, but was ignored by Suyu every time. If this continued, he would lose face as the president. He was tired. Ahem. Let's start the exchange. Xiao Shengyin did not talk much about what happened just now, but directly announced the start of the exchange. Everyone was silent when they heard it, and turned to look at Suyu. Suyu was also speechless. Why does it seem like this every time? Why are you looking at me? In fact, everyone originally had something to exchange and trade. But when Suyu showed up just now, they all forgot everything. Now they just want to know, what is going on with Suyu? What is his strength? Last time I heard that Mr. Suyu was already 8 stars, and later I found out that it was the power of the armor. As a result, this time, it seems that his body is also 8 stars? Is it so outrageous? It's only been a few weeks. Will it be 9 stars next time? Mr. Suyu's aura is so scary. He is such a gentle person in real life. Everyone looked at Suyu, their eyes flickering, thinking wildly in their hearts. Tailong was also excited. I really want to fight with Mr. Suyu like this again. No. I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death, unless I summon the armor. But my armor only has a few lifespans left, and it will be used less and less. I really don't know how Mr. Suyu trained. His strength increased so quickly. Is it really the revival of the ancients? Regaining his strength? But this is too fast. Although everyone was very curious about Suyu's situation, they did not ask directly. After all, who would dare to ask about such a secret related to one's own strength? In the end, Suyu was a little impatient with being stared at by everyone, and finally spoke. Everyone. Suyu spoke lightly. Everyone heard the words, and their faces suddenly changed. Here it comes. Mr. Suyu spoke. In the first 2 gatherings, every time Mr. Suyu spoke, it was earth-shattering. This time, who knows what amazing information will be revealed. I plan to find a 7-star strongman, and the city he guards, and start a war involving hundreds of thousands of people. Do you have any good suggestions? Suyu looked around at everyone, and stated his needs. Now that his ghost-hidden blade has reached the maximum level, it is time to hold a war mechanic ceremony. In this case, then ask at the party. When everyone heard this, their hearts suddenly jumped. Start a war with the 7 stars? Is Mr. Suyu going to attack them? Is he going to declare war? They were so surprised that they almost ran away again. There was no other way. After Suyu's strength exploded, his aura became even more terrifying. Any random words made everyone imagine. But everyone soon realized that Suyu was not going to attack them, but was asking for their opinions and looking for a suitable opponent. At this time, Xiao Xingyin's eyes suddenly flashed. Mr. Suyu, are you going to hold a ceremony? Suyu heard this and nodded, yes. My ghost hidden blade has reached the maximum level. The others took a deep breath when they heard this. Because as far as they knew, Suyu had just held a ceremony and was promoted to 7 stars not long ago. Now that he has reached the maximum level, he is going to hold another ceremony? Mr. Suyu, are you going to be promoted to 8 stars? Aren't you 8 stars now? If you are not 8 stars, you are so powerful. If 8 stars, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. Originally, they guessed that Suyu was already 8 stars, but now it seems that he is so powerful even though he hasn't been promoted yet. How powerful will he be after the promotion? Suyu heard everyone exclaiming and shook his head. Not 8 stars, but won my mechanic profession, I will be promoted to 7 stars. Do you have any 7-star masters you don't like? Introduce them to me. Suyu made a domineering declaration, and did not hide the fact that he was going to hold a ceremony. Chapter 193 The Origin of the Mastermind, the strong men lurking in the dark. When you reach the level of 7 stars, any big move is basically a ritual requirement, and others can easily guess it. If you want to rely on the promotion ceremony and leave your own mark in the subspace, it will often make a lot of noise, and it is impossible to conceal it. So if Suyu wants to hold a ceremony, there is no need to conceal it. Speaking directly, it can shock others. When everyone heard that Suyu was not promoted to 8 stars, it was the mechanic profession that was going to be promoted to 7 stars, which made them even more shocked. After all, the superposition of multiple professions was really rare, and they had never seen it before. They had all seen 8-star extraordinary people. After all, there was the president Xiao Xiangyin. They had never seen a strong person with 2 7-star professions. At the last gathering, Suyu said that his mechanic profession was close to 7 stars, and everyone was a little bit unconvinced. As a result, it was only a week later. Suyu's mechanic profession, they are actually going to hold a ceremony to promote to 7 stars? So what Suyu said? Close to 7 stars. Is it so close? It's just one ceremony away. And to hold a ceremony to promote to 7 stars, you have to find other 7-star masters to start a war? What kind of profession is so cruel? It must be a profession that is extremely good at fighting. Otherwise, there would be no such requirement. Thinking about the last time Suyu held a promotion ceremony, it seemed that he fought against the evil god for a month. Such an outrageous ritual requirement. No wonder Suyu is so strong. And now, is Suyu going to hold another ceremony? Wait, when Suyu first joined the Supernatural Union, isn't it to find a target for the ceremony? If there is no suitable target, does he have to look for them? This guy Tailong suddenly felt something was wrong. His war city is less than 1,000 kilometers away from Suyu's mechanical city. Such a short distance, it is very suitable for Suyu to hold a ceremony. Thinking of the last time Suyu held a ceremony, he fought against the evil god for a month, and turned the ghost tribe into a big lake. Tailong felt a little cold in his heart. His war city, would it also become a war lake? After Suyu possessed the origin of the evil god, his image changed greatly, and the sense of oppression was too strong. As a result, everyone couldn't help but have wild thoughts in their hearts, fearing that Suyu would use them to hold a ceremony. For a moment, no one spoke. Suyu waited for a while. Helplessly, he could only speak again in a cold voice. Thank you, Lord. Mr. Suyu said. Xiaotian was shocked when he heard this. He almost thought that Suyu was going to go to war with his illusion city and perform a ritual. But he quickly thought that Suyu had just saved the illusion city, and he felt that Suyu could not possibly use the illusion city as a scapegoat otherwise. Wouldn't it be a waste of effort to save Xiaotian? Suyu looked at Xiaotian. The data life of the illusion city, illusion, was corroded. I suspect it was not the evil god who did it himself. Instead, there are other 7-star masters who are secretly plotting. That master wants to plot against the illusion city, and his ultimate goal is to annihilate the entire city. He probably wants to use the entire city and City Lord Xia as sacrifices to satisfy his promotion ceremony. If that's true, this master who is secretly plotting is very scheming, and he is very powerful. He is a good opponent. Do you have any idea about this matter? Have you offended any masters? Suyu directly pointed out that the illusion was corroded. There is a mastermind behind the scenes. I want to ask Xiaotian if he has any enemies. If he has a target, then Suyu will go to his house to help him report it, and solve the ritual by the way. Ah, it's not the evil god, but someone is secretly doing it. How could it be? I didn't offend anyone. Except for the Supernatural Union, I have never seen other 7-star masters. Xiatian was surprised when he heard this. It seems that there is no clue at all. Suyu heard this, his eyes swept over everyone. He wanted to see clues from the expressions of the crowd. He suspected that a member of the Extraordinary Union might be the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, you can never know a person's heart. What? It wasn't the evil god who did it. But someone else's plan? I haven't offended any 7-star strongmen. They actually want to sacrifice 1 million people in the Illusion City. What a vicious mind. That person. Is he going to be promoted to 8 stars? Others were also quite surprised. There was a lot of discussion. Originally, Xiatian wanted to ask Suyu about the evil god's corruption. Others actually had the same idea. They were all worried that their cities would also be corrupted by the evil god. But now, Suyu took the initiative to tell the inside story. It was not the evil god who did it, but man-made? To some extent, this truth was even more terrifying. Everyone looked at others vigilantly. Obviously, they also thought of a possibility. The mastermind behind this may be hiding among them. If someone has evil intentions, he wants to use the 7-star members and a large number of humans as sacrifices. It is obviously much more convenient to find familiar members of the Supernatural Union. Xiatian couldn't help but think that he had invited other members to visit the Illusion City before. Corrosion. Was it planted by someone at that time? Suyu carefully observed their expressions and found that there were no flaws. It seems that with just this little test, I can't see anything. So he spoke again. That person chose to corrupt secretly. His direct combat capability should not be too strong, or he doesn't want to reveal his identity. Everyone can carefully check your own city, looking for hidden dangers of corruption. From the experience of the Illusion City, this kind of corruption should take a long time to grow and develop. As long as it is discovered in advance, it can be eliminated. Also, I am 5,000 kilometers northwest of the Illusion City. An invisible city was discovered. It can make the whole city invisible. There may be a 7-star master in charge. The corrosion of the Illusion City may be caused by this master. Don't be suspicious of each other. It will hurt the harmony. Suyu is trying to comfort everyone, so that they won't be suspicious of each other, which would be meaningless. Sure enough, when they heard Suyu say that there were other 7-star masters, they were relieved. At the same time, they were very surprised. Mr. Suyu, are you telling the truth? Are there really other cities ruled by 7-star masters? Even Xiao Shengyin was surprised. It seems that on this planet, in addition to the Extraordinary Federation, there are other 7-star masters, which is an incredible thing. Suyu asked in surprise, why? There are other 7-star masters on this planet. Is it a strange thing? Everyone looked at each other. And finally, it was Xiao Shengyin who spoke. Mr. Suyu, we have indeed never seen other 7-star masters. The entire Supernatural Union is all the 7-star masters I have seen in all these years. Suyu frowned when he heard this. This doesn't make sense. 7-star masters have a long lifespan, at least 1,000 years. Such a big planet, after all these years, there are only these few 7-star masters? Xiao Shengyin saw Suyu's doubts and explained, at the beginning, after being promoted to an 8-star transcendent, with the advantage of his profession, he once traveled the entire ruins planet. I have seen the ruins of many large cities in various places on the planet. Looking at the scale of those ruins, it is estimated that there were 7-star masters in charge at the beginning. Just like my holy hidden city and Xiatian's illusionary city, they all had at least tens of millions of people. But later, these large cities were destroyed for some unknown reason, and the 7-star masters in charge, Mr. Suyu, joined the Federation. After I knew the truth about this planet, I thought that those cities and the 7 stars had violated the taboo and were destroyed by the creation left by Zhang Chifeng. But Xiao Shengyin's words had some unfinished meaning. Suyu understood and nodded, but now it seems that those cities were destroyed. But the 7 stars have strong vitality and may not really be dead. These strong men, the city was destroyed, all the family members were killed, and he himself might be seriously injured, and his heart was filled with anger and hatred. The key is that we don't know who the enemy is. If these people survive, the hatred in their hearts can be imagined. Such hatred has accumulated for thousands of years. These strong men, after experiencing great disasters, should never dare to show up and build a city again. They lurk in the dark, looking for enemies and ways to get promoted. It turns out that this planet, is there still such a hidden force? I don't know how many of these powerful people are there in the dark. What Suyu said was actually all speculation. But the more he analyzed, the more he felt that it was very possible. If Suyu didn't know the truth about the planet blockade, when his mechanical city was developing rapidly and had a population of 1 million, suddenly one day, the divine power descended from the sky and destroyed the mechanical city, and all his familiar friends were reduced to ashes. He himself was seriously injured and dying. After this disaster, Suyu would definitely not dare to continue to show up to build a city, but would lurk in the dark, looking for enemies. With Suyu's persistence, this deep hatred, even if it takes thousands of years, must be avenged. Now those 7-star strongmen in the dark may all have the same idea, and because they have been hating for too long, their psychology may have been completely distorted, and they may even have surrendered to the evil god. What? There are still a group of such strongmen? Mr. Suyu's words make sense. If my city is destroyed one day, what should I do? Those guys must have become twisted now. No wonder they want to plot against the illusion city and sacrifice millions of people. Are our cities targeted by them? When the others heard Suyu's analysis, they all felt a chill in their backs. They were all smart people and immediately realized that what Suyu said was most likely the truth. There really is a powerful force hiding in the dark. And the cities of the members of the Extraordinary Union are all in the open, with basically no hiding. After all, with their strength, there are not many on this planet that can threaten them, so what are they hiding? But now they know that there is a powerful force in the dark who has set his sights on their city and their lives, which is too scary. Luckily, Mr. Suyu joined the Extraordinary Union and let them know the truth about the planetary blockade. Only then can we infer the existence of this force. Otherwise, they would not know how they died. Just like the illusion city, without Suyu, maybe one day, it would become a dead city without a sound. Who could have thought of what happened? Everyone was silent, obviously digesting this shocking news. Even Suyu was thinking. He has been making big moves recently, developing the dead silent wilderness. Could it be that he has also been targeted by the dark forces? Although the population of the mechanical city is still small now, it may not be the case in the future. After a while, Xiao Shengyin suddenly said, Mr. Suyu, can you come to my Shengyin city to check for hidden dangers? You are an expert in the field of psionic energy, and my vision is not as good as yours. Of course, I will not let Mr. Suyu make a trip, and there will definitely be a suitable reward. Suyu heard this, and was about to think about it. When the others heard this, their eyes lit up and they also said quickly, yes. Mr. Suyu, please come to my city and take a look. And me. Me too. Everyone spoke up, inviting Suyu to their city. Obviously, with the help of Suyu, Xie Etienne solved the hidden danger of illusion, which gave everyone inspiration. Speaking of psionic energy, corrosion, the realm of evil gods, who can compare to Mr. Suyu? Mr. Suyu now looks just like the evil god. This is called professionalism. Suyu heard this. I felt a little amused. How come I have become so popular in such a short time? Before, everyone was afraid of Suyu, fearing that Suyu would use them to hold a ceremony. Now, they are all rushing to invite Suyu to visit their city. The change is too big. But after thinking about it carefully, I can understand everyone's thoughts. Although Suyu's image and momentum are scary, his attitude is actually quite friendly. Suyu did not do anything to harm others. He even saved Xie Etienne's life. In comparison, that dark force is even more frightening. The entire city of Illusionary City was almost wiped out. If all the hidden dangers are not found out, they might die out in the city at any time. For their safety, for their lives, they can only rely on Suyu. Okay, but with so many cities, I need time to check them one by one. Suyu thought about it, and nodded in agreement. Anyway, he is now very mobile, more than 10 times the speed of sound. It can fly all over the world. It is not too troublesome to go to other cities. Moreover, Suyu is also curious about the cities built by other 7-star masters. He wonders what the difference is compared with the Illusion City. It is a good opportunity to see it. Great. Thank you, Mr. Suyu. We are waiting for Mr. Suyu to come at any time. Everyone was relieved when they heard this, and thanked him in unison. Suyu nodded and said again, no need to be polite. Everyone, before I go to your city, there is one more thing I have to do. That is, to go to the invisible city 5,000 kilometers northwest of the Illusion City and explore it. Last time, Suyu only guessed that there was a 7-star expert in the invisible city, but he did not go to investigate, so as not to alert the enemy. After all, he did not know the origin of the city, so he should not be too reckless. But now, Suyu has decided to go directly to the door. Chapter 194 New Arrangement of the Mechanical City. Explore the Invisible City. The invisible city that Suyu discovered earlier seems to fit the definition of lurking in the dark. The members of the entire supernatural union had not discovered that city before. It was indeed dark enough and lurking enough. If Suyu had not been able to fly, and had not seen the flaws from the sky, maybe he would have been kept in the dark now. It is estimated that a certain 7-star strongman, after the city was destroyed, dedicated himself to researching advanced invisible technology. Then he rebuilt the city? But the strongman didn't seem to consider the flaws in the air. Perhaps he himself couldn't fly, so he couldn't see the flaws. Mr. Suyu wants to go to the invisible city to explore. In that city, there may be the murderer who murdered the illusion city. Please take me with you when you go, Mr. Suyu. Hearing this, Xiaotian hurriedly said. After hearing this, Suyu glanced at him and found that he had a firm expression, hiding a deep hatred. Xiaotian's illusion city almost wiped out everyone. It would be strange if he didn't have hatred. So when he heard that Suyu was going to find the mastermind, he couldn't sit still and wanted to go and see. If there is a chance, it would be best to take revenge in person. Okay. Suyu nodded. If Xiaotian wants to go, then let's go. However, if Xiaotian wants to take revenge in person, it may not be easy. Xiaotian's frontal combat ability is not good. Even if he finds the murderer, he may not be able to beat him, unless he can bring all the weapons in the illusion city. But if that happens, the noise will be too loud. Suyu looked at the others again. Everyone. If everything is fine, I will go back and prepare to explore the invisible city. As for going to your city to check for hidden dangers, we will have to wait for a few days. Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly said, Mr. Suyu, just go ahead and do your work. We are not in a hurry. Suyu nodded, and his figure disappeared from the hall in an instant. He had already left here. Everyone. I will also go back to prepare. Goodbye. Xiaotian said goodbye and left. The rest of the members looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. It turns out that there are so many dangers hidden around us. Zhang Chenfeng's blockade, the threat of the tyrannical evil god, and the 7-star strongman lurking in the dark. This planet is really full of dangers. Yes, if Mr. Suyu hadn't joined the Federation, we would still know nothing now. And we might not know what's going on until we die. Everyone sighed for a while, and Xiao Shengyin announced the end of the party. They also had to go back quickly, check for hidden dangers, and be on high alert. In the mechanical city, Suyu came back to his senses, turned his head and looked around, and was a little suspicious, worried that his mechanical city was also being targeted by the powerful in the dark. He radiated his spirit and carefully checked the entire mechanical city. Fortunately, he did not find any traces of the evil god's corrosion, nor the breath of other 7-star strongmen. Only then did he feel relieved. In fact, he was worrying too much. The population of the mechanical city was not enough to attract attention. However, this investigation did reveal some problems with the residents in the city. Why do they all have dark circles under their eyes? And the development team of the war city, their eyes are even darker, and they look lost. And Yu Cheng, who came to form an alliance earlier, looks like a ghost. Suyu saw the abnormality of these residents. He was a little frightened. Is there really pollution and corrosion? Even he couldn't find it. It was terrible. He quickly checked the surveillance to find out the reason. But soon, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that these residents and the development team had been working overtime every day recently and were overtired, so they had dark circles under their eyes. In fact, the work that Suyu arranged for them was not heavy at all, and was even very easy. After all, with the help of various intelligent machines, many times, these people only need to watch and prevent accidents. 8 hours a day, rest on weekends. All kinds of conditions, in this era, are unbelievably good. After all, in Suyu's opinion, people don't live for work. It stands to reason that, with such good conditions, these people should be full of energy and vigor every day. But they stay up late and work overtime every day. They make themselves look like ghosts. Suyu is in the radiation area. There are a large number of radiation beast believers, who can transport a large amount of high-quality material resources every day. Others do not know these inside stories. They only see that a large amount of resources are transported back in an endless stream. They all feel a strong pressure immediately. They are busy every day, but the resources they harvested are less than 1/3 of the total harvest. The remaining 2/3 are transported from nowhere. And the resources that appear inexplicably are increasing. These residents and development teams were stimulated. And they took the initiative to work overtime every day. Without sleeping. Because the living conditions in the mechanical city were too good. So good that they felt guilty. They were afraid that one day, they would be useless, and the managers would not want them anymore. In this era, it was not easy to live a good life in the mechanical city. They did not want to lose this precious home. TSK. These people are still fighting with the radiation beasts? They can't win. After understanding these inside stories, Suyu was speechless. These people took the initiative to roll inward. And the target of their roll was a bunch of radiation beasts who didn't care about their lives. It would be a miracle if they could win. They would tire themselves to death sooner or later. However, these people were worried that they would be useless and abandoned by Suyu, which was actually reasonable. In fact, these people were not very useful to Suyu now. After all, Suyu had mechanical spirits and various intelligent machines. Even if Suyu was alone, he could also complete the development of the dead silent wilderness. And even if he is given time, he can complete the development of the entire planet. But Suyu is not ready to give up these people. After all, he is still a human being, not a cold machine. If he has the ability to support many people, then support them. Before Suyu traveled through time, there was a saying that the wise can help the world. Suyu cannot help the world for the time being, but he still has the ability to help tens of thousands of people or hundreds of thousands of people. The other 7-star masters built cities, in addition to the need for rituals. It is probably also to feed more humans. Humans are social animals after all. Moreover, although most people are weak and not very smart, Suyu can easily sweep them away. But with a large base and a long time, 1 or 2 geniuses will appear in the future, which can bring great help to Suyu. Strong people are also trained from ordinary people. From this perspective, Suyu does not suffer any loss by feeding these people. After all, the human empire that crisscrossed the galaxy back then also supported countless ordinary people. Since they had to support them, it was not a big deal for these people to work overtime every day. So Suyu thought about it, and did not rush to explore the invisible city, but asked the mechanical spirit to send a message. All the residents of the city, as well as those development teams, held a meeting. However, many people were busy in the wilderness, so they held the meeting online. Suyu's order? In the mechanical city. No one dared to neglect it. Just 10 minutes later, when Suyu turned on the host screen, the entire mechanical space suddenly appeared with densely packed holographic projections of tens of thousands of people. Now the computing power of the mechanical city, as well as information technology, can already support online projection meetings of tens of thousands of people. Yang Lai, Feng Tian, Tai Xian, and other high-level executives of the mechanical city were also among them. After seeing Suyu's projection, they all looked excited. Suyu has been busy with his own affairs every day recently. They didn't ask about the mechanical city at all. As a result, they hadn't seen Suyu for several weeks. If Suyu hadn't suddenly had a meeting today, they almost suspected that Suyu had quietly left. The other residents, and the development team, all looked guilty after seeing Suyu's projection. They were afraid that Suyu would give up on them, because they saw that their work was not fruitful. Greetings, Mr. Manager. Everyone saluted Suyu in unison. Yeah. Suyu nodded slightly. Then his face turned serious. I am not satisfied with your recent status. If you continue like this, I will consider whether I should give up on you. As soon as Suyu said this, everyone's heart jumped. Oh no. The manager will be angry if they see that they are not working hard. Suyu glanced at everyone and found that many people looked panicked and were too scared to speak. Yang Lai and the others were hesitant to speak. Suyu shook his head and continued, recently, I have been through a lot of things. He told them about how he had recently joined the Extraordinary Union, went to the Illusion City, and saved the lives of the entire city. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. It turned out that recently, the administrator had done something so big again? He had joined such a powerful force, which actually had 8 7-star or higher masters. And the Illusion City? A city with 1 million people? A 7-star strawman is in charge? There are 7 or 8 more cities like this. So, this planet has such a beautiful place? I really want to see it. Could it be that the administrator has seen a real big city and looks down on these useless country people? So he wants to abandon them? Thinking of this, They feel even more depressed. Suyu looked at them, and his tone suddenly became stern. Cities with millions of people may fall into life and death crisis at any time. What do you guys do every day? The mechanical creations in the mechanical city are all powerful and intelligent, and can work by themselves. Do you need to stay up all day to watch them? I give you enough time to rest, so that you can adjust your physical and mental state, improve your strength, and improve your knowledge, instead of wasting time working overtime every day. This planet is full of dangers. Even a 7-star strongman may not be safe. Only with enough strength, only then can we protect ourselves and our families. Although I have reached the 7-star level, or even the 8-star level, I still feel that it is not enough. I am always trying to improve my strength. What are you doing? Suyu scolded them angrily, making them unable to raise their heads. He also made them realize it. That's right. If you want to be useful, you should not be working hard, but be strong. They understand. Suyu was satisfied when he saw this, and announced the adjournment of the meeting. If you are seriously ill, you need to take strong medicine. His speech was very severe, and it should wake everyone up. However, Suyu checked the surveillance and found that after the meeting, the residents did not rest, but were like taking stimulants, and immediately prepared to start combat training and knowledge learning. Looking at their energy, today is another sleepless night. The administrator is already a 7-star, and even has an 8-star combat power. The administrator is so strong, and they are all working hard to improve themselves. What qualifications do they have to not work hard? Is it time to change the direction? Forget it. I don't care. Suyu looked at it for a while, and shook his head. These guys seem to not be able to learn the word rest. Fortunately, the medical technology of the mechanical city is quite good, and they should not be able to survive. In the future, the mechanical city may be changed to the city of dark circles. But speaking of it, these people really should be used. The brain-computer interface of the Unreal City, we can consider it. And there are also armors. After exploring the invisible city, we will find a way to arm all these residents. It just so happens that I am holding a ceremony, and I am going to go to war. So let these residents also participate in the war. The people in the mechanical city began to roll up their strength. And Suyu also seriously considered how to improve the strength of these people, in order to prevent them from doing nothing. After arranging the people in the mechanical city, Suyu set off, activating the armor, flying towards the illusion city thousands of kilometers away. More than 20 minutes later, Suyu arrived at the illusion city again. Xie Tian had been waiting at the city gate. When he saw Suyu flying, he came over immediately. Xie City Lord, are you sure you want to go this way? Suyu looked at the Xie Tian in front of him, with a strange look. Yes, this body is very convenient. Xie Tian made a buzzing sound. At this time, his shape was a suitcase. Obviously, this is his other carrier, and the shape is quite unique. It's up to you. Suyu was speechless, stepped forward and grasped the handle of the suitcase, lifted him up, and it was really convenient. Then Suyu activated the armor and flew towards the invisible city 5,000 kilometers northwest. The stealth function of Suyu's armor also covered the suitcase. Otherwise Suyu would not dare to fly around with him. Otherwise, Suyu might be fine. Xie Tian might have been struck to death by the thunderbolt. A quarter of an hour later, Suyu and Xie Tian, suspended in the air 100 meters above the ground, looked at an open space below. This open space, covered with weeds, looked ordinary. But with the eyesight of a 7-star expert, looking carefully from the air, he could vaguely see a translucent city looming in the sun. The city was quite large, only slightly smaller than the illusion city. In the city, there were steel buildings everywhere. Those buildings were not tall, but they were very heavy, and they had strong defenses. The city was surrounded by steel walls. At the city gate, several mechanized armies were coming in and out, and it was unknown what they were preparing to conquer. These armies also remained invisible, and only when they were 100 meters in the air could they see a little clue. Mr. Suyu, this city is indeed extraordinary. It seems that there is a 7-star strongman in charge. The suitcase in Suyu's hand made a buzzing sound. Yes. Let's go down and take a look. Suyu nodded and lowered his armor. Chapter 195 The Mastermind, the City of Heavenly Punishment. After Suyu put down his armor, he did not enter the city immediately, but went to the city gate first to see the troops coming in and out. The equipment on those troops, and the vehicles they were riding, are all high-tech weapons and equipment, which are quite advanced. Especially their stealth systems, which are the most powerful. If they were not in the air, the stealth system would have a flaw. Even Suyu would have found it difficult to find their traces. This stealth system, it is not just optical invisibility. It is also an electromagnetic, infrared, psychic, and even data, and other aspects. It has invisibility effect, and can also cover up air fluctuations. The invisibility effect is so strong that it is just like the invisibility system on the tyrannical armor. However, Suyu's tyrannical armor was successfully developed by using the powerful psionic energy of the tyrannical core, and the high-quality materials obtained from the Supernatural Federation. There is only one copy, and it is difficult to copy. This invisible city, even the basic soldiers are equipped with advanced stealth systems, which are obviously very low cost and can be mass-produced. Of course, the tyrannical armor can remain invisible at more than 10 times the speed of sound, and can even cover up flight fluctuations. This is not something that this invisible city can compare to. After Suyu landed, he could not see the troops immediately. The only flaw of this stealth technology is that it is completely invisible in the sky and on the ground. Of course, those troops could not see Suyu, who had turned on the invisibility. Suyu's invisibility ability was stronger than theirs, so both sides were blind, unable to see each other, and even no sound. However, Suyu listened carefully and could hear some subtle sounds in the void. After all, he was a 7-star strongman with extremely sharp perception. At such a close distance, this kind of invisibility technology could not really completely deceive him. Where are we going to bring down the punishment this time? Go to the Shirguang settlement 1,500 kilometers away. That settlement has gathered more than 50,000 people. Such a settlement is already quite strong. Ordinary radioactive beasts can no longer threaten him, and they can live a stable life. So it's time to send down the punishment from heaven, so that they can understand the true despair. Our city of heavenly punishment has sent down the punishment from heaven to these settlements and cities everywhere, so that they can understand the cruelty of the ruined star. It is really a great merit. They will never know where the crisis comes from until they die. Watching them die in despair, confusion, extinction, is a great pleasure. Suyu listened to these conversations, and couldn't help but frown. The city of heavenly punishment? Send down heavenly punishment? Let others die in despair, confusion, extinction. This is what this invisible city does. What a bunch of twisted guys. This city is really twisted. A voice with suppressed anger, Suyu heard that it was Xiaotian. Xiaotian had just heard those voices, and the more he listened, the angrier he became. This so-called city of heavenly punishment is simply insane. Other people's settlements, where people have lived in peace, they are going to bring down the so-called heavenly punishment. With this powerful stealth technology, it is estimated that after launching an attack, others will not be able to find out where the attack comes from. Just like a heavenly punishment. In the end, the people of the entire settlement can only be in despair, confused, died in fear, until death, did not even know who the enemy was. The people of the city of heavenly punishment, watching these people die in despair, can get a twisted pleasure. This may also be a ritual requirement. This so-called city of heavenly punishment was definitely built by a twisted 7-star strongman. That strongman, his own city, was once destroyed by the inexplicable heavenly punishment, and he survived, but his temperament has been twisted. He didn't know that the heavenly punishment came from Zhang Qinfeng's creation. He couldn't find his enemy, so he turned around and launched the so-called heavenly punishment against other human settlements and cities to vent his anger. Xiaotian's tone was cold. In a short time, he analyzed the reason why this heavenly punishment city was built. Although Xiaotian was just guessing, Suyu knew that this was very likely the truth. The founder of this heavenly punishment city might have been killed by the equally terrifying heavenly punishment. Destroyed. The fear and despair penetrated deep into his bones, completely twisting this 7-star warrior. At this time, Suyu and Xiaotian heard the soldiers continue to speak. It is said that 5,000 kilometers away, there is an illusory city with a population of 1 million, more than our Tianfa city. Moreover, the technology is advanced, and the residents live a good life without worries about food and clothing. It is really abominable. In that illusory city, the seeds of Tianfa were planted. After a period of time, the Lord of Heavenly Punishment will personally take action and make this illusion city disappear from the ruined star. That's great. These guys actually mention the illusion city. It seems that the illusion city was corrupted by the heavenly punishment city. Hearing these people mention the illusion city, Xiaotian was furious, and his tone was extremely cold. The people of the heavenly punishment city and the city lord, Must die. His spiritual energy fluctuated, and it seemed that he was about to take action. Kill all these soldiers. Xietian is actually a good guy. An old homebody, who usually doesn't provoke others, and doesn't have any murderous intent. But this time, he was really angry. He didn't provoke anyone. But the people of Tianfa City were just living a good life, because the people of Illusion City were going to send down the so-called heavenly punishment, and exterminate the millions of people in Illusion City. This kind of unprovoked evil made him extremely angry. If you want to do it, do it. But don't make any noise, lest you alert the enemy, Suyu said. If Xietian wants to take action, then let him do it. Anyway, these soldiers are not good people. And if they are left alive, sure Guangqing will be in trouble soon. Yes, Mr. Suyu. Don't worry. I will be careful, Xietian responded. And then his suitcase-like body suddenly deformed and combined into a square robot. It seems that this robot form, this is the combat form of Xietian, the carrier. The previous suitcase state was for Suyu to carry and fly conveniently. I have to say, Xietian's brain circuit is really a bit strange. Xietian transformed into a robot, and a large stream of data emerged from his body. This data stream was very strong, and it directly attacked the brains of those soldiers. This army, there are more than 2,000 soldiers, and they were all moving, or talking, or checking weapons, or driving a vehicle. Under the impact of Xietian's data, these soldiers were stunned for a moment at the same time, and then returned to normal. Okay, Xietian said. So you knew that? Xietian had used the ability of data ghosts to occupy the brains of these soldiers, making these soldiers his flesh and blood carriers. Originally, Xietian was unwilling to use this ability to kill ordinary people in large numbers. He was worried that this would affect his mental state, and make him crazy and cruel. If you lose your humanity, it will be a loss. But now, facing these twisted soldiers of Tianfa City, Xietian has no scruples. In his eyes, these people of Tianfa City are not human beings at all, but beasts. Killing them is to eliminate harm for the people. What a terrifying ability. Seeing Xietian kill 2,000 people in a blink of an eye, Suyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Xietian's killing power is really terrifying. 2,000 people died in an instant, and there is no trace at all. If Xietian has malicious intentions, and comes to the mechanical city one day, and activates his ability, it is possible that in a short period of time, the mechanical city will have a new owner. Although on the surface, there is no change at all, but everyone has become the carrier of Xietian. This kind of thing, it is scary to think about it. Fortunately, Suyu also has a fear intelligence, which has similar abilities, can prevent this kind of data attack, and can also distinguish the carrier possessed by Xietian. Otherwise, Suyu was afraid that he would not be able to resist killing Xietian. This guy, if he lets go and kills people, his efficiency is really fast. Even with the increase of flesh and blood carriers, his computing power and data will continue to grow, and he will kill faster and faster in the end. He is indeed a data ghost. It is really like a terrifying ghost from hell, coming to the world. After Xietian killed all the troops, he controlled their bodies, and continued to march to the distance outside the city. The 7-star expert in the city must not be able to find anything unusual, so this army must behave normally. Then, Suyu and Xietian walked around outside the city, and dealt with the other two armies. In front of the two 7-star experts, those powerful armies were like ants, and they didn't even know how they died. In a sense, Suyu and Xietian were also bringing down the so-called heavenly punishment at this time. Mr. Suyu, let's go into the city. I have just obtained information about the city from the memories of those soldiers. This so-called heavenly punishment city takes pleasure in bringing down heavenly punishment on other humans. Now it is their turn to enjoy heavenly punishment. After Xietian finished dealing with those soldiers, he was still not satisfied and said to Suyu, his 8-star ceremony required 1,000,000 people as flesh and blood carriers, and he originally thought there was no hope of completing it. But now looking at this Tianfa city, there are beasts all over the city, it seems that there is a chance. The population of Tianfa city is not small, almost enough for Xietian's ritual. Thinking of this, Xietian felt a little happy, and couldn't help but look at Suyu. At the beginning, Xietian placed his hope of completing the ritual on Suyu. Now it seems that it is true. Only a week later, Suyu helped him find this Tianfa city. It is worthy of Mr. Suyu. Suyu heard this, he glanced at Xietian, shook his head and said, I will keep this city for my ritual. Don't kill them all. And we need to investigate whether all the people in this city are so evil. We can't just kill them randomly. Please be patient. Xietian was alerted when he heard this. He only considered his own ritual, not Suyu, nor the possibility of good people in the city. It seems that he was overwhelmed by anger and joy. He said quickly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Suyu. I didn't think it through. This city was discovered by you, Mr. Suyu, and you should be the one to deal with it." Suyu saw that he was a little nervous, and chuckled, "Don't worry. My ritual only requires a war. It only requires victory. And it is not necessary to kill them all. When the war is over, the rest of the people will be left to you." Xietian was delighted when he heard this. "Thank you, Mr. Suyu." In a few words, they had already allocated the lives of all the people in the city. First, let Suyu start the war and perform the ritual. Then let Xietian invade and become the carrier of flesh and blood. It was really arranged clearly. This kind of thing is very cruel. But Suyu and Xietian both think it is reasonable. After all, this Tianfa city is too evil. And death is not a pity. After the two of them finished discussing, they walked towards the city gate. Xietian had already invaded the soldier's brain, memory and information were obtained. This Tianfa city is completely covered by an invisible protective shield. It is impossible to fly in from the sky. You will immediately hit the protective shield, be discovered, and alert the city lord. So you have to go through the main gate. The protection of the main gate is also very strict, with a strict security inspection system. Any suspicious object cannot enter the city. However, the invisibility function of the tyrannical armor is really powerful. Xie turned back into a suitcase again, and was held in Suyu's hand. Walking to the city gate with a swagger, the security check device did not make any movement. Suyu walked into the city just like that. As soon as he entered the city, the scenery in front of him changed immediately. The previously invisible city appeared in front of the two. Is this the city of heavenly punishment? A silver gray steel city, completely presented in front of the two. In the city, all the buildings are made of silver gray metal and are very heavy, and it is obvious that they have extremely high defense. Those buildings are not high-rise buildings, but are bunker-like buildings, half on the ground and half buried underground. On the metal bunkers are various shooting holes and gun muzzles. Some pedestrians, walking on the road, are all in a hurry. Although these people are in the city, they are all wearing thick armor, the kind that can be bulletproof, and they don't mind being tired or hot. As these people walk, they look up at the sky from time to time, as if they are worried that something terrible will fall from the sky. It seems that the residents of this heavenly punishment city are very insecure. Suyu looked at the scene and shook his head. Xietian beside him sneered, "You are so high and mighty, and you want to bring down heavenly punishment on others. But you are so timid. It's really ridiculous." However, after laughing, Xietian felt a little embarrassed. His virtual city was actually of this cowardly style, and he seemed to have no right to laugh at the heavenly punishment city. But soon, Xietian figured it out. Being cowardly is not a sin. On this planet full of dangers, being timid is actually a good quality. But Tianfa City is timid and arrogant, which is particularly annoying. After understanding this truth, Xietian became confident. He thought about it and said to Suyu, "In the previous intelligence, there is no position for the city lord. But judging from the style of Tianfa City, it seems that the 7-star strongmen must live underground in the most secure shelter." Xietian seemed very experienced. Suyu nodded after hearing this. "It makes sense. Let's go underground and find this guy out." Chapter 196 God of Heavenly Punishment. After Suyu finished speaking, he did not immediately look for the so-called city lord, mainly because he did not know where the city lord was exactly. He was not in a hurry, but observed the residents around for a while. He found that these people were a little bit weird, and they were mumbling something almost every moment. Listening carefully, they were all saying, "The great God of heavenly punishment. The city lord is the incarnation of the great God of heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment will be sent to those who disrespect God and blaspheme. We are the chosen subjects." These guys seem to believe in a mysterious God, God of heavenly punishment. The city lord is the incarnation of this God. At this time, Xietian also heard the prayers of these residents. So he said, "These people all believe in the so-called God of heavenly punishment. According to the memories of those soldiers before, humans are born with sin, and the so-called God of heavenly punishment will regularly punish humans, cleanse people's sins. Only humans who have devout faith in this God become agents of the city of heavenly punishment and bring down heavenly punishment on other humans, can avoid heavenly punishment themselves. These guys are brainwashing themselves in this way. In short, a bunch of psychopaths. Xie Tian's tone has deep disgust and disdain. He invaded the brains of thousands of soldiers and obtained a lot of memories. The understanding of this city of heavenly punishment, it has been very deep. But the more I understand the evil and distortion of this city. Su Yu heard this and shook his head. It seems that the people in this city have been brainwashed by the city lord and become twisted believers. It seems that the city lord, after being hit by Zhang Qinfeng's creation, could not find an enemy and actually imagined a god of heavenly punishment, and even thought that he was the incarnation of this so-called god. He is really crazy. After observing these residents, Su Yu looked around. And then at the city's buildings. He was thinking, where is the city lord? At this time, a small voice sounded in his ear, Master. Master. I seem to feel. It was the fear intelligence speaking. Xie Tian, since entering the city, has been using his full power to try to find the location of the city lord. Xie Tian's ability as a data ghost is really useful for collecting intelligence. This city of heavenly punishment is well defended. But in his eyes, it is completely defenseless. As long as there are smart devices and data, he will immediately invade, master, and obtain the information in those devices, even for living people, without completely eroding their brains. Xie Tian can read part of their memories, and even modify some of their memories and cognitions. His thoughts are transformed into invisible data. Like a ghost in a short time, it swept the entire Tianfa city. Xie Tian was full of confidence, thinking that he would soon find the trace of the city lord. This Tianfa city lord dared to sneak into my virtual city to cause trouble. Now I want to let you know what a super hacker is, what a data ghost is. Xie Tian came this time to seek revenge on the Tianfa city lord. And finding the location of the city lord is the first step of revenge. However, after he searched the entire city, his brows furrowed deeply. Neither the smart host in the city, nor the memory in the minds of the residents, had any information about the location of the city lord. Even the location of the underground entrance was missing. This made Xie Tian feel that this Tianfa city lord was too good at hiding. He even doubted whether this city lord was in Tianfa city. It could also be that the hiding place of the Tianfa city lord was hidden by a stronger invisible force. It is not surprising that the lord of Tianfa city can hide such a big city, and has a stronger invisible power in his own hiding place. Thinking of this, Xie suddenly felt that there was really no hope to find the hiding place of the lord of Tianfa city. If he could not find it, Xie Tian would have to consider forcibly attacking the city and forcing the lord of Tianfa city to come out. But if that happened, it would cause a big commotion, and the lord of Tianfa city would most likely not show up, and would run away secretly. This city lord is very good at hiding. If he runs away, he can just find a place to hide. As long as he doesn't show up, Xie Tian probably won't be able to find him in his lifetime, so how can he take revenge? Besides, even if we find the guy's hiding place, it's actually not very useful. Because he might be standing in front of us, and we can't see him. With his strength, his invisibility is probably even better, and there won't be any flaws. If he just hides somewhere, how can we find him? Maybe he is right in front of me right now. Xie Tian thought of this, and his expression changed again. The invisibility ability of this Lord of Heaven Punishment City is really too troublesome. It is estimated that this Lord of Heaven Punishment City went to the Illusion City invisibly, and corrupted the illusion secretly. With Xie Tian's control over the Illusion City, he didn't notice anything at all. It's really scary. If it weren't for this ability, Su Yu and Xie Tian actually didn't need to sneak into Tianfa City. Since it was confirmed that the Lord of Tianfa City was the mastermind, then they could mobilize the army to besiege the city, bombard it, and destroy them directly. Su Yu just wanted to hold a ceremony, so they could just start the war directly. In a head-on battle, Su Yu alone would have the power to destroy the city. But the problem was, this would make too much noise, and it was very likely that the lord of the city would escape. This was the real problem. Mr. Su Yu, are you also looking for the location of the lord of the city? He should be underground. But I don't know where exactly. Xie Tian pondered for a while. But he couldn't think of any good solution. He could only ask Su Yu. But Xie Tian didn't hold out much hope. Su Yu might not have a good solution in the face of the powerful invisibility ability of the lord of Tianfa City. When Su Yu discovered Tianfa City before, he just took advantage of the convenience of flying and found the flaw in the air. He didn't really crack this invisibility power. the invisibility of an entire city, it is inevitable that there are flaws. The Lord of the Heavenly Punishment City is only one person, whose body is much smaller, and the invisibility effect is naturally much stronger. Ciatian specializes in data manipulation, and his ability in data is terrifying. The Lord of the Heavenly Punishment City seems to be a 7-star expert who specializes in invisibility. It is hard to imagine how strong his invisibility ability is. What else can Suyu do? When Suyu heard this, he pointed to the ground in the distance and said, "It has been found. Right there. 500 meters underground." "Ah? You found it now?" Ciatian suddenly felt that he had been analyzing it for a long time. And he was just like a fool. "Mr. Suyu, can you tell me how you found it?" Ciatian couldn't help but ask curiously. Suyu explained casually, "There is the smell of fear." "The smell of fear?" Ciatian was a little puzzled when he heard this. But he soon remembered the suffering he had suffered when he was studying the tyrannical armor. He shuddered immediately and understood what Suyu meant. Fear intelligence. This powerful intelligence that spreads fear can actually sense the fear of the Lord of Tianfa City, and thus lock the other party's position. Even if this Lord specializes in invisibility, it is useless. "Mr. Suyu, you really have endless means." Ciatian sighed in his heart. It seems that no matter what the situation is, Mr. Suyu can find a solution. When solving the illusion, Mr. Suyu was so unhurried finally. He made a random move, released the fear intelligence, and dealt with a terrible data life. I actually doubted Mr. Suyu's ability before, how shallow I was. Mr. Suyu is an old senior who has lived for who knows how many years, has eaten more salt than I have eaten rice, and is extremely experienced. How can a mere invisibility ability be difficult for him? In Ciatian's mind, Suyu's image has been raised again. In fact, Suyu just knew that. Fear intelligence has this ability. Fear intelligence just told him that. It sensed a strong fear emotion deep underground. Suyu immediately understood that. The fear emotion that fear intelligence took so seriously must be at least a 7-star level strongman. It is probably that city lord. This Tianfa city lord, has a loud name, but he doesn't seem to be very courageous. Even through the thick underground, he can let the fear emotion come out. But it's also thanks to the fear intelligence. Otherwise it would be a bit difficult. Suyu laughed at the Lord of Heaven punishment in his heart, and praised the fear intelligence. It must be said that this little fellow, fear intelligence, is really useful. However, it is blessed by the tyrannical evil god, and has the core of the tyrannical evil god blessing. It is not surprising to have such a special thing. The Lord of Heaven punishment, although his invisibility ability is strong, seems unable to hide his emotions. He is separated from the 500-meter stratum by the fear intelligence. Lock the position. Suyu thought for a moment, and then said, "Since we have locked his position, let's go directly down." After that, Suyu took Ciatian to the ground above the Lord of Tianfa City, who was in the sense, and found a secluded place. He pulled out the dark demon gold high-frequency chain blade on the back of the armor, and waved his arm, and casually scratched the ground, silently dug out a large piece of alloy floor, and a large pit appeared in the original place. Dark Demon Gold High-Frequency Chain Blade is the first legendary melee weapon created by Suyu, and it is extremely powerful. As long as it is activated, under the infusion of high-level psionic energy, the blade will immediately vibrate at a high frequency, and it can cut almost anything. The ground of the City of Heavenly Punishment is also made of extremely solid alloy, but in front of this high-frequency chain blade, it is like tofu. Then Suyu called out to Ciatian, and jumped into the pit. Ciatian also jumped in quickly. Suyu controlled the excavated alloy floor, and covered the pit, fitting it tightly without any flaws. Before finding the Lord of Tianfa City, it was not appropriate to make a big noise, so as not to alert the enemy. So Suyu was very careful in his actions. At this time, Suyu and Ciatian were standing at the bottom of the pit, and under their feet was the foundation of Tianfa City. Although the foundation of Tianfa City was not made of alloy, it was also very solid. It was cast with hard concrete. These concretes seem to have been strengthened by some technology and spiritual energy. Their hardness is almost as good as those alloys, and it is unknown how thick they are. Suyu wondered if this foundation was 500 meters thick. After all, the city lord was 500 meters underground. If the entire city had a 500-meter thick concrete foundation, the resources consumed would be insane. Even if a large-yield nuclear weapon was used to bomb such a thick foundation, it would probably take only a few hundred It can't be blown up at all. The defense is amazingly strong. It seems that the Lord of Tianfa City is very careful. Even the underground is heavily reinforced without any loopholes. I don't know how the guy got in and out. In such a hard foundation, it is quite difficult to dig 500 meters deep to reach the hiding place of the Lord of Tianfa City without making a big noise. But for Su Yu, it is not a problem at all. He inserted the dark magic gold high-frequency chain blade into the foundation. He used all his strength to activate this legendary weapon. Xie Tian watched from the side for a while, and found that there was no change, and was about to ask. Suddenly, his feet sank, and the solid foundation unexpectedly turned into extremely fine dust silently. The dust was vibrating at high speed, because of some phenomenon, and the corrosion of psionic energy. It showed the characteristics of liquid. So it could not bear the weight of the two people, and they immediately sank to the ground. It was the dark demon gold high-frequency chain blade, vibrating at a high frequency of hundreds of thousands of hertz. The solid foundation was directly shattered silently. At this time, although it was a hard concrete floor, Su Yu and Xie Tian were just like diving, sinking continuously without feeling any resistance. As the two continued to descend, the pressure became greater and greater, and the foundation became more and more solid. However, the speed of their sinking did not slow down at all, because the dark demon gold chain blade was constantly shattering the foundation below. It seemed that as long as Su Yu was willing, it can sink all the way to the center of the earth. Xie Tian, who was standing next to him, was secretly shocked when he saw this. He had a feeling that this chain blade could not only crush the foundation, but even the body of a 7-star expert would be as fragile as tofu under this chain blade. The two of them sank all the way down, and soon sank to a depth of 500 meters. Su Yu then stopped urging the chain blade. However, Xie Tian doubted that if Su Yu was willing, could he sink all the way to the center of the earth? So deep underground, the pressure was great. But Su Yu had the protection of the tyrannical armor, and Xie Tian was not the real body at all. So he didn't care. 3 meters below, that is where the Lord of Tianfa City hides. Su Yu stopped, and felt around, and then said, at this time, deep underground, there was no light at all. But for a 7-star strongman, the spirit is more useful than the eyes. Why do I feel that there is nothing below? And it is still a concrete foundation. Xie Tian also carefully felt it, somewhat confused. But Su Yu looked solemn, saying, it is indeed concrete underneath, because the hiding place of the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City is not in the real space, but in the gap between the material world and the subspace. I sense the breath of the evil god. This Lord of Heavenly Punishment City seems to be no longer a human being, but something like the evil god of the subspace. Is this the so-called God of Heavenly Punishment? Chapter 197. A Strange Place. 2 planets. Seeing with one's own eyes the truth of Zhang Qinfeng's blockade. The content of Su Yu's words was quite shocking. After all, it involved the word evil god. Xie Tian was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and quickly asked, Mr. Su Yu, what do you mean? Evil god? That Lord of Tianfa City became an evil god? Can humans become evil gods? And what is the gap between the material world and the subspace? Why haven't I heard of it? In just 2 sentences, he asked a bunch of questions, which showed his shock. Su Yu did not answer, but felt it for a moment, nodded, and thought to himself, yes, it is the breath of the evil god's origin. It turned out that Su Yu had just felt the evil god's origin underground. This is an essential power that only the real subspace evil god can possess, and it is of a very high level. Only after Su Yu's ghost hidden blade reached the maximum level, he also possessed the evil god's origin, so he could sense it. I didn't expect that this Lord of Heaven Punishment City has reached this level. Su Yu was secretly alert in his heart. In fact, he didn't take this Lord of Heaven Punishment City seriously. After all, judging from his various performances, this guy seemed to be a madman who was frightened by Zhang Qinfeng's creation, and his strength was not very strong. In the past, to deal with an illusory city, he had to erode it secretly. Therefore, after finding out the location of the Lord of Heaven Punishment City, Su Yu did not hesitate and immediately drilled into the ground to find trouble with the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City. Anyway, he relied on his strength and was confident that he could deal with the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City. According to Su Yu's expectation, he would first find the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City, kill this guy, and then let the Mechanical City and the Heavenly Punishment City go to war, and hold the ceremony of the war mechanic. But he did not expect that The crazy lord of Heavenly Punishment City actually exceeded his expectations. What kind of belief in the god of Heavenly Punishment did the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City create, and he really turned himself into an evil god? The various actions of this Heavenly Punishment City, is it some kind of ritual? Or, there is no ritual at all. It's just that the various things done by the City of Heavenly Punishment left too strong a mark in the subspace, which conformed to some rules, and was better than the effect of the ritual, causing the Lord of the City of Heavenly Punishment to become a god directly. Suyu thought to himself, it seems that I made a wrong judgment before. Suyu understood that the fear intelligence had sensed the fear of the Lord of the City of Heavenly Punishment before, not because the Lord of the City of Heavenly Punishment was so timid. It was because of the nature of the Lord of the City of Heavenly Punishment, already close to the evil god. And the fear intelligence is very sensitive to the fear of the evil god. Even though the Lord of Tianfa City was not in the material world at this time, he was sensed by the fear intelligence. Suyu thought for a while, and then he spoke, answering Xie Tian's question just now. Of course humans can become evil gods, am I not? As soon as Suyu said this, Xie Tian felt a chill, rushing to his head. Mr. Suyu said, he is the evil god? He admitted it. He really admitted it. At this time, Suyu spoke again, don't be nervous. At this time, Suyu's voice had changed, turning into the voice of the evil god sung by thousands of mentally ill people. When Xie Tian heard this voice, he smiled bitterly in his heart. Suyu was showing his true colors. He was completely done with acting. Could it be that the question I asked just now had touched upon Mr. Suyu's biggest secret? The Lord of Tianfa City has become an evil god, which involves the secrets of the evil god. So Mr. Suyu wants to silence me? Xie Tian guessed in his heart. Since Suyu has revealed his true colors and admitted that he is the evil god, the next step is to silence him. It's over. At this moment, Xie Tian felt a black screen in front of his eyes, as if he was about to die. Although he was underground, his eyes were already dark. Now, he didn't even need to prepare a coffin. Xie Tian had no intention of resisting. He just had a feeling of as expected. Mr. Suyu is indeed an evil god. Since Suyu joined the Supernatural Union, all members have had a guess whether Mr. Suyu is not a human at all, but an evil god? After all, Suyu's appearance in the subspace is too scary and weird. But later, everyone found through contact with Suyu that Suyu is quite easy to talk to, not at all like the ferocious, weird and bloody subspace evil god in the legend. So later, everyone thought Suyu was a resurrected ancient supernatural being. It is probably because of his special profession that his subspace image is so scary. After this period of time, after contacting and communicating with Suyu, Xie Tian has completely regarded Suyu as a trustworthy senior in his heart. As a result, what Suyu just said, of course humans can become evil gods. And I am one? He really admitted it. He is an evil god. He stopped acting. At this time, Suyu had already stretched out his tentacles and grabbed Xie Tian. Xie Tian only felt a sense of terror cold. Dead psionic energy permeated his whole body, and endless illusions flooded into his mind. Xie Tian did not struggle at all. In front of this dead psionic energy, all his emotions seemed to be annihilated, and he had no motivation to resist. And even if he struggled, it would be useless. He was a data profession, and being approached at this distance was equivalent to death. Although Xie Tian was not in his original body at this time, he had no doubt that Suyu had the ability to destroy his original body through the connection. The original illusion also had many clones, but it was destroyed by Suyu in a blink of an eye. Xie Tian felt that he would soon be fed to the fear intelligence. Well, anyway, my life was saved by Mr. Suyu, so I'll just give it back to him. Why did you save me when you clearly wanted to kill me? It's all my fault for being so nosy. Why are you asking this question? No, I shouldn't have come at all. If I hadn't run into the Lord of Tianfa City who became a god, Mr. Suyu probably won't kill me. It's useless to think about these things. I'm going to die anyway. It's so cold. Xie Tian's mind was full of random thoughts, and the revolving lantern flashed. Then, it was full of random thoughts, and the revolving lantern flashed for a long time, recalling all his life memories. Xie Tian was shocked to find out, why wasn't he dead yet? He found that Suyu had released his tentacles, but the cold and dead feeling was still around Xie Tian's body. He looked up instinctively. I found that the surroundings were no longer underground, but the interior of a building. This building seemed to be a temple made of alloy, tall and magnificent. Through the window of the temple, I could see the scenery outside. which seemed to be a great planet, slowly rotating outside the window. When the planet rotated, it released a fascinating power, as if it would draw people's souls in with just one look. Xietian only took a look, turned his head, and dared not look again. On the walls of the temple, there are intricate murals. The paintings are all scenes of cities being destroyed by powerful forces such as thunder, meteorites, and divine light. Those powerful forces come from the sky. Above the sky, there is a majestic and terrifying figure, looming. Those murals are not static, but seem to be constantly wriggling and changing. If you lose your focus and look away, the details of the murals will seem different when you look back. It seemed alive, and the terrifying figure in the mural seemed to be walking out of the mural. Xietian looked at these strange scenes, and his mind was confused. Where is this place? Am I not underground? How did I get here? At this time, Suyu spoke. This is where the Lord of Tianfa City hides, and it is also the place where he became a god. With his becoming a god, this place was pulled into the gap between the subspace and the material world, and is moving towards the subspace. This place is very strange. If I didn't have the origin of the evil god, I really couldn't come here. Suyu looked at the surrounding environment, and was also a little surprised. This place was also his first time. Xietian heard it, and turned his head to look. He was frightened and exclaimed, Mr. Suyu. You? It turned out that Suyu at this time was no longer the human body before, but the hooded, tentacled, and 6-meter-tall strange figure in the subspace. However, at this time, the figure was covered with a dark green and almost black armor. On the armor, there were a lot of blood-red skinless arms and blood-red violent eyes. The whole shape looked strange and powerful, quiet and violent. Looking at this figure, Xietian had only 2 words in his mind: evil god. If this is not the evil god, who is the evil god? And Suyu had already admitted it himself before. However, Xietian was confused. Suyu has already revealed his cards. Why didn't he kill him? Suyu heard this, turned his head to look at Xietian, and said softly, Don't be nervous. I just have a special profession, and I have a little evil god origin, but I can still keep my sanity. I resonate with the evil god origin of the Lord of Tianfa City, and there have been some changes. After saying this, Suyu looked at the murals again, and the planets outside the window. Suyu found that there was not only 1 planet outside the window, but 2. One looked very unreal and twisted. The other was real and heavy. The temple where Suyu and Xietian were located was sandwiched between 2 planets. Is this the material world and the subspace? Suyu stared at the 2 planets, lost in thought. He possessed the origin of the evil god and instinctively knew where this place was. This was the gap between the subspace and the material world. The Lord of the Heaven Punishment City became the Heaven Punishment Evil God, and his temple was controlled by a mysterious force, from the material world to the subspace. But now, it seems that the Lord of the Heavenly Punishment City has not yet completely become a god, and is still halfway. This, halfway, is the gap between the subspace and the material world. This place seems to be reachable only in the process of becoming a god. Suyu had never been here in the previous few times he entered and exited the subspace. This time, he borrowed the light of the Lord of the Heavenly Punishment City. At this time, the 2 planets outside the window of the temple, one is the ruins planet of the material world. The other one is the projection of the ruins planet in the subspace. 2 ruins planets appeared in sight at the same time. This kind of scenery is very rare to see. Originally, whether in the material world or in the subspace, there are blockades, you can't get away, and you can't see the whole picture of the planet. Only in the gap between these 2 spaces, this strange place, can you see this kind of scenery. The one floating above the planet is. At this time, Suyu's eyes concentrated on the atmosphere of the ruins. On the orbit outside the atmosphere, there seemed to be some starlight revolving around the planet. When Suyu concentrated and saw the starlight clearly, he immediately took a breath of cold air. Outside the atmosphere, where are the starlights? They are space stations, satellites, orbital guns, battleships, mechas. These high-tech mechanical creations are all very large. After all, with the planet as the background, it can still be seen by the naked eye. What is the scale? Moreover, their number is almost endless at a glance, surrounding the entire planet. This is the mechanical creation left by Zhang Chenfeng, the ultimate blockade of this planet. Suyu looked at the terrifying number of mechanical creations and could not help but sigh. What? Xietian beside him was surprised when he heard this. He didn't bother to think about the difference between Su Yu and the real evil god and hurried over. When he looked at the two planets before, his soul was almost sucked in, and he didn't dare to look at them again. But now, he heard Zhang Qinfeng's words ultimate blockade. And he didn't care about those things. When he saw those creations clearly, he was so shocked that he almost jumped up. If we want to break through the blockade, we need to defeat these things? Are these things really something we can defeat? For the first time, Xie Tian saw with his own eyes what the so-called blockade looked like. Suddenly, his heart felt cold. Just by watching from a distance, he felt completely helpless. This was the intuition of a data ghost. Those mechanical creations must have extremely strong data life. Any one of them is stronger than Xie Tian. And with this number, how to fight? Su Yu ignored Xie Tian, but turned his head again and looked at the projection of the subspace planet. Looking carefully, he found that even the outside of the subspace planet, it was no exception. There were also endless mechanical creations, which blocked the planet. However, the mechanical creations outside the subspace planet were somewhat distorted, and looked very strange and bizarre. They were almost completely integrated into the subspace, becoming part of the background, and forming a layer of shell outside the projection of the planet. Those mechanical creations all have subspace marks, using endless subspace marks to block the subspace. It's really a good move. Su Yu sighed again. At this time, he finally understood how Zhang Qifeng sealed the subspace. Subspace mark. No matter people or objects, as long as they reach the 7 stars, they will have a solid, indelible mark in the subspace. And the creations left by Zhang Qifeng, each one, at least the 7 stars, has a subspace mark. These marks combined actually surrounded the subspace of the entire ruined star and sealed it tightly. What? Xie Tian was even more shocked when he heard this, and quickly turned his head to look at the subspace projection of the ruins planet. After receiving Su Yu's reminder, he quickly understood it. Instantly, his heart became even colder. As a 7-star strongman, he had worked hard for hundreds of years to have a subspace mark of his own. As a result, Zhang Qinfeng directly used endless subspace marks to block the planet? Is he still a human? What realm is that Zhang Qifeng in? What strength is he? Can the blockade he left behind really be broken by the little guys of the Supernatural Federation? Chapter 198 The Lord of Tianfa City shows up. Xie Tian's trump card. Xie Tian was extremely shocked at this moment, and a little desperate. This kind of opponent cannot be defeated at all. He couldn't help but turn his head, looking at Su Yu next to him. But he found that Su Yu's eyes looking at those mechanical creations at this moment actually seemed to be eager to try. He even walked to the window, observed carefully, seemingly considering whether he could get out from here and get close to those terrible mechanical creations. Mr. Su Yu, you don't want to go out and fight those things, do you? Xie Tian was shocked. Su Yu really thought so. But what he was thinking was whether he could use this strange place as a transit point to directly skip the blockade of those mechanical creations, go to the universe, and leave the ruins planet. But after Su Yu tried it at the window, he found that it didn't work. Outside the temple, it seemed that the space was vast, but it was actually just an illusion. This temple was the whole of this strange gap space. It was the Lord of Tianfa City who became a god. In the process of entering the subspace from reality, he temporarily created this gap. Once you leave the temple, you will either enter the subspace or return to the ruins planet. It is impossible to skip the blockade and leave the ruins planet directly. It's a pity that you can only watch and can't get out. Su Yu sighed. Xie Tian, who was next to him, heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He was really worried that Su Yu would jump out directly and fight with those creatures. He stayed here alone, really didn't know what to do. Now that he heard Su Yu say that he couldn't get out, he was relieved. At the same time, the feeling of despair in his heart before also weakened a lot. Although the creation left by Zhang Qinfeng was powerful, the mysterious Mr. Su Yu didn't seem to be afraid at all. And when Su Yu found that he couldn't get out, he was not too disappointed. It's normal to not be able to get out. Zhang Qinfeng's blockade, if there is such a big loophole, the tyrannical evil god had already broken through. By the way, speaking of the tyrannical evil god, where is this guy's body? Su Yu suddenly thought of the tyrannical evil god again. Zhang Qinfeng's creation was mainly used to block the tyrannical evil god. Now the creation has appeared. Where is the evil god? Why didn't he appear? Logically, with this perspective, one can see through the two worlds and see many things that were not seen before. One should also be able to see the tyrannical body. But Suyu looked carefully for a few times, but he could only see 2 planets. And those mechanical creations. The tyrannical evil god was nowhere to be seen. But Suyu looked for a while, and suddenly realized. It was not that he did not see the tyrannical evil god, but that he saw him from the beginning. He shifted his gaze, no longer looking at those creations of Zhang Chifeng, but looking at the atmosphere of the 2 planets. Above the 2 planets, there were thick radiation clouds, which covered the sky like dark clouds. It has been covered for who knows how many years, making it difficult to see sunlight on the ruins. These radiation clouds are constantly rotating and wriggling, forming strange patterns. As long as you take a look, you will feel your mind being attracted, and you dare not look at it anymore. So you only glanced at the clouds before, and then looked at the mechanical creations. Now he understands, and endures the feeling of being attracted, and observes carefully, and finally makes a discovery. When the clouds are wriggling and rotating, there were thick tentacles in the interior, which flashed by. With the planet as the background, the size of these tentacles was extremely astonishing. Whenever these tentacles flashed by, the mechanical creatures on the track adjusted their posture slightly, and aimed their various gun barrels and weapons at those tentacles. This is the real body of the tyrannical evil god. Suyu whispered to himself. He understood that the real body of the tyrannical evil god was hidden in this cloud layer. This evil god, it turned out that he had been hiding in the radiation cloud, watching this planet. What? Tyrannical evil god? Mr. Suyu saw the tyrannical evil god again? Why didn't I see him? Xietian was shocked again when he heard this. He was also very sensitive to the name of tyrannical evil god. He quickly followed Suyu's gaze and looked at the 2 planets. But he didn't see any evil god at all. He was wondering. But suddenly he understood and looked at the clouds. After a moment, a thick tentacle moved in the cloud. So this is the tyrannical evil god? He has been above the planet, watching all of us? Xietian was shocked again. He was even more terrified and desperate than when he saw those mechanical creations before. There is a kind of fear. The more you think about it, the more terrifying it is. Since he was born, Xietian has long been accustomed to the radiation clouds covering the sky above the planet. He only thought that these clouds were air pollution, although it was a bit annoying. He didn't take it too seriously. When he was a child, he often looked up at the sky and imagined that one day he would fly to the clouds and see what the sea of clouds described in ancient books looked like. But now, after knowing the truth about the clouds, he recalled the past and felt colder and colder. It turned out that he had lived under the shadow of the evil god for hundreds of years. Even all the lives on the entire ruined star were living under the shadow of the evil god. No one can escape. If one day, this evil god wakes up slightly and brings down his divine power, they don't know where to escape. There is really no way to go up to the sky, and no door to enter the earth. Whether it is Zhang Qinfeng's creation, or the tyrannical evil god, they are incredibly strong, covering and blocking the entire planet. In front of such a great power, ordinary humans are too small. Even the 7 stars extraordinary, they are not much better. This ruined planet is really too despairing. The stronger the strength, the more you know, the more desperate you are. Suyu noticed Xietian's expression and comforted him. Don't worry. Most of the evil god's consciousness should have been sealed and fell into a deep sleep. Xietian came back to his senses and nodded slightly. He knew that Suyu was right. If the tyrannical evil god was in a normal state, with his terrifying figure covering the entire planet, there would probably be no normal life on the surface. Only evil god believers and ghosts. Only when the evil god is asleep, there is room for human survival. But the evil god is immortal, and he will wake up one day, and we are blocked on the ground by Zhang Qinfeng's creation. What should we do then? Xietian still couldn't get rid of the despair in his heart. Hearing this, Suyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, he will wake up one day. Then before he wakes up, keep getting stronger. Strong enough to fight him head on. Completely seal him or even kill him. Suyu's words were firm and resolute, and he seemed to have infinite fighting spirit and confidence. No difficulty could stop him. After hearing Suyu's words, Xietian's heart suddenly calmed down. Although Suyu's image was strange now, Xietian felt that Suyu seemed to be emitting a dazzling light, which dispelled the dark emotions in his heart. However, Xietian couldn't figure it out. Facing such a terrifying enemy, how did Suyu maintain such fighting spirit and confidence? Just when Xiaotian was shocked and confused, suddenly, in the temple, another voice appeared out of nowhere. This voice trembled and seemed to contain infinite fear. Great God of heavenly punishment, I am your devout believer. I have washed away the sins of millions of people in your name. Please look at my piety. Don't punish me. Don't. This voice later. He kept repeating the word no, which seemed a little crazy. After repeating no dozens of times, the trembling voice suddenly changed, becoming cruel and arrogant. God of heavenly punishment, you still won't let me go. That's right. You won't let anyone go. In this case, I will no longer believe in you. I will kill you. Become the new god of heavenly punishment. And become an immortal god. Ha 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 ha. I succeeded. It turns out that ordinary people can really become gods. Ha ha ha, I feel it. I am heading to the divine realm deep in the subspace. Now that I have ascended the throne, I will be free from birth, old age, sickness and death forever. This temple of heavenly punishment will become my kingdom of God. After saying these words, the voice changed again and returned to the trembling tone before, and even seemed to be more afraid. Great God of heavenly punishment, I finally saw your true face. You are the eternal shadow above the planet, the source of all mechanical creations, and the final destination of all life. I want to repent. I am guilty. I dare not have blasphemous thoughts. I want to repent. Su Yu and Xiaotian heard this voice, and immediately understood that it came from the Lord of Tianfa City. This guy seemed to be schizophrenic. One personality was trembling with fear, and the other personality was dreaming of becoming a god. From this strange gap in space, his dream of becoming a god had already been half successful. But his timid personality was still deeply rooted, and did not disappear with his becoming a god. The eternal shadow above the planet? The source of all mechanical creations? So you heard this and looked at the two planets outside the window thoughtfully. This so-called eternal shadow probably refers to those dark clouds. The source of mechanical creations probably refers to Zhang Qinfeng's creations. It seems that the Lord of Heaven Punishment City considered these two terrifying things, both of them as part of the God of Heaven Punishment. No wonder he was so scared. It is estimated that the Lord of Heaven Punishment City had changed his mindset before, and wanted to become a god himself. The ritual he performed somehow had been successful for the most part, and even possessed the origin of the evil god. But after coming to this strange gap space, and seeing the horrible truth covering the planet, this guy was immediately scared crazy again. No wonder this guy is still so scared. He hasn't really become an evil god yet. He's stuck here. It turns out he's half scared crazy. Su Yu laughed in his heart. Xiaotian, who was beside him, didn't have the same relaxed mood as Su Yu. He turned his head around quickly, looking for the source of the sound. But the sound seemed to be everywhere, without a source, or the source was everywhere. Su Yu looked at Xiaotian like this, and explained, no need to look for it, after becoming a god. The invisibility ability of the Lord of Tianfa City has been improved again, completely lost his form, and transformed into some concept and mark. In other words, this temple is now his body, and we are all in his stomach. Su Yu also has the origin of the evil god, and can sense many things. We are in his stomach. Will we be digested by him? Xiaotian was surprised when he heard this, and keenly discovered the problem. Being in the stomach of an evil god is not a fun thing. Su Yu nodded, of course. In fact, since we came in, everything here has been trying to digest us. But Su Yu hadn't finished his but. On the mural on the temple wall, the magnificent figure from the sky became clear, and actually condensed into a shape, and walked out of the mural. This figure was a 6-meter-tall giant, about the same height as Su Yu now. He was surrounded by thunder and meteorites. It seems to be the embodiment of disaster and death. After this figure walked out of the mural, he first looked at the two planets outside the window, and suddenly trembled all over. His whole body became transparent, and seemed to disappear. He turned his head quickly, not daring to look any more, and at the same time uttered a gnashing voice. I will soon become a god, god of heavenly punishment. No matter how strong you are, I will kill you and replace you. It seems that this is the arrogant personality of the Lord of heavenly punishment, who wants to become a god. The other timid personality, probably completely invisible, will not show up. Su Yu and Xiaotian, since the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City appeared, immediately looked over. They explored for a long time, but it was the first time they saw his true appearance. This is a handsome middle-aged man, with a majestic aura from being in a high position. There is also a tyrannical aura that wants to destroy everything, that is the origin of the evil god. His position is the god of heavenly punishment, who controls destruction and death, so his aura is very similar to that of the tyrannical evil god. It should be that he was tainted with the aura of tyranny, which allowed him to condense such a godly position. How could he become a god on this planet without the power of tyranny? The so-called power of heavenly punishment, I'm afraid it's not a part of the power of tyranny. If this guy really becomes a god, will he directly become the incarnation of tyranny? Suyu looked at the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City, and instantly thought of a lot of things. And next to him, Xiaotian was already extremely nervous. The spiritual energy in his body was bursting out. The big boss appeared, and it was time for the final battle. Xiaotian raised his hands, and a cannon popped out from each of his arms. Suyu took a look, and was slightly surprised. He saw that the ammunition in Xiaotian's cannon was actually a chip. Special chips. Those chips stored a large amount of data spiritual energy. Xiaotian noticed Suyu's gaze, and quickly sent a stream of data over, explained, "This is my trump card. I store the spiritual energy accumulated over 100 years in a chip, and use it as ammunition at a critical moment. It has terrifying power. But my spiritual energy is limited. I have only accumulated these 100 ammunition. I will attack with all my strength later to hold him back. The rest will be left to you, Mr. Suyu." It turned out that Xiaotian dared to come to seek revenge on the Lord of Tianfa City. Not because he was counting on Suyu, but because he had a trump card. As a data ghost, he can also use data psychic energy, storing them in the chip, and it becomes a highly compressed psychic bomb with terrifying power. However, Xiaotian does not have the infinite energy of the tyrannical core, and all psychic energy needs to be extracted from the subspace with great effort. So after 100 years of accumulation, he has only these 100 ammunitions. A 7-star transcendent, whose psychic energy accumulated for 100 years, explodes in an instant. The power is really unimaginable. He took out these ammunitions. It's time to use all his trump cards. But now facing the Lord of Heaven Punishment City, who has become an evil god, Xiaotian has no confidence at all. He only dared to say that he would help Suyu hold back the Lord of Heaven Punishment City, and the main attack would still depend on Suyu. After saying that, he was about to launch. But Suyu stretched out his hand and stopped him. "No hurry, didn't you realize he hasn't discovered us yet?" Chapter 199 Ancient God Suyu. The first assassination of the evil god. Xiaotian, who was about to launch an attack, was stunned when he heard this. What? Didn't he find us? He immediately stopped the weapons firing command, and then carefully observed the Lord of Tianfa City. As expected, he found that although the Lord of Tianfa City was not far from Suyu and the others, he didn't even look at them, as if they didn't exist. What's going on? Xiaotian was full of confusion. It can't be that the Lord of Tianfa City is blind, right? Suyu smiled slightly. It's very simple. Because in this space, my invisibility ability is stronger than his. At this time, this temple space is the gap between the subspace and the material world, and has the properties of both spaces. Suyu is here, just like in the subspace, and can fully exert the special ability of the Ghost Hidden Blade. So he directly made himself and Xiaotian invisible. This invisibility ability, it is the core strength of Suyu, as the Ghost Hidden Blade, very powerful. Although the Lord of Heaven Punishment City has become an evil god, he still cannot find Suyu and his group. Even the evil god cannot find them. Xiaotian heard this and was immediately surprised. You know, the Lord of Heaven Punishment City is now an evil god, and before he became a god, he was very good at invisibility. After he became a god, his invisibility ability is probably even stronger. So you can make an evil god who is good at invisibility, they couldn't find him. What kind of means is this? In the strongest field of an evil god, defeating the opponent head-on. What kind of strength is this? Xiaotian suddenly thought of what Suyu said before, and his face changed again. Mr. Suyu said that he is also an evil god. So this Lord of Tianfa City is still a novice in the field of evil gods and cannot beat Mr. Suyu. I didn't expect that Mr. Suyu is not only a senior in the field of extraordinary, but also a senior master in the field of evil gods. No! In the realm of evil gods, you shouldn't call him senior. But ancient god? Xiaotian had strange thoughts in his mind. At this moment, in his mind, Suyu had changed from a transcendent senior to an ancient god. Ancient evil god. If he wasn't an ancient evil god, how could he have controlled the new evil god, the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City, so ruthlessly? The two people stood in front of the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City, and neither of them could see that the gap between their ranks was too big. And Suyu naturally didn't know, in a short time, in Xiaotian's heart. He was promoted again and became an ancient god. Anyway, the main character was not a human. At this time, Suyu was looking at the Lord of Tianfa City with interest, as if he was looking at something strange. The evil god origin of the Lord of Tianfa City seemed to have an inexplicable attraction to Suyu, making him want to devour it. Once the origin of the Lord of Tianfa City was devoured, Suyu's ghost hidden blade would probably be upgraded again. Without the need for a ritual, it might be possible to reach the 8th star directly. The origin of the evil god, it turns out that it can grow stronger by devouring each other? Suyu was thoughtful. It was the first time he felt this kind of attraction. After all, he had no chance before to see the body of an evil god up close. Evil gods with the origin on this planet are too rare. In addition to this Lord of the Heavenly Punishment City, there is also Suyu himself. If he wants to see it again, he may have to look for the body of the tyrannical evil god that is tantamount to seeking death. From this point of view, the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City is really a rare treasure for Suyu, and an excellent tonic. But facing such a treasure, Suyu was not tempted. He was worried that this kind of swallowing would cause pollution and erosion. After all, seeing that the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City was schizophrenic, if Suyu swallowed his origin, what good would it be? If he swallowed it, his strength would be greatly improved, but his mind would be crazy, and he would become a real evil god. That would be a loss. So I can't swallow it. Anyway, I have a career panel, it's easy to upgrade, there's no need to take this shortcut. Suyu immediately made up his mind. He was not in a hurry to upgrade, and didn't want to be quick to achieve success. However, it seemed a pity to leave such a rare treasure unused. Speaking of which, I seem to have another thing on me, which should also be able to swallow the evil god's origin. Suyu suddenly lowered his head, looked at the chest of the armor. The tyrannical core. In this core, the tyrannical evil god's thoughts are sealed. If the Lord of the Heavenly Punishment City is dealt with, the tyrannical evil god's thoughts will be swallowed. Will this tyrannical thoughts become stronger? Make the power of the tyrannical armor even stronger? Suyu thought for a moment, and was convinced that it would work. In this way, the treasure of the Lord of the Heavenly Punishment City can be transformed into Suyu's strength, and it will not be wasted. Anyway, the power of the tyrannical armor is increased. It is equivalent to Suyu's own strength improvement. There is no difference. Just be on guard against whether the tyrannical thought will become stronger and out of control after devouring the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City. However, Suyu's ghost hidden blade is now at the maximum level, and the sealing ability has been greatly enhanced, so there is no need to worry too much. So the next thing to do is to deal with the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City, kill him, dig out his origin, and let the tyrannical thought devour him. Facing the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City, Suyu did not regard him as a human being at all. Instead, he was treated purely as an object. A beast. So just after meeting, Suyu was already thinking about how to deal with this guy. Poor Tianfa City Lord was still looking at the two planets outside the window, muttering something, and didn't realize that he was already an object in the eyes of others. Suyu looked at him for a while, and quietly lifted a little invisibility. Tianfa City Lord immediately noticed it, turned his head and looked around, and asked in confusion, "What's going on? There seems to be something nearby, attracting me. I am now a god in the subspace, possessing the origin of God. That thing that attracts me seems to be a kind of origin of God, and it fits me very well." Like Suyu, he also sensed the attraction of the evil god's origin to himself. If he could devour Suyu, he would be able to enter the subspace completely immediately, become a true evil god, and would not be stuck in the gap like now. Why can't you find it? This is my kingdom of God, no matter what is abnormal. It can't be hidden from my senses. Who is it? Come out. The Lord of Tianfa City searched for a while, but didn't find Suyu, and suddenly became anxious. He suddenly shouted, and the thunder, meteorites, and light surrounding his body suddenly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion sounded, and the whole temple seemed to have experienced the end of the world. Endless thunder, meteorites, and descended from unknown places, violently covering every inch of the temple. Bombard them all. Nothing can be seen in the temple, only a dazzling light, as if a sun suddenly exploded here. The entire temple, under this terrifying attack, is shaky, as if it will disintegrate at any time. Look at this power. If it explodes outside, it can directly wipe a city with a population of 1 million off the map. This is the power of the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City, the power of heavenly punishment. After an unknown amount of time, this terrifying power of heavenly punishment, finally it was over. And the view in the temple was revealed. The interior of the originally magnificent temple was now in a mess, with only the walls and murals left, and all other decorations and utensils disappeared. The entire temple was almost demolished by the Lord of Tianfa City himself. This guy is indeed a half-crazy evil god, who even demolished his own home when he was crazy. The aftermath of the attack dissipated, revealing two figures, Suyu and Etienne. Just now I almost thought I was going to die. I didn't expect, Etienne murmured, looking at Suyu beside him, as if he was looking at a monster. The terrifying power of heavenly punishment had bombarded him, and there was no place to escape. Etienne was instantly submerged. His body, in the face of such power, would probably not last even a second and would be shattered in an instant. Etienne even had a premonition that this power of heavenly punishment, after destroying his body, could still follow the connection and attack his body hidden in an unknown place. The Lord of Heaven Punishment City was originally a 7-star transcendent. After becoming a god, I wonder if he is 8-star, or even stronger. Anyway, his strength is incredibly strong. Etienne felt that he had no power to fight back in front of the Lord of Heaven Punishment City, and there was nowhere to escape. He could only wait for death in despair. He is worthy of being the evil god of heaven punishment. However, as soon as Etienne had this thought, he was shocked to find that those terrifying attacks, when they were about to approach his body, it made a strange turn and bypassed his body. It only stirred up a little breeze, and did not cause any damage. Looking at Suyu next to him, it was the same, although there were violent attacks all around. The area around their bodies was extremely calm. It was like the eye of the storm. No matter how huge the waves were outside, the core was calm. Is this also invisibility? Etienne quickly understood that this must be Suyu's ability. Invisibility. Ordinary invisibility only targets naked eye vision. Advanced invisibility can target infrared, radar, sound waves, data, etc., and can achieve all-round invisibility. But Suyu's current invisibility ability is stronger. So strong that it is ridiculous. It is so ridiculous that he is invisible in front of the attack of the Lord of Tianfa City. Ordinary invisibility is just invisible. Suyu has reached the realm of intangible. Those attacks, they can't touch Suyu and Etienne, so they can't hurt them. Incredible, they can actually become invisible in front of attacks. Etienne was amazed. There is such a thing? Yes, it seems that they really can't touch us. Suyu looked at the result and nodded, very satisfied. Just now, he deliberately leaped a little breath, just to test the reaction of the Lord of Tianfa City, and to test his own ability. Now it seems, the result was very good. Suyu almost ignored the attack of the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City. Of course, this required Suyu to use his full power to ignore the attack of the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City. In fact, Suyu's ability is no longer considered invisibility. It is a high-level application of the ability of the Ghost Hidden Blade, or the power of the evil god. As the Ghost Hidden Blade, after Suyu possessed the origin of the evil god, the emotion he controlled was no emotion. That is, extreme calmness. This no emotion in the subspace filled with the emotions and thoughts of living beings. It is a complete alien. So it is difficult to detect, difficult to find, and difficult to touch. Therefore, the Ghost Hidden Blade is the best assassin of the evil god. This profession is completely invisible in front of the evil god. If the Lord of Tianfa City had not become a god, he might have a chance to find Suyu. But now that he has the origin of the evil god, forget it. And even his attacks cannot reach Suyu. TSK, Ghost Hidden Blade, it is worthy of being an assassination profession. Today, I will assassinate a real evil god. Suyu said to himself in his heart, stepped forward, and walked towards the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City. He was slightly excited. After being a Ghost Hidden Blade for so long, I finally got to do my job. Assassinate an evil god. However, Suyu's assassination was not a cautious sneak attack, but he walked directly to the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City and killed him head-on. Anyway, as long as this guy can't see Suyu, it's considered an assassination. No problem. As Suyu walked, he pulled out the high-frequency chain blade behind him and aimed it at the head of the Lord of Tianfa City. Buzz! The high-frequency chain blade vibrated at high speed under the impetus of the psionic energy and soon reached the highest frequency. At this time, it can be said that it can cut everything. After preheating the high-frequency chain blade, Suyu did not launch an attack immediately. Instead, he activated another legendary weapon of the tyrannical armor. Heavy explosive psionic machine gun. The muzzle of the ghost gun also aimed at the Lord of Tianfa City and began to accumulate energy. At the same time, Suyu activated the overload function of the tyrannical armor. Then he activated the skill, Hidden Kill, Electromagnetic Rage, Impulsion, Full Fire. Except for not using the superior chip as ammunition, this time, Suyu really fired at full power, only seeking to kill with one shot. The last time Suyu used his ability like this was when he was fighting the Ghost Tribe and destroyed the city with one shot. At that time, Suyu was only 6 stars, and his armor was still Azure Oath. Now, Suyu has risen to 7 stars, wearing 8-star tyrannical armor, and holding a legendary weapon. With the blessing of various abilities, Suyu himself is not sure how powerful this attack will be. Since he created the tyrannical armor, he has never given it his all. After all, Suyu had never met an opponent who could make him give it his all. What's more, in reality, he couldn't use the full power of the armor. Otherwise it would cause terrible pollution. But in this strange gap space, Suyu had no scruples. Later, Xietian looked at Suyu like this and was shocked. Suyu, who was serious, exuded an infinite and terrifying aura. Xietian was watching from a distance and felt suffocated. He couldn't imagine what kind of pressure he would feel if he faced Suyu head-on. He knew Suyu was going to take action. He was excited, quietly stepped back a few steps, and released spiritual energy, adding many layers of protection to himself. Mr. Suyu is going to attack the Lord of Tianfa City. This is an evil god. Mr. Suyu's momentum. Is he going to kill gods? I am lucky enough to witness a battle to kill gods? Xietian stared at Suyu's movements, afraid of missing any details. At this time, Suyu was finally ready and launched an attack. Chapter 200. Assassination. Successful. Swish. With a slight sound, Suyu swung the high-frequency chain blade. At this time, the tyrannical armor and the weapons on it all grew larger with Suyu's body in this strange gap space to more than 6 meters high. This is a certain essential form, more powerful than in the material world. The high-frequency chain blade is no exception, also 6 meters long, looking extremely powerful. The 6-meter-long chain blade, swinging at a very fast speed, it was so fast that even the afterimage could not be seen, and it seemed to have disappeared from Suyu's hand. The flying speed of the tyrannical armor can reach 13 times the speed of sound. Using its power to drive melee weapons, both the speed and the power are incredibly strong. Adding the various skills that Suyu just used, the speed is already difficult to measure. In an instant, thousands of swords were slashed, but only one sound was made. Bang! As Suyu slashed down with these thousands of swords, the next moment, a shocking explosion occurred. This was a more violent explosion than when the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City released his power before. Suyu's 1,000 swords, each of which was countless times faster than the speed of sound, collided with the surrounding air at high speed, producing intense heat. The energy of the 1,000 swords was concentrated in a small space, and the result was an explosion. Suyu used a melee weapon to achieve the effect of a long-range high-explosive weapon. The shock wave and light of the explosion instantly spread throughout the entire temple space. Xietian, who was behind him, saw this and retreated in fear. However, how could he be in time? Suyu only relied on swinging a melee weapon to cause an explosion, which was even more powerful than when the Lord of Tianfa City released the meteorite. Although Suyu did not attack Xietian, the aftermath alone could crush him completely. Fortunately, the invisibility power that Mr. Suyu gave me is still there. Xietian soon discovered that the explosive power caused by Suyu all bypassed him. It seems that the invisibility that Suyu gave him is still protecting him. However, this protective power seems to be a little shaky. The shocking explosion almost brushed against Xietian's body, and it was just a little bit away from affecting him. This is Suyu's own power colliding. Suyu's own attack against his own invisible power. What will be the result? Fortunately, Xietian's invisible power, in the end, did not break. Although the explosion was Suyu's attack, it was only the aftermath, and could not break through the invisible force's defense. This made Xietian feel relieved. His body contained most of his consciousness and spiritual energy accumulated over 100 years. If it was shattered, the loss would be huge. After he survived this crisis, he immediately raised his head and looked in the direction of the Lord of the Heavenly Punishment City. He was extremely curious. The aftermath alone almost shattered him. The Lord of the Heavenly Punishment City, who was hit head-on by Su Yu's terrifying attack. What should I do? However, when Xie Tian looked at the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City, he could not see anything, only explosions, endless explosions. In fact, the body of the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City no longer existed. When Su Yu's attack hit him, hundreds of knives hit him at the same time. The terrifying speed and power, and the high temperature, directly evaporated his body into gas, and with the explosion, scattered together. Directly used melee weapons, cut the enemy into gas. Su Yu's attack power was extremely brutal. This was Su Yu's assassination. He walked right up to the enemy and chopped him into gas with his knife. However, although he was hit by such a brutal attack, his body had already turned into gas. But the Lord of Tianfa City did not die. He already possessed the origin of the evil god, and his vitality was amazing. After a while, the light of the explosion dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the temple. Xie Tian discovered that the four walls of the entire temple were. It was already somewhat damaged and on the verge of collapse. The aftermath of Su Yu's attack had already blasted this strange space apart. The entire temple was now enveloped in a red gas. And above the gas, there was a faint flicker of lightning and fire. After a while, the red gas began to condense and turned into pieces of wriggling flesh and blood, which attached to the walls. The four walls of the temple were covered with wriggling flesh and blood, and suddenly became bloody and disgusting. Above the flesh and blood, there were eyes and mouths growing randomly. He roared angrily, "What's going on? Who is attacking me? How dare you offend the great god of heavenly punishment? You are courting death." Then, his tone changed and he began to tremble. "This is heavenly punishment. The god of heavenly punishment is really here. It was just like that last time. An invisible attack fell from the sky and destroyed my city. Great god of heavenly punishment. I am guilty. I shouldn't have attempted to become a god. But it was that timid personality who took Su Yu's attack as a blow, as a punishment from heaven." He remembered that a long time ago, he was still a normal 7-star transcendent, ruling a city called Yan City with hundreds of thousands of people, making the city prosperous, and discovered it rapidly. Suddenly one day, the attack came from the sky, without communication, without mercy. Only destruction. Until Yan City was destroyed, he emerged from the ruins with wounds all over his body, not knowing why the attack came. He wandered in the ruins for many days. Finally one day, he realized those attacks were punishment from heaven, to cleanse the sins of mankind. After that day, he went crazy. The Lord of Yan City was dead, and the only one who survived was the Lord of Tianfa City. After the timid Lord of Tianfa City said a few words, he immediately changed back to his arrogant personality. He was extremely angry. "Shut up. Useless thing. Even if the god of heavenly punishment really comes, I will fight him. You think you have repented? Will he let you go?" This personality is quite tough. But when he said these words, his voice was trembling, which exposed his true thoughts. He was also afraid, because until now, he had not found where the attack came from. Could it be that the god of heavenly punishment came to cleanse his sins? He also fell into memories. He remembered that during the days when he became the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City, he often conquered other human settlements in the name of Heavenly Punishment City. Over the years, he killed countless people, and at least 1 million people. At first, he was a little uncomfortable, but later, he watched those humans die, without knowing where the attack came from, or why they died. He gradually developed a twisted pleasure. He began to enjoy this feeling, and even wanted to become a true god of punishment, to bring down divine punishment on all humans, and cleanse their sins. This feeling of controlling the lives and deaths of countless people, he was fascinated. However, at this moment, he realized that he was the one who was cleansed. In terms of sin, who on this planet could compare to him? After the arrogant personality finished cursing, he immediately changed back to the cowardly personality. This personality was still constantly repenting and praying, "Great God of heavenly punishment, you are the source of all mechanical creations. You are. The God of heavenly punishment must have heard my prayers, and did not launch another attack." Hearing this, the arrogant personality hesitated a little, because the attack was indeed not continued. Could it be true? He wondered. Should he be a little cowardly and pray? After Su Yu attacked, he did not continue to attack. Not because of the prayer of the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City. He looked at the confused look of the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City, and was thinking, "This guy. Hasn't he discovered me yet? even if I have launched an attack. In fact, according to Suyu's expectation, after one attack, the invisible state will be ineffective, and he will be discovered by the Lord of Tianfa City. Then he will fight head-on. However, until now, the Lord of Tianfa City is still confused and does not know that Suyu exists. In fact, when Suyu launched the attack just now, his invisible state was lifted. After all, if he wants to attack, he must collide with other substances and interact with them. In this way, the so-called invisibility will naturally no longer exist, and he can be sensed and attacked. If Suyu could remain invisible and intangible when attacking, it would be too amazing. He would be invincible. He could only attack others. Others could not attack him. This is obviously unrealistic. If the enemy could catch the moment when Suyu attacked, they would have a chance to counterattack. However, Suyu's attack was too fast and fierce. At that moment, the Lord of Tianfa City was confused. How could he react? So until now, he has not discovered Suyu. TSK. It seems that my assassination ability is indeed extraordinary. An evil god was chopped to pieces, and no one knows who did it. Suyu was slightly pleased with himself. His first experiment with assassination seemed to be quite successful, although it made such a big noise. As long as the enemy didn't find Suyu, it was an assassination. Nothing wrong with it. However, after Su Fu came to his senses, he looked at the flesh and blood on the wall and frowned slightly. This attack just now, he hacked the Lord of Heaven punishment into a horrible state. But this guy didn't die. Instead, he was full of energy and quarreled with himself. The origin of the evil god was not leaked at all, as if it was not in this guy's body at all. How can I get the origin of the evil god? Suyu frowned in thought. After a moment, he suddenly looked up and looked at the walls of the temple. A flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he understood. The body of the Lord of Heaven punishment came out of the mural. The evil god origin of the Lord of Tianfa City is not in his body, but in this temple, in those murals. It seems that if you want to get the evil god origin, you need to tear down this temple. Suyu understood what to do. The explosive psionic cannon that had been accumulating energy suddenly fired at the surrounding walls. This legendary energy cannon has 6 muzzles. In the continuous shooting mode, it can fire thousands of energy cannons per minute. This crazy sweep caused an even more terrifying explosion than before. Produced again. The power of each energy cannon is comparable to the previous one. And it is continuous shooting. The high-frequency chain blade is a melee weapon after all. In terms of explosion and firepower, it depends on the long-range weapon. Boom 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 boom. The explosion sound has become a continuous one. And this is not an ordinary energy explosion, but an explosion caused by high-level psionic energy, not only with high heat and impact, but also with the corrosion of the attack. The entire temple space in this explosion is distorted, broken, corroded. Who is it? Who is it? No. During the explosion, the Lord of Tianfa City kept shouting. But no one could hear him, not even Suyu himself. The power of this explosive psionic cannon was really amazing, so much so that Suyu himself couldn't hear the sound clearly. This was also the first time that Suyu had tested this cannon. If it happened in the outside world, this round of bombardment would destroy a big city like the Illusion City in a blink of an eye, and left terrible pollution. It was just like a punishment from heaven, cleansing the world. In comparison, the attack of the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City was too weak. Not good, Xietian. Suyu suddenly came to his senses, turned his head to look at Xietian, and found that this guy was gone. In such a horrible explosion, the defensive power that Suyu left for Xietian was completely useless, and was instantly shattered, and Xietian's body didn't last long. But Xietian was not completely gone. His consciousness has now turned into data, hiding in a chip, and frantically transmitting data to Suyu, Mr. Suyu. However, as soon as these data were transmitted, they were immediately drowned by the explosions around them, and could not reach Suyu's consciousness at all. Fortunately, Suyu remembered him, and when he saw this, he quickly reached out and summoned the chip to the exchange and protected it. The chip was already a little damaged, but fortunately it was not scrapped, and Xietian's consciousness was still there. TSK, my assassination was too powerful. I almost killed all my teammates. Suyu couldn't help complaining in his heart. This assassination was really unique. It was a close call. I almost died. Xietian in the chip was also thankful. Although his body was destroyed at this time, His energy was almost completely lost, and he had almost no fighting power, but at least he was not completely destroyed, and he could continue to watch the battle and witness this battle of killing gods. He suddenly felt a sense of sadness. He brought with him the energy accumulated over 100 years, and a carefully designed body, to seek revenge on the Lord of Tianfa City. However, he was beaten to a cripple by his teammates before he could even launch a single attack. He could only watch the battle. What was going on? The key point was that his teammates did not attack him intentionally, but he could not withstand the aftermath of the attack. Thinking of this fact, Xie Tian began to doubt his life. It would have been fine if he was not Su Yu's opponent, but he could not even withstand the attack of Tu Bo. At this time, Su Yu's explosive psionic cannon was still bombarding. After bombarding for a full minute, the entire temple space was almost completely shattered, and he finally stopped. When the explosion dissipated, the disgusting flesh and blood on the four walls of the temple space had disappeared without a trace. The four walls were already full of cracks, and it seemed that they would collapse at any time. One by one, light spots were seeping out from the four walls. The origin of the evil god. So you looked at those light spots, and his face showed joy. He quickly stretched out his hand, and those light spots immediately gathered in his direction, forming a light ball containing thunder, fire, meteorites, and light. This light ball is not energy, not matter, and seems to be a gathering of some concepts. This is the evil god origin of the Lord of the Heavenly Punishment City. It contains the will of the Heavenly Punishment. Look at this strength. It is close to 8 stars. After feeding it to the tyrannical thought, it will definitely make the tyrannical armor stronger. So you took the light spot in his hand? I thought to myself. With this harvest, I really made a lot of money coming here this time. This is considered a successful assassination. So you knew that? The origin of the evil god had appeared, and the Lord of Tianfa City was really killed. This assassination against the evil god was considered a success. However, an evil god died so peacefully. Isn't it a bit too easy? Su Yu was a little confused. At this moment, from the surrounding walls, a chaotic voice came again. You are the eternal shadow above the planet, the source of all mechanical creations, the final destination of all life.